पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ।
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकलम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
Sia, I like you a lot. Tay, Lotte. Thanks a lot.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
Hey, I care for you a lot. Tay, Lotte. I'm already feeling a lot better. Hey.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो ना मम्मा।
ऑफिस में शॉर्ट ब्रेक नहीं होता है बेटा।
होता है मम्मा, हैंडबैग में देखो। What do you say?
Thanks a Lotte. Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
दादू चोकोपाई खाबे? Share it ना, with a cutie pie.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
इतनी शांति क्यों है यहाँ पर यार?
Hello India!
इतनी शांति में मजा नहीं आएगा. Hello and welcome. Can you make some noise now?
Hello India!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to BGMI India Korea Invitational. मेरा नाम है रोहित and यहाँ पर मेरे दोस्त हैं all the way from South Korea. And देखिए बहुत सारी चीजें यहाँ पर सीखने को मिलते हैं. यहाँ पर मैंने भी कुछ सीखा है. Annyeong Haseonyong.
Namaste Rohit. Namaste India.
अब देखिए ये है BGMI का इंडिया कोरिया इनविटेशनल एंड बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं. ओह ये भी एक चीज है. ऑलराइट, आई लव दिस एनर्जी एंड इसी प्यार को हम दुनिया भर तक पहुंचाएंगे क्योंकि वी आर लाइव फ्रॉम हिंदुस्तान का दिल, दिल्ली से. तो दिल्ली मेरी जान, मेक सम नॉइज.
반갑습니다. 저는 이곳 BGMI 인도 한국 인비테이셔널 한국 중계를 맡은 박한월입니다. 이 웅장한 도시 델리에서 로희님과 함께 여러분들에게 이 흥미로운 매치를 전해드릴 생각에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 특히 이번 e스포츠를 통해서 양 국가가 하나의 열정을 통해서 합심하는 그 너무나도 흥미로운 매치업을 중계해드릴 수 있게 돼서 너무나 영광이고 그 매치업이 바로 지금부터 시작됩니다.
और यहाँ पर आपको भी बताना चाहता हूँ कि ऑफ कोर्स आपका फेवरेट गेम BGMI में तो टक्कर देखने को मिलेगा ही, लेकिन वी डू नॉट स्टॉप देयर. ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पर बहुत कमाल कमाल के प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम कोरिया एंड इंडिया आपस में भिड़ेंगे, लेकिन साथ ही साथ BGMI के साथ साथ यहाँ पर और भी बहुत सारी टक्कर देखने को मिलेंगी. लेकिन ये टकरार जो है ये टकरार के साथ साथ थोड़ा प्यार भी लाता है, थोड़ी यूनिटी भी लाती है. एंड साथ ही साथ आप देखेंगे द मैजिक व्हेन Korea and India together because as we say, two nations, one passion.
오늘 그 대회를 위해서 대한민국 8팀과 인도 8팀이 준비하고 있습니다. 그리고 그 선수들의 열정이 가득한 BGMI 인도 한국 인비테이셔널은 하루에 5개 매치씩 3일 동안 진행됩니다.
और आपको ये बता दें कि BGMI के साथ साथ यहाँ पर हमारे प्लेयर्स आपस में भिड़ेंगे on Road To Valor's Empires Invitational Games. एंड साथ ही साथ यार अब इंडिया में आए हैं मेहमान नवाजी के साथ साथ थोड़ा क्रिकेट भी खिलाएंगे एंड इसलिए हमारे प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर रियल क्रिकेट भी खेलेंगे.
크래프톤에서 개최하는 대회인 만큼 BGMI뿐 아니라 로드 투 발러 엠파이어 그리고 리얼 크리켓까지 굉장히 다양한 종목이 함께할 예정이죠.
एंड मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि मेरा भाई जो है कोरिया से आ चुका है, बहुत ही शानदार लग रहा है, बहुत खूबसूरत लग रहा है. मैं भी ठीक ठाक ही लग रहा हूँ, आप इस समय बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं. तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप लोगों के लिए. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that's amazing. And all of this is possible only because of Crafton. So all of this is brought to you by Crafton and a special shout out to Asiana Airlines. And we've got Red Bull as well to thank. And of course, तहे दिल से यहाँ पर थैंक यू कहना चाहेंगे Jio Cinemas को because you are watching this first on Jio Cinemas.
벌써부터 많은 분들께서 그 흥미로운 매치업을 보고 싶으실 텐데 그 전에 이 행사를 빛내주신 분들을 먼저 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 크래프톤의 인도법인 대표이신 손현일 대표님을 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
I would like to call upon Mr. Sean to please come up on stage, the CEO of Crafton India. Sir.
हेलो 안녕하세요. नमस्ते. आप कैसे हैं? First of all, thank you for coming to enjoy this great event. All BGMI fans, gamers and enthusiasts, and also distinguished guests who are present here. I really appreciate your presence. Before I start my opening remarks, I would like to welcome and introduce distinguished guests present here. First, Mr. Your Excellency Jang Jae-bok, the Ambassador of Republic of Korea to India. Please welcome Mr. Jang Jae-bok. And another, our co-chief guest, Miss Nivrani Rai. MD and CEO of Invest India. Please welcome. And and Mr. Junhwa Bin, MD and South Asia Head of Kotra. Please. And Shri Shiv Sharma, Deputy Director General, Sports Authority of India. And Shri Piyush Jain, Honorable Member of the Governing Body of Sports Authority of India. And Shri Amit Bharadwaj, Deputy Advisor of Niti Aayog. Okay, so personally, it is very heartening moment as we are now beginning the Krafton's first events combining gaming and culture in the same place, especially here in Delhi. It's my personal experience, but when I first started my career in gaming like 20 years back, I dreamt about gamers from different countries enjoying games together and share their joys and making friends at the same time. Finally, we are seeing global sports events like Olympics and Asia Games are truly embracing and adopting esports as their part of events. And personally, I was in the announcement events by a Middle Eastern country where that government announced that they will start esports World Cup from the next year with a 10 plus global games. I truly believe that combining Korea's abundant experience and knowledge in this field and India's great talents and huge market will make a big difference in global gaming and esports industry. And that is the main reason why Krafton is strongly and passionately committed to India. And you will see some early beginning of that efforts in this event. Again, thank you for all esports players from Korea coming all the way to Delhi, and also the Indian esports teams who are qualified through 3 months long qualification and present here. So I hope that this is the first event, but next time we may bring Indian esports play to Seoul. Please enjoy this event, and I will hand over my mic to distinguished guest, Mr. Ambassador.
All right, let's welcome the ambassador of the Republic of Korea to India, Mr. Chang Jae-bok. Welcome, sir.
Wow. Oh, because of the light, I cannot see the faces. Hello, everyone. And namaste, dearest gamers and BGMI fans and enthusiasts, and ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I'm so super excited to be part of this esports extravaganza, and I want to welcome all esteemed guests. Today we are part of an exciting gaming event where talented esports players from both of our countries have gathered to compete in the spirit of friendship. I extend a warm welcome to the gamers, our distinguished guests, the enthusiastic crowd here, and those watching online too. I'm particularly excited to see such a great response to this event. Actually, it's hard to resist the excitement of a gaming tournament, especially when it features the popular game BGMI. which has been downloaded over 150 million times worldwide. It's the second most watched game globally, and the third most popular esport in India. Congratulations to all the people. And ladies and gentlemen, and BGMI fans, in recent years, the gaming industry has exploded globally, offering both entertainment and business opportunities. Korea has seen a significant rise in the popularity of its esports, making it the fourth largest video gaming nation worldwide. With India's massive youth population, 5G connectivities, and affordable smartphones, and very importantly, the support from the Indian government, India is on the path to becoming a major player in the video game world. I am pleased to see gaming and esports as a part of our bilateral cooperation. Krafton, Korean brand behind popular games like BGMI, is not only focused on growing in India, but also enriching the gaming and esports ecosystem through strategic investment, huge amount of money, and special incubator program. I believe Krafton's success in India will attract more global enterprises and investors, contributing to the growth of the gaming and esports sectors in India. I'm very happy to say that this tournament is a part of our celebration of the 50th anniversary of Korea-India diplomatic relations, with a particular focus on the youth. And we have high hopes for our youth and want them to be the ambassadors of Korea-India friendship. So all of you are ambassadors of Korea-India friendship. And such events, along with others that appeal to young people, bring people closer together. As Korean ambassador to India, I'm committed to promoting closer ties between our two nations and connecting with young Indians. The success, I must say this, success of the Indian action film RRR provided us with an opportunity to bond with the Indian people. Probably many of you saw our video. We rooted for the Oscar winning of the Natu song from the film by sharing a video of us dancing to it on social media. Have you seen our video, Natu Natu? To our delight, it received a warm response from Indian people. You want to see me dance? Yes.
So why we would love to.
Yeah. It's not.
एक बार सर ने अभी पूछा है कि क्या आप उनको डांस करते हुए देखना चाहते हैं कि नहीं? हाँ? Sir, do you have any particular song in mind?
So without song, I just show you my steps.
All right. Okay. Natu, ladies and gentlemen. So I have to ask you this. I've heard somewhere, ये मैंने कहीं सुना है, that you also like to be called the K ambassador. Yeah?
So this is part of K ambassador on the move. So I like moving.
The audience wants it once again.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting the vibe. We are setting the vibe. That's amazing, sir.
Okay, so maybe in closing, I want to applaud the incredible efforts of the people at Krafton Mr. Song and his colleagues and their partners in India for making this fantastic event possible. I hope collaborations like this will continue to strengthen the enduring bonds between our two nations. Now, I will invite all of you to fully immerse yourselves in today's event and enjoy every moment of this exciting tournament. Actually, I was told that the winners of this tournament will say this, winners. So, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's go!
All right.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much. But I would request you to please be on stage till the time we can felicitate you.
주인도 한국 대사관의 장재복 대사님을 무대로 모셔서 축사를 들어봤고요. 계속해서 감사품을 전달해드리도록 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are talking about. The unity of India and Korea and the love for that game which we all love. Ladies and gentlemen, the ambassador of Republic of Korea to India. Let's have a huge round of applause. And ये जो बॉक्स है, अगर आप जस्ट इनके ये वंडर कर रहे हैं कि इस बॉक्स में क्या है, ये कोई ऐसा वैसा बॉक्स नहीं है, एक स्पेशल बॉक्स है एंड इट्स कॉल्ड द क्राफ्टन इंडिया स्टेशनरी बॉक्स. स्पेशल लोगों के लिए एक स्पेशल सा गिफ्ट. एंड जितने सोशली कॉन्शियस एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबल हमारे गेस्ट हैं, उतना ही सोशली कॉन्शियस एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबल ये गिफ्ट भी है. सोर्स्ड डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम क्राफ्टन्स हेडक्वार्टर्स इन साउथ कोरिया. एंड इसके कंटेंट्स जो हैं, अगर आप जानना चाहते हैं कि इसके अंदर क्या है, इसके अंदर हैं स्पेशली हैंड क्राफ्टेड अमेजिंग थिंग्स बाय इंडिविजुअल्स विद ऑटिज्म एंड अदर डेवलपमेंट डिसेबिलिटीज, जिसके कारण उनको समाज में जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज उतनी नहीं मिल पाती हैं. लेकिन बिकॉज ऑफ सच इनिशिएटिव्स, जो क्राफ्टन भी बिलीव करता है कि ऐसे इनिशिएटिव से एक समाज में एक अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ती हैं. तो जोरदार तालियां फॉर क्राफ्टन फॉर सच एन अमेजिंग इनिशिएटिव. लेट्स हैव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन.
계속해서 인베스트 인디아의 리워티 라이 씨를 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
And now मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा मिस निवृत्ति राय को. She is the MD and CEO of Invest India. Nivruti ji, please come up on stage. Let's have a huge round of applause. Welcome, ma'am.
So thank you very much, everyone. I must tell you, the last 30 years of my life, I was actually behind the scene building the compute, graphics, media for the gamers to build their games on. And I'll honestly tell you, the life behind the scenes was very boring. I see the energy in this room, and I haven't experienced this kind of energy while building the compute and the graphics and the media. So I'm really thankful that you are all here coming up with Korea-India unity to drive growth in this industry. I will tell you how much Korea is in my life and how much Korea is in the life of so many Indians. From eating gochugaru with garam masala, to eating kimchi, to looking at bibimbap with chicken, to eating bulgogi. I've done it all. Driven a Hyundai, also driven a Kia, put on Lineage makeup, watched Samsung TV with Samsung air conditioners, worked with LG and my washing machine. Korea is in our lives. So I really feel time now, thank you, time now to actually mix our cultures as well. And I was really happy when my team told me that, while you were working on PUBG and so many other games, There are games like Asura that you're building on, which has a lot of Indianness in it. That's the beginning of the Korean Indian culture to come together. One culture that I see already mixed and merged is our youth. You know, while Ambassador Sir, you performed an amazing Natu Natu dance, I'll tell you, our Indians have danced so much on Gangnam Style. Yes. So we do as well Gangnam as we do Natu Natu. So really, I feel 400 million downloads of games that India has shown you is only going to double. I can tell you the 1.4 billion people that India has, more than 50% of them are less than the age of 25, and that's what the energy that I see here. So I honestly believe, Crafton, you need to look at India more in terms of co-developing games with you. I'll tell you, India is synonymous to software. And games leverage a lot of it, software and hardware. So I honestly believe that time now to have Crafton India build game developers out of India. Look at India as a market. Look at India in the terms where we have a lot more government-to-government relationship and drive more engagement. I'm really hot on semiconductors. That has been my life. So whether it is Samsung for semiconductors or SK Hynix for memory or automotives, I've done it. But I'm really looking forward to Crafton and Korea leverage India for India's strength, which is also software. So looking forward to doing amazing things as Invest India. My role is to show that you can bring investment into India, but also see the return of your investment. I'm also responsible for making trade as a charter for us, where I'm interested not just in exports from India, but also imports from you. And lastly, R&D. So I really want to see how the two nations can actually merge. And believe me, if you ever try gochugaru with garam masala, it's outstanding. Time now to merge and mix and make Korea, India truly an entity. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request you to please be on stage as Mr. Sean wants to felicitate you. Thank you so much for your presence. And I'm sure you're going to have a good time with this amalgamation of cultures. And the special Crafton stationery box to Nivruti ji, the MD and CEO of Invest India. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shiv Sharma, DDG Sports Authority of India. जोरदार तालियों से मिस्टर शिव शर्मा का स्वागत कीजिए. And I would like to request Mr. Sean to felicitate Mr. Sharma.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to request Mr. Piyush Jain, the governing board member of the Sports Authority of India, to please come up on stage. Mr. Sean will be felicitating him. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Thank you so much for your presence. Means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sean. Now you may, if you want to say something, of course. All right. So that was Mr. Sean, the CEO of Crafton India. Thank you so much, sir. दिल्ली मजा नहीं आ रहा यार आपके, मतलब यार इस समय लाइव है हम लोग, सुना ही नहीं दे रहा। इस साइड तो आवाज ही नहीं आ रही, इस साइड थोड़ी कम आ रही है। Are we ready for winner chicken dinner? ये साइड ज्यादा शोर मचा रही है यार, यहाँ पे मजा नहीं आ रहा। मतलब come on, make some noise, come on, make some noise this side. तो कोरिया एंड इंडिया से 8 बेहतरीन टीम्स अभी आपके सामने आने वाली हैं, आपके सामने अपना गेम प्ले दिखाने वाली हैं। तो एक एक करके बुलाना शुरू करें। क्या बुलाना शुरू करें? चलो फिर बुला लेते हैं। All right.
오케이. 계속해서 여러분들에게 이제 이 대회에 참가하는 팀들과 선수들을 만나볼 시간이 됐습니다. 가장 먼저 인도의 팀을 여러분들에게 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. TWM 게이밍입니다.
जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए हमारी पहली टीम को, TWM गेमिंग।
자, 계속해서 대한민국을 대표하는 첫 번째 팀을 여러분들에게 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 대한민국의 이글아울스입니다.
All the way from South Korea, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Eagle Owls.
자, 계속해서 인도의 팀을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 강력한 팀이죠. 레버넌트 e스포츠.
अब स्वागत कीजिए जोरदार तालियों के साथ रेवेनेंट ई-स्पोर्ट्स का।
계속해서 대한민국 승리 세레모니 하면 이 팀을 절대로 빼놓을 수가 없죠. 락스를 여러분께 소개해드립니다.
स्वागत कीजिए टीम रॉक्स।
자, 계속해서 인도의 팀을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 인도의 메달 e스포츠.
अब स्वागत करते हैं अपनी अगली टीम को, जोरदार तालियां बजनी चाहिए फॉर मेडल ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
자, 계속해서 대한민국의 모든 팀들 중에 승리에 대한 열망으로 가득 찬 똘똘 뭉쳐있는 팀이죠. 마루 게이밍.
Let's welcome our next team from South Korea, Maru Gaming.
계속해서 인도를 대표하는 팀 중에 하나입니다. 가스레인.
जब ये आते हैं तो पॉइंट्स की होती है बारिश. Let's welcome God's rain.
전 세계에 수많은 팀들의 고점과 저점이 있겠지만 이 팀의 고점이 아마 가장 높을 겁니다. 대한민국의 투제트를 여러분들께 소개해드립니다.
अब चैलेंज देने के लिए अगली टीम को बुलाते हैं फ्रॉम साउथ कोरिया 2Z.
자, 계속해서 인도의 블라인드 스포츠를 만나보시죠.
Let's welcome our next team, Blind Esports.
자, 계속해서 대한민국 우승에 대한 열망으로 가득 차 있는 팀은 중에 이 팀을 따라올 팀은 없을 겁니다. EMTech 스톰엑스.
Let's welcome with a huge roar, MTech Stormax.
계속해서 인도를 대표하는 팀 중에 또 한 팀이 있죠. 팀 X 스파크.
अब तो शोर मचेगा ही, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Team X Spark.
와우. 오케이. 자, 계속해서 대한민국의 나이는 어리지만 실력은 어리지 않습니다. 덕선 e스포츠를 소개합니다.
And अब बुलाते हैं अपनी अगली टीम को, Dawson Esports, all the way from South Korea.
자, 계속해서 인도를 대표하는 팀 중에 하나죠. 빅브라더 e스포츠를 소개해드립니다.
बड़े भाई का प्यार और बड़े भाई का वार देखने के लिए तैयार हैं. Let's welcome Big Brother Esports.
자, 대한민국의 화끈한 매운맛이 바로 이곳 인도에도 도착했습니다. 농심 레드포스.
Let's welcome our next team from South Korea, NS Red Force.
가장 강력한 퍼포먼스를 자랑하는 인도의 팀이죠. 글래디에이터 e스포츠.
थोड़ा और शोर मचेगा तो और मजा आएगा. स्वागत कीजिए अपनी अगली टीम को, ग्लैडिएटर्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स.
인도에 글래디에이터 e스포츠가 있다면 대한민국에는 바로 이 팀이 있습니다. 최강의 저력을 가진 팀 D+ 기아입니다.
और हमारी 16वीं टीम, the 16th team for today. Let's welcome D+ Kia. थैंक यू टीम्स. अब टीम्स तैयार हैं क्या? आप लोग इनको आपस में भिड़ते हुए देखने के लिए तैयार हैं क्या? नहीं, चलो अभी बहुत सारी चीजें होंगी, यहाँ पर एक्शन होगा, लेकिन
이렇게 16개의 팀을 여러분들 만납니다. 계속해서 한국과 인도의 국가가 나올 예정입니다. 귀빈 여러분들께서는 자리에 일어나서 예를 갖춰 주시기 바라겠습니다.
I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem of both the countries. कृपया करके नेशनल एंथम के लिए खड़े हो जाइए. Two nations, one passion, ladies and gentlemen. And आपको ये बता दें कि जियो सिनेमास में ये एकदम स्ट्रीम हो रहा है और दुनिया के कोनों कोनों तक ये स्ट्रीम पहुंच रहा है 3 अलग अलग भाषाओं में. इंग्लिश, Korean and Hindi. So, can we start the action? I think we should start the action, right?
Yes.
All right. So, if you guys are ready, let's start the action. Over to our amazing casters for BGMI action.
Thank you so much, Rohit. What a way to start the day here in BGMI's India Korea Invitationals. A tale of titans where we have Korea's finest and India's best collide in the grandest of stage. Welcome to the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and join with me two handsome gentlemen. We have Salty as well as Necro to take you through the journey. But before that, how are you guys feeling, guys?
Guys, it's electrifying. Trust me, I went inside the crowd. They are waiting for the games to begin and I can't wait either because just like you said, it's the best 16 teams from India and Korea coming into collide. I am so excited for this.
Exactly. I'm pumped as well. Just sitting over here, you can feel the energy that's currently inside the arena. And we all know day one brings in a lot of surprises, and I'm down for some surprises today as well.
Exactly, and speaking of day number one here, in case you missed out the highlights here, this is pretty much a little bit of a warm-up of how things kind of looked before the start of the show here. We had a great opening with Rohit. We also had our managers and the CEOs, the VIPs, giving us some very, very inspiring speeches here to kind of motivate the young generation to kind of combine to it as well. And the best part about this is also a cultural exchange between both Korea as well as India.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and this was so important, right? You start mixing esports with culture, you start merging the two worlds, and this is where I feel esports grows as well, and the cultural and the boundaries as well. All of those boundaries are sort of brushed away, and esports in together, in totality, the world just unites.
That is true. Speaking about world being united, one more thing all these players are of course fighting for is the massive prize pool, the massive stacks that's currently on the line.
Agreed. When we speak about the prize pool here, I know you guys are wondering as well because two nations, one passion, they are going to be fighting for this prize pool, and it is going to be up on screen here to give you guys a little bit of insights on how much it is here.
Absolutely. Now look at this, right? The total prize pool of 1 crore rupees. Now that is a lot of cash on the line, man.
Exactly, from which the first spot getting 40 lakhs to all to themselves, and then the second one getting 20, the third one getting 10, and then the fourth one getting 5, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, look at this, right? Every single player, every single team involved in this competition walks away with something. But look at these special prizes, like the MVP getting 3 lakh rupees and the best IGL getting 2 lakh rupees as well. So individual awards are also going to be important.
Agreed. And of course, speaking of prize pool as well, let's talk a little bit more on how the teams are going to be competing as well, because we are going to give you guys a little bit of insights on the schedule on how this is going to be proceeding here. Because when it comes to schedule here, we will need to remind ourselves that maps are going to be a priority on what they're going to be playing. But before that, let's take a look at the calendar here. We are starting off in the invitationals here. We had on the happening on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of October, which is today being 26, being day number 1.
Absolutely. I think if you have anything this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to cancel your plans. If you're in Delhi specifically, you've got to come to Pragati Maidan Hall number 14 because this is where all the action is happening.
Exactly. But now as you do move on forward towards the format, we've got the day one, of course, which is right here, right now. 5 games will be played today, and of course the same thing's going to keep on continuing even in the future. But how can we forget about the special titles being added as well?
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Speaking of special titles as well, they are going to be competing in 5 maps in total per day, being in rotation here, being Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, Vikendi, and then Erangel again. And here's the interesting factor, right?
Yeah.
Now, points distribution is going to be one of the biggest topic for today.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the points distribution, right? We speak about having a home grounds advantage. Our teams are, of course, used to this points distribution, but I highly doubt that Korean teams are going to be used to this one because from what I've heard, they like to play quite slow.
Absolutely. But look at this, right? I mean, of course, the winner chicken takes away 15 and each finish equals 1 point. But again, moving on to the match schedule. Now, majority, we discussed about which are the maps which are going to be played. You've got 2 Erangels, and then you've got the Miramar, you've got the Sandhawk, and you've got the Vikendi as well. And of course, you have the timings for all of these matches.
Yes, this is pretty much the approximate timings for them as well. And here's a little bit of fun fact as well, because India, we have a home ground advantage, right? We have been used to playing Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, Vikendi, and Erangel. However, when it comes to Vikendi, it feels like the Koreans, they're a little bit lack in terms of experience. So, but of course, before we get into the details on how they can play here, this is the full roster of the participating teams for the India-Korea Invitationals here right now.
All the 16 teams are in front of you guys. 8 teams from the India, 8 teams from Korea. I'm super excited. I've heard quite a lot of stuff about the Korean players as well. And speaking about the Korean players, right, we had the pleasure to speak to these guys in the hotel rooms. And these guys are so polite, so nice.
They certainly are very nice, but when it comes to the game, Necro, they are not going to leave an inch, right? There's going to be no breathing space whatsoever. But you've got to give credits to the Indian teams as well, right? The top 8 Indian teams are going to be competing. And specifically saying, I think Team X-Park and their fan base inside of this land, they're going to create an atmosphere which is going to be very hard for the Korean teams.
I agree. You know, when it comes to that as well, X-Park goes, wherever they go, they pretty much bring the crowd with them, right? Like, you know, a few weeks ago here, we had BGIS in Mumbai, and they were just extremely overwhelming here in terms of crowd. Here as well, same thing, the supports are going to be on towards X-Park in particular. But before we talk about X-Park as well, let's talk a little bit more the Korean teams here, because I've heard a lot of rumor chatters as well, and even behind the scenes, the screams seems to be a little bit shaky between the Indians as well as the Koreans. What do you think about
that? That is true. Now, look, as I mentioned, the home ground advantage is, of course, going to be there with the Indians, without a doubt. But speaking about the practice games, right, these guys' mechanical skills have been looking on point. They have been playing so phenomenally well, and I think so the Indian teams are going to have a hell of a challenge.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, speaking of practice games, it reminds me of one specific incident. Look at this, of course. We're going to talk about that a little later. They are energetic. They are so nice. Voice of Indian esports. They are introducing the Hindi casters. Where is the English talent? We're also the voice.
Yeah, we need some love as well here. Guys in chat, spam in English talent. You know, English talents. When you come here, you got to get our English talents poster up on stage. If you come, you know, maybe not today, you know, you can come tomorrow. But nevertheless here, let's talk a little bit more on how the things are going to be expecting here, because we've heard a lot of potential drop collisions that is going to be happening between the Indian teams as well as the Korean teams. What are your thoughts on this? What kind of teams are we going to expecting to have high possibility of drop collisions?
Now look, speaking about drop collisions, X-Park has to be one of those big names right here, right? They like to drop towards Fairpier, and Duksan is one of those teams that drops on top of Fairpier as well. So this is a potential drop collision that we might see in the future, but from what I've heard, a little bit of rumors that X-Park is actually going to reroute all the way towards Northern Georgiapol. But even over there's a couple of teams. But look at the crowd, man. As I mentioned, the feeling is electric.
Agreed. There's so much support from the Indian community as well. And of course, when you bring up Doksan as well, I've heard a rumor about Doksan that they are very, very accurate and precise in their strategy planning when they play BGMI in particular. And it's funny because I've heard rumors that they have a strategy where for every scenario, despite whatever that is being thrown on them. So, care to enlighten that? Salty.
And to be honest, like Duksan Esports specifically saying, majority of these players, they're extremely young, right? They've got the experience of maybe a year or two of playing LAN. If you look at their lineup, right, you've got Hoxie, you've got Beanie. These players are 2006 born. They're extremely young. And at that particular age, your reflexes are crazy high. And that is something which is reflected in Duksan Esports strategy as well.
Wait, 2006. So I'm assuming that's like, what, 16, 17?
Yes.
Okay, is this the same Beanie that actually was a South Korean representative for the Hangzhou Asian Games?
Exactly,
Yes, he has been. He was the representative in the Asian Games. But you know what? Another thing that I'd like to add on, this man is also an all-rounder. He packs a lot of punch. Now, we do know not a lot of experience, but still, considering what he has represented in the past, I think so that experience is definitely going to be carrying on forward today.
In fact, crazy fact, the entirety of the South Korean team who represented at the Asian Games, all 5 players are on that stage right now. I see every single one of them. 3 players, in fact, are from NSR, and that is something, this is one of the reasons why I feel NSR is going to be one of the strongest contenders.
No, I like how you actually phrase it that way, because you gave me a little bit chills here, because now I feel a little bit pressure because Korea has sent their finest, whereas India has sent their best as well. We did see the top 8 coming before, but of course now here's a little bit of recap here, and all the teams walk in as well, some of them feeling a little bit confident, and Rox in particular extremely excited to showcase his dancing skills.
I mean, to be honest, he feels like he's got the dancing moves as well. I hope he's got the moves inside the game as well.
Of course they must have got those, right? But then how can we forget about Blonde Esports? A recent change in the roster has power back inside the composition. This is something that's going to add on so many smiles. And we were speaking about X-Park too. We were speaking about how much the support was. Now that Scout's going to be in the playing four, the support's going to be through the roof.
Wait, now that you mention it as well, I was a little bit baffled here because during their journey in BGIS in Mumbai, everyone was screaming Scout, but Scout has never played at all. And here, to see him make an appearance is interesting because I think we had a little bit of chat with him as well. What was the chat about with Scout yesterday?
To be honest, Scout and international competitions, they have a very specific relationship. Now, Scout wants to break his own record of #2 in a previous title. Now he's here to actually get the throne. If you talk about a Team X-Park, they got that #3 position inside the BGIs as well. Now with Scout's edition, Scout's main intention is to show the Korean teams and everyone all around the world that he's still got it. And I personally believe that he's got it, honestly.
You know, it's funny, right? Because when I had a little bit small chat here as well, Scout said, hey, you know what? When it comes to international, I'm gonna bring it all the way. That's what he told me yesterday, and I'm extremely excited to see whether or not does he still have what it takes. Because we talk about this, we've seen Korea's finest. 4 representatives coming from South Korea. What about India? We've got Gladiator Esports as well. #1 champion. What are your thoughts on this?
Gladiator Esports is, of course, going to be the finest India has to offer right now at this point in time. But speaking about Scout, this is a really good conversation to bring. Now, Dreams is going to be the man to sit out. Dreams is supposed to be that young gun, the man that brings in that aggression, the assaulter. But now Scout is supposed to be much more like a composed player, much more of a slower player. So I want to see that play style difference. How is it going to be affecting the team? Is it going to be affecting them in a good way or in a bad way?
You know, there has been a lot of chatter between the Korean teams as well as the Indian teams as well. Like, like Korean teams, they said, in particular, I think I spoke to the coach coming from NSR. They actually mentioned that, hey, the Korean teams, they like to play it very, very slow, low risk takers, you know, take things one step at a time. Whereas Indian teams has seemed to be very, very much aggressive here. Is this an adaptation coming from X-Park?
I mean, once again, we need to consider the point structure as well. And the point structure that over here in BGMI has, it really allows the players to be aggressive. So this is something, a change that the Korean players will need to adapt to, and I think so we might see a little bit of play style change even from their side
Hold on, boys. We've got to discuss the difference in the point structure as well, right? 15 points for a chicken dinner versus 10 points for a chicken dinner. Now, this is where the difference lies. If you get 10 points from being at the top, for surviving the longest, right, you will have to eventually rely on your finishes. You will have to rely on that gun power. And I think this is one of the reasons why I think Korean teams will have to adapt. A different point structure means different strategies, and I think Indians have the home ground advantage in this regard.
Agreed. You know, when it comes to forcing fights here, India teams, to be honest, when it comes to mine, personally, TWM has set some very, very interesting tempos in games. They love setting up early aggression fights pre-Circle 1 as well as Circle 2. But speaking of which as well, let's talk a little bit more on D plus Kia. Because there has been the biggest topic among all the Korean teams as well as the Indian teams as well. Because when it comes to D plus Kia, Fabian is known to be one of the strongest and most renowned in-game leaders Korea has to offer.
Now, speaking about Fabian, much more of a structured player, I would say. He brings in a lot of tacticality to the team, but then you speak about the rest of the players at D plus Kia, and they bring in that aggression that's needed. So Fabian is sort of like a man, he's a chain that puts the team together. He holds them together. He's like a leash that's on a player. And when Fabian says they need to do something, the players will do something. And speaking about D plus Kia, I call them the Apex Predators. And today, they might just be the arch nemesis of the Indian team.
Why? Why do you think it's the Apex Predators here?
Because they have proven so many times in the past. They are one of the most reformed teams that are out there. They're one of the most refined teams when it comes to the playing structure as well. Now, you mentioned they like to play a little bit safe and sound, but over here, this point structure, this entire meta is going to help them play a little bit more aggressive, and I think so D plus Kia might just elevate their play style.
Of course, point structure is a point, but when you've got players like Nobu and Osal in your lineup, like Fabian knows, right? He knows he doesn't really have to work that hard. He just needs to tell these players what to do, because when they tell it, Osal and Nobu, they're literally going to actually break the roof off as well. Nobu, as a matter of fact, he's the top fragger in the entire region of Korea as well. So you know that we're going to witness some aggressive games.
Hey, man, we have so much information about the Koreans here. You know, I'm pretty sure when it comes to the Indian teams here, there's one player that stands out the most for me. Okay, it's not Destro. Obviously, he's the best MVP. Blah blah blah. There's one particular that I really, really like, okay? They're famous for this. It's called Blind Esports. Mania has pretty much brought Blind Esports a lot of valuable points during their journey in BGIS.
That is true. Now we're speaking about reformed players, we're speaking about structured team, and Mania is the man that brings in that structure for Blind Esports. But then we also need to recognize one more thing, and that is the recent roster change that came into play. S-Power back inside the action. I think so this is going to help Blind Esports get even better inside the competition today.
I think there's something which we are forgetting, guys.
Okay.
Blind Esports, when S-Power was in their lineup, Blind was absolutely wrecking the roof off. Like, they were fragging their minds out. They would drop in 4 different parts of the map and would abolish teams out there. But look at this, right? Once again, sweet faces all around. You've got a fair share of Blind fans as well amidst a sea of Xbox fans. What do you think about it, I see?
To be honest, if you're a fan of the game here, regardless of whoever you support, most importantly, especially now, it is a cultural exchange between India as well as Korea. 2 nations, 1 passion. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm, I want to support the Indian teams a little bit more. I'm gonna be a little bit biased. It's a personal bias, but at the same time, I'm gonna be a little bit more biased.
We've turned Icy into a proper Indian right now. The Indian food is serving him good.
I mean, at this point, this man's been spending more time in India than he's been spending more time in his own hometown. So at this point in time, we might as well just call Salty Indian. But you know what? Speaking about the Indians, look at the fans. They're so excited. They just can't wait for the game to be started. But you know what? I want to go back to the conversation of S-Power that you brought up. And speaking about S-Power now, I want to speak a little bit more about his journey. In the past, we saw him play in the BGS as well under a different tag, which was Godlike. And that team was struggling the hell out when S-Power's edition was over there. So I want to see, as a player, mentality change as a player, the play style change, team change, maybe that can affect S-Power. But what do you guys think?
To be honest, in my opinion, I still remember when S-Power was in Blind. For 6 straight months, they won tournaments left and right. They were unbeatable. They were the ones who could get 200 points out of 2 days of gameplay. And that team is something which I'm looking out for. S-Power's transfer is big news in the community, I see. And I'm waiting how that is going to transition into Blind Esports performance.
I agree. And of course, both nations here. 2 nations, 1 passion for the chicken dinner, and of course being crowned the champion of BGIS India Korea Invitationals. The trophy is going to be the eye of the prize. Who doesn't want to lift this trophy? Look at this trophy. It's one of its kind thus far.
Exactly. The bragging rights, the 1 crore prize pool, and this trophy. This is what the players are fighting for, ladies and gentlemen. Pin your eyes down on this trophy, because after the end of 3 days, this trophy will be lifted by that one team.
Agreed. And not to mention as well, they are going to be kind of representing their nation here. Is either going to be India or is it going to be Korea? Who's going to be the best among the 2 worlds? Of course, all fun and games here, they are here to kind of showcase their skills, because we have a lot of speculations when it comes to their personal skills, their play styles. But what was really interesting is that there's one particular team that really stood out when they play BGMI, and that is going to be EM Tech X. Because of EM Tech Storm X, because of the fact that they have played a protect the president strategy, where one of the players did not have any ammunition, no vest, nothing, but 70 first aids to kind of get placement points.
7-0?
70. Yes, 7-0.
That is crazy. 70 first aids in his backpack. That is crazy to think about. But this also tells us one thing about that team, is that these guys are probably going to be preferring the med strat a lot much more compared to the other teams, right? And especially speaking about the meta over here, it's going to allow them to do that, so they can try and exploit it a little bit more over here in BGMI.
Absolutely. And to be honest, like, when you actually consider EM Tech Stormx, right, majority of their strong map is going to be Sanhok. We've seen a lot of heal battles happening on Sanhok and Vikendi, especially in the BGIs, especially in the Indian circuit. And with the kind of circle shift that we get to witness in Vikendi, specifically saying, if EM Tech Stormx do not find that proper spot inside the circle, I'm pretty sure they will go for the heal battle. And now you said, right, protecting the president, 70 first aids, when they actually stockpile that much, they might just be able to do so.
You know, to be honest, I'm a little bit worried for the Korean teams, but for EMTech's Stormx's strategy here, if they try to apply it in Vikendi, it's going to be good because considering the fact that the Koreans, they don't have a lot of experience playing in Vikendi, and this is going to be a very, very good advantage towards the Indian teams here to kind of capitalize on. And considering how slow the circle kind of shifts in Vikendi, especially for like Circle 1, Circle 2, Circle 3, I feel like it might be a very, very nice cheese strategy considering that they're going to play a total of 3 Vikendi maps. Maybe first map there, the Korean teams might be able to score some placement points to kind of adjust to everyone's play style.
But once again, there's 2 ways to look at it. The circle shifts slow even on their region. So this is where they can try to feel a little bit more at the home turf, and they can try to adapt to that slow circle rotation. But you know what? Speaking about all the circle rotation and all of that stuff, these guys are definitely super excited. They just cannot really wait for the game to be started, and I'm pretty sure even we cannot wait.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what? This entire LAN event, the entire stadium that we have for ourselves, it has been turned into an experience. And I mean, through the crowd cams as well, you could just witness there are so many different activities which you can participate all right behind the audience as well. You've got cricket, you've got real cricket, which is happening, an actual bowling machine. We actually played a lot of cricket, Necro, on the first day. There is a lot of gaming events as well, which is going on right behind. So all of these things actually make this experience so much more inclusive for the fans.
Exactly. Here we want to keep up engagements and interaction with all of you guys, so if you guys want to come down here, be sure to check out as well because we have so much things happening as well. Look at the crowd, they're extremely excited. They just can't wait to see how things are going to go here. And of course, let's give them something else to cheer on because there is a particular team, an underdog coming from BGIS, who really stood out in day 1 as well as day number 2 here. Big Brother Esports.
Yes.
What do you think about them?
I mean, look, as you perfectly mentioned, day 1 and day 2. What about day 3, though? They choked when it mattered the most. Yes, when it mattered the most, Big Brother Esports were not able to wrap up the amount of points that was needed to situate themselves somewhere in the top 3 or maybe in the first spot as well. I hope they have gotten that landing.
I mean, I'm good friends with Saf, to be honest, and I've spoken to him. I've asked him, how are you guys feeling? This man is prepared. Now, he was the MVP. He was the young MVP inside the BGIS finals. Now, you might expect him to actually carry forward that performance because playing the LAN event, playing the LAN finals for the first time and becoming MVP is no joke, ladies and gentlemen. And when you transition that, when you gain experience from that LAN as well, and you transition into an international LAN, now this is where you show your mettle. If Saf stands out, I'm pretty sure it's not just going to be successful for Big Brothers, but he is going to come out as a superstar as well.
You know, there is, when you talk about winning trophies as well, right? I'm pretty sure there's one particular player that really, really stands out. He said in his own personal social media, I have won it all. What is there left to win? Guess what? Here's another trophy to be eyeing for here.
Exactly. I mean, especially Destro was the one. He said that, you know what? I've got nothing else to lose because I've won pretty much everything. And now he's got one more trophy to aim for. But you know what? Speaking about the trophy, another team that's going to be eyeing out for that trophy is God's Reign from BGIs. And we need to speak about this team because the recent addition of Oasis inside this team. Now, I do not exactly know if he's going to be in the playing four. From what I know, I highly doubt he's going to be there in the playing four. But still, Oasis' addition can actually add on a little bit more experience to the team.
And to be honest, it kind of works in a similar way how X-Park actually added Scout as well. It's all about having that international exposure. It's all about having that LAN exposure as well. Always, even if he is not in the playing four, the amount of addition, the amount of inputs that he can provide from the backline, that is really, really important. We know God's Reign, they themselves, the playing four, they are amazing. They are brilliant. And they mostly have got all the tech boxes marked as well. It's that final hurdle which they're just yet to cross. And I personally believe that always is the right man because he's won multiple titles himself as well.
Agreed, you know, and of course when it comes to the Always, I feel like God's Reign, he is the sorry my personal experience when it comes to Always is a little bit weird because he's the guy that comes in and just, you know, trolls you and just does very, very weird stuff, and he actually trolls me off a couple of times now off the United stage. And I don't know if it's a character or what, but when I see him with his team, he's like the Joker, quote-unquote the Joker, to kind of lighten up the mood, to keep spirits up. And I feel like this is a very, very important thing here, keeping morales up, because that's what we saw a lot of teams coming from BGIS. If their morales are down, boom, the momentum takes a hit. chances for scoring points takes a huge hit, and that is going to completely affect them. And especially now, when it is going to be, quote-unquote, an India-Korea exchange, feels like it might be a little bit pressure, because yesterday, when I was looking at Indian teams, they looked very calm, very relaxed, all in the day's work. After the practice matches, a couple of ping tests coming in here, everyone was feeling a little bit worried today, and especially just now, things were very, very tense behind the stage.
Exactly, both Indian and Korean teams, they're here to take it extremely seriously, and they're actually trying to work out their best strategy. You were talking about always and lifting the mood of the team. I personally call that player the vibe of the team, because he carries the entire team on his shoulders. It's one of the most important things inside of a team as well. But now look at this, we've got Team Revenant on our screens, Fierce, Sensei, MJ. We've seen how these players have transitioned from being just another T1 team into actual super gods, Necro.
That is true. Revenant Esports is over there. Then we've got the players of Blind Esports in front of us too. As I mentioned, the recent addition of S-Power should give this team a little bit more leverage. They should be able to perform much more better, considering S-Power used to be in their core lineup back in the day. So let's see how this type of addition is going to look like, because all these players, they seem like they know each other pretty much well. They seem like they're going to be gelling up pretty much well inside the game as well.
Exactly, and that is what I read from the facial expressions as well. Like, it's all smiles, it's all jokes, and it's all fun right now. But as soon as these players take that flight, get their boarding process to a wrangle, I'm pretty sure things are going to be heated up. But Team Blind, they know how to deal with that pressure.
You know, I like how you talk about boarding passes here, because all of us kind of traveled all the way to New Delhi to actually witness this incredible moment. And it's funny because I want to talk about the scouts of the team. Because no, not scout from Xbox in particular, scouts in the team. The players that actually decide how the team is going to be going, getting information of the team here. Sensei, as well as Pukar, really stands out for me the most during BGIS. And when it comes to the Korean team, there is going to be a little, also, I think, Juni is going to be one of those players that really stand out. Because all these three players and teams in particular, they do have one thing in common, and that is them playing a 1-3 strategy.
And not just that, even Revenant Esports should be part of the conversation, especially when you bring in the scout, right? Sensei is the man who always goes in the front, scouts out the area. That can be a prime example of that. Now, they usually do have like a 3-1 split where Sensei is the only man who goes in the circle, scouts out the position they want to take over. If they do find that, okay, that position's already taken over, then Sensei will convey that call. Guys, the position's taken over. Either we try to go for plan B, or we just straight up hit that compound and try to get it over. We can try to contain that. But you know what? I've got the call as well from the production. The upcoming game is ready, and soon enough, the game will be started as well. I want to know your guys' prediction. Which team do you guys think will be winning the first game?
This is very tough, to be honest here. To be honest, I am deciding between D+ Kia and Gladiator Esports. Safe side. I just picked 2.
You just picked like number 1 and number 1 from the 2 countries. I see. This is unfair.
You just said you're going to be biased towards the Indian teams, and then you picked up D+ Kia and Gladiator.
You gotta go for Gladiator, man.
I like to be very neutral, man. That's why I picked 2. You know, like I'm not gonna give one. I'm just gonna pick 2 because I am a Malaysian here, and I'm gonna pick 2. Yeah.
I mean, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what the predictions are, but one thing is for sure, you can hear that chant in the crowd as well. The first game of the day is going to be beginning soon enough in front of us. Erangel is going to be on the way. As you guys see that beautiful red, and the first game is live.
El Clasico, the map that we all know, and as you can see, the map is going to be starting things off here. And we are going to witness the first potential clash of the Koreans versus India. And this is the BGMI India-Korea Invitationals.
Absolutely. Now I see, look at the flight path. This actually makes things so much more interesting right from the get-go itself. Starts off from the lands of Siverni and ends towards the likes of Milda Power. A flight path which kind of favors the northeastern quadrant of the map a little bit more. And now, since in the pre-show we were talking so much about drop collisions, we're going to have a look at Xbox. We're going to have a look at Medal and their drop locations well, if those early fights are going to break out.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of speculation, right? Considering that this is going to be their first time clashing against each other. There is going to be a lot of collision. And look at this, Georgia Pool seems like there is going to be a lot of team. And Xpark, you've called it as well. They are switching up their strategy. And What is this? Gladiators actually heading towards Zarki?
Exactly.
What?
This is the first time we've seen Gladiator Esports pull a pocket strategy, and I want to see how it's going to be working out. Because usually, even in these type of plain fly paths, Gladiator Esports will still try to aim for that southern side, which is the military base. But no, that's not the case. Instead, we're going to kick things off with a little bit of action. We've got the players of EDS versus Team X Park. And Team X Park right now, they do seem quite settled. They've got their hands on a couple of loot on the beginning loadout. Let's see how the fight's going to kick off.
Well, God's Train starting off with a very, very early collision as well. They did get 2 knocks all the way through. Did they get the full finish? We're not exactly sure until we get the full details. But now, from the perspective of Team X-Part, they're doing fantastically well because they are getting dropped uncontested. But yep, now we have a little bit clear sight on towards God's Train as well as EDS. Blaze dropping down pretty low here. It seems like there is going to be a clash towards Yasnaya, but at the same time, down towards apartments in the middle of the map. We do have the DK versus Blind now.
We saw this coming. We mentioned this as well in the past. There is going to be a drop collision inside school, and that's what has happened. D plus Kia, they're not willing to give this one away. Blind Esports as well. The recent addition of S-Power is going to give these guys even more confidence to go for this early engagement.
But will they go for the fight? That is the question, because they do have an exit strategy. Now, DK... D plus Kia, right, they are on the Rozok side of the school apartments, right? They have a lot of empty terrains to actually cover. But if Blind Esports do manage to actually get out of this position, they can actually climb up the hill, which is on the southern side of school, and get away from this fight. Will they take this early fight or no? We'll find it out later on. But look at this. Team Rocks just driving around like it's nobody's business.
This is the best part, right? These teams have never played against each other, and this is why we're seeing so many unorthodox stuff happening in front of us. Even Rocks Esports, another underdog team. So many people in Korea are going to be looking forward to this team.
This is smart coming from Rocks. Like, it seems like they do want to try and split off a little bit more resources here, but the moment they position themselves on the north side on that particular spot, where you have like 6 apartments, I would say houses here, where you can get very, very high tier loots in a very, very short amount of time. It seems like they do want to try and box TWM and try and get a couple of finishes in. And this is interesting because they only have 2 men, and I don't know if this is intentional coming from Rocks, but it feels like if TWM has a sense of security on what's going on between them, they might force a fight and then just get free 2 finishes right from the get-go.
I highly doubt TWM have that information though, especially with Pumba being in the backlines. They just witnessed Rocks making that early rotation, and it's very hard to predict that only 2 players are going to make that last-ditch move towards of Georgia Pole. But at this point, I'm pretty sure Otto and his comrade who is inside of Georgia Pole, they're kind of stuck right now and they're lost for options. But thankfully, they've got the circle on top of them, and they do not need to make any early ditch moves. But speaking of early moves, it is D plus Kia who is on the receiving lines. It's Team Blind Esports invading the school apartments.
Blind Esports looking for to breach the territory of D plus Kia, but the players are quite defensive for now. The stance is looking pretty good, but the utilities are definitely being exchanged from both the sides. Knuckle as well looking for to toss in that nade, but at least for now, Blind Esports a little bit more on the back foot. They know the defensive stances are going to hurt them in the future.
Oh, this fight has to be very decisive coming from Blind Esports here. They don't really have a lot of mess to work with, but Nako, he's got scouted by Fabian, who's been lurking with the VSS.
From the far away, VSS finds that knock, and here we go. The body hits the floor. D plus Kia find the exact opening they were looking for, and now Nobu too looking for to reposition himself. D plus Kia, they've already got the advantage, but unfortunately for them, even they lost out of Forest a while ago. So right now, the equal advantages on both the sides.
Oh boy, D plus Kia, they really want to try and force the finish right here, but they can't because they don't really have the mats, but the nades, oh, he barely clips Nobu at the edge a little bit, but can they get the reset though? We do see a little bit of heals coming up as well, but Knuckle cooking up on the nade once again, but D plus Kia, they're not going to be able to push this here. They are going to try and force Blind Esports to make a mistake before forcing the fight right now.
Oh, here we go. Oh, now the man's going to be invading the territory. Up close and personal. The utility finds the knockout. Second one hits the deck as well. Nobu, too, falls down. Blind Esports back in their supreme form. One more man to go. Fabian in the back lines. His position's compromised as well. And the only thing Fabian can try to do is try and run for his life. And that's what he's trying to do off. But the utility being pulled out in his hands. The nade might just find a 2-piece. Nade being tossed in the front. Highly doubt Blind Esports is going to fall for that. Another nade tossed in the front lines, but this nade's not going to find the exact opening that Fabian needs. The flashbang was there. Fabian finds the first one. He's going to go for the spoiler as well. Thirst the first man down. Blind Esports down to a 3-man squad, but it's next to impossible to win this fight. Blind Esports with the man advantage. They seal the deal, and we get our first elimination of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, Fabian had to pull off a 1v4 in that situation. This is Blind Esports and their sheer gunpowder. Deepest Kia, we know they're extremely defensive when it actually comes to holding their compounds. We saw that how they were trying to lure Blind Esports into making mistakes, how they were holding their defensive stance on the upper ground, but they could not create that choke point. The nade from Knuckle actually broke the deadlock, and that just completely shifted away the game away from their side.
Speaking of drop collisions here, God's Reign still at the edge with EDS, and this is going to be them trying to starve out EDS and try and gobble them up. And what a way to start date number 1 here, because the Indian teams, they are clashing very hard with the Koreans here. In this case, EDS, do they have what it takes? Because they are all prone not making any kind of information, whereas Blaze is trying to force a reaction by just jumping out so far away from EDS apparently.
Eagle Owls, they know they've got unfriendly neighbors. And I like this split coming in from God's Reign, especially Robin on the backlines. Now, if Eagle Owls don't have that information, I'm pretty sure Blaze, Aquanox and Ninja can hit them from the front lines. We know how strong they are, but Robin's position will be the X factor in this particular fight.
Well, speaking of drop collisions, right, this is the exact same scenario coming from Eagle Owls with Blind Esports earlier today as well, because if you pay attention to the utilities and their mats, they don't really have a lot to work with. So if they force a fight right now, they will take a long time to try and restock those mats as well as potential vehicles, because think about this. This has been going on for at least almost 4 to 5 minutes now, and a lot of teams are slowly making their way towards the next phase of the zone.
Well, they certainly are slowly phasing away to the next phase of the zone, but this fight in Yasnaya, it is going to drag on. And I think to kind of break the deadlock at his team, Eagle also trying to make a move, and Ninja has the nade cooked up.
Oh, the beautiful nade being tossed, and once again the openings being found. God's Reign, the Indian teams are really looking forward to take the aggression against the Koreans. And once again, as God's Reign, they found the opening. One more man is still there, trapped in the front. Ninja John catches the man slip by, and he gets the second knockout as well. God's Reign, way to kick things off even for them. 3 finishes wrapped up in this fight. One more man to go. God's Reign, they're on a hunt, they're on a prowl to find this last guy, but Sivu, he's trying his best to fight back once again. Utilities being tossed in the front line. He does find another knockout. God's Reign, they're getting picked off slowly and steadily, limb by limb. They might just be dismantled by this one single man from Eagle Owls. And now the prowl's being made. Now the charge is being made from Sivu, but it's not going to matter. A return hit from Robin will seal the deal against the players of Eagle Owls.
A big win for India in game 1. 2 Korean teams out rather early, right from the get-go in this early drop collision. And who would have thought that D plus Kia takes a big blow, being the first team knocked out from this map itself, and to join them is going to be Eagle Owls, and God's Reign is going to be very happy about this here for an early 4 finish.
It's not just God's Reign as well, even Blind, right? Both these two teams, they're just extremely happy at the moment. Necro, is this what you call Indian hospitality, my friend?
Yes, this is what I call it. The aggression at its finest, and also the home turf advantage these guys are getting. But you know what? Speaking about all that stuff, now Icy went for D plus Kia as his prediction, right? And D plus Kia getting eliminated off the bat like that. Do you think so? It's a little bit of caster curse?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a caster curse as well. We've been on the wrong end of this take for majority of other tournaments. I think this time it's your turn for the next 3 days. Just be very careful about who you predict.
But of course, in case you guys missed out on the action, let's talk a little bit more on the recap on how things actually happened between Blind Esports as well as D plus Kia, right? This fight was interesting because they both shared the same collision, and in terms of resources as well, you can see it was extremely limited. Yes, guns, they can get it, but mets and utilities was very, very lacking as well. And even though D plus Kia, they had the opening, they just didn't have the enough utilities to actually full commit because they don't have the mets.
One more thing over here that can be said is that the Korean teams are struggling to adapt on the fly.
Oh yeah.
And this is where the Indian teams are getting the advantage. God's Reign, one of the most aggressive force inside the entire Indian region. They shut down one Eagle Owls, and then towards the school side, another team that's supposed to be the freak of natures, they shut down the best Eagle Eyers, which are of course going to be the players of D plus Kia.
A very stark difference between the Indian teams and the way Korean teams approach the game is Korean teams, they're late aggressors inside the circle, right? And I think very defensive, and this early engagement, this early fight, which Blind Esports and God's Reign forced out of their opposition, I think that kind of caught them off guard. They were not expecting to fight so early.
Exactly. I mean, both the teams of the Korean region were just playing put in that entire compound. They were not even the one to make the move, but instead the Indian teams were the one to breach inside that territory, to breach inside that privacy and shut them down in their place.
Agreed. And this is interesting coming from Gladiator Esports, right? Because initially when they first started out this journey, they came into a Zarki and then they slowly traversed into a Severny to try and conquer the north. And little did they know, they have so much information on how this northern terrain is going to be looking like. But when it comes to the map, it's going to be a little bit different here because we are about 20 seconds left before the next shift. So is it going to be a northern one or is it going to be a center one? Because as of now, from Doksan Esports, they are going to do what they're known for. And there has been rumors as well. Doksan Esports, they are the type of teams to tank the first two circles outside and then prioritize center circle on the third and fourth zone.
And to be honest, they don't really have any compulsion as well. The entirety of the southern part of the circle, as we can see from the map, ladies and gentlemen, is sort of empty. They don't really have to force the move or force the position out of it as well. We can see Revenant Esports in front of our screens as well. Now, this is one of the teams whom I was sort of expecting to be a little aggressive, Necro, considering the playstyle change that we witnessed in BGI's Grand Finals. But it seems like they've taken a different route. They have steered away from all the early collisions that we've seen so far.
You know, at the same time here, this is going to be map shift. Seems like it is going to be centered towards the middle side as well. Blind Esports, they pretty much loot up school and they are making their way towards Rozak. And of course, Rozak, the top side here, the warehouse, does have one of the strongest vantage points. But at the same time, very, very little cover from certain long-range angles. So if teams decide to take towards the northern section here, which is the southern side of shooting range, there is a lot of compounds where you kind of sneak your way, gather information. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, especially X-Park, is still going to have a little bit of problems trying to get out of Georgia Bowl later on.
Revenant Esports tapping away against the players of Metal Esports, and Metal Esports is another one of those teams that will be breaking a lot of sweat in the upcoming stages of the game. And EMT taking shots against NS Red Force. That's just going to be a clear takeaway for the players of Red Force, no issues.
Yeah, to be honest, NS Red Force, I'm personally very excited to watch this team play, especially up against our Indian counterparts, because we've heard so much about these players. We've heard so much about XYZ, we've heard so much about Sporta as well. Sporta speaking, while speaking with the Korean casters as well, he mentioned that Sporta is one of the best players in their region. Now, I want to see that skill in display.
Yeah, I agree. Sporta, definitely the main highlight coming from NS Red Force, right? And at the same time, I think yesterday's practice match, you know, XYZ really wowed us with a couple of snippets here. Here's a little bit of spoiler for you guys. He has one of the most insane long-range sprayer. His tracking is so good to a point that he was able to get 1 to 2 knocks with just a red dot AK spray across like 200 meters away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the AUG spray was quite phenomenal, especially from that guy. And considering, you know, AUG is one of those weapons that is quite good to control the recall on as well.
Oh, yeah, it was
but
the
still,
AUG.
Yeah, but still, him being able to control and trace that vehicle so perfectly with just a red dot is something that really astonished all of us. And speaking about Sporta, this is the best player Korean region has to offer. I want to see what Sporta has got in his backpack in the future.
Hey, Negro, I actually wonder, I mean, since Sporta has actually been proclaimed the best player of their region, who do we call the best player of our region? I mean, we've got to name a crown, give the crown to the king.
I would say Ninja Jod.
Ninja Jod?
I think Destro.
So, Ninja Jod. You think Destro?
There's so
like
many under the...
Yeah, there's just so many. It's really tough. But the only reason why I said Ninja Jod is because he was the MVP of the entire thing that just happened, which was BGS in the past. Before now, speaking about past stuff, we've got the replay of the fight that was happening between the players of God's Reign and Eagle Owls. I mean, the last man tried his best to fight back, tossed in a couple of utils, was not really able to find the ending that he wanted to. But hey, at least the game one is sort of done and dusted for that team.
To be honest, there's something interesting which is happening inside. Interesting development inside of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. So I love to call the Rozak River the the equator of this particular circle, right? It divides the circle into two different halves. And the northern part, the northern island of Erangel, is completely deserted. You just have two teams. You've got Gladiators and you've got Team X-Park. Now, X-Park, they're holding the central part just north of Rozak on the other side of this particular stream. I think this is one of the best positions to hold. But what they can make out of the situation, especially if the circle goes south, I'm not really sure about it.
To be honest, let's give you guys a little bit of live update on where all the teams approximately are as of now, right?
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the map as well, at least about 60% of the team are on the southern approach. But this is the most difficult point right now because right in the middle is going to be the river Rozok. So we are going to be expecting potential submarine strategies being implemented by the teams in particular. So I guess they don't really want to, put all their eggs in a basket and just commit to a place where they might use up all their vehicles and then maybe, think about going for a submarine strategy, which might result in them being too late.
That is true, but you know what, speaking about X-Park, you can instantly see that transition of Scout coming into play. All the 4 players are playing congested. If you remember, in BGIS, X-Park like to spread out.
Yeah.
They like to claim a lot of the territory. But this time, now that Scout's in play, all the 4 players are just in that one single compound. This in itself just showcases what type of mentality Team X-Park is going to be moving on forward inside this entire competition.
Exactly. It's stark difference against God's Reign as well, right? God's Reign, all of their players, they're way apart from each other because they have the information that the Northern Island is more or less deserted, right? But this also sort of gives them the advantage because the Asnaya Polyana, from where they actually came out, it sort of is like the connecting land. So they kind of have rotation paths towards both ends of the circle if it does rotate, but I'm still waiting on it. Still not here, 30 more seconds before we actually see the next circle shift.
This is interesting coming from God's Reign as well as Gladiator, right? You talk about the northern approach as well. Because they've been driving around for the longest of time, they've got so much information on the northern section being clear. And this puts them in a very, very good spot because they can dictate what they want to do if the circle shifts north. Because once that happens, they pretty much have full control of just completely setting up ambush for any team to try and force their way to a fight. But, however, 10 seconds left before this next circle shift. This is going to completely decide everyone's decision in this 3 seconds here. Map coming up right now. Where is it going to be? Seems like it is going to... Oh, no! What? This is going to hurt everyone in the middle because we are not going to see the submarine strategy, but we are going to see a lot of open field fights. Nook and crannies and ruins.
I see Double Z and Duxan. These 2 teams are in the prime control of this circle. And they've also got so much landmass to play around with. All the other teams that are going to be the late breachers, they're going to struggle the hell out.
One thing which Team DS actually did pretty fine was that they were just holding the edges of the circle. But as soon as the hard shift comes by, all of these players rush in and try and get that advantageous spot. But it seems like we have some sort of an action in front of us. Some gunshots, which we can hear from the distance. It's going to be towards Everest. And Rattel has a little bit of ants.
Yeah, it's interesting how TWM is taking a very, very long approach out of the mountain, right? It's very, very out of the way, but considering that they have a little bit of a high ground advantage, that it does give them a little bit more information. Meanwhile, X-Park, guys from the north, they are trying to travel across here. We do see a little bit of information gathering coming from the Korean teams, but at the same time, can they make it into the next phase as well? Because there is so much choke points in this zone because of this shift.
And to be honest, this entire circle sort of is like in the open terrains, not a lot of real estate to actually capture for. So all the nooks and crannies and all the ridges, majority of them will be occupied. And at the heart of it lies Team Double Z. But we do have Team NS Red Force on our screen. They're yet to make a move towards the circle itself. But it seems like their life will be made difficult by the presence of Maro Gaming and EMTX Stormex. Because both these 2 teams, all that they're trying to do is just trying to gatekeep the edges, prevent teams from rotating. While Team Blind, their rotation from school to Rozok is going to make their life easier. I can't really say the same for NS Red Force.
While we were speaking, Revenue Esports, even they lost out on one of their own comrades, so this is going to be a little bit of a stinger for the players of Revenue Esports because it's one of those teams that likes to play a lot on that map control, and they like to keep all their players alive till the late game situation if they're looking for to win that game. But now the Revenue Esports down to a 3-man squad, I want to see how quick adaptations are going to be flowing in from their side.
There's so much question marks that is actually circling around all the Korean teams right now here because even here in NS Red Force here, they're trying to get information, but there's not a lot to work with because everyone is playing so passively in this position. And even X-Park right now, they're deciding to take a little bit of a late circle rotation to try and wait it out to thin the numbers before making their entry into the next phase.
This is such a wise move coming in from Team X-Park as well, and I think Necro was spot on when he said Team X-Park, they're going to be on the back foot majority of the game before starting to actually transition into a more aggressive game. They took that entire zone damage, third circle Necro by the way, they took zone damage, they came in from the northern part of Rozok, they rotated all the way through the blue zone and now they're towards Gatka.
This is the same thing if you remember that they did it back in the day in Vikendi in BGI. bias, and this is the same type of play style. Once again, Scouts trying to implement inside these type of games as well. Metal Esports going for that desperate rotation out the blue.
You know, this is interesting because Metal Esports is doing exactly what Xmark is doing just now, because they might actually meet up in towards the Gadka region, and if this happens, both sides are going to take some serious heavy fire if they do not play it as well. But as of now, that is going to be the southwest corner. Let's talk about the east side, because NSR, they finally made their way in. Big Brothers do find themselves a little bit of a southern watchtowers here around the water tower, so that is going to give them a little bit more of a sentry point for this southern approach. So for now, they're playing safe. They are going to try and get information around them.
Metal Esports and
There
Team
it
X
comes.
Park, the battle breaks out, and this rotation clash is something that Team X Park is definitely going to enjoy, considering Team X Park, they're in a much more advantageous spot compared to the players of Metal Esports, and X Park, they've got a beautiful cover to play with. What a beautiful nade that was from Aditya, finds another one. This is magnificent. Team X Park now looking forward to find the second knockout as well. Metal Esports down to just a two-man squad, and X Park, it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They keep the pedal to the metal, but then a third party as well is hitting them.
This is called early movers advantage. Team X Park were the ones who actually moved inside this particular dip early, and now they've got all the cover in the world to actually play around. Team Metal Esports did not expect Team X Park to actually pull this rabbit out of the hat, and I think that kind of make them problems.
They have to wrap this up quickly as well, because now the time is not of the essence. There's so much noise being made as well, and guess who's going to be third partying this? It is going to be Duksan Esports and Team X Park. They've used up most of their utilities. They still have 6 smokes, but like I said, they are still the furthest away from this next phase of the zone.
As you mentioned, the time is of the essence, and even the circle moves away from them. They do not really have a lot of time anyways. Duksan Esports, they've got a beautiful split to play around with, a 3-1 split. They are covering the entire fight. They sort of have a live broadcast going on right now, and Duksan's actually going to be the one to claim that elimination point. So Paradox's elimination point is being stolen away by Duksan, and this team right now in the outskirts is definitely creating so much problem, even for X Park and Metal Esports. They're trapped.
Oh no, they need to get out here. Metal Esports, they lose top dog. Oh boy, that's going to be a knock coming in as well. X-Part, they are going to try and finish off as well. Kyoya, they're going to be the last man standing for Metal. Sarang getting knocked as well. So Team X-Part, they are going to be able to get the reset for now. But like I said, they need to get out very, very soon.
One more man to go in the name of Kyoya, and this is going to be a tough exit for the players of Metal Esports. A tough pill to swallow indeed. And Kyoya is already trying to back away from this entire spot. Kyoya knows if he wants to secure as many points as possible, he needs to keep his position anonymous, and that's what he's trying to do. Utilities being tossed in towards Kyoya, but he should be safe at least for now.
He will be safe, as a matter of fact, but the problem is, how can he actually find the exit spot? Because you just see what DS is doing, right? They're still lingering around. They still have that marker on the radar as well. Team X-Park, they know their priorities have changed, and they once again will have to take a longer rotation, try and evade the players of DS, and then try and make the move. But no, wait, they actually stepped down from the vehicle. Kyoya has been finished off.
Within a flash, the entirety of Metal Esports, even they hit the floor, and this is not looking too good, because Team X-Park as well, now they're being held off at bay, they're being held into the blue, and Vino, at this point in time, the stage is going to be dealing a lot of damage, so Team X-Park, they need to be quick on their wheels.
Well, they definitely do, because as of now, they are the furthest away from the zone, and guess what? The next phase zone is going to be on the outskirts of ruins. If they do not find a very nice spot to kind of clash their way and reset their momentum here, they are going to get completely messed up. But meanwhile, Duksan, they actually lost a member, and that's going to be Gladiators that comes in swinging onto Zipian and getting himself a finish.
Zipian knocked out Gladiator Esports. It is supposed to be one of the most aggressive teams, and also the best team Indian region has to offer. Duksan, this fight is definitely quite interesting, but then Revenue Esports, they find themselves in the midst of all of this.
Oh my goodness, Fierce!
Eventually gets wiped out. Revenue Esports is going to be the one to put the full stop on the fairy tale of Gladiator Esports. Fierce is the man to put that nail in the coffin.
But it's not going to stop, because Duksan Esports, they've actually cornered down both Team X-Park as well as God's Reign. And utility warfare, smoke clouds being laid upon. Team X-Park just barely breathing at this point, but God's Reign, they still want to charge in on them as the circle just moves away. All of these teams, they're barely breathing life into this game right now.
Now, speaking of which, here, X-Park, they are in a lot of pressure. Scout going to be picked up for now. Oh, no, sorry, not actually picked up. No, he actually got picked up, so they are going to be able to get a reset, but still, they are still on the furthest end of the next phase zone, because Circle is going to be shifting towards ruins, and that is going to be difficult, because whoever is hunkering on top of that Churchill, they are going to be the dominating team. In this case, Big Brothers is already in that position.
Man advantage in the hands of Godsreed, but the nade's going to equalize things. And this is where Team X Park, they've already lost their scout in the name of Pukar. So Team X Park, they've got so many hurdles to deal with. Another nade tossed in. We'll find the confirmation. Team X Park looking forward to shut down the entirety of Godsreed. The utilities have been on point. And Team X Park, they're not stopping anytime soon. Scout OP, even Saran gets knocked out from X Park, but he should be back upon his feet. But unfortunately for them, the wall of death is moving in slowly and steadily from the back. So X Park, they need to be quick.
They certainly have to be quick, but you have to give credit to Team X Park for that particular recovery. There were at least 4 or 5 teams in that southwestern quadrant of this particular circle, and I'm pretty sure X Park, having managed to retain 2 of their players, still making the rotation towards the circle itself, that's going to make the life so much easier. Even as a matter of fact, look at God's Reign, right? They've got 7 finishers already, but right now the problem is none of these teams will actually find an entry point inside the circle because it's all Big Brothers written on top of it.
Now, this is going to give you guys a little bit more context. Look at Big Brothers here, the team that everyone kind of underestimated coming in towards this India-Korea Invitational. This is a little bit of chatter between the teams. Guess what? Big Brothers, they were number 2 during BGIS for a reason, and now they've got so much space, so much information to work with, and even God's Reign as well. They're just so afraid to push on it. And guess what? Ninja Jot, down on the south side as well, they do get a kill onto his Pukar, which is huge for them right now.
Exactly, Ninja Jot being able to start things off on a fantastic note. This man has gotten 6 elimination points all to himself, and he's of course carrying the team single-handedly on his back. Blaze gets knocked out. This is not looking too good. It's all down to Ninja Jot. He does find himself a little bit of rock to play around with, but it's not going to matter. It's going to be that bullet that whizzes past him and finds him. That stray bullet catches him.
EMT, Stormex, you've got NSR, you've got Big Brothers, and you've got Double Z. All of these teams, they've hunkered down inside of Ruins, and now they've actually made it their fortress, and they're fighting for their throne. They're fighting for the supremacy of the heart of this Ruined Circle. It's all out in the open. There's not really a lot of sidelines, which they are going to be in. But June still wants to use the utility. He spotted a majority of the players from Double Z, and he's trying to take them down.
One man standing, Junie, the representative for South Korea. Doksan Esports, he is going to try his best to actually stop double Zack in his vicinity. And it's interesting to see that he does find a very, very nice nuke for himself, but his vehicles are pretty much blown to smithereens. However, Big Brother, down towards the northern section here, if he decides to over-aggressively pick this, he might be able to pick Junie off as a freebie for himself.
That is true. Double Z. This team is now going to be looking forward to move on forward. 2Z, they know it's just a one man in the front lines. No need to fear a lot against that guy. They do want to make this push happen, but at the same time, they do not know what sort of other angles are being created on top of them. So they're really that underconfident to make the push. But eventually, K pushes out, and that's it. The FAMAS to strike the man down.
16 players and 6 teams remain inside of this 6th circle, ladies and gentlemen. And the surprising part is there's just one Indian team, and that's going to be Big Brother Esports. Majority of them are going to be Korean teams. NSR coming in from the right-hand side. I love the patience play, which is coming in from their side. Big Brother still have the advantage in terms of the topography. But how long will they be able to hold on to it, especially with the artillery warfare that is coming in against them?
Well, EMT now, they are going to be picking the rest of the Korean teams as well. We're down towards the final 5 teams with 15 left alive. Big Brother Esports, they're coming down from their high horses to go down to clean out. They are the kings of the north. Meanwhile, waiting right beside them is going to be NSR, and look like this. Rishi, he has a very, very dirty angle alongside with Uzumaki, but at the same time, Rishi not going to be able to get into his safety here. Uzumaki makes it across. But, of course, when it comes to NSR, they are going to be gatekeeping Rishi and Saif, and in this case, they are going to be in a lot of trouble right now.
The strategy for Big Brothers Esports would be to try and evade the fights and try and make a longer rotation inside the circuit.
They need to run.
Oh no, from the back, they get shot at. A third party comes in, Winx gets knocked out. One more to go. NSR, the man gets confirmed as well. Big Brother Esports, Uzumaki lays his hands on that elimination point. Big Brother Esports, way to go for this upcoming fight as well. NSR, they find another knockout on the front lines. Tizzy going for that hip fire to get the confirmation rolling up, but it's going to be a little bit of a daunting task. NSR, they're so desperate to get these elimination points wrapped up. Utility being tossed to the front. Uzumaki steps away in the nick of time, and that's why might just be alive, but as soon as I say that, Tizzy catches him slip by. Uzumaki knocked out. Sarvin still in the back lines. One more utility being tossed in the front.
Beautiful.
It's not gonna matter. Tizzy, he gets hit back and he gets slapped to the ground. Sporta in the front, and SR, they're getting pushed up by two players. Sporta versus two players. So the players of Big Brother Esports pulls out the DBS. Wants to
No
go for the
way,
jump
Sporta!
shot. Sporta fights one. He
More.
wants to go for the second one as well.
No, the
This
jump
is
shot.
the best player that North Korea, that South Korea has to offer, and this is where things are getting a little bit tough.
Oh my goodness, Sporta, you're an absolute monster here. How? You shouldn't be alive. You were surrounded. Uzumaki was so focused as well. And guess what? Uzumaki actually got knocked by EMT. This is the perfect moment for Sporta to pick himself up. But the zone is coming in. TZ, will he be picked up? No, he's forced to run out and he is going to lose control. But for now, he manages to sneak past his way through. Big Brother says, we are going to reset as well, but EMT is there to stop it as well. I am in. Wait for the push. Sarvin says, we are going to go all in, and he is going to get taken out. Final two teams right
Top
now.
two teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. NSR is one of those, and MTech Stormex at this point in time, no one's going to be stopping this team because they're already marching towards that victory. Last man's positions capitalized. Sporta is a man who has tasted the blood, but it's not going to matter. Even he bites the dust, and that's it. It's going to be the players of MTech Stormex who will be able to kick things off in a fantastic note. A Korean team strikes in the best fashion.
Absolutely, and to be honest, the last battle that we witnessed, in fact the entirety of the last circle as well, it was a Korean showdown. And of course, look at this, the smiles and the flag being waved right from the get-go itself. Now this is something which you would want, right? Every team out here, they're representing their nation, they're representing their teams as well, and I'm pretty sure both NSR as well as EM Tech Stormix, they've left us with a mark, especially the move from Sporta. What was that, IC?
Dude, there was some very, very sick movements coming from Sporta, man. His micro decision, his jiggles with his crouch button as well was so spot on. And when he went for the jump pump, he immediately got the full finisher. And technically, Big Brothers should have won that fight because if Uzumaki was able to hold that angle up top and provide him cover, it would be great. But it's so unlucky because the timing for him, when he did that, he was picked off by M-Tech on the other side of South side. It's just so unlucky because technically, he shouldn't have gotten away with it.
I mean, as I mentioned, though, the first game will never fail to astonish us, and that's what has happened. So many astonishing moments, so many surprising moments that happened, drop collisions off the bat, but as we do have the IRL highlights, these are the crowds that were cheering during the first initial battles that happened.
Exactly. I mean, speak of initial battles as well, right? Blind Esports and God's Reign inside of school and Yasna Polyana respectively. How beautiful were those fights? And we were speculating that Korean teams might struggle in taking those internal collisions right from the get-go. Indian teams, they're aware of how drop fights actually work, and we saw that ambush coming into play. We saw the skill coming into play as well. The defensive mindset from the Korean teams not really being successful up front, but in the late game stage, that kind of amounted to really good success.
Yeah, when it comes to mid and late game, that's going to be the priority coming from the Korean teams, and they've talked about it multiple times. NSR has kind of showed their cards really, really well, especially in the northern side as well. Big Brothers, they were conquering on terms of all. They had the best central circle in terms of information, but when it comes to zoning people here, the Koreans, they really find ways to actually punish people, and it's ridiculous because considering how they actually played it, I feel like they understand that terrain a little bit better, because if you think about it here, Ruins is not exactly an easy terrain to play, even with vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way NSR moved inside the final fight, right, it kind of resembles microorganisms. I don't know why. I just want to involve biology into this, but it actually does, right? One of the players will slip past Big Brothers and the defenses, while the rest of them will try and use as many utility as they possibly can. Of course, NSR could have potentially got that chicken dinner, but EM Tech, Stormex, they're the ones who actually took it all away.
Now, you guys were speaking a lot about the defensive strats, right? And I think so Big Brother Esports should be mentioned here as well, because even this team was playing so passive defensive. They were just trying to hold on to that centric spot of the circle. But you know what, as we do on forward and take a look at the highlights, this is how the action really kicked off. We anticipated this fight inside school, and this is what exactly happens. Both these teams are quite stubborn. Now, all I want to find out is if this drop collision is going to keep on happening even in the future.
Well, it might happen because considering the fact that the next map they're going to be playing here is going to be, I believe, a Miramar. So it's going to be their first time playing as well. So we are going to be expecting a lot of early potential drop collisions. But for now, this map in particular, India has pretty much won their early engagements. But what was very interesting was that I do see a lot of adaptations coming from X-Park and Metal, because these are the two biggest changes from BGIS in terms of their drop spots and playstyles right now.
Unfortunately, the adapting teams, they collided against each other when they were the ones who were supposed to be the surprise package. For Metal Esports, Team X-Park just became the surprise package as well. Even for Gladiators, as a matter of fact, could not really make that impact coming in from the Northern Hemisphere.
That is true. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I genuinely feel like, considering these guys are playing against Korean, even the Indian teams are switching up their strategies.
Yeah.
We haven't seen these players rotate at this time in time inside the circle, especially Gladiator Esports that you brought up. This is one of those teams that does not think so much. They make decisions on the flash, they make decisions on the move, but over here, Gladiator Esports, they take such a late game rotation once again inside this game of Wrangle.
I think Gladiators kind of, in fact, not Gladiators, it was Duskin Esports who kind of adapted the gameplay which we are used to seeing from Gladiator Esports, just holding the edge lines, trying to create the space, and once you have the space, you dictate rotations from other teams as well. But look at this, from the highlights as well, Big Brother Esports, Saf in particular, was just extremely brilliant with the...
And not just that, speaking of Gladiator Esports, even they switched the playstyle at the last moment, right? And this, the highlight of the day, Sporta, this man, as I mentioned, the Korea has to offer. This is the best player out there.
Yeah, he is indeed the best player here, because technically NSR shouldn't have been able to pull it off, but with that play coming from Sporta and a little bit of help for MTech, they were able to secure top 2, and it is insane considering how it went down. It could have gone either ways, but eventually Korea comes out on top for game number 1. And this is a good start, because we were worried about whether or not are they going to be able to adapt to the BGMI strategies, the Indian strat. In this case, you know, their hospitality in the early game kind of messed them up a little bit here for some of the teams, but of course, mid to late game is something that Korea has been emphasizing on, especially from the Korean casters as well.
Yeah, and to be honest, something which is very spectacular is that the Korean teams, right, we're talking about how the composure in the late game phase is sort of helping them. The hard shift which came in during the 4th and the 5th circle, I think that kind of took majority of these teams off guard, the Indian teams off guard, but the Korean teams, they knew exactly what to do, right? If you were to break down Ducks in Esports, right, they were holding the edge lines, but as soon as the circle shifts south, they knew that, all right, this is our territory right now. All of them storm and find that good spot. Even Double Z, as a matter of fact, they were the ones who were holding the central part for such a long time. This is the composure that we're talking about.
Duxton and Double Z, these guys had the most amount of control inside the late game scenario, and I think so there's a reason why X-Park and Metal Esports this fight elongated for such a long time as well. If you remember, Duxton was the one just taking shots from the far away, and Paradox was actually stolen away by that. I mean, if Paradox wasn't stolen away, that could have been +1 point for X-Park, you know? That could have made them feel a little bit better.
You know, maybe in terms of that points here, but of course, there is a lot of what-ifs, could-have, should-have situation in this scenario here. But what I do know is that there has been a little bit different approach in strategy, right? Let's talk about Doksan. Doksan, they try to abuse the prone strategy where you give you this like zero recoil kind of into its like shots when it comes to space, like 200 more stability, like 250, 300 meter shot. They were abusing it, but at the same time, they couldn't exactly execute it properly because of the fact of how the terrains forced them out of open terrains on the southern side of the circle, right?
That is true. I mean, Salty might know this, but I'm a person who does not really like to judge anything on just a game 1. I would say over here, teams are still trying to know what exactly is going on. They're trying to get the lay of the land, and I'm pretty sure, it's understandable. There was a drop collision. The Korean teams lost, but I'm pretty sure they're going to take this as a lesson, and the upcoming games, they will try to adapt even in a better way.
I mean, if we're speculating about drop collisions, I can't really wait for the next wrangle to actually begin, because I want to see D+ and their reaction, because they're supposed to be one of the best teams from this particular region, and I'm pretty sure they're going to take this early battle with a pinch of salt, and they have some sort of a response prepared for themselves.
I'm sorry, Korea casters curse, but please don't hate me. I'm sorry.
I see. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I have one more thing to add on. Now, Gladiator Esports, they dropped all the way on the northern side. Flat path. And Duxton was the one who dropped down south. Now, imagine if the plate flat path's going to be starting all the way from down south. There will be a drop collision between Duxton and Gladiator Esports, and I am so pumped to see that.
Well, that might be a case here if that is going to be the area Gale for now. But for now, we are going to be focusing on Miramar a little bit more here. What kind of adaptations are going to be made here? Because I do caught a little bit glimpse in terms of play styles between similarities between both Gladiator Esports as well as Red Force. Because they are the types here, they do kind of react on the fly on information, right? They're always on the move here, getting information and then act upon what is gathered, right? Gladiator, they like to do hit and run strategies. But MTech, they are, sorry, NS Red Force, they do not do that. They're the type that when they rotate, they want to find the best position first and then force a fight.
This is what I noticed as well. They know a difference between a good fight and a bad fight in a really good way. And if they do take a fight, they will fully commit to it. If they do not take a fight, they will not even try to think about it. So that's a really good sign of a good team. But what do you think?
To be honest, NSR, like if you actually look at the Erangel game and try and develop parallels, right? They were completely absent from the entirety of the action for majority of the time period, right? They were just trying to focus themselves on finding good placements.
Yes.
Now this is the game plan which we laid upon for the Korean teams right in the pre-show, that they're going to be late aggressors inside the circle. Now they knew, as a matter of fact, inside that final one, Big Brothers had the biggest advantage. That was their biggest target, and that's how they did it, right? They tried to breach through Big Brothers and their defenses and get that best spot from the circle itself for themselves. It did not really work out on the map of Erangel in a way which they wanted. MTech Stormx had other plans, but I'm hoping that in the map of Miramar, maybe in other maps as well, for NSR, things are going to be better, because I'm starting to love this team a little bit. Especially, it might be Sporta's brilliance, individual brilliance, but I'm starting to love this team a little bit.
And speaking about Miramar, you guys saw yesterday's practice games, right? There's a drop collision in Picado, baby. And I just cannot wait for Miramar to start
he's
as well.
speculating, man. Don't believe him, man. It might happen, it might not happen. You know, it keeps the mind thinking for a little bit here. And now let's talk a little bit more the difference in terms of play styles as well. I just gave you guys Gladiator as well as NS Raid Force. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more the team that got the chicken dinner, and that's going to be MTech Stormx, right? Because when it comes to MTech Stormx, they are very good in playing a defensive position, because if you think about it here, when they were the kings of the South in that particular situation, and in that position, they were able to win every single fight in that vicinity and then push into the final zone. Whereas Big Brothers, they were the kings of the North, but they were very, very heavily underfight by every single one.
Hey, I think so these guys are actually playing a custom lobby themselves. Are they trying to do a 4v4 TDM? I would want to join that.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not really sure if we are better than them. I mean, if we're not, then it might just be a little bit of an embarrassment, Necro. Let's keep our skills underground and not just give it to you.
I think so. We all English desks should actually go and try to TDM battle some of the random viewers that are currently over here in the arena.
Sure. That sounds like a pretty fun time. You know, that they will be very, very excited to bully us, but at the same time, we've got a job to do, and that is going to be entertaining you guys watching at home. Let us know who do you guys think is going to be winning the next chicken dinner, and I would like to see what it goes, because who knows, we might pop up some of your predictions up on screen. You know, not making any promises, just speculating a little bit here. But
let's not talk about predictions from your end, at least.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because I mean,
he's going to flame you like that, huh?
TWM.
I love the spirit. This is one of the reasons why I love Ice. You know, no matter how bad the predictions are, no matter how bad the predictions are, he's still going to try. And this is how you learn, right? You make bad predictions, eventually you're going to progress towards good predictions.
I want to know one thing. You went with TWM, so you think that even if TWM gets eliminated, it's not going to be that big of a damage, or what?
No, I'm just going to make sure that TWM is going to win the chicken dinner. Like, they have the strongest online social presence, man. I just want to support the crowd, man, even though they might hate me for it. But yeah, TWM.
TWM. You know what? Under gods is the way to go. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, the point standings of the previous game is in front of us. And EMT with the highest points secured, 24.
Yeah, I mean, 24, look at that. NSR as well, right? 17 points right off the get-go. Big Brothers and TWM in the third and the fourth spot. You can see those Indian flags, 15 and 10 points respectively. And look at the finish counter for TWM as well. Did not really focus much on it. Just 2 finish points, but 8 position points. Now, if this team actually keeps it forward, good for them. Double Z as well, 10 points. God's Reign at 9. Revenant at 7. Team X Park at 6.
Yep, and of course on the second half as well, Blind Esports on 9th place here with 6 points. Maru 10th place with 4 points, shared with DS as well. Gladiator on 12th place here with 2 points. Rocks on 1 point, DK 1 point, Metal, and also Eagle Hours 0 on the bottom side. So it seems like there has been a lot of discomfort on the bottom half here, but it seems like on the first half, a majority of the Indian teams still has that kind of consistency as an opening here for game number 1. But let's talk about the MVP of the match here. is going to be none other than Ninja himself.
Exactly. I mean,
6
you guys
finishes in
asked
the
me.
match.
You guys asked me which is the best player Indian region has to offer, and I think so. Ninja Jot is definitely the best player we have to offer over here from our side, because this guy has been the MVP even in the BGIs, and now he's also the MVP in the first game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Ninja has been in top form. This is like 2019-2020 Ninja Jot, which we actually witnessed, and once again he's sort of coming up. You saw the cheer from the crowd as well. Every time they see Ninja, he's sort of become like the eye candy for every single one of the fans who is just present. But look at this, Yon from Team EMT, 6 finishes as well. MJ with 4. Sarang is also there from Team X Park. Now, majority of these teams, even Team Blind as a matter of fact, we witnessed them win their early engagements, but something went wrong in the mid game. They could not really adapt on that northeastern part of the circle, and that is what I'm really concerned about, because Blind Esports, they've got the gunpowder right now sorted with S-Power and his addition, of course, but if they do not plan out the rotations well, they might actually struggle in a similar way they did in the BGS Grand Finals.
You know, to be honest, when it comes to rotations here, you can't blame them all, because that circle was a very, very difficult one to play here. It's not a traditional open-ended circle where there's a lot of entry points, right? It started where it opened up so big right in the middle, and because of that, it caused a very, very huge shift between Rozak, which decided maybe, is this going to be an open field mountain terrain battle, or is it going to be an urban battle, or is it going to be like the plains of Gatka? But guess what? When they shift towards ruins here, it immediately stops so many choke points here, in a sense where the entry points to enter the ruins is divided by the river, divided by the water town, divided by I would say Everest. They're also divided by the open players Gatka. Because of that, it kind of limited so much options, which kind of resulted in a lot of teams expending a lot of resources right from the get-go before entering here. So all things considered, a pretty mess up circle, but still props to us at EMT.
That is true, especially that hold from EMT, right? We mentioned this. Playing that defensive structure actually worked out pretty phenomenal for them, and the circle shifting down south. This is something a lot of the teams were actually speculating as well, because majority of the teams were actually on the southern side. And I think so this is the main reason why Gladiator Esports as well just got screwed up, considering they were playing from the northern.
All the way to
and
the
when
north.
they try to rotate down south, it was just a big screw up, because we know in the late game situations, if you're going to be quick on your feet inside the circle, if you're going to find a good spot for yourself, you can hold teams off at bay. And that's what happened with Team X Park, Metal Esports, Gladiator Esports, even TWM, as a matter of fact.
I mean, especially in the mid game as well, right? Team X Park, Metal Esports, I'm sort of expecting them to kind of change their approach a little bit, maybe try and take a little bit more aggressive route, because we saw what actually happens. Teams are thinking similar, and to sort of change that, you need a little bit of an X factor. I think with the roster changes and with Scouts Edition, with X Park, maybe we can witness something different. But we're just a minute away from Miramar getting launched and locked and loaded. What are going to be your predictions? You just said TWM, by the way. Are you going to going?
Okay,
Are you going forward with it?
TWM for Indian team, for Korea team.
No,
I would say
one.
Doksan Esports again.
Is that allowed, Necro?
Hey,
nah, man,
I
it's
gotta choose
supposed
two
to be
countries,
just
man.
One, just one. It's
I'm gonna
supposed
choose
to be just one. But you know what? I want your prediction. Just one.
I'm going to go with NSR.
Okay, I would say that's a pretty solid pick. I'm going to go with D plus Kia. I think so. The first game, that stung them quite hard. The second game is going to be the redemption time, baby.
It definitely has to be, but for that to happen, they will have to survive the early collision if it does happen, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, you can look at these lovely faces. Everyone is just so ready for it, and I am ready as well. The casters are ready, and I'm pretty sure, Necro, you're ready as well.
Yep, and of course, without further ado, we are going to be jumping into its map number 2, the second map of the day here for the BGMI India Career Invitationals here. The clash of the titans, the best of the best from Korea as well as India has to offer, and the plane is going to be starting off from the northwest section of Miramar. And MTech Stormrex having the first chicken dinner of the day. And before that, I'd like to welcome a very, very special guest on the stage here with us on the caster desk. Joining us is going to be Super Johnny. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling very excited after the way the first game went. I mean, it was an exciting finish to witness, especially Big Brothers making it into the top 3 of that match. But now focusing on to this map of Miramar, I hope you guys enjoyed the action on your angle as well. But Salty, what are your thoughts on expectations from this match?
To be honest, I'm kind of expecting the Indian teams to play a different approach, try and survive until the late stage, because the early aggression is sort of not doing justice. But let's just talk about the flight path for a second. It does start off from the lands of La Cabrera and then moves on towards Puerto Parazo, a sort of a flight path which dissects the map in two different halves. Majority of the teams will be spread out. Now look at this, Blind Esports, they've got a huge piece of real estate for themselves. The Crater Fields and La Cabrera split. You've got Big Brothers moving towards Torre Ahmada, teams towards on the western part of the map as well. But I'm just hoping that there are some early action bits as well, Johnny.
So one thing that has been on our mind since yesterday was the teams and their mindsets. Are they going to go all aggressive on day one, or are they going to wait for that opportunity for observing what the competition is going to be about? And with how game number one has gone, I think a lot of decisions, they're going to be rethinking those. Because we saw a lot of drop changes in game number one, did not work out for a lot of these teams, resulting in the drop clashes, early fight commitments not really working out as well. Miramar, I feel like, is off to a standard start.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of drop collisions here, oh boy, the circle shifting all the way to the northwest corner. I do see X-Spark as well as Gladiator on towards the southeast corner of the entire map, furthest away from the zone. And it was one of the latest from the plane itself. So that's going to be a little bit of predicament for those two teams. But speaking of which here, my prediction, TWM now on screen. For some reason, production loves me. They're going to show me how TWM is going to do it.
Can I give my prediction as well now?
Oh, yeah,
I understand
please.
we're in the middle.
Go for
Gladiators.
it.
I'm rooting for the Gladiators.
Okay.
Always.
Interesting, you know, considering how they were all the way in the north in the first game, they just got completely messed, and now they're all the way to southeast, and they are the furthest away from the zone. So I want to see how they overcome this.
Yeah, here's the thing. On Wrangle, that split drop on the northern part of the map was something very unexpected. I mean, you've seen this team play for a while now, Aishi, and we see how well they dominate that military island. This time, they weren't even anywhere close to that. Now, on Miramar, Impala is their home ground. They're starting from a comfortable position. And on Miramar, one thing that the Gladiators have working in their favor is the fact that whenever the zone is quite a little bit far away from them, they do well in that match. Slow play style is their play style.
And I think you're kind of right, Johnny, because this time the circle is very far away from the lads of Gladiator Esports as well. Because the circle sort of is towards, in fact, it's the entirety of the northwestern quadrant of the map itself, centering on towards El Pozo and Crater Field. So Blind Esports and D plus Kia, these two teams are going to have a massive advantage. But that just reminds us to what happened in the map of wrangle between these two teams. Blind and DK once again just going head to head. I can't wait for this to happen.
Yeah, Blind was able to come up on top in that vicinity as well, and this is a problem for them because eventually they have to figure out by the end of today, especially the last map of today, because it is going to be the second time played as well, and of course Erangel is going to be the most played map out of all 3 days. So speaking of the maps here, let's talk about Miramar a little bit more here, because this circle reminds me of that potential center fight where it is going to be potentially open fields on towards the west side of Al Pozo, or maybe in towards the crater fields in general. So this is going to be a lot of rocky terrains, and I feel like having those additional buggies to try and find and crawl, have faster rotation is going to give teams a little bit of an upper edge here to try and find a spot for themselves.
Since you actually mentioned about crater fields, and of course, since we've seen from the BGIs as well, circles like these do end up on, or at least nearby the vicinity of the highlands of crater fields, I wonder which are going to be the teams trying to go for the early piece of land. And look at this, Team Blind Esports. It seems like Knuckle, in fact, Mania from the side of Team Blind Esports is trying to go for that upper edge. You've got Forest, and you've got a player from Rocks Esports as well. 3 players trying to get the additional advantage from the topography as well. What do you think is going to happen, Johnny?
I mean, at this point, there's a massive advantage for Blind and the players of D plus Kia, because they were in the center of the circle from the very start of the game. Rocks is going to have to fight a little bit for control, but if they manage to secure it, either a high ground or some concrete cover for themselves, they're going to be good to go for the mid-game stages. The trouble is going to be for teams that are going to be playing the edge and also rotating late. Gladiators, we know, like they like to take the southern highway to rotate for circles like this anywhere towards El Pozo, and they're going to go along that highway through the southern routes, move up north from Valle del Mar, and then enter the zone. But that is also going to bring them in contention with X-Park, Revenant, EM Tech, and of course NSR. All depends on whether these teams decide to hold or not.
Well, speaking of holding their position here, Doksan Esports, they are going to try and play the Mountain of San Martin, which is still kind of inside the zone as well. And it seems like they might be trying to play around the 4 quarters of this first phase of zone. And interesting enough, Rocks, they're actually going for the bang bus. And this is interesting. We haven't seen a lot of teams prioritize this because of how slow it is. But, of course, using it as a cover is one of the most amazing vehicles to have as an arsenal when you set up those defensive outposts in this vicinity.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, it's a slow-moving vehicle. It's a big target for the teams to shoot at. But if you can get it into position, it can definitely prove an advantageous spot and an advantageous cover for you. One more thing I think we need to focus on is the fact that X-Park, I mean, we've seen them backing off from that San Martin Hacienda position. They had dropped towards Puerto Palacio and the southern hills of Los Leones. And I wonder how much practice they've had from a position like this. But now we see D plus Kia against Blind.
Forrest, he's looking for those information. He's going to be all by himself. He gets scouted out. And Blind Esports no longer back to their days here as being a blind team, because they're just getting so much information. They're like bats and vampires on top of this mountain. And guess what? They're going to be forcing another fight as well. Long range one here. Nobu with the 4X. Gets a couple of ding shots, but at the same time, there's nothing Nobu can do for Forrest at all in this situation.
Did you actually catch what happened to Forrest? Like, I winked for a second, like I blinked for a second, and all of a sudden Forrest was like out of the lobby as well.
Yeah.
Nakul with one smack from that shotgun, but D plus Kia, they've sort of been taken away from that advantageous spot. Now Blind Esports, they have the topography for themselves.
And it's not just Blind D plus Kia have to worry about. A few moments ago, we saw the players of D plus Kia try to engage again in a fight against the players of Rocks as well.
Yeah.
And that can lead to a pretty tricky third party for them to work with. So they will have to be extremely careful with how they approach this fight. I mean, they have a lot of cover to work with in this situation, but still a sandwich is possible.
Agreed. Considering how greedy D plus Kia is trying to play in terms of positioning here, they do scout out a lot of rotations in this vicinity, and all 4 players from inside D plus Kia is trying to spread out to scout out rotations and people around the vicinity. And because of this, they will have to sacrifice Forrest. So they have a rough mental picture on what Blind Esports is doing. But I like how Blind Esports is prioritizing that they need that mountain to survive for the next phase of zone to actually rotate in. Meanwhile, God's Reign, they kind of made their way towards the east side here. They haven't exactly figured out what they're going to do here. We do see a couple monster trucks in, but it seems like they're still looting up a little bit more here and there, because in terms of utilities-wise, even Ninja John, he's only got 2 first aid, so this is quite worrisome for God's Reign right now.
To be honest, I can sense what God's Reign want to do in a circle like this, especially when they know that Blind Esports love to take the high grounds of traitor fields. They will not try and contest for the center. Instead, they will try and gatekeep the other teams. And that is a very good strategy, considering there are multiple teams coming in from the Eastern Hemisphere. You have TWM, you've got the lads of Team Gladiators as well, X-Park, Revenant. All of these teams will try and make an entry, and I think that is where God's Reign can truly shine in that situation.
I mean, God's Reign can do that, but the team you mentioned a few seconds ago, Blind Esports, let's talk about them. There's one team in this lobby that knows how Blinds like to play in this circle like this, and they're the main rivals on the northern part of Miramar. I'm talking about Big Brothers. Top 3 finish in the previous game. They have the momentum going in their favor, and even in this time, they land towards that Tierra Bronca, Torre Amuda, northeastern edge of this map of Miramar. It should be an easier rotation, and that is a clash that I'm waiting to witness, and, well, we're going to have to speculate when it actually happens.
You know, Johnny,
as well.
Can you pronounce that again? Torre Ahumada, Tierra Bronca, in the fast way?
Yeah, Torre Amuda and Tierra Bronca.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a little bit of a tongue twister. If I'm not really sure. Sometimes I actually struggle with the pronunciation, but I'm not really sure about you, IC.
No comments, but at the same time, speaking of comments here, you know, XZY going to be shopping up a little bit here. Not sure exactly what he got from the vending machines, but he is going to try and stock up a little bit more, maybe attachments here, hoping to get a little bit lucky here. But based on what I'm seeing here, he's pretty decked out coming from NS Red Force, and they are doing the exact same thing from game number 1. They are just roaming around, waiting for information, and then act upon it. And they are very, very reactive that way, and I like how NSR is playing right now.
They have good cover to work with. The team is all together. A lot of utility on the players as well. It seems like the loadout they wanted is complete already.
They're shopping again. Dude,
for what?
What are you shopping for? Like, They have a DPS, they have an M4, scopes maybe, meds. Yeah,
They have so much utility on them.
Yeah. Like I do see a lot of like SMG attachments on the floor, but yeah, aside from that, you know,
don't want those. Need better ones.
The more the merrier, guys.
You know, sometimes you gotta get greedy. You know, it's not the quick draw. I don't want the quick draw. I want the extended. But no, I don't want the extended. I want both the extended quick draw.
And that's good. Like, if you actually manage to be greedy and you actually find it, then that's nothing is better. But now look at this, right? Because of all of this action, because of all of this shopping action which we witnessed from Team NSR, it seems like they've come quite close to Revenant Esports, who are also rotating towards the southern terrain of the circle itself. And the spray from XZY. MJOP did manage to find a lot of the connection, but the knockout is still yet to be found. I think NSR will have their signals. Their backs are being marshaled by the lads from Revenant Esports. They need to get out of this position as quickly as they possibly can.
Well, can they do so, though? That's going to be the question, because Revenant Esports, we have hyped up in the strategy here where they do like to play 3-1 strategy, but this time, they're playing a little bit split here. I was expecting Sensei to be leading in charge, but this time Apollo, he's going to be the ones to actually set people back in the back lines here. So he is going to be the ones to try and delay other teams' rotation and get any potential flank information for the team. So kind of like a secondary scout. But for now, let's see how it goes. Because the circle, oh boy, it's going to shift out of El Pozo, heading into the east side. And this is going to be interesting because there is a lot of urban warfare down to this vicinity. And of course, when it comes to Revenant, they are going to be from the south side. So their only rotation path is going to be towards the rocky terrains of Power Grid.
I love what Blind Esports is doing as well. Ronnie right on top, just preventing teams from taking the northern rotation, coming in and attacking them from the back lines. And the split coming in from Blind Esports as well, that has a lot of trade potential. It might feel like there's a lot of distance, but it's a long-range guerrilla warfare. And every single one has got sight lines covered. And I feel like that is one of the reasons why Medal Esports and their longer rotation strategy might just be blocked. You've got Maru in the smack center as well, involved in so much chaos that is building up. I just want this deadlock to sort of break open, and when that happens, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Floor.
It's going to happen, and it might happen just now. We see the Shy from the side of Maru Esports secure the opening against Big Brothers. Sarwith was taken down, but there was an instant trade.
What a trade! How did that happen to Shy here? That angle should not be possible, but now with Cine a little bit far off, Maru, they are thinking to try to extend this fight, but look at this. Cine's vehicle is pretty much damaged pretty hard as well. He doesn't have tires, and this is going to be a very, very problematic situation for Maru Gaming, because if they commit to this, Big Brothers are going to get so much value in just punishing all their resources, and in particular their vehicles as well from Maru Gaming.
Right now, there was an opportunity for the players of Big Brothers to punish Who Are You as he was coming down that mountain in that golden Mirada, but they missed their opportunity. The reset has not come in time, and now Big Brothers, they might just be in a world of trouble as Sarwith is being rescued. But the spray from the Dow connects, and it's going to be Rishi and Sarwith both falling to their knees.
Oh boy, that's going to be the re-knock coming in as well, and the full finish as well. Maru Gaming does have this in the bag. Big Brothers does not have a lot to work with. Uzumaki being dinged up pretty hard, forced to go in for the reset. But meanwhile, when we talk about Big Brothers here, it seems like their luck is slowly running out because the Korean teams are striving strong, and Maru Gaming taking so much space and so much trust in terms of long-range fights right now.
And to be honest, Big Brothers seems like their position has been pinned down as well. The topography which Maru Gaming have and the vantage point which they have over Big Brothers limit their mobility. It's not even like they can take an exit from this particular fight, try and reposition in a different manner. They are basically at the mercy of Maru Gaming. And of course, it's not just them as well. This opens grounds for multiple teams coming in from the northern side, other teams, TWM as well, trying to rotate, and these might just make life for Big Brothers much more easier.
This is interesting coming from Maru Gaming, right? They're playing a 1-2-1 strategy where they have two players scouting and getting so much information, giving the information needed for the two players to take their fights on how they want to do it. And it's interesting because of the fact that because of this, they do minimize a lot of risk of being potentially third party. And now, speaking of the zones here, we do see it on towards Hacienda as well as water treatment here, and it's going to be a big split there. But if the circle shifts out towards the south side, we are going to see a pretty much a no man's land on the road terrains on the roadside. So that is where things are going to get a little bit difficult to play because there's not a lot of topography to work with. But of course, highly unlikely going to be on the south side.
There's a little bit of a scuffle between two of the teams. We see on the southern side, NSR up against the players from Gladiators. It seems like Gladiators have taken a hit in that fight. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult position from them to recover from, considering you have Revenant Esports present towards your eastern side, NSR guarding the north, and of course, X-Pac, we saw them pushing in from the south. Gladiators, they're going to have to figure out a way to get out and away from that southern edge as quickly as possible.
Well, Revenant once again in a southern position here. This time NSR's got full control of power grid, and this is very smart coming from NSR, right? Like, choose a spot to actually hunker down, to minimize as much information and get all their resources stocked up as quickly as they can. And the moment they see people reacting, they are going to try and capitalize and pounce on them. And that's something that they like to do. Meanwhile, Gladiator, they are the furthest away from the circle, and they look a little bit clueless. They have a little bit of information, but can they act on it? Very, very unlikely.
It's going to be very tough for them to bring themselves back, but they're going to be hopeful that NSR and Revenant clash up against each other, and Gladiators have an opportunity to third party and secure a few extra points for themselves from this match, but have to give them props. A good revive coming in from the side of Gladiators. I mean, saving themselves from a very vulnerable position.
And I think I like the time this Gladiator Esports they're taking into this particular fight, because NSR involved in the mix as well. But Revenant, who was the third team involved in this trifecta, they've actually made a very bold decision. Sensei, their scout, has actually leapfrogged both these two teams and has gotten a central position for himself, while the rest of the team is slowly following up, trying to just evade from this particular fight and also get them a good position. I think Team X-Pac also slipped under the radar just because NSR was mostly focused on the lads from Gladiators, and that opportunity might just be capitalized, especially when they face the lads of Eagle Owls as well.
Now, speaking of capitalizing this situation here, Eagle Owls getting so much information. And look at them, they're so split off as well. They're sending down towards the south here, and two ahead to get a zone for themselves, and the zone shifting towards the north side. This is going to be long-range battles after long-range battles in this mountain terrain. Creative feels completely exposed right now, and I'm not sure if anyone wants to take that, especially how awkward the position of this zone is, because if you take the northern section of the Creative fields, you are going to be exposed by teams from the southern side, and it's so difficult to hold those angles.
Exactly, it's going to be extremely complicated because your opposition is going to be exposed, and even though you can see the opposition, you're going to be taking damage, taking the pressure from multiple different teams, and it's going to be overwhelming for a lot of these teams. Now, based on the information that we have just discussed, we saw 2Z make a brilliant decision. They haven't really gone for the hill. They've just taken control of the slope of the northern edge of that hilltop. But now again refocusing on Revenant Esports, who have somehow miraculously avoided all these fights that have headed their way in this entire game so far.
Well, Doksan, I'm sorry to say, right now you are in the crosshairs of both God's Raid as well as Revenant Esports, right in a very, very awkward position. But getting that first knock in, they are going to try and counter the situation. But God's Raid, they are going to find Sensei. That's going to scout and leader.
A lot of action breaking out in this game in the next few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And again, refocus on Revenant, who have been struggling but still figuring out way off tough positions. They found the edge of the circle again and again and again, and now they face the challenge of finding a way through two Korean teams, two big Korean teams in the form of Eagle Owls and Duxon.
Well, speaking of Korean teams here, look at how DK is playing here. They're playing a very, very late approach here. They actually rotated outside the zone to the west side and then tried to rotate from the north side. Very, very smart of them here. But I'm surprised they took this opportunity to do it right now, because there's open areas in La Procura for them to sneak their way in. Meanwhile, on the bottom left of the screen as well, Doksan Esports, they lose a couple of members, and that's going to be God's Raid trying to capitalize on them as well. Blaze looking for the sprays. Vinny is going to lose out a little bit more. That's going to be one knock coming in. And Vinny going to be getting to get the finish here, but nope, they do not. It's going to be Eagle House that steals it away. No! Eagle House, how could you? They stole it away from God's Raid.
Yeah. God's Rain, they're going to be quite upset about that. They've been waiting for Duxon in the same spot for the last 5 minutes. And as soon as Duxon is in their crosshairs, out of nowhere, Eagle Owls, they show up, take their points away from them. By the way, here, what is happening? Gladiators up against the players of X-Pac, and X-Pac, they're going to try and take a mid-rotation fight. Aditya is going to be knocked out by Justin. Pukara on the other side is going to be under heavy fire, and he's going to be picked off as well. But Justin and Delta, they show up. Sarang there to deal with the pressure, and the DBS still reigning supreme for the Gladiators. They managed to come out on top.
Yep, now looking for the reset here. Destro a little bit far off to try and provide assistance here. Delta is all by himself. Meanwhile, this is actually happening here. Look at this. Eagle Owls, they know they have the advantage. They're creeping up. They know that this is some serious fires here. They are going to try and capitalize on all these finishes. Saiwu cooking up the nade, coming in. Delta already going through. Delta! What a guy coming in. Destro finally comes in to regroup to help him out. And that's going to be Saiwu backing out. And Eagle Owl say, you know what? I'm backing out. I don't want to fight this. He is going to run. And Daxi says, Saiwu, you're on your own. I'm leaving you out of this. That's going to be a free finish coming from Gladiators.
But this is the most dicey situation where Gladiators could find themselves because their lower ridges being marked by Eagle Owls, and now Revenant Esports make their entry as well. MJ, of course, is very close and personal, and he wants to take his fight against Destro. Destro! 1 HP! Oh my god, how did we miss that knock? I have no clue. Barely surviving by still 1 HP.
Now Polo 1v1 on the far edge as well. He gets the knock as well. Destro clutches his way through, but at the same time, MJ! What? He got the full first aid! It's not enough! Destro completely destroyed you!
What an iconic 1v2 from the IGL himself of Gladiator Esports. An impressive win against the players of Revenant, but no time to celebrate. Let's not forget Eagle Owl still in the backlines have recovered from the assault that was brought upon them by Gladiators, and from the distance it's going to be Pumbaa from Rocks.
Well, he's got the red dot scar. Oh, that's going to be something that he is going to struggle in terms of vision, but his recoil control has been applying a lot of pressure towards Gladiators. But as I've said right now, despite the clutch coming from Gladiator, this is going to be a little bit recap of what happened as well. Despite all that, Destro, my goodness, with only 20% health, he was able to win that fight and also completely one-clipped Amjob. My goodness.
I mean, the presence of mind, right, to switch onto the UMP for that close-range engagement as well, the updated fire rate, the advanced recoil control as well, just made life easier for Destro in that situation. But not for long, guys, because NSR just out of nowhere, once again, hitting teams from their blind spots. Last time it was Big Brothers, this time it's Gladiators as well. Destro will be taken down, but Delta, will he be able to find that entry inside the circle? That is a question. Tough question, though.
Eagles Owls, they actually managed to pick Saiwu up, and because of this, that's going to be the full reset from south side. And then as Race Force, a little bit low here. Nelta going for the 1v1, but he gets run. But no, he doesn't take any damage as well. Nelta needs to go for the reload, but it's not good. Sporta, the best player from Korea, says, I'm going to one-pump you. Goodbye.
What was that? I've never seen that before. I mean, Delta for a second thought he got lucky when the runover did not work, when he escaped, but then Sporta not really allow the opportunity for the players of Gladiators to reset, but still trouble in paradise for NSR as well, as they find themselves against Eagle Owls, who, as we talked about, have gone for a complete reset now. 4 players still in the game. Wings pinned down behind the broken wall. Damage from the blue zone is going to be quite a lot as well. I don't see any escape for him from here.
Oh my goodness, the Molotovs as well. So much utilities trying to flush him out. Wings, he has a very, very interesting red spot, but at the same time, he needs to get out. Now, Junior, exposing a little bit more here. Sporta going to provide a little bit of assistance, but seems like NSR, they are going to bail because as of now, next phase zone is going to shift them far north. In this case, Wings is all by himself. He's going to try and smoke up and force himself out of this awkward position.
That
but
nade.
Nova, getting a little nade. Big one as well. This is going to buy him a little bit more time, but if he gets the knock, that's going to be an opportunity for Wings to run away.
But Blazing took down Sporta as well, and now that just leaves Wings on his own merit. A 1v4 situation up front, and then multiple other teams also marking the other line. You've got Maro Gaming in the vicinity. You've also got Rocks having the high ground advantage. I'm pretty sure for Wings, it's done and dusted. The smokes aren't really going to save him. It's a barrage of bullets, which is coming his way, Johnny.
Yeah, but he's managed to...
Oh!
That was half a second! That was half a second. He was half a second away from having his HP back to 75%. But it seems like Eagle Owls and Rocks in tandem, the amount of pressure that was there upon the players of NSR was definitely not enough. Not something they could deal with, but now Eagle Owls moving forward.
Inching bit by bit. They are trying to push into the next phase here. Eagle Owls not having a clue of what's going to happen as well. And Maru, meanwhile, forcing a fight against Rocks here. Cine to be able to come on top in this couple trades here, but they will be conquering the south side in the next phase of zone. But it is a very, very awkward decline here. Maru going for the fight as well. Here comes Eagle Owls. The Shy, he is going to get flushed away, and that's going to be a knock coming in. As Eagle Owls looking to try and zone them off as well. Melo Esports comes crashing in. They are going to try and force the fight against Eagle Owls. It is going to be a three-way showdown, but guess what? Big Brothers is here as well. Paradox and Uzumaki inside the warehouse. They're completely dumpstering Metal 2v2. Uzumaki gets finished and no! Big Brothers, it's over! Metal flushed them out!
After a brilliant run order angle, the run on Myanmar for Big Brothers comes to an end. But let's see. There's still one more team waiting inside the factory. Eagle Owl's Danxi is trying to see if he can find a way for his teammates to actually again inch inside that edge of the zone. 7 teams still remaining. Danxi in the blue, in a world of trouble with God's Rain waiting for him on the outside as well.
Exactly, God's Rain coming in from the outer lines. Now they need to find a way to breach past the blue zone and actually enter the safe zone as well. But for Metal Esports, that last ditch move, the last ditch push on towards Big Brothers, that sort of opened up terrains for themselves through this. Paradox actually finds it. The nade connects, and now Metal Esports, they have the advantage. Eagle Owls have been dethroned. It's just Danxi who's still alive.
So close, yet so far. Metal, they really want to wrap this up as well. If they clear this out, they will have so much control in the east side. Meanwhile, teams like TWM all the way to the north side here, they are taking a little bit chill pill, but they're still not in the clear for this next phase of the zone because Metal Esports, they need to hold this down. And Eagle Owls right now setting up a little bit of precedence here. They are trying smoking up as well, but guess what? Curious is taking advantage of the smoke to try and flank them out. Molotovs being prepared as well. He is going to try and Molotov inside the smoke, but guess what? He's not going to try and play this a little bit here because Kyoya looking to try and capitalize on this as well. Top Dog cooking up the nade. Looks good. Does it connect? It seems good. It's not going to connect. It barely bounces off the wall.
But more than the utility exchange, it's going to be down to Kyoya, who, as we mentioned before, did go for a flank a few seconds ago, and he was trying to block the exits for Eagle Owls from this factory. If he can do that, Metal Esports, this is going to be a nice, easy 2 points on the board for them. But Kyoya, it seems like, has gotten distracted by Danxi, who just runs between the players of Metal and is going to be annihilated by that DBS in the hands of Top Dog.
Well, Nova going to be playing a little bit of a sneaky approach here, but Top Dog doesn't want to let this rat alive here. Cooking up the nade! Beautiful one coming in from Kyoya. Eagle Owls bows out in top 5 with 7 finishes. Meanwhile, Blind Esports going to be playing the healing game. S-Power going to get a little bit more placement, boys. Meanwhile, Tuzek going to be taking some serious fire from Metal Esports here. They've got cover, whereas Tuzek is pretty much exposed. And Metal Esports, they are going to try and press the advantage, try and zone them out. Top 3 teams, but nevertheless here, S-Power looking to try and stick in top 2. Does he get it? That's going to be the question here as well, but it seems like he is going to try third party. That's going to be 2 men down. He finally goes down. It is going to be a 2v4 between Metal versus Tuzek.
S-Power just laying the platform for Metal Esports, and now this is their ground to actually go on the prowl. Top Dog does manage to find a little bit of damage on K, but he slams back and knocks him down.
Yeah, K has been a celebrated player for the reason for this team as well, but Encore from the flank can actually change the game. Oh no, 2Z, they expect this. K, he's concentrating this ridge as well. Has he seen Encore? Has he seen the pixels of his head? But the zone, it's in the control of Metal Esports now.
3v2. Metal playing slow here. They get the knock on Chicken. That's great. That's got the last guy in K as well. Inside the house. He's completely surrounded. There's no way he survives. And Metal Esports takes the second Chicken dinner, takes it for India, and they have done it.
Yeah.
They equalize with Korea.
Hey man, I mean, mechanical skills are different, but zone control always is going to be a priority in the end game. And Metal Esports, they just played a brilliant move. Sent Kyoya to guard the ridge, the entry inside that final circle, and the other 3 players just stayed out to put additional pressure on the players on the opposition. And when K was down inside that shack, that was it. That was basically GG's and the winner chicken dinner for Metal.
And to be honest, this is so contradictory to what Metal Esports have always pulled up. The way they actually pushed up onto its Big Brother Esports, that shows intent. That shows that this team is here for aggression. They are shying away from any particular fight. Up against Big Brothers, they also had to face Night Owls. They also had to face Rocks from the higher grounds as well. So multiple teams in the vicinity, but Metal Esports still back themselves, still know that they're going to win every single gunfight. And why not when you've got Top Dog leading the shots for you?
Exactly, you know, very, very interesting strategies here. But of course, when it comes down to execution, it is a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and a little bit of idea. In this case, we are going to be giving you guys a little bit of insights here on how things kind of shifted as well, because these are pretty much the emotions and players kind of play throughout the entire game as well. The crowd extremely excited about these moments being played by the players themselves.
You know, since you're talking about luck and execution, I have to bring the fiasco that was there between Gladiators, Eagle Owls, Red Rocks getting involved, Revenant. They had a few seconds in that fight as well, because I mean, I feel bad for Eagle Owls and Gladiators. They ran into so many teams one after the other. It was extremely difficult for both of them to reset.
You know, that's the thing about reset, right? Sometimes when it comes to strategy here, it all comes down to taking advantage of your opponent's demise. In this case, Gladiator here, they have known to be a little bit of a hit and run. They want to hit and then wrap it out as quickly as they can and then close out the fight. But while they're doing it, they're always getting third party. And because of this, it kind of affects their overall usual playstyle. And this is something that the Korean teams likes to capitalize on. And I feel like Eagle Owls is just so good in this scenario here.
And I mean, we saw Eagle Owls take advantage of this position as well. When Sewu was knocked out behind the ridge in the fight against Gladiators, they backed off and Sewu was brought back.
Yeah, but guys, what just happened? All right, let me just sum up what just happened. Somebody spoke to my ears, and the news is a little unfortunate. But the fact is,
I don't know. Okay, to be honest, for these guys watching at home here, something just happened.
Yeah.
And I do not know how to put this in a very nice way.
I mean, it's all the scout chants which is happening inside the arena. Apparently,
would you like to deliver the bad news, Johnny? I'm really sorry.
I just said 80%. Yeah.
Yeah, Salty. Would you like to?
Oh, so you always want the young ones to just take
we are passing the mantle on to
Yeah, all right, fine. The game of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be re-hosted. It's not counted for the overall standings. Neither does the chicken dinner from Medley Esports count as well. It's going to start from scratch once again. But what's the harm in it? You just get to witness more BGMI action.
That is true.
But it's going to be sad for Medley Esports, to be honest.
I feel bad for Medley Esports. I genuinely feel bad.
I want to look at the players and their reaction. What is
I see Gladiators, they're pretty happy with this.
Dude, obviously, Gladiators is pretty happy. Like, I know we're looking at there, but at the same time, I don't know how this is going to affect Meadow Esports mentally, because I've seen teams face situations before, and usually they don't really recover really well. So, I don't know, man. Like,
unless they win this again, then it's just going to build their confidence to the next level. I mean, it's going to be quite close to impossible to stop them throughout the day.
But you need some sort of mental composure to actually go out there and win it once again as well, because it's not going to be easy. But I think Medley Esports have sort of found the right approach to stay alive until the late game phases, because the game might not count, but it has given up some very crazy information about the teams, how they like to adapt on the map of Miramar itself, how they like to play across that particular circle. And Medley Esports have found a way to breach past multiple defenses. They just have to rinse and repeat once again to sort of repeat the same formula for success.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to information here, you know, whatever information you get is going to be very important. Unfortunately, say here, it is going to be a little bit of a rematch here. It's pretty much confirmed for now, so we get to see it all over again here with a completely new scenario. So that is going to give them a little bit of a competitive edge here. And of course, you guys watching at home here, I hope you guys are enjoying this here, because that is going to mean, like you said as well, more BGMI action for you guys here between India as well as Korea. So I feel like in this scenario, it's going to be very difficult to anticipate what they're going to be expecting, because they have to rethink their strategy again.
Exactly, because while there are people like you who are going to plan everything out for the bigger picture, there are people like me and Necro who just jump into the games to cause chaos. And we might see teams just go back to their old drop location just because the opposition might not expect them to be there the second time in a row. And that will lead to a very intense early game, just like we had on Wrangle.
Just saying, Johnny, your approach hasn't really been very successful inside of the game, so...
I mean, it worked for a few teams on Wrangle, I'm just going to say that.
Not for you. You're better suited at the chance.
Yeah, not for me, though. Personally, it's not working.
At the same time as well, you know, I like how Xbox and Gladiator has a very similar playstyle in this game here. Xbox has kind of, you know, played this twice now, and this is something that Scout do kind of bring their competitive edge, right? And it's interesting how NSR is also adapting this playstyle as well. Like, if you talk about NSR as well as Scout coming in, from X-Part coming in from map number 2, X-Park, they do play it from circle 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to the end game here. They do like to hunt around the edges and then try and figure out where is the best spot to rotate in. Whereas from NSR, they do it after like 3rd and 4th, knowing that, hey, they need to wait and thin out the numbers before approaching that fight.
And one more thing, I mean, we were interacting with the teams, we were talking to the coaches, the players, our colleagues on the Korean desk. We were trying to get an idea of what the teams were about, and everyone just kept coming back to the point about NSR, that they're very good at cutting off rotations. And the people in this game, we got to see that live in action, and it was very impressive because they weren't just able to take a fight against one team, they were able to set it up for the next team as well, where they would just delay them because of all the commotion. The other team would expect NSR to come in from the edge of the circle, a little bit harmed, a little bit scared, just scratched and bruised up. But no, they would reset in the blue and then show up with all 4 players still standing strong, which is like a little bit unexpected from a team coming from the blue zone in the 4th zone.
You know, that's the thing about how the strategy is, especially when it comes to the point system metric as well, because it was 15 points. Because when it comes to this scenario here, I've spoken to God's Reign as well. They said that, hey, in this particular format as well, it's very important to make sure that you have all 4 men down to the next phase zone. Obviously, more numbers is great, but it's very important because of the fact that everyone is doing the same thing. True. So cutting your losses, having that man's numbers advantage is going to give you that upper edge to push people away or take action more decisively compared to being a solo warrior here and there. To be honest, we saw a couple moments here, solo warriors from Eagle Hours. Unfortunately, he did what he could best. You know, he did what he could in that awkward scenario.
I mean, to be honest, we were talking about players being lost in mid-rotation fights, and I think one of the teams who's sort of the fan favorites, Team X-Park, like their change in approach has sort of been very evident. But again, they keep on losing players in terms of making that rotation, right? The adaptation is there, but the execution is not. And I feel that is one of the reasons why they've sort of been less successful as compared to the likes of NSR, who sort of have a similar approach.
I mean, for X-Park specifically, a circle like this would have been a dream circle for them. Because we know that San Martin, Hacienda del Patron drop is quite iconic. I mean, in our region, it's just known as the X-Park drop. But that wasn't the case this time. Because of that drop clash, they did move down to the southern hills of Los Leones, and they had to pay a heavy price for that. Because if they had stuck to their drop and taken that early risk, I still feel if you win that fight, even if you lose out on 1 or 2 players, you still have enough bodies to hold that Hacienda position for the mid-game stage, and from there just play for survival for the late game. But who knows, I mean, maybe they had different plans for the later stages, did not really expect Revenant, specifically Gladiators, that direct rotation for the circle. We have never seen them from Gladiators before.
Okay, to be honest here, all things considered here, there is going to be a lot of discussion, a lot of planning between the teams themselves here. And for you guys watching at home, I know you guys are very, very excited to see how things are going to be happening here. And to be honest, I am too, because you guys are currently watching A Tale of Titans here. BGMI India Korea Invitational, Korea's finest and India's best colliding in this grand stage here. But of course, considering all these good things here, we have to take a little bit of a short break here to kind of figure things out, to officiate what is going to be happening for now here. For now, on English broadcast, we'll be seeing you guys right after this break.
Push, left, TKM use कर।
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो, इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर, ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
like you a lot. Lotte. Thanks a lot.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
Hey, I care for you a lot. Tea? Lotte? I'm already feeling a lot better. Hey.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो ना मम्मा।
ऑफिस में शॉर्ट ब्रेक नहीं होता है बेटा।
होता है मम्मा, हैंडबैग में देखो। What do you say?
Thanks a Lotte. Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
दादू चोकोपाई खाबे? Share it ना, with a cutie pie.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Welcome back to the BGMI India Korea Invitationals here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is Salty as well as Johnny as we take you through the commentary here on what's happening here in New Delhi. And guess what? The Tale of Titans has begun thus far. Game 1, exciting finishes coming from Korea. Game number 2, unfortunately, well, we get to see a brand new game 2 for you guys.
Yes, game number 2 is going to happen once again. But looking at the overarching perspective of this tournament so far, we've had a very exciting encounters. We've had very exciting encounters between Indian teams and Korean teams that you can talk for days about, right? Of course, the initial skirmish on the map of Erangel sort of might just be the headlines for all the esports news channels for tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure the Indian teams now want that chicken dinner more than ever, considering that the chicken dinner for medal esports has been snatched away from them.
Exactly, and especially since we keep considering like we're going to have game 2 again. The first game would have definitely given a lot of momentum boost and confidence boost to the teams that were taking those fights. Medal esports, I mean, considering they were the ones standing till the very end. Gladiator esports, especially on the basis of individual performances, moments of individual brilliance from these players. We've seen a few on Erangel. We saw one from the IGL in Miramar, and I expect the other players to catch up now.
You know, despite how the amount of plays we did see just now as well, we are going to be expecting similar concepts here coming from Miramar. And I really like how this is going to give them a little bit of opportunity, right? Because when we talk about warm-ups, especially day 1 jitters, game 1 is always going to be the trendsetter for some of these teams to actually capitalize on. But because of this reset, it gives every single team that warmed up feeling. So they are going to potentially lose out on that first day advantage. And what I mean is that capitalizing on people who are not used to the overall setting. In this case, home ground's advantage, I'm sorry to say, might be a little bit slimmer now. Might be a little bit slimmer now. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying.
I mean, we're going to wait for the game to begin for that.
Whoa. They took it personal. I'm sorry, man. I'm just, putting it a little bit side here, a little bit air.
It's not actually there, because I kind of sort of agree with both of you, because even the home ground advantage, it's not just for the environment as well, it's also for the fans. And the fans are going to stick with the Indian teams throughout. But considering, like you said, there's one game which has been completely neutralized, and that just means that teams just had experience being inside the lobby for nothing. They're not being costed points, they're not being costed matches as well, and that was just purely experience and information which they found out, which they gathered from the map of Miramar.
But one thing I would like to mention, I mean, since you were talking about the audience when you started, Salty, there's an interesting thing about our fans over here in India.
What?
Of course, they're going to support their team, but skills always come first for them, and that is why I think the Korean teams that have shown up are going to leave with a different set of fans for themselves from the city of Delhi, of course. And of course, the wonderful viewers that are watching us online right now are going to be cheering for them throughout their journey in this invitation over the next 3 days. But just based on that game number 1 and what we saw from game 2, I think NSR is definitely going to have a few chairs by the end of game 2.
Yeah, I want to see how NSR is going to be playing as well, because from the current teams here, NSR, they were one of the teams that played really, really consistent game number 1. But game number 2, they fell a little bit short here. But this is going to be their redemption point here to try and fix whatever mistakes they actually made in that particular match, because they were caught in a very, very awkward position. But nevertheless here, now, my predictions has cost people games. Duksan, I'm sorry. This time, I'm going to switch it up again this time.
Yeah.
And this time, I'm going to go for...
Why don't you go for a team at the top?
NS Red Force.
That isn't fair. NS Red Force was my pick in the previous game. But anyways.
Yeah, Caster Curse, baby. Caster Curse.
You're just playing with the mindset. He's just trying to sort of get in my head, ladies and gentlemen. But what is going to be your prediction with Johnny?
I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to go with, it's the same team I went for the last match.
I know my boys really well so far. But I think if you ask me, there has to be one team, and I'm going to go with Big Brother Esports, because this is a team that I feel has the potential to make change happen.
Well, speaking of change here, ladies and gentlemen, here, the remake of game number 2 as we head on towards the stormy sands, the deserts of Miramar. Game number 2 for the BGMI India Korea Invitationals. And it is going to be a brand new map. Aha.
Well,
A brand new map or a brand new flight path? I see. I think it's going to be a brand new flight path.
I'm just stunned by the plane's design because it looks so cute.
Yeah, it is quite cute, isn't it?
That's why I was like, that's cute.
Do they make such colorful airplanes still now?
Well, imagine having that on our flight pass. That we would just announce to the world we are very, very cute. But speaking of cute here, let's talk a little bit more on the flight pass here. Seems like it is going to be favoring Gladiator as well as X-Park this time, because when it came to game number 2 early on, they were one of the furthest away from the flight path. You know, I would say this is pretty much identical lines for the flight path, but it was just from a different direction.
Yeah. I mean, the general area it goes over is still the same, and that will allow the teams to drop on their preferred drop spots from the previous game of Miramar, especially as we were talking about X-Park switch up, moving from Hacienda to Puerto Palacio. That is going to stay the same. We see Gladiators dropping towards the city of Impala. Revenant Esports, though. Now, this is something I want to see. EM Tech over to the city of Los Leones. Revenant Esports, they're going to share their home ground with this new team.
Yeah.
Is Revenant looking for a fight?
That's the thing, right? Like, when we saw how map 2 kind of happened as well here, you know, we were expecting a lot of drop collision clashes, right?
Yeah.
Like, when game 1 happened, Erangel, we did see it happen between Blind, we did see it happen coming from God's Reign as well. But this time, they kind of respected each other's boundaries, and they are going to try and go for a different approach here. Meanwhile, there is going to be a little bit of interesting finish because Ninja Jod getting one finish right from the get-go here.
Yeah, everyone respected each other's boundaries except God's Reign, apparently. And Ninja Jod, I mean, it was an awkward drop clash. They were able to pick off the isolated individual from the opposition without even breaking a sweat, considering it was a 2v1 situation in the favor of God's Reign. But where do they go from here? One thing that has changed, and it's a big change in this matchup, is the circle itself. In the previous game, we had a circle towards the northwestern part of the map. This time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be playing for the southwest.
Agreed. And meanwhile, we do see 2Zek right now. Going to be looting up a little bit here. They're going for the 2-2 split. And this time, 2Zek, they are going to struggle a little bit because just now, 2Zek, they had center circle priority. This time, they will be the ones to actually force out rotation. So they might need to actually go for an early one or actually try and rat their way through. But in this case, they haven't found any vehicles thus far. So this is going to put a dent into themselves. Their looting speed for now.
Certainly are, but so far, Double Z, they have a little bit of a presence in the left-hand side of the corner. It's going to be Blind Esports spray down coming in from K, and he actually finds Mania. Another player from the other side. 2Z has been taken down, but look at this. S-Power is still going strong. He will find the finish for himself, but from the back lines, one of the players from Double Z might just be able to take this entire team down.
S-Power was all alone away until his teammate just showed up. Knuckle has just made his way quite close to his team. And of course, I mean, the spray was there to assist Yenwon, who was able to secure that knock with a win chest. I've seen this weapon used so rarely in this game, but this man is still quite comfortable on it. But Blind Esports have turned things around. Now they have the upper hand in this fight.
Hey, considering how early it is in this phase zone here, you got to use whatever you got to use, man. In this case, Blind Esports, they are very, very happy with these 2 finishes. And because of this, Blind Esports, they are going to be able to loot up whatever 2Zek is struggling. And this time, it is going to put a very, very huge dent on what 2Zek is planning for here. They got a little bit greedy, but guess what? Blind Esports rotated rather early as well. Or in this case, they still haven't head into their usual draw spots. But considering that Valdemar, Prison, Minas, as well as Lost Egos is going to be out for grabs in this next phase zone, it would not hurt them to actually early rotate there, loot up there, and then just hunker down in those vicinities.
It's not going to be easy though, but considering multiple teams in the vicinity, but I think Team X-Park will be really banking on the situation because they know, right, they have got the entirety of the southern terrain for themselves. They started off, the flight path also started off from a region nearby their drop location as well. So it's not going to be a hard rotation for this team and actually find a good place in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, especially, I mean, as we were talking, as Salty, you mentioned, rotation for X-Park, it's going to be a complete contrast to what it was in the previous match. Because last time, moving up north was going to be a challenge. You had NSR to worry about. You had Eagle Outs to worry about. What is this? They just shot him in the air like a fly.
Oh, that's how he got his kill. Okay, that was a pretty sick shot. Well done coming from Ninja Jod. In this case, Blind Esports, of course, you know, they were just bullying double 2-Zac into the vicinity, right? Both of them did not have helmets. That was pretty much easy headshots all the way through. But now, let's talk about Doksan Esports. This time, you know, they've got themselves a pretty decent amount of loots as well. You know, see level 3 helmets, level 2 helmets as well. Decent amount of utilities rather early into the game. And because of this, inside Chumacera, they are going to be able to get a lot of information and do whatever they want, considering the amount of urban warfare they can actually capitalize on in these vicinities.
Chumacera will definitely be the hot drop. You kind of mentioned how teams will be preferring. Now, of course, the topography of
not in
Chumacera...
Chumacera, my bad. That's San Martin. Oh my god, my goodness. Apologies for that. Of course, yeah, it kind of looked like Chumacera, but it was San Martin. Apologize.
I mean, even then, right? Chumacera is going to be one of the central spots of this particular circle, and NSR already in that particular vicinity. You've got other teams trying to close up on as well, and it sort of makes sense. Chumacera will be a safe haven, considering the southern terrain is sort of a death valley, I would like to call it. It's not really ideal for teams to actually hold on to that particular vicinity if you have real estate in the city region as well. But look at this, Eagle Owls, they did find a little bit of a visual on top of Maru, but not really a lot of connection happening for this team. So far, it's just been defensive play, defending their fortress.
You know, it's interesting how the Korean team still prioritize on Scar L, right? Like, normally you would prefer the M4 a little bit better because of its fire rate and recoil, etc. But I like how they are taking advantage of the fact that Scar L, because of those fire rate that is slower, it gives you a little bit more control on how much bullets you kind of spray when you take those kind of mid-range fights.
Mid to long range, I mean, exactly. A long range, I mean, it is definitely important to be able to control how much ammo you are using in every single clip. You have to make sure every single shot fired, even if it dishes out just a little bit of damage, it does convert into some value. We're talking about value, Eagle Owls. How much value will they gain for them, from this push, as they are trying to take control of Chumacera, but they will have to fight it out between them and the players of NSR. NSR already have a pretty solid position to work with, and Junior is caught off guard looking in the opposite direction.
Well, Eagle Owls needs to back out for now, because that is going to be a lot of information here. Eagle Owls going to go for the reset. He manages to scurry off with his buggy, but NSR, like you said as well, right in the middle of the zone, they are going to be the big bosses here. And they are going to be playing defense, but at the same time, I'm really surprised that NSR, they're not playing defense. They're sending ZZ away from the rest of the teams here to get information. And while this is actually happening as well, there is also another team kind of lurking around them.
Yeah, that's Team Rocks, and we've seen this team do it quite often. I mean, every single circle, they try and sneak up to the central part of the circle. They will. They did in the same thing as well in the initial match against the likes of Blind and Deepless Kia, and this time as well, they're trying to sneak up next to NSR and the likes of Eagle Owls as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rocks, they have the potential to find themselves in a spot from where they can rack up those finish numbers in the mid-game stages. But for Eagle Owls, they need to find some solid cover right now, this very second. Because we saw Rocks towards their west. We saw NSR towards their south. The north is being guarded by Maru Gaming. And then towards the east, you have the players of M-Tech. Eagle Owls, they can be collapsed upon from every single direction at any given second.
Did I see this correctly? Cine from the side of Maru has an M249, right? That is a heavy machine gun. We haven't seen that at all for BGIS, and it seems like they're up to something. It seems like they really want to try and capitalize on just completely destroy one of the vehicles.
I actually like that M249 pick. Sometimes, I mean, unusual situations, it's a perfect weapon to provide suppressing fire to your teammate. Just make sure the opponent panics a little bit in close quarter combats as well, with the sheer amount of ammo you have in a single magazine of that weapon. And of course, as you mentioned, destroying vehicles is extremely easy with the M249.
Not extremely easy. You still have to connect the shots, Johnny. But yeah, the bigger magazine will definitely help you.
My aim is just better, I guess.
For sure, it will be better. But coming back to the map once again, look at the circle. Like, I'm still waiting for the shift to actually come in, hoping that it might actually shift towards the northern part of it, maybe encapsulate a little bit of Monte Nuevo, La Drillera and nearby regions. But if it does manage to go south, I feel like this is going to be the dream circle for Team X-Park and as well as Rev and Esports.
But towards the north, we might just see a fight develop in front of us. It's going to be Big Brother Esports, as you guys can see, over towards Crater Field, colliding against the players of Blind. Knuckle and Ronnie split On the either side of the roads, you have Sarwit and Sef in the back lines, the wall of death, the blue zone closing in on their positions.
I'm surprised by this. Like, why is Blind Esports going for early aggression here? It seems like they've just switched up their position knowing that they have been winning their gunfights all the way through. And because of this, it kind of forced them in a situation where they might be a little bit late to rotation. Because pay attention to this.
Yeah.
Nako has only got 3 first aid kits. And because of this, it's either they go all in or they just completely back out. Because like it or not, they need to rotate in. And even for Ronnie as well, has only got 3 first aid kits.
But still, I think this is one of those fights that Blind Esports would prefer to take, because they have been clashing against big brothers in Miramar for a long time. They know exactly how this team fights, and as soon as they see them approaching, they're going to know how they want to react to this particular situation. But it seems like S-Power, he was falling back, and Blind is en route to actually evade any aggression from the side of big brothers.
Now, this is what I would like to see coming from Xbox, right? Like, let's talk a little bit about the journey coming from Xbox and as well as Gladiators. They were the first 2 to actually drop off the plane here, which is near Puerto Paraiso as well as Impala. But the difference between both Xbox and Gladiator is that Xbox took a very, very early approach to rush into his Valdemar, and because of this, they're able to get so much loot and almost everything into his circle. And because of that, they're already prepared to take any serious fights right from get-go, whereas Gladiator is taking a later approach where they're still tanking second circle before rolling from the southern side highway of Miramar itself.
I think kind of also depends on the difference in approach, right? For Team X-Pac, of course, Pukar will eventually lead his team to the central part, so will try and figure out a way so that they can reach and hoist their flag on top of Chumasera. But then, on the other side, you've got GDR, right? They do not really care. They know they're going to play the edge of the circle. They know they're going to backseat the entirety of the game, apart from maybe the late third half. So I think for GDR, it's still fine to tank the second zone damage to try and avoid all the early collision. But once again, right, you've got God's Reign trying to enter it, trying to breach past the security. You've got Metal Esports still on the outside. And Blind Esports, finally, they've managed to break the deadlock. They've actually ignored Big Brothers completely and are on their merry way. So, multiple teams coming in from the outside, but look at how stacked inner part of the circle is. Every team, more or less, they've sort of occupied every single piece of real estate there is.
Well, speaking of which here, Duksan is going to be playing on the northeast corner. Meanwhile, D plus Kia is all the way into the west side. And it seems like they are splitting a 2-2, expecting that the circle might shift in between the highways and try to potentially get placement points or even try and zone out players. And this is going to be risky because if a 4-man team crashes in either of D plus Kia, they are going to guarantee lose 2 members.
It's going to be tough though, because with Metal Esports and the kind of approach that we witnessed from this particular team in the last game, it seems like they might just be able to go for the finish or for that particular fight. But so far it seems like they're playing in from the edges. Double Z as well. They were one of the teams in that final collision and now they're getting shots. But from whom though, Johnny?
It is D plus Kia from that high ground advantage that they had. IC did bring this up. But it is 2Z on the receiving end. Chicken not being a chicken absolutely in this fight. Actually managed to get away. But his teammate is knocked out in the distance. This is a troublesome position for them to be in IC.
Now, speaking of them splitting off here, it seems like they're trying to take advantage of 2 high grounds here to try to, you know, punish anyone rotating across the street. And because of this, they are able to find CZ. But the question is it worth it? Because the distance that they have to cover because of this is going to force out a lot of ammunition. And if they do not finish this up, it's very difficult for them to actually restock their ammunition or resources in the way.
Yeah. Because if you take the climb down towards those crates, it's going to be a tough position to climb back up if you have gatekeepers on the same hill, especially with X-Pac closing in from the southern side. It can definitely prove to be a challenge for the players of 2Z, but and a little bit of an update from Big Brothers. They have lost Uzumaki, their IGL, and I believe it was to the hands of Blind Esports. But over here, Duxon against the players of Metal. Encore down on his knees. Zipian is going to suffer a similar fate as the opposition, and numbers equalize from either side. Who's going to win this fight? That is the question we find ourselves on.
Oh my god, Top Dog just comes in like an absolute bully. Metal Esports, have they done enough? Junie is still there. The other player, QX, is still alive. Ducks and Esports just holding their ground for a second, and that is the advantage that they have. But QX from the backlines will be able to pick up a couple of more players, and that might just create the advantage for them.
Yep, looking for the resets here, but Kyoya, he is going to try and wrap this out here. They are not going to let him off the hook as well. 1 second before the revive as well, but Kyoya looking for the flag. No, he doesn't know him. He scouts Zigyan, but at the same time, misses the opportunity. So that's going to be the pickup coming in from the side of DS here, but now here comes counter nade, but huge one coming from Kyoya. He's going to try and push forward as well. Pre-fire is coming in, but DX might get a little trouble here. Nades comes in. Does he get the knock though? Kyoya, he's done it before. He's going to try it again, but nope. QX gonna play a little bit slow. Smoke's gonna try and cover his tracks here. Seems like Metal Esports is trying to distract them to try and get the reset onto his Anchor, but Junie, he actually got knocked by EOS from far.
There's a flank coming in from the Eagle Owls. Nova in the backlines as well. We see him building in the distance, but Kyoya does not really realize there's a third party on this fight. Still focused on the players of Duxon. QX waiting for him. Both the players creating nades, and this one's going to do the trick. Kyoya finds the opening for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. Metal Esports, they actually managed to reign supreme in this one, but Eagle Owls, their involvement in this fight is still going to be very important because the rest of the tango is still coming in. And the nade, it connects, and Paradox is on his knees.
Zipyan, him taking advantage of the opening here. He's going to try and 1v1 Kyoya, but at the same time, the flank comes in. Anchor saves the day. And we'll trade him off as well. Doksan getting a little bit feisty here. Zipyan will be completely, fully finished in this vicinity. Metal Esports still continuing their aggression down north here, as they will try and pick up Paradox on top of the mountain. While this is actually happening here, Eagle Owls slowly creeping in bit by bit, but seems like Eagle Owls doesn't want to hard commit this. They are going to try and play the 1-1-1-1 strategy to lurk their way in, but it seems like Nova says, you know what, damage has been done, I'm going to back out. I'm just an annoying bully here, the instigator of this fight, and Doksan, they're not too happy about this.
Absolutely, but of course, find it out. Big Brother Esports as well, just trying to make their entry. On the other side, you've got Duxon and Metal still in the deadlock. And Metal Esports, for Encore and Paradox, right, for them, the objective is to try and escape the situation as early as possible, because with Eagle Owls and the involvement that they have in this entire fight, being outside a cover is always going to be a threat looming on top of your head. And then look at the circle. Boy, oh boy.
What is this circle? This is a big shift down towards the east side as well. Minas Deval is going to be a little bit difficult to hold in terms of compound. Technically, having compounds is great and all, but Minas, not exactly good unless you are inside a warehouse. And of course, when it comes to exit strategy as well, it is going to be something that they need to figure out. However, now, there is a lot of mountain terrain, so having those buggies is going to give them that slight edge to actually push up. Meanwhile, teams on the west side, teams on the north, they are going to be in a very awkward position because there are no clear roads, expressways to come in. But meanwhile, Rocks, they are going to go crash into Maru as well. Horu, all by himself, has a nade. He's looking to try and flush his way through, but he gets knocked, but he won't kamikaze and take two down with him. But that's going to delay them because Rocks has to go for the reset, but nevertheless, Maru, that's all they can do for now.
Well, Maru Gaming have been given an incredible opening by their teammate, Who Are You? But Rocks, I mean, the opportunity to reset is going to be there just because they were inside that building. And Maru Gaming, in a few short moments, if they try to force this fight, they're going to realize that there's Revenant Esports in the backlines who will have a line of fire available.
It's all...
Oh, no, he doesn't.
No, he makes it.
It's close. 1 HP, very close here. And there's Pumba going for the counter play as well. Dao gets knocked out as well. Cine left out and open, and that's going to be Rocks that flushes them off. Oh my goodness. I thought Maru was going to be able to make a very, very interesting comeback with that play.
Yeah, had Timon had, I think, 7 less HP than what he had before, he would have been picked off.
Yeah.
The first aid would not have clicked in time, and Maru would have brought the numbers down to that 1v2, which would still have been a manageable position for them to be in. But Rocks, they're not in safe waters yet. We talked about Revenant on the high ground in the backlines. On the map, we saw the players of D+ Kia closing in from that northwestern position from Rocks. That can actually cause a lot of trouble for them.
Yeah, speaking of Rocks right now, seems like God's Reign, they have been a little bit low-key this time. Ninja Jawed, Blaze, and as well as Aquanox has pretty much gotten themselves a very nice compound outside Chumacera. Robin, however, is scouting outside very, very aggressively. And guess what? There's just no sound on the east side of the circle.
There is no sound on the east side, but the problem is there is another presence, and that's going to be TWM Gaming. Now, what Robin is doing for Godsrain, I think it's extremely crucial, because protecting your backlines, especially in an open circle, you always know that teams have been taking those long rotations. Teams like Metal Esports, teams like Xpark, they've been taking those long rotations, and maybe TWM Gaming will be one of them coming in from the backlines. But for Godsrain, the earliest priority or their first bit of priority is going to be pushing or breaching past AMTX Stormex, because this particular team, more or less toward the central part of the compound, I feel like Godsrain, if a couple of these players are being taken, I think they can create a little bit of a space.
You know, speaking of a little bit of a space here, let's talk about this play coming from the Kamagaza play, because that was able to buy a little bit more time for Maru to reset their one of the members, but eventually they were just completely outnumbered. So that was a very, very good rush coming in from them. But nevertheless here, let's talk about another teams here, because this is going to be the north side as well. NSR on top of Chumacera from the start of this game until now. They're still on top of the warehouses, whereas Big Brothers are finally coming in, but they don't have a lot of information to work with for now. So they're playing a little bit slow, but little did they know, EM Tech is also going to be on the other side as well. So if Circle comes toward Chumacera, these three teams are going to have a blast. But if Circle shifts out, Big Brother, not too happy.
All of them are going down if the circle takes a southern shift now, because I mean those hills towards the southern side of Chumacera, towards Minas del Valle, are extremely difficult to climb in the late game stages. All the positions are basically marked by the teams that have gotten there early, and it's going to be a big challenge. But no, the shift is on the city of Chumacera again, and I have to say, and I think Salty, you will agree with me on this. Now NSR needs to win this game.
Yeah, NSR definitely needs to win this game. Reminds me of the circle from Erangel once again, kind of a similar pattern. EMTX, they were there, NSR were there as well, Big Brothers were there as well. These were the three teams in that particular ruins area as well. And now this time once again, but Big Brothers, I think their position is sort of extremely critical right now, because any movement will be marked not just by NSR but also from multiple teams. Teams coming in from the north. You've got Metal Esports' Q, you've got Ducks in Esports coming in as well, and then Eagle Owls and D+K, all these other teams just make the situation so much more difficult and life difficult for Big Brother Esports.
You know, to be honest, I don't know if my Caster's Curse is going to be strong enough or NSR is going to come from the top, because I predict the NSR for this, and guess what? The mechanical completely runs down by Rock. There's going to be 2 men down. Morna tried his best to trade off as well, but NSR, even though they are in the middle, they still have wings outside. Pumbaa going to be going for a little bit of suppresses fire here. ZZ going to be outskirts as well. Here comes Wings, waiting for trade-off, and that's going to be wiped out coming from Rocks. And seems like my Caster's Curse is a little bit stronger.
Caster's Curse is real in India,
I'm sorry, man.
It definitely is real in India.
NSR, I'm sorry.
But still have to say an impressive moment from the side of Rocks Esports. They were the ones pushing towards the factory, and the numbers had been brought down to a 2v2. But still they managed to come out on top, and all because of Pumbaa.
Yep, at the same time as well, they've gotten 7 finishes thus far, and 13 teams still left alive. This is a fantastic start coming from Rocks here. I'm not sure where this Rocks come from, but the confidence has been kicking in, and they are very, very, very excited to actually prove themselves here. But and meanwhile here, let's talk a little bit about the teams from the south. Team Xpark, Godsrain, rotated from the southern highway. Now they're slowly edging in the zone. They haven't exactly went for a head-to-head clash. Yeah, this is going to be worse because in terms of loot-wise, look at this Scout. He's only got 2 first aids. It seems like they're just playing it very, very slow right now.
They certainly are playing very, very slow, and part of it is courtesy to that early rotation which they made, right? The early rotation from Puerto Paraso towards Minas del Valle. But one good thing is that they still have a little bit of a pathway inside. Revenant Esports on their left-hand side, Gladiators on the right-hand side. It's going to be very difficult for them to actually make this climb, especially when they are being open fire by Fierce and Sensei. But Team Xpark, they're actually making it work.
Yeah, speaking of making things work here, Xpark, they are going to go for the drive-by. They are slowly inching away. They are still playing edge zone all the way through. This time, Gladiators are going to be coming in as well. Revenant, they have the high ground advantage, but this is going to put Xpark in a very awkward position, right? If they want to push Revenant, it's going to be very difficult because of how steep the slopes are. And because of this, Revenant will have a big, big time knowing that there is very, very unlikely that Xpark is going to push up. And Sensei is going to try and make sure this happens. That's going to be knocked onto his sound as well. Sensei continues with his sprays to try and punch them as well. And while this is actually happening as well, Sensei looking for the nade. Looks good. He is going to back off and completely zone them out because this is just damage done, right? It's all about stalling and then just completely retreating out. But Aditya taking some serious damage as well, and they're still tanking the zone for Team Xpark, and I feel bad. There's nothing much they can really do about this.
Xpark, they are getting out of this game in this fight itself. There's absolutely no way they make it out of here in one piece. Players have taken a lot of damage.
No.
There's a sandwich from Revenant and Gladiators in the backlines as well. Pokar and Aditya still standing while Scout has been dropped to his knees. Still there in this game. Can they bring him back? The answer is going to be a simple no. Sarang has been brought back into the action though. And Revenant still trying to gatekeep the players of Xpark.
Oh my goodness, the re-knock comes in as well. Revenant just raining hack on towards Xpark. And it seems like Revenant, they don't really want somebody flanking them behind. You want to clear the backs before actually moving in. And guess what? They're leaving 3 members here to slow them down. Meanwhile, Sensei is already up ahead to scout the next phase of the zone. And guess what? He's already in the next phase of the zone. It seems like he's found a very, very good cover. And Revenant says, you know what? We're going to finish off Xpark. And Pokar, he does have 7 first aids. Seems like this is his only option left for Xpark right now.
You know, one of the most important thing for Revenant Esports will be to finish this up quickly and then follow up on Sensei as well, because Sensei is not alone in that vicinity.
Yes.
You've got Team Eagle Owls, you've got Team D+K as well, and if those teams do decide to converge upon him, I'm pretty sure he's going to be overpowered in that situation. It's also going to be important to empower inside the circle and get more space. But speaking of space, it seems like Gladiator Esports are starting to take some space, bite, chew a little bit out of Revenant Esports' territory, and that is not being welcomed. Apollo already has those crosses on.
Yeah,
but shots haven't really been taken up.
Okay, they did, you know, Revenant Esports, they did scout out Gladiator in the vicinity, right? Because they got one knock on Gladiator as well as Team Xpark, because of that, it kind of slowed down their rotation, and because of this, Revenant is slowly winning the sound in front, unless there is going to be head-on collision. In this case, that is going to be D+K trying to stall Apollo, but look at this, he's taking through the zone as well. He might actually knock out his wall, and he is going to bleed out to the zone. And this is going to allow Gladiator that small inch to actually fight against Revenant right now. And looks like they are going to try it as well. Destro hooking up the Kobe's. Revenant going to have MJ push on for as well. And guess what? MJ is going to crash onto Justin. And they are going to try and reposition this. Gladiator, they are going to lose Destro. Since they push out the zone, and Shogun will trade him off. And while this is happening, Revenant will have MJ finish him off. And now 1v1, Justin versus MJ. Who's going to come on top? And it's going to be Revenant! MJ with the DBS that shuts him down. But guess what? Third party is going to be D+K, who reaps the rewards, kills them off, finishes them off, and it is over for both Revenant and Gladiator.
Yeah, an impressive fight, and again, I mean, so much build-up for that, especially from the side of Revenant Esports, who were, to be fair, distracted by the players of Xpark a few seconds ago, and then Gladiators were there to capitalize on a wounded side of Revenant. D+K are returning the favor to the players of Revenant Esports in the very end, but now we focus on God's Reign. They're fighting for the center. In fact, not the center, the eastern edge of the zone against the players of EM Tech.
Oh, God's Reign having Aquanax here with a clutch! They take down EMT! And that is going to be God's Reign, reigning supreme. 7 teams left, but at the same time, Big Brothers, they're creeping in inch by inch towards a warehouse. But this next phase of the zone does not include this zone. God's Reign, they need to go for the reset. Meanwhile, Big Brothers, they're looking to cook up the nades. They want to try and finish them off. They have a rough idea as well. Sarvin finds a very interesting angle. John, he dodges it by the whim. Robin still hasn't been able to force his first aid kit yet, as Big Brother continues with their pressure. Rishi clearing the bottom floors for now, slowly inching away, slowly creeping in. But do they want to force the issue? Because God's Reign, they are fully healed up as well. Meanwhile, they have no information where other teams are as well. D+K are making their way downtown, potentially looking to crash this, as Big Brothers getting forced out into the zone, slowly walking their way in. God's Reign not making any moves yet, while Big Brothers desperately trying to drop them as well. God's Reign finally goes for a blaze, and Big Brothers comes out together with the DBS, flushes them out. Rishi also getting finished as well. And while this is happening as well, D+K says hello, hello, hello. Third party gaming is going to be the way to go, and D+K will reap the reward once again. Scythe now all by himself has to play placement points now.
Amidst all of this happening, Lobster from Team TWM actually made a last-ditch rotation, and now he's found the sniper tower for himself, but it seems like he's been spotted. Zaf launching the nade towards him. The tanker is still going to survive, but Johnny, how long do you think he's going to hold on to his dear life?
I don't think it's going to be long. Lobster just getting picked off the moment we start talking about him. And also, we're down to 4 teams, 9 players still alive. And I have a feeling, let's see if the Caster's Curse is going to be real in this match, because I have a feeling that Eagle Owls are going to be walking away the winners of this match.
They might just be 4 teams and 9 players. And Eagle Owls, of course, they have the man advantage and the mercy of the circle, right? A ridge to actually play across. The stage is set and the stars have aligned for Eagle Owls to actually shine. Majority of the other teams, the contenders, you've got Big Brothers, you've got D plus Kia, and you've also got God's Reign. They will have to cover a lot of open terrains, and that's why they're using the smoke clouds.
Well, in this case, Eagle Owls here, consistent team thus far, and they are here to prove themselves and why they are able to sneak into the final zone here. The 1-1-1-1 strategy is working out in their favor, and they've got 6 finishes. However, D plus Kia will be sending on force as well. They send on force, going for the repick, and guess what? Here comes the run and gun. They send 2 guys as well. It is going to be a pump here as well. But Eagle Owls, they have to finish and over! With the nades, explode the vehicle, and they are going to lose 2 members. And Eagle Owls will be here to reap it on. Big Brothers playing the healing game alongside with Ninja Jord. That is it. Eagle Owls will guarantee win this out. But Ninja Jord and Saif, who's going to take number 2 now?
Exactly, it's a battle for the number 2. Ninja Jord with 2 first aid kits. I'm not really sure how many on Saf. It's just 1. It's 1 on Saf as well. Saf heals himself up on time. But I'm not really sure what about Ninja Jord as well. He's fine now, finish point, not really. Ninja Jord from the back lines steals the number 2 spot for himself. And of course, we know who's going to win it all. It's going to be Eagle Owls from the Korean side, who actually get the winner chicken dinner on the game of Miramar. Feels sad to be Metal Esports, but this is the hard fact.
Eagle Owls has done it. They played an impossible game, big clutches all the way through, sneaky beaky like, and guess what? That's what gives you the chicken. 2 nations, 1 passion, and Eagle Owls has proved to Korea that they can get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners for today.
It was a very impressive win from this team, the way they were able to hold on to their numbers till the late game stages. All 4 players still left standing. And you know what's even more beautiful? The contrast it was to the previous match that we saw, but it did not really matter, because in that game, Eagle Owls were out on a hunt, and that resulted in them actually succumbing to the pressure in the middle game stages. This time that wasn't the case. This time they held back to their advantages, and then played along with the numbers altogether.
You know, it's a very, very weird way of how actually play the game, right? Like, considering how everyone is playing a little bit more safe and a little bit more aggressive here, we've seen a lot of switches coming in. But what is consistent from Eagle Owls is that they always play very, very low-key, and it's actually helped them sneak into a lot of very, very awkward positions.
I think the name kind of suits them, right? Eagle Owls. They're sort of the night owls in this situation, where they will try and remain away from all the limelight, but when it actually matters, they will shine the brightest. As we transition to witnessing all the engagements that happen, these are the players in their serious mode. The game face is on.
Yep, speaking of game face as well, you know, I like how you actually brought up Night Owls, but this time, you know, we've got the Big Brother Eagle Owls, man.
No, it's not the Night Owls from BGS. Oh my God, I see.
I know, I'm just fooling you. We're jokes aside here, Eagle Owls definitely a top contender coming from Korea as well. And it's interesting because in our topics, right? Okay, I've written down the notes here from the Korean casters. They told this in particular. Rocks and Eagle Owls are going to be the dark horses coming from the Korean team. And guess what? Eagle Owls definitely surprised us, because in the community chatter, and what I mean by community chatter is between you guys watching at home and also between the players, there's not a lot of information onto us Eagle Owls and Rocks, and because of this, they kind of sneak their way into a very, very distant placements. But considering that we've played 2 official match and 1 unofficial match, I feel like now is a situation where people will pay attention to Eagle Owls now.
Yeah, I mean, now a few eyes at least are going to be on upon them, because now this team is proving to be a big contender for the trophy itself. I mean, imagine this. You start the journey with 2 chicken dinners, and the other teams were a little bit inconsistent in the first 2 matches. That will definitely give you a safety cushion to work with. But we do have the highlights of the previous game on our screens, and this was an interesting one. There are so many fights I want to talk about in this.
I mean, certainly it did start off with Blind Esports trying to take the aggression, trying to repeat the format for success on the map of Wrangle in this one, but that did not really happen.
Yeah, and then there was this Metal versus Duxon. It was a very scrappy fight from the side of Duxon. It felt like they were a little too overconfident about how they wanted to play this, because you see, Zipian, a few moments ago, he did spot out Encore when he was nading his teammate right next to him, and even after knowing there's a player standing behind that ridge, he still goes for a wide swing, trying to take the fight against the man on the broken wall. And then we move on to, well, one of the craziest fights we have witnessed, which happened during the later stages of the match. There was Revenant versus X-Park versus Gladiators versus D+ here. There were so many teams involved in that one. It's going to happen in a few short months.
I feel bad for NSR because, you know, you guys are thinking like, hey, NSR, they got center circle, going to be very, very strong. As soon as I said, hey, NSR, gonna win this, boom, completely rushed by Rocks. And yeah, this is the fight you're talking about as well. Revenant X-Park, right? Revenant really set a very, very strong precedent in the south side, right? They stalled both Godtrain as well, both Gladiators as well as X-Park, and because of this, they were able to capitalize on this. And what actually went wrong was the third party coming from Eagle Owls that forced Revenant in this awkward position, and because of that, Gladiators was able to get a little bit of breather to kind of reset the way and force this fight. And as soon as they go for this, look at this, D+ KS said, like, you know what, I'm just gonna clean everybody out, I'm just gonna farm my finish points, and that's just 3 points after 3 points in favor of D+ Kia.
I knew that fight was more chaotic for 4 teams. I mean, as you mentioned, Eagle Owls was there in the distance, but this was another awkward situation for both these teams to be in. God's Reign and Big Brothers, both of them know the pressure of that blue zone is falling upon them, and it was a desperate attempt to get themselves into a fighting position. Both of them did manage to do that, but in the end it was God's Reign who settled the scores with Big Brothers, with Ninja Jord finding that final pick on Sarvit.
You know, okay, that's the thing about all these amazing players, right? Like Ninja Jord definitely played out of his mind. You know, he was banging for the top 2, eventually found a finish point, which is a little bit of a plus point for God's Reign. So consistency is still within God's Reign's vocabulary in this 2 official match thus far. But now, here is the notes, in particular that Park from the Korean caster here said specifically for Eagle Owls. They are the dark horses of the team. They will only take fights if they can win. If not, they will choose to play heal battles as a priority. And interesting enough, that's exactly what Eagle Owls did throughout the entire game.
But I do agree with that, actually.
Let's actually talk about Eagle Owls and Team Rocks a little after we actually talk about MJOP, who is the MVP apparently from this particular game. 5 finishes in this one, 501 shots of damage. You've got 2 headshots, 1 assist as well. Too many stats which is going in his way, especially for Evident Esports as well. But we transition on towards Eagle Owls, Nova and Junior. I think these were the players who sort of were the anchor for the team. 3 and 3 finishes respectively.
Look at that, 719 damage dished out by Nova, the highest in the list of top 5 players.
Yep, and at the same time as well, Pumba going to be, you know, from the side of Rocks as well, definitely stood out because he really rained hell on towards NSR in that situation here. But of course, with that being said here, with match 2 finally up and away, point standings comes in. Eagle Owls top on number 1 with the Chicken Dinner with 24 points, alongside with God's Raid with 19 points. D+ K on 3rd place here with 14 points. Big Brothers 4th place here with 12 points. Rocks with 5th place at 9 points. Sharing it with Revenant also at 6th place at 9 points. Metal 7th place 8 points. TWM 7th place 8th place 7 points.
Yeah, I mean, too many numbers, but not really very many on the second page of the standings. Of course, you have so many Indian teams who are potential champions of the region as well. You've got Gladiators, you've got Blind, 6 and 5 points respectively. You've got Team X-Park as well with 2 points. Team X-Park, for them, performance hasn't really been on a positive note, ladies and gentlemen. And even, as a matter of fact, NSR, I see you predicted this team, but they got absolutely rammed in the lands of Chumasera.
Hey, man. You know, sometimes the teams, they gotta do something. You know, in this case, they gotta convince me not to predict you, because 2 of the 2 games so far, sorry, not 2, 3, even including the unofficial ones, all predictions has pretty much went down south for me. So in this case, my caster's curse, it seems to be the stronger one. So you guys gotta be very, very careful.
You know, you're sitting next to the caster's curse legend.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Salty has been cursing teams for an entire tournament that lasted 3 months.
That's why they call you salty by.
Yeah.
That is one of the reasons why I'm like preparing you for what's about to come, because this is not gonna go away. This curse is gonna linger with you even when you sleep during the nights. You're not gonna hang it.
Sometimes in life, you know, a curse can be a blessing, and a blessing can be a curse. In this case, which is it? You guys got to stick around to find out, because for now, 2 games has pretty much passed as well. We do see a very, very strong showing coming from Eagle Owls, and I'm extremely excited to see how Sunhawk's going to be playing as well, because Erangel, Miramar, 2 very, very different maps here. A little bit more onto his skill play and rotation here. But Sandhawk is going to be a little bit difficult here. Vehicles, not necessarily the most helpful in this 4x4 map.
Yeah, but if you are using a vehicle on Sanhok, it's basically just
telling
dragging
the whole
all
world
that
you're
attention. Yeah, telling everyone where you are coming from. And it's too much pressure to deal with once you're actually trying to enter the circle. But I think talking about pressure, we have to look at where these teams are.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
God's Reign, Big Brother's actually in top 2 despite the overall point standings. And guess what? Seems like Big Brother Esports and God's Reign taking a page of Gladiators here.
Yeah.
You know, trying to be the champions of no chickens.
Absolutely, and chicken dinners aren't really important. Look at how consistent they are. And look at Big Brother specifically. They only have 7 finish points, but 20 position points, which sort of goes to show that their positional play and their circle prediction has been very accurate. On Erangel, their circle prediction was accurate. On Miramar, their circle prediction was accurate. On the second page, of course, as we transition, we have the teams who certainly have been on the aggressive front. You've got Blind with 9 finishes. You've got Gladiators with 7 finishes. Majority of these teams, they've been trying to play the aggressive route, but that did not really work out on the overall page.
What's even more surprising is the second page right now holds the top contenders from both these countries. I mean, we have Gladiators, Blind Esports, X-Park from India, Duxon is there representing South Korea, and all of these top contenders, including 2Z, we spoke about them so much with our colleagues, and they were mentioning how good this team is, the individual brilliance the players bring on the board, but now it seems like all these big names are struggling quite a lot, and it's the teams that no one was watching out for that are actually doing well in the well, at least in the initial matches.
Agreed. You know, we have South Korean representatives playing as well. They are doing their best to actually give us the best competition here. And guess what? You know, God's Reign really stepped it up as well. And earlier today as well, I think yesterday in the morning yesterday in the morning as well, before rehearsals, we did have a little bit of chat with God's Reign here. He gave me the information as well that, hey, this placement format here, going for finishes is going to be the priority. And guess what? It worked out, because they are the top finishers in the entire overall standings in 2 matches. And maybe with this momentum, it is going to help them a little bit more.
No, here's a little bit of an interesting thing about God's Reign, and I'm going to find out the answer to this, because they have that one man in the backlines who's also big brain IGL himself, Mr. Wace, and I wonder how much of inputs he is giving to the team, to Robin, figuring out and helping him out how to lead the team in these matches. Because Wace, we know, I mean, he's been known as one of the best IGLs in the region, and definitely with him and Robin trying to figure stuff out against these Korean teams, and of course their Indian contenders as well at the same time, and it can help God's Reign achieve some next level consistency. Although Big Brothers in the first 2 games being this consistent is something I enjoy seeing. They've been doing good.
You know, they've done their best here, and of course you guys at home, I know you guys are enjoying yourself in BGMI here. I have a very, very fun announcement to tell you guys here. You guys want to know what it is?
Yes.
The fun announcement is that we get to see a little bit of insights here on what's actually happening here at the BGMI Invitationals here. Let's throw it over with the host up on stage to see what you guys are up to.
And of course, it is an amazing day 1 of this India-Korea Invitational, and देखिए बहुत सारे games तो यहाँ पर चल ही रहे हैं, एंड अभी तो बस शुरुआत हुई है, पहला दिन है, सिर्फ 2 गेम्स हुई हैं, अभी और भी बहुत सारे गेम्स बचे हैं, हम लोग बहुत सारे कमबैक्स देखेंगे, हम लोग बहुत सारे इंप्रेसिव मूव्स देखेंगे, लेकिन अभी सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे प्लेयर्स थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ले लें, थोड़ा सा अपने आप को री एनर्जाइज कर लें, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक्शन नहीं रुकने वाला है, बिकॉज वी हैव समथिंग very special for you guys. And it's now time to take the road to Valor, Empire's Invitational Games. And यहाँ पर एक-एक करके भिड़ंत होगी, players आएंगे, and आमने-सामने challenge करेंगे. So let's welcome the first challengers for match 1, which is going to the quarterfinals. So let's welcome player 1, Godfather. एंड रोड टू वैलोर में गॉडफादर को कंपटीशन देने के लिए, टक्कर देने के लिए जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए कैरोलीन को. लेट्स वेलकम कैरोलीन. All right, our players are ready. It's going to be Godfather versus Caroline for quarterfinals number 1. So all the best players, have a good time. And back to you, casters. Take it away for Road to Valor Empire's Invitational.
Well, it's time to begin Road to Valor Empires, I guess. I mean, the contenders look pretty ready on the stage. Are you guys ready, Necro and Salt?
I'm ready, of course. Like, it's a new game, to be honest. I just started playing Road to Valor like a couple of days back. And to be honest, hooked to this particular game because I'm a huge fan of Beowulf.
Yeah.
And the powers that he has, especially when you actually max it out, it's so amazing. To be honest, I don't really have a lot of trophies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a professional in this one, but certainly it's fun.
I mean, look, you're not a professional. That's why we got the players over there playing
Yeah.
around, right? And speaking about Road to Valor, of course, a little bit of mixture inside this entire gaming content that we're so far having inside the tournament. Road to Valor definitely brings in that interesting spice. Speaking about a cards game, it's something that players need to level the cards up to sort of duke it out 1v1.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting one, Johnny.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. We have T4K Godfather taking on Caroline on the stage, and it's going to be quite an intense matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, Road to Valor Invitational tournament that's about to take place. And again, as you mentioned, Necro, a little bit of a breather that's going to be there for us before we jump back into the action of BGMI in a few short moments. But let's have a look at the prize pool that's going to be on the line for these individuals. And it is going to be quite exciting to see how this journey unfolds. And if you guys are wondering where we are in this invitational tournament, well, today we will have the quarterfinals taking place on this stage. Tomorrow, it's going to be the semifinals, and of course, on the last day, it's going to be the grand finals that's going to happen, and all of them are going to be BO3 series.
That is true, but you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool, because this is something that's also going to be the motivating factor for the players, but also something that can add on that pressure. Let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool, as we have that in front of us as well. 1 lakh rupees is going to be the total prize pool for RTV, from which the champion team gets 40,000 for themselves. The second spot gets 20,000. Third spot gets 10K. Fourth spot get 10K as well, and of course from 5th to 8th they get 5,000. At least the good part is that no one's returning back empty-handed.
Yeah.
Oh, so I mean, does that make sense? Like, as in, if I was invited in this tournament, I would have also won like 5,000 rupees. Like, is that something which?
I mean, if you are in the top 8.
Oh, so these are the top 8 players of the country.
Yes.
Oh
exactly.
my goodness! Like, this is going to be fun, to be honest, because. I think I am extremely excited for the strategic display which is going to come by. So usually what happens, especially with me when I'm playing the game, I'm mostly like, you know what, there's a troop coming, I'm going to spam my forces against them as well. See, up here, there's not really a lot going on for me at least, but for Johnny, who is like the grey matter of the troop, I think he's got a lot of brains to try and decode what strategy the opposition is trying to do.
I mean, for me, I'm still learning. I'm just trying to take down Sparrow these days. I mean, a few months ago, Sparrow is, I believe he used to be in the top 500 on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, just a few weeks ago, we were setting up bounties whenever we were talking about Road to Valor, just for people to go on the ladder and try and take him down. We are trying to take him down, and still is a challenge. So we're still learning the game from him quite a lot. And it's been extremely helpful just playing 1v1s against him. But my strategy, it's going to be simple. I play defense. I'm not going to come at my troops early. I'm not going to use my Guardians' abilities early. I'm going to hold on through them. But sometimes that's not necessarily the case. You're going to have to analyze. But ladies and gentlemen, here's the matchup in front of us. T4K Godfather against Caroline.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one, Johnny. I just can't wait for the game to begin. And speaking about Sparrow, you know, he asked me to unlock a Guardian, which name is Amira. And I was actually trying to play around with it, you know? And I think so it's actually a pretty solid one, too, especially the temptation spell that you can drop on top of the troops. And you can just make the enemy troops fight amongst themselves. That's one of the best things.
I mean, to be honest, just imagine this, right? If you have a power which can enable your troops to just fight amongst themselves, or your opposition's troops to fight amongst themselves. It sort of like reminds me of that particular anime from Naruto, like the Genjutsu from Itachi, where you can completely get into a different alternate universe altogether. I think that kind of resembles something of it.
I mean, it can, but again, I mean, you need to know how those abilities functions and how exactly what's the best possible time to use it. Because, I mean, earlier on in the Dales, even figuring out how Beowulf worked was going to be a challenge for everyone, and then all of these new Guardians, especially the mythic ones, can be a challenge because you have to trigger abilities in a certain positions to get the maximum value from them. Something that I've seen, another one of our colleagues who's been playing and grinding this game for a long time, I've seen him use quite a lot, and he recently introduced me to this, was the fact that Loki has been is being used by these players quite a lot, so I want to see how that functions. But I think we're going to start looking at the players now. We're going to talk about one or both of these individuals, in fact, one after the other. I think we're going to start off with Caroline and see how her journey has been. All right, in fact, we're going to jump into the game in a few short moments.
Yeah, well, here we go. I mean, we have the player in front of us. One thing is for sure, they have got their game faces on, and I'm super excited to see how this one's going to be looking like. You got to say, a little bit of neutral face, but at the same time, you can tell the amount of depth that is there.
I mean, definitely, Angra coming in as the guardian of choice from both these sides. We're going to have to figure out how, in fact, how different their strategy with the same guardian is going to look like. You have options. I mean, Command Death is going to be there, Command Decadence is going to be there just on this Guardian itself. And then when we come on to the troops, I mean, we did see the deck, kind of a well-balanced out position from both these sides. Almost identical.
Almost mirror decks.
I did not see all of them.
The same type of Guardian as well being utilized over there. So I really want to see, considering both of these guys are using the similar type of Guardian, they must know how to counter each other as well in a really good fashion. And these guys are also supposed to be some of the best players out there too, right? So they probably know how they each other play, and maybe inside the games we might just see a lot of counters.
I think we're sort of looking at a one-star victory, to be honest, because there is no chance with such similar loadouts for both the players. There is going to be like a proper 3-star victory, like all the towers being broken. But what is your call? I think it's going to be a 1-star victory.
I think it is definitely going to be a close game, and it can be a one-medal win as well for either one of these players. But let's see how this game is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump into the action now. And again, things right off the bat are going to look extremely interesting. Let's see how this one is going to go.
Exactly. I mean, off the bat, we've got the troops being deployed as well from the bottom side too. I mean, this is where I really want to see how the future line is going to be looking like, considering we've got quite a lot of troops on the way. Archers being deployed too for the long-range battle, but eventually all of this spam that's been coming into play, this is going to be a tough one to get rid of.
Yeah, it will be, and it is definitely going to be a challenge, a difficult one at that too. Valkyrie is going to be an option. We have Caroline in blue, T4K Godfather on the red side. Just a spam coming in from the side of Caroline, trying to defend that left-hand side. How is this going to work out?
No clue, to be honest, but a lot of troops being deployed, and the entirety of the red team sort of struggling to kind of hold up. Look at this, right? A lot of you've got horses being sent as well, trying to defend, but Caroline on the other side just trying to hold on to her possession as much as possible.
That is true. I mean, as you mentioned, so many of these things just happening all over the place, and as we mentioned, both of these guys are almost using that identical deck as well, so this is going to be interesting. One thing is for sure, they know how to counter each other. This will be a one-medal win, as you mentioned. It will be close as hell, that's for sure.
Speaking of damage itself, I think the blue team sort of has taken a lot of damage. Look at this. The right-hand flank for the blue team is very, very damaged. And that's because majority of the attacks from the red team were focused on the right-hand side. Defenses on the left for blue has been better.
Oh, the Shieldsman leading the charge from the left for Caroline. She has troops following up. The Shieldman as well, but oh, this is definitely going to be a troublesome position now for them to be in. 60 seconds remaining, and the damage advantage, I have to say that Godfather can help him in the win, especially with these twin giants charging from these either lanes.
Godfather's definitely playing it quite nice. He knows how to sort of get rid of the enemies, at least for now. And Caroline, one thing is for sure, she's not able to find that connection that is desperately needed. And because of this is where Godfather is now getting such a big advantage. He knows the time is in his court.
But look at this. It's still the right-hand tower for the blue, of course. And now, with the main power being activated as well, one of the towers will be broken, and it's Godfather who is definitely leading the charge.
Oh yeah, it should be an easy win from here on out. Not a lot of time left for Caroline to accomplish anything in this matchup. It's going to be a tough... Oh, will he get the second? Is it going to be a two-metal one? He has the Axeman charging forward. Shieldsmen are going to be there as a defensive unit, but in the end, it's just going to be a time running out. And Salty, you do get your prediction right. It is going to be a one-medal win for T4K Godfather. And he made it look easy. Encountering the spam quite nicely, in fact.
I mean, we usually expect players breaking a sweat in these type of moments, right? Especially when you've got the identical Guardians as well. But then that little bit of switch up between the deck, a little bit of mythic cards as well being added, that can give you such a big backup inside the games as well. And this is what experience really speaks, right? I'm not saying that Caroline lacks in a little bit of experience, but it's just about Godfather knowing what to exactly put on the board to counter the cards.
Good bait setup on the right-hand side, of course. On the left-hand side, in fact, majority of Caroline's resources were sort of drained in order to block those couple of shots, but then the right-hand flank was completely left open, and that's why we witnessed the right-hand tower being exploded the first. It was completely defenseless. You had a little bit of a defense coming in from the tower itself, but no real troops to try and block all the attacks which were coming their way.
I mean, that is quite true, in fact, but I think majority of the focus from Caroline's side was on attack, because we saw her just spamming those units. One of the big forms of defense was those Persian shieldsmen, and they were also primarily there to protect the troops just charging from that left-hand side. As you mentioned, right-hand side defenses were lacking for a long time, and that was that one opening that Godfather used to just capitalize and secure the end game. And it was a quick end game as well, because I think all of the initial minute or maybe just a minute and 10 seconds was just spent just prepping that tower, chipping away at it. And then within the last 20 seconds is when he just went all in on both those lanes and just destroyed one, got that one medal in. The second one would have just been a bonus.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? Just spamming troops on the board. It's one thing is for sure, from the side of Caroline, we saw so many troops on the board, right? But then we saw Godfather just dropping one massive troop, one big troop to counter all of that mess, and instantly all the deck was being wiped out within seconds.
I mean, that sort of happens, but we still have to remember it's still a best of three, guys.
True.
And there's still a chance Caroline will actually make a comeback. And to be honest, I personally have a feeling that she will. No real bias out here, but I personally feel like she might just be able to make a comeback 2-1. Who knows?
Oh, wow.
I mean, it can happen. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, that is why BO3 series are quite interesting and wonderful to watch. Because comebacks are very exciting when you get to witness them, but in a situation like this, it is going to be a tough one. Because that match, I mean, even though it was just a one-medal win, it was just one person on offense and the other one trying to get offensive, but not really getting a single opportunity to even connect on the tower of Godfather.
With that being said, of course, let's just focus on the decks that we have for ourselves for the next game. Once again, it's similar. You've got level 10 Valkyrie for both the ends as well, and the Shieldsman is there as well. So it's going to be similar. It's going to be a completely similar gameplay as well. But the only change which I am willing to see from Caroline and her side is maybe to understand what Godfather is trying to do, to understand what is a disguise, what is a bait that has been set up, and then try and react to it a little better. I think that will even the terrains out, because the troops that they're using, it's always similar.
That is true. I mean, once again, as you mentioned, they're using the same deck. It's pretty much like a mirror matchup once again. So I want to see, hopefully, Caroline has learned her lesson in that first ever matchup that we saw. And now it's time to adapt. Now it's time to learn and quickly adjust on the fly, because the upcoming game's live as well. And Salty, as you mentioned, 2 more lifelines are still there, from which one of those is being burned through already. 1 more to go.
Bring them all down.
Well, we do have troops being deployed. Camping set up for the likes of Caroline as well, but from both the ends, and we've got horsemen. We've got horsemen trying to completely charge in towards the left-hand tower, and this is battle being set up.
Berserkers against the shieldsmen, the Persian shieldsmen towards the left-hand side. Not really a fight. We thought they were going to win, but it's kind of an even trade for both these players. Now the push from Caroline actually looks like it's going to convert at least some damage on that tower towards the left.
Yeah, early damage onto that left-hand tower, but look at this. That did buy himself a little bit of his time, but no real damage, just a little bit of a scratch on that right-hand tower from the blue side. And just like you mentioned, the shieldsmen will be able to counteract, but that is not going to be enough.
Indeed, it is not. I mean, once again, you can see a lot of troops being added on the deck as well, and this is where we're pretty much, one thing is for sure, all Godfather is going to do is drop one big troop on the board and everything will be wiped out instantly, and that's what we're seeing on the board, at least for now.
The horsemen on the left-hand side, of course, the archers will try and take them down, and they will successfully be able to do so. This is amazing. You've got Valkyrie coming in as well, and now there is an opportunity for a breakthrough, but no way, that was demolished.
Good defense coming in from the side of Godfather, but still the archers, they managed to make their way towards that right-hand side tower. They do manage to chip away on it, but here comes the Viking Mead. And the Persian shieldsmen, they just vanished in a matter of seconds.
Last 60 seconds, Johnny, on the counter, and it's going to be extremely difficult. I think Callan in this one definitely has an advantage in terms of damage being dealt, but I think this is the time when Beowulf has to be pulled off as well, because he definitely has the opportunity to completely pull off the game, and I think this is the time. And now the hero saga begins. Beowulf has been brought in, will be able to completely demolish the opposition in one big swing, and that is what he does.
Yeah, that hospital building in the center can definitely be a distraction, and it is becoming a distraction for the troops of Godfather. And Caroline has managed to build up quite a nice army that's going to charge towards that left-hand side. She just needs to be careful with how she approaches and how quickly she can end it all for the side of Godfather. The defensive units doing their work. And the Godfather has still managed to hold on an extra time, 120 seconds. We are going into overtime in this match.
Exactly. Now this is what makes it so much more interesting, but look at it, the archers as well as the spearhead, all of them just trying to deal so much damage, but that is going to be of no use. And now you've got the shieldsmen joining the party as well. This is absolutely crazy. Not an end game that I expected.
That is true. Speaking about the end game, at least for now, not a lot of damage being dealt on both the towers, so still the big capitalization has to be the towers. You need to get as much damage as possible onto them to get this victory down. For Godfather, all he needs to do is deal some more damage and he will be good to go.
I mean, the twin giants, the frost twin giants are still there, and they've managed to soak up so much damage from the side of Caroline's troop. They've held them towards her towers all this time around, and that definitely does buy time for the side of Godfather to get his CP back up to summon a few more troops in. He goes for another twin giants on this battlefield. Especially, I think the focus towards the left-hand side has just been a distraction this entire time, because look towards the right. One of his frost giants has managed to make his way towards the right-hand side tower.
Oh, he's getting so close. Keep this thing in mind, Godfather, all he needs is one more victory to seal the deal against Caroline, and Caroline is actually trying to hang on to her life, but eventually, look at the left tower. The red tower's being chipped off so much, and this is where the damage advantage now swings back and forth.
Oh my god, look at that storm happening on the right-hand side. Blue team is going all in. There is no holding back right now, just unleashing every single troop that there is. And it seems like they've actually done it with good measure as well. Look at the damage on the towers. It's dwindling down and their HP is dwindling as well. There is no way. It seems like the red team will be able to stop the exhibition of attacks. And that is it. Caroline actually finds a winner in this one, and it's 1-1, boys.
Wow.
What about that game? That was actually crazy. They don't expect that last-ditch move in the final
Are you
second.
getting your predictions right for Road to Valor, Salty?
Wow,
is this
Salty.
your game? Is this where your charm works?
This is nice. This is nice. You're getting your predictions right, at least in some
Somewhere,
game. Yeah, so
I
it
was getting
feels
my
a little bit
predictions
good,
right in BGMI as well, alright?
No, not really.
Yeah, not really, man. Listen, you were the one who was cursing a lot of teams. But you know what? Speaking about the sweet victory that Caroline just got, this can be a massive sigh of relief. Now, we know how much money's on the line. We know we're currently inside the quarterfinals as well. So Caroline was definitely feeling that pressure when we first saw her on the screen. But now this should be a big sigh of relief.
It was a nice win from the side of Caroline, but I mean, I have a question for Godfather. What? I mean, was that decision to change the deck right there after a win with an identical deck, because now you have the strategy down. You know what the opposition is going to be up to. Comes in with a fresh set of cards on the table, tries his level best, and for a long time he was able to hold on to the assault. But in the end, it was Caroline getting that chip in towards that left tower very early in the match, because of which she won the game in the end. Had this game lasted a little bit longer, or had Godfather gone on assault, gone aggressive in the earlier stages of the game, he would have actually come out on top.
I think what Caroline did perfectly was to try and play with the mental of Godfather in that position, right? She tried to withhold as much resources as possible, and then in the final ditch second, she unleashed all of it when her CP and MP were actually full. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting prepared for the last and the final game between these two players, Godfather and Caroline. And it's going to be a little fun.
One thing is for sure, Caroline is adamant to playing that same deck over and over again. On the other hand, Godfather, he's already experimented. He knows what he needs to bring on the board to actually taste that sweet victory too. Because once again, keep this thing in mind. Today we're going to have 4 BO3s going on, and this is going to be an interesting one, considering there will be a lot of players that will be on the stage, and also a decent amount of players saying bye-bye, because we won't see them tomorrow.
Definitely we're going to bid adieu to a few of these players, because of course from the quarters, as we move to the semis, our numbers go down from 8 players competing to just 4 left in the semifinals. And it's going to be quite interesting to see which 4 players do eventually make it to the other side. I have one man who I believe might we might see him make it all the way to the finals, but we're going to talk about him when his match actually happens. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the deciding match of these two individuals, T4K Godfather taking on Caroline.
Hey, but you know what? Now, considering it's the last game, we need to give our predictions. Which person do you think so is going to be victorious? You're going to go with Caroline? What about you, Johnny?
If he's going with Caroline, I'll go with Godfather, because I know Salty.
Oh, you know what? I was also thinking about Godfather as well. So you know what? I'm going to go with Godfather as well. So Johnny and me with Godfather, and well, this man Salty with Caroline. Let's see who's going to be the one to come out on top. Because so far, it's quite an aggressive start as well. The blue tower has already taken a decent amount of damage.
So both these players now, I mean, or at least what we saw a few seconds ago was mirror deck, but it seems like there's a little bit of a difference. We have Hades from the side of T4K Godfather as his choice of Guardians, and I love Hades. I mean, it's I've recently started spamming him when playing the matches. It's quite an entertaining, not entertaining, just a fun Guardian to play. I mean, especially Hellfire is like one of the abilities I do love, but it does take a long time to come online since it is the primary one. Requiring 5 CP.
And one more thing we need to mention, right? Early tower damage in hands of Godfather. This is something that he can look forward to. Now, all Godfather needs to do is play a little bit more defensive and just hold Caroline off on the bait. Do not let her troops cross on over onto his side. Before now, speaking about crossing on over, once again, Godfather's troops, man, they're really penetrating through.
They certainly were, but look at this good backup coming in with the Shieldsman and the Spearman, just completely trying to block off any particular attack on the right-hand side as well, just sending in a couple of troops to be a little bit of a distraction, but it's not going to work really. Even the red tower is being damaged, and all the archers on top, of course, they will try and resurrect as much as possible, but the defense, it's not really holding on for the red team, is it?
This building is just a distraction. It was just a distraction to draw fire away from the towers towards the left and the right. But Caroline now pushing in tandem again. The troops make it towards the tower on the left-hand side. And look at this. The cavalry just pushes past them. The shieldsmen are going to be there along with the archers towards the left to blockade their tower. And Caroline's defense too strong for Godfather to deal with. Here comes the Hellfire, but it's going to be... it is enough damage. He does gain the edge in the very end. Now the HP advantage sits in the hands of Godfather for a few seconds though. And Caroline, she reacts in kind.
Oh, this is a absolute mess. As you mentioned, the HP advantage in the hands of Godfather. I want to see how this is going to be turned around, considering Caroline's troops, or Carolyn's, even the towers are taking damage. But eventually, Godfather's going to be the one to lose out on his tower. This is not looking too good. Not a lot of time left anyways, but now the tower's being traded out. This is where Carolyn, once again, has a chance to pull things back in her court. And there's a chance Carolyn can actually seal the deal.
It's just the burn. It's just the burn on both the towers that is taking the HP away. And the Kamikaze attack from the side of Godfather has just lost him this match. It's going to be Caroline, Titans Caroline, who walks away with a win. And she just held the composure. She put pressure on Godfather enough to make him panic.
I mean, this is
I don't know if it was a panic move or a Kamikaze attack.
It sort of was a kamikaze attack, but it was sort of the land pressure coming in as well. I could sense the fear from Godfather and his face. He knew this was coming. Yeah. I knew this was coming as well. I predicted it was going to be 2-1. I said it all the time.
Salty, of course, is boasting about himself.
He said 1-1, by the way.
That's
no,
what's
I
going
said
to happen.
1. I said 2-1.
He did say 2-1.
Oh, he
yeah.
did say 2-1.
He did say 2-1. And he also went for the prediction with Caroline as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know what, Salty? I know you're really boasting about your prediction. I am going to give it to you. Good job with that prediction. But you know what? That's not just it. We've still got a couple of more matchups in the front.
3 more matches.
But one thing that is still unanswered is why did Godfather change his deck? I don't understand.
Me neither. Especially, I mean, all right, so the last deck was still a good choice in terms of getting those trades in. And we did see that even damage trade out, especially in the early stage. It was just that one push from the side of Caroline where she gained an edge and she just went pedal to the metal, not letting any pressure go or any form of momentum go in that last game. But that second game, that was definitely quite tricky for Godfather to win.
I think the biggest move for Caroline was always to find the opening. I think in the first game as well, Caroline fell for bait, because of which Godfather could step on it and could actually make the entire game his.
On that contrary, I think Godfather just fell for that bait, which was the entirety of the first game.
Oh yeah, like on the bigger picture, that kind of was the first.
Yeah, I mean, she just wanted to test out how well I think Godfather was going to be comfortable with the choice of cards she had.
Yeah.
And then once she understood, all right, this is the mindset. This guy likes to play defensive on the counters. A little bit early damage is what I need to be wary about. She knew exactly what she had to do in the next two games. Because if you look at game number 1, it was just constant, non-stop spam troops going in either lanes non-stop. Second and the third game were a little bit more well thought out.
देखिए games का जो point of view होता है. Thank you so much, casters. Like the point of view is crazy that any game can be won by anyone. Comebacks कहीं से कभी भी आ सकती हैं, लेकिन इस समय comeback का नहीं, अगले गेम की तरफ जाने का टाइम आ चुका है. It's time for quarterfinals number 2 for Road to Valor Empire's Invitational Games. So let's welcome our player number 1. And let's welcome जोरदार तालियों से our first player, Shikari. एंड शिकारी को चैलेंज देने के लिए एंड कहीं ना कहीं ये होप करेंगे कि ये शिकार ना हो जाएं. लेट्स वेलकम आवर प्लेयर नंबर 2, क्लॉ. All right, so Shikari versus Claw होने वाला है quarterfinals number 2 on Road to Valor, and over to our lovely casters to take it away.
Well, new set of players, new set of matches. Once again, I am excited, but more so, I'm excited to find out which Guardian they're going to play, because we witnessed here they were actually playing with Hades, they were trying out with Beowulf as well, but maybe we might get to see a little bit of an Athena action.
I would love to see that. Oh, that's actually a really good Guardian that you brought up. But you know what? I want to also see a little bit of Amira action. Because I personally think so. Amira is a character you need a lot of braids to play with. And if you know how to master that Guardian, Spiro is actually the one that motivated me to unlock Amira. And as soon as I did, I think so at the start I was pretty confused on how to use that Guardian in general initially. But then later on, once I started getting hang of that, I knew that, okay, you need a lot of brains, which I have pretty less, but I am trying my best to catch up with it.
You know, double clicking on what you just said, right? Finding and getting a hang of what the other person is doing and getting a hang of what cards, what deck you're using is going to be extremely important. I think these players can also sort of follow Caroline's format as well. Just use the first game to try and test the lawn out and then move on forward. We've got Titan's Claw versus Shikari. Very interesting name on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are quite interesting. I mean, being with the Claw is usually hunted by the Shikari. Let's see if that legend turns out to be true, or it's going to be Titans with claws. They're going to just shred the Shikari in this match. Although I do have to say, I mean, it's going to be quite nice to see, as Salty mentioned, what deck these lads do drop into the game with. Because last time, as you mentioned, I mean, we did see a variety from one player while the other one just stuck to that same deck and just improved upon what the strategy was to counterplan the opposition. And in this one, I think that can happen quite frequently because both of these players have a little bit of experience under their belt. I mean, as we mentioned at the start of this segment, I mean, some of the best players in the country in Road to Valor Empire, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be jumping into the action in just a few short moments. And it is going to be Beowulf on our screens again. But in an interesting turn of events, we have Amaterasu, who's going to be joining in. And from the side of Shikari, in fact.
Now, I want to see this one, right? Speak about varieties being brought. One thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of that variety inside these quarterfinals today. Salty, you mentioned, new set of players are going to be joining us, but the commentators always remain the same, right? The boys are always on the stage, always on the desk, just rocking it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm more excited to actually find out if there's going to be usage of the Dance of the Sun, because that power, that move might just change the entire course of the game itself. Now, we witnessed few key factors in the first game itself, right? There is almost going to be no action involved in the first few moments. Both the teams are going to be playing a little bit passive, but in the ending stages, of course, will try and retain as much resource as they possibly can.
Yeah, my apologies. It's going to be Beowulf against an Nagra again.
Huh?
But still, I mean, it's good deck. I mean, Beowulf, we all started with this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we got, all of us got comfortable on.
I mean, that's the weird thing, right? I started with Amira, and I don't know if I want to say thanks to Spiro or if I'm really disappointed, but you know what? Amira, I would say, as I mentioned, it's not really like a beginner's guardian, but something that you can definitely learn over time, and once you master Amira, she can give you a lot of benefits in the future too. But you know what? For now, speaking about the entire game that's happening in front of us, of course, on the blue, we've got the troops just charging on forward.
I love the way how Shikari is sort of dominating this entire fight. So much troops that have been spammed in from the side of Titan's Claw, but it seems like they are being completely maneuvered by a couple of troops here and there coming in from Shikari. And this is good moves because he's saving his maneuvers, he's saving his big brain plays for the end game stage. That's something which you should do.
Well, yeah, we're going to save our strats for the end game as well, but in the meanwhile, I want to see how Shikari does react to this. I mean, just the slight advantage in the hands of Titan Claw can result in quite a disappointing result for Shikari, and that's quite a lot available, to be very honest. I mean, the axe throwers are there, the Berserker is going to be there, Valkyrie is going to be there, all units that are good at charging upon those towers, but it's definitely going to be a challenge. And now an army building up for Claw. In fact, both the lanes. This is looking brutal.
And not just that, guys. Look at the tower damage advantage too. Now this is where Shikari is falling short a little bit, considering his right tower is almost about to be taken out of the game. So he needs to be a little bit more defensive, a little bit more clinical within his approach. But one thing is for sure, his defensive stance isn't really looking that great because all the time Claw is able to find those openings.
Yeah, he definitely has been able to find his openings, but look at this, right? You've got the shieldsmen and you've got the infantry to kind of stop the entire attack. The archers and their arrows will be blocked, and of course they will be executed. Good move, good combo coming in from the blue team. But now here it is. The battle ends in 30 seconds. They will be pincered.
Oh, wait, what just happened? The war elephant. It's gonna All right, I mean, the push is looking quite good. And finally, it looks like Shikari can make that something happen. He just has 10 seconds left. After that, we're going to go into extra time for this game. The elephant is going to fall towards that right-hand side, but Beowulf has been unleashed towards the left. The conversion is going to be extremely difficult. A massive army of troops present for Claw to work with. Berserkers are going to fall as well. There go the archers.
Look at the amount of troops that are there on the board from Claw. This man is just spamming through. He's not stopping anytime soon. You've also got that building in the center to sort of act as a distraction.
Nice
Mammoth being deployed once again. It's going to charge on forward. And look at the amount of damage it's dealing, right? You speak about the mythic cards, and this is the advantage that you can get with those.
It certainly is paying off, and look at that damage on the red towers as well. They've managed to kind of reach past the defenses and reach the towers in a way which is unprecedented. This time once again as well, the arrow burst comes in from the red team, of course, which completely takes off almost 50% of the shieldsmen out there. And now the Hero Saga has been engaged as well. Once again, one good sweep, and I'm pretty sure majority of the shields and their defenses will be broken. But I love this counter. It seems like the Gardener has been countered once again.
Yeah, I need cavalry archers in my deck now. I want this card for myself, because it seems like they just counter Beowulf every single time. He's there in a matter of seconds without even breaking a sweat. That hero charge has been cut short by quite a long time, and Claw just seems to be in control of this game. He has the damage in his favor. All he has to do is just hold on for the next 30 seconds. Just focus on defense for the next 30 seconds, and he's going to have the win of at least this first game of this BO3 series.
That is true. Shikari let loose a little bit too much in the initial phases, and that's why now the opposition, which is Claw, he's got the advantage when it comes to the HP. And this is where he can try to abuse it a little bit more, play more defensive, considering there's a Mammoth charging in towards him, and this charge is definitely going to be stinging him a lot.
Oh my god, who's going to win at this point? I have no clue whatsoever. It's going to be victory for Titan's Claw. Oh my goodness, I mean, good play from there. It just is on the basis of the amount of tower damage that we got to see, but in spite of an extra time, no towers were destroyed. This is beautiful. This is like competitive as hell.
It is very competitive. I mean, we all saw that no medal win for Claw, and it was a close game. Just that early damage again being converted into win, and who cares? I mean, a great man from one of my favorite movies once said, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
It means that you are an inch better or a mile better than your opponent anyway. So
no, you're just better.
The opponent needs to catch up. I mean, winning is done by winners. Losing is done by losers.
Yeah. Why are you looking at Salty now?
That quote did not make any sense, Necro.
Okay, so
winning
that was
is
like
done by win.
That was like a funny quote, right? The more it made sense, the more it didn't make sense.
Yeah. It's like, in order to be a good player, you have to be a good player.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Titan's Claw is going to be feeling the same thing. As, you know, to be a good player, you've got to be Titan's Claw. But then this one did manage to find the victory. But once again, we just witnessed in the last game, Carolyn making that comeback. Might be Shikari in this one as well. A 2-1, who knows? But let's just witness their frequently used decks once again. Just always uses the Princess of the Sun majority of the times. But this time, once again, for Titan's Claw, he mostly uses the Beowulf, and he does it so well. He doesn't even need to do much out there. But the Hero Saga, which was sort of being countered every single time, I think he has to sort of figure out a way where the Beowulf and the ultimate move has to have a little bit more impact.
I'm actually quite curious. I mean, now that he's seen what Claw has to work with, does he have a counter ready in his bank? Because majority of the cards that were utilized in the previous deck by Shikari were those common cards that we do see in the early stages of every single match that when we are getting introduced to the game, basically.
I mean, all we can do is just hope that this man's got the counter ready.
Oh,
but
he brings Loki.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've also got the game beginning in front of us. And guys, I want to know you guys' prediction. Which one do you think is going to be taking it home?
Oh, I'm going to go with Shikari, to be honest. I want to see a 1-1.
I mean, that MP increase with Loki that you get for his active ability, it's going to be quite important, but we're going to have to wait for Shikari to trigger it, because that is going to be a late game state situation. In the initial stage though, the War Elephant, and it just destroys that army build up from Claw towards the right and goes for the tower straight away.
Exactly. Speaking about the tower,
That's
you've
it.
also got so much
Good charge.
HP disadvantage on that tower. Titan's Claw now is in a big disadvantage inside this entire fight, and this is where Shikari has got the advantage.
The chariot!
Look at that charge! It's going to be a massive one, but considering it's just driving around, you do not really need to worry about it a lot.
What do you mean not worry about? That was a perfect drive-by, man.
Yeah. To be honest, that kind of neutralizes everything for now. But look at the right flank tower for the blue team, right? It's almost done and dusted. And I think they've done a good job in trying to focusing their troops on trying to defend this tower a little more. Because if this gets lost, I'm pretty sure this game is going to be a lost battle already.
That is true. And speaking about a lost battle, I mean, at this point in time, you can't pretty much just call it a lost battle, considering the HP advantage is a little bit too much in hands of Shikari, considering he has barely lost any type of hit points onto that tower. On the other hand, he can clearly see Claw. He barely has any type of hit points left on that right tower. So all Shikari needs to do is play a little bit more defensive and just aim for that little bit of more extra chip damage on the right tower.
Well, but let's see how well is this going to work out for him. And he's still aiming for that right tower, as you mentioned, Necro, although Claw has figured out a way to hold on all this time around. And we have the memory regeneration being used by Shikari. It's going to give him an edge in terms of summoning troops in this late game stage, and now is when the spam from Shikari begins. The War Elephant, it had charged upon towards that right tower, but all of a sudden it's gonna be the Decadence coming in from Claw, turns that War Elephant around, makes him, in fact forces him to push towards that red tower, but now that spell has faded away and now you have two War Elephants to deal with. Claw has dug his own grave.
Oh, it's done. It's done. The right tower's going down, but then he deploys a building at the last moment, but still the damage is being done, Johnny. Already on the HP advantage, and on the other hand, you've got Titan's Claw on the HP deficit.
But you still have a minute 50 seconds to work with. If Claw figures out a way back into this fight, there is still an option for him to win. He can grab it, but no, just with the lightning, it's all gonna end. Shikari taking the win.
Did not see that lightning bolt coming, to be honest, because when you mentioned that he bought himself an extra 2 minutes, I thought that there could be a possibility that Titan's Claw might actually make a comeback in that one. But Shikari was always dominating. It felt like his chariot usage, the usage of his mammoth as well, everything was just spot on. Create some space, create a diversion on the left hand side, and just completely keep on punching in, keep on jabbing at the right tower, and that is what he did.
Exactly. As I mentioned early on, he just had a little bit too much HP advantage, and that's where things just got screwed up, right? And considering Claw, he knew that, okay, initially I let loose things a little bit too much, and considering we even saw in the first BO3 at the day, you cannot let things lose on the initial phase itself, because then later on, if the opponent finds the advantage, all he's going to do is play a little bit defensive. He's just going to keep on playing you up.
I think one of the best examples will be this particular game where Titan continuously had to spam troops in order to sort of counter Shikari, right? Shikari was very wise in the way he deploys his troops. It was extremely strategic, and he used certain spells in order to kind of increase their power, but not really use majority of the chunk from his CP and his MP, and that sort of helped him get this particular victory.
And it was quite important as well. I think he was saving up that CP for that memory regeneration towards the end. And as soon as he was able to trigger that, he knew, all right, now I have the opportunity to spam my units, spam my troops, and I know I have an advantage. All I have to do is focus on the right-hand side. An easy game plan to work with. But let's see what's going to happen in game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Because as we discussed, it turns out game number 1 was in a ruse. This time from Shikari, just to understand what Claw was going to be up to. And once he had an understanding, he knew what he had to do to bring in a counter. But now, Claw, he's seen what Shikari is going to be up to. What do you think is going to happen? Who's going to win?
I mean, look, you know what? This is the exact thing that I was about to ask you guys as well. The prediction. Who do you think is going to be taking it home inside the second BO3 of the day?
I love the fact that Necro actually plays a Uno reverse card every time somebody asks him his prediction. But for me, it's going to be Shikari.
We stick to Necro. Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to go with Shikari, man.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think Shikari is going to win in this one.
For the first time.
Odin.
For the first time, we have common opinion on the English desk, ladies and gentlemen. Every single one just agrees that Shikari is going to win. But let's see. Look at this, right? An early lead coming in from the red team, which has sort of been neutralized. And the first hit on the right-hand tower for the red team. This is not looking good for them.
I mean, one thing is for sure, we're seeing a lot of that variety coming in from Shikari right now. Different Guardian once again, different deck being utilized once again by Shikari. And because of these type of varieties, it's really catching Claw off guard. Claw doesn't exactly know how to adapt to his opponent because things are being switched up so instantly.
Yeah, it certainly is, but look at this. An opening has been found. Red team, of course, just deploying more troops in order to try and counter it. And now we've actually got it. An epic card being utilized, and that will result in them taking things forward. Blue team certainly on the lead. But in terms of tower health, Johnny, they've actually lost quite a bit in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, Claw again on the wrong end of the stick. Has lost a massive chunk on his right-hand side tower. I wonder what's happening. He's looking at the admin again and again.
Yeah, I think.
Are we having a rematch?
Yeah, we might just be having rematches. It's the day of rematches, boys and girls.
I don't know about a rematch, but one thing is for sure, Claw was on a deficit once again.
Yeah.
He did not really have a lot of hit points, and then that means Shikari, all he needed to do is play defensive. That could have been possible, but we are going to have a match remake once again, and I think Salty's the one cursing all these games, man.
I mean,
Why?
yeah,
Why me?
Why Salty? That's the question. Why are you cursing?
All right, boys. From the next day, I'm gonna wear a T-shirt which says "Why always me?" because apparently I get bullied for nothing, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean,
I have nothing to be blamed
It's
for.
the same question that right tower of Claw is going to be asking, why always me? I mean, it seems like it has been an easy target for Shikari this entire time.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to get out from, man, especially the right tower being pressured so many of the times.
Yeah.
Not just of Shikari. We even saw Caroline doing the same thing as well against her opponent, which was Godfather. Even she was targeting that right tower. But you know what? Speaking about the towers, as we all know, the deck's being switched up. It's definitely something that's catching these players off guard.
Yeah.
They do not know how to adapt on the fly because the opponent's not staying predictable.
And I mean, I wonder what's going to happen now because Shikari brought different deck every single match now in this BO3 series, and how many combination he has is definitely going to be important because at this level you can't really just pick any card and play it inside of the game. I mean, unless you're like a god tier player, you're going to stick to a meta. You're going to stick to whatever works best, what are the counters, and that is what you will work with. But since this game number 3 is going to be rehosted again, it seems like all your strategies have been revealed. He was going to go with that Odin Guardian. Along with that Valkyrie, Archers, Berserkers. We saw him start off with the Archers, of course, on the board. And now, since his strategy has sort of kind of been revealed, does he have a fourth deck in the bag that he has prepped for his stage? But it might just be something he was planning to use tomorrow then.
Yeah, has to be.
I mean, even though the deck has been revealed, but still the way he's going to play it hasn't been revealed yet. So you can still say that he has a little bit of advantage of that, maybe bringing in that anonymity if he wants to. But you know what? I would say bringing in a new complete deck would be the best way to go because he has been able to catch his opponent off guard that way.
Exactly, starting fresh, starting from scratch yet again every single time. And I think Shikari might just be able to do that, considering you said that every single time he played a game, he came in with different decks. He's a man who is supposed to be knowing different combinations. There was a very important quote, I think it was Cristiano Ronaldo if I'm not mistaken, but he basically said, I don't fear someone who practices 1,000 different
That's
kicks.
Bruce Lee.
That was Bruce Lee. All right.
What are you talking about? Cristiano Ronaldo quoting Bruce Lee.
Different games.
I can sell that as a joke, guys. I can sell that as a. It was a different sport. Anyways,
I think so. That quote was this way: I don't care about someone who keeps on winning, but I care about someone who's kept on losing.
No.
Something like that.
No. The quote was, I don't fear a person who practices 1,000 different kicks. I fear a person who practices one kick 1,000 times.
You replace kick with punches and you have Bruce Lee's quote. Wow. Moves, not punches, moves.
Yeah.
But, I mean, so this can be true in both the sports, in fact, that you were referring to the athletes about, but not in this one. In this one, you need a little bit more versatility. You're going to have to get used to playing against all the cards that are there, and you have to get used to using all the cards to the best of your abilities. That is going to be the most important thing, versatility. And I think we saw this in game number 1 when Caroline was able to surprise her opposition with the exact same deck, but just being utilized in a completely different manner. A lot more aggression on the board in game number 2 and game number 3. And that was something that was completely unexpected. She was able to catch the opposition completely off guard. Even in this time, Shikari, he's going in a completely different direction now. His objective is simple. He's going to go quick, get that early damage in towards any tower that's going to be openly available to him, and then wait for the later stage, see if the opposition trades it back. If he does, then he plays a little bit defensive. And again, switching up decks every single time, I mean, it has been working out, except for that Beowulf deck in the game number 1. I mean, it turns out
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
really
even
good.
know why Godfather changed his deck in the first place, because the first deck was working pretty phenomenally well. It was like a pretty much icing atop the cake, but then later on he switched that deck up, catching the opponent off guard. But no, instead he was the one who got caught off guard with his own deck. Before now, once again, the upcoming matchups live, ladies and gentlemen, and we know the predictions as well. All of the English desk has locked in for Shikari, so let's see if he's actually going to come through victorious or not.
I mean, early action on the right-hand side, of course.
Let's see.
The axe throws, just trying to create some space for themselves. The first moves being initiated. But look at this, just one counter and that's it. Axe throws, they wouldn't really get any sort of a chance. But look at this, For Honor has been activated and that just gives them a little bit more power. But still, blue team is still going to reign supreme.
Man, I love Berserkers. Love the way they just keep pushing forward. So aggressive, but so nice to look at inside of the game. But let's see. Archers coming in from the side of Claw. Fences towards the right. It's not really work out. On the left, it is Shikari who does manage to bring in a decent bit of damage for himself.
That is true. And considering now we've got so many troops on the board as well, this is where Titan's Claw might just be feeling that pressure.
Claw has that Frost Giant availability. It's just that MP. He needs to wait for that 9 MP to be back on the board before he can actually use it.
Do you think so? He's going to go for it, though?
I think he can.
I think so. He will try to use it as like a secure card in the future. If things go south, he can try to utilize that card instantly.
You have two big tanks, one of which is good at clears. He can set up a good push from both these lanes to try and counter what is happening to his base right now, to both his towers. But the problem is going to be the MP. The cost for that troop is so much. 9.
Yeah.
And after that, the follow-up is going to be extremely tricky. But now we have the hero charge coming in from the side of Claw. Beowulf on the board is going to go for the destruction on that left tower. But guess what?
Wow.
This match is going to happen again.
A little bit of prank being played once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are having a technical difficulty with the game. It just keeps crashing, so apparently there will be another rehost.
The first time since we have known this man, he gets a prediction right, and it causes the world to fall apart. What are you doing, Saul?
I think there was a very popular dialogue once again. I'm going to bring out dialogues out of
You keep quoting people wrong.
I think on the rest 2 days of the land, I'm going to do like this. So guys, I have a dialogue for you guys.
Quote of the day.
Anyway, quote of the day. This was it. Wait, I kind of blanked out, to be honest. I have no clue. It was a dialogue from a Shah Rukh Khan movie.
For him to deliver. Both of us were quiet, just staring at him.
It was a dialogue from a Shah Rukh Khan movie, to be honest. But it got mixed up.
I
was trying to
I
translate
think so
it.
you meant to say in big cities, small things like this keep on happening.
No, not that. It keeps on I keep on reminding myself. I try and translate it into English, which delivers the same impact. All right. So it goes like this. I turned myself from evil to being good, but the world turned evil. Kind of the same way. Like, yeah.
But were you good?
I was good.
When?
Back when my predictions used to be wrong.
What am I listening to right now? This is something that my ears do not want to listen to, man.
What, Salty being
what are you
good?
listening to? One thing is for sure, this man's been watching a lot of movies recently, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Movies, documentaries. Speaking about all that stuff, which is your favorite movie, man?
My favorite movie?
Yeah.
That's a very tough question, to be honest. I think I'm going to go with The Nun. I'm a fan of like horror films.
You know what my favorite movie is going to be?
What?
The after movie for this event when it comes out.
Wow. That would be an interesting one as well.
I'm going to wait for it.
He said his favorite movie is Nun, and you remember what happened when we all went in the movie theater to watch the movie. This man was literally clinging on to me because he was so
Forget
scared.
about it, Necro. It's a conversation for another time. We have the action commencing on our screen, so we're going to jump back into the game. And with the same decks, of course, because it was a rehost, so you're not allowed to change anything.
Oh my god, right off the get-go, there's so much action on the left-hand flank and the blue team at an advantage. Oh, the Samurai, of course, will be able to do a little bit of a damage, but it seems like he has been exterminated, Necro.
I'm a big fan of troops that just charge in straight for the tower. And for now, we're not seeing any type of damage being dished out just yet. But as soon as I say that, a little bit of damage being chipped out on the left tower. Titan's Claw definitely in a bit of a trouble.
Well, he is in trouble, but still has an opportunity. Goes for the Frost Giants early. And Twin Giants again, as we mentioned. Tanks definitely can... Well, tank can kite a lot of damage for your troops, but the follow-up is going to be extremely tricky to pull off. It seems like Claw does have a plan of action in mind, but the Berserkers and the Archers sent in from Shikari change everything. Claw managed to get quite a decent chunk of damage on towards that right-hand tower, but will that be enough? And the answer is yes.
Over here, it's about the advantages and disadvantages. And right now, the advantage is definitely in Claw's hand, considering the Giant on the right side dished out quite a lot of damage. But still, you can clearly see Shikari is trying his best to sort of gain that momentum back, and he's actually managed to pull it off as well.
He definitely has actually managed to pull that off, but look at the damage on the left-hand tower of the blue team, right? That sort of will be the deterring factor. Once again, another advancement made from the blue team on the left-hand flank, and that just means that constantly they keep aggressing. But I'm still waiting for Shahenshah utilization from Shikari, because that might change the course of the game. It's an extremely, extremely powerful card, but only comes when you have 9 points.
I've also heard you love the Indian faction in the game.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I've been loving it since its inception. While we were doing the BGIS, I still remember.
Old memories. Memories bring back you.
Yeah, but Claw brings back the Frost Giants again.
Yeah.
And
I don't think so they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Once again, you can see
Look
that
at
Giant
that one
be
go.
slipped away on the right side. He's going to dish out a bit more damage. What's going on from the side of Shikari? Why is he not even caring about countering that? But then the Warrior Elephant comes out as well. And this is where Titan's Claw is going to try his best to defend onto that.
And Ragnarok is finally upon us, as the ultimate is going to be used by Shikari. Valhalla Warriors all over the board. The sheer numbers are going to be brutal. And can Claw deal with this? That is going to be the most important question. Shikari has the HP advantage to work with. The final 4 seconds, 3, 2, and 1. It's done. 120 seconds to go. Still 660 HP on that left tower. Viking Mead is going to be brought on the board, but I don't think Claw can bring himself back from this matchup. There's too big of a difference right now.
That is true. It's a little bit too far away from that sweet victory. But once again, the War Elephant comes out. And now at this point in time, both of these guys are going to be so desperate, considering Shikari has got the HP advantage. His tower, a long way to go from being taken down, and that's why these 2 Giants that were being deployed, it's going to take a while for them to reach that. And actually, a beautiful counter, too, from Shikari to stop those Giants in their tracks.
It's a very long, far-fetched battle happening between Shahenshah and the twin giants, of course. One, of course, fighting, and now support has been brought in. The Mammoth might not be able to survive because so much utilization of resources just completely dominates, and now there's an opening to the left-hand tower. That's going to make it so much difficult for Shikari. This is an absolute turnaround. Even on the right-hand side, there is somebody else just making so much work happen. And this is Claw just completely overturns it in the entire ending segment. We did not see this coming. We all thought Shikari had already won, but Titan's Claw.
I mean, your reaction says it all. That squeaky voice that just came out of your mouth says it all. How surprised you were, Salty. I mean, Claw just turning things around over there. This is something that we did not even see coming, and I think so. The only reason why this happened is because all of us predicted for Shikari. Now I feel bad.
I think that can be it. The combined caster's curse of one man resulting him to basically throw the game in the last few seconds.
Yeah, he had the advantage throughout the entire game.
But as I was talking about, I mean, in the late game, the MP regeneration is there, and it does benefit you quite a lot. The combination of Varuna and the Twin Giants just worked out quite nicely. You have one tank, and as soon as Varuna was able to reach that right-hand side tower, that was it. Shikari, mad props to him, man. He tried his level best. I mean, he held on for so long, but it was just that one move in the last 10 seconds that just changed everything.
The Giant was just tanking so much damage. He was not stopping anytime soon. And then even the Mammoths were being deployed, but still the damage output was just not enough. The Mammoths being dealt with, and then instantly it was a clear pathway directly to the tower.
I think Shikari was kind of relying on the Mammoth a little too much every single time, falling back.
Yeah, but we have more matches coming up, and for that, we're going to go to the stage.
Thank you so much, casters. And now it's time for the next match of the Road to Valor Empire's Invitational Games. So let's welcome our player 1 for game number 3. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए इनका. अब एक तरफ हैं जिन एंड दूसरी तरफ इनको चैलेंज देने के लिए तैयार हैं हमारे दूसरे प्लेयर. सो लेट्स वेलकम कैशियन ली. All right, so our players are ready. You are ready. I am ready. So are our casters. So back to you, casters. Let's start the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, new pair of players once again join alongside, but the casters once again remain the same. But you know what? One thing as well that will remain the same is the energy, because now we have officially gone through 2 BO3s, guys, and both of those BO3s have been quite an astonishing affair. What are your expectations going to be from these two players?
In this one, I think it's going to be quite intense because Jin, I've seen him in the past before. I've known this player, and he's definitely one of the best in the country at this point. I mean, so this is one of the players you're going to have to watch out for. I mean, a top contender to win it all in this one.
To be honest, the kind of benchmark that has been set by both the first and the second game, I have so much expectation. Jin Kazama, widely regarded as one of the best players in the game, in the country, of course, is going up against Titans.
That is true.
Cassian Lee, if I'm not mistaken on the pronunciation. Necro, my man from UK. How do you pronounce that name?
It's Cassian,
California.
Man.
Oh,
it's
sorry,
Cassian.
California. My man from California.
I'm from California, man. But you know what? It's Cassian. And speaking about Jin Kazama, that man looks scary, dude. I would not want to mess with him inside the game and outside the game as well. He's got a good physique. He's tall.
Yeah, but he's also like a pretty nice human being. I've known for like around 3 years now at this point.
Yeah, that's the advantage of knowing all the players personally, right? And I'm pretty sure every single person that's currently sitting at the homes as well, they were going to be thinking, oh no, it must be so tough to talk to these players. Yeah. But the best part is, all the players are down to earth. They're so easygoing as well. You can just go up to them, talk to them, and they will speak back to you nicely.
Yeah, not during matches though.
People with good physiques are usually nice human beings as well. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
So are you calling Necro a horrible person now?
I've never said that. I said people with good physiques are
guys,
nice human beings as
apparently
well.
I'm the
Not
one
the other
getting
way
roasted
around.
right now on the English desk just because I do not have a good physique. But you know what, man? Give me a little bit of time. Maybe I can achieve a good physique as well.
Of course, man. I will be your trainer. I will
No,
guide
you won't. That's what he says on camera. But when I ask him for tips off camera, he's like, nah, man, why don't you just do it yourself, bro? Stop asking me. That's the type of person this guy is.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, all of this conversation, and Johnny is like,
yeah, what am I doing here? I mean, I just want to watch this action of Road to Valor unfold. That is what I'm waiting for. To be fair, there's a big reason for this. I've not seen Jin in action for a long time, and I would love to see what this man has done in Road to Valor, especially with the kind of high-level competition this game has seen in the recent days. It's going to be quite interesting. I mean, it has an active player base. There's a lot of people grinding the ladder every single day, and it's not tough to maintain the top spot for yourself. But this man has done it all.
That is true.
It's going to be quite interesting to see what the difference is going to be and whether, I mean, there is someone there who can actually challenge him and put him down.
There's always two ways to look at a comeback, right? If you're going to be back inside the scene after a long time, you're either going to have a big advantage considering you have been away. No one's got enough time to research on top of you because you will be having that X factor inside the games, right? Or you can also say that you've pretty much lost that touch. And I'm pretty sure Jin Kazama is not a person who's lost that touch. He's still going to be dominating inside the games.
I mean, yeah, I do agree with that. I believe, he is an inherently competitive person. He likes to win and likes to win a lot. And even in this one, I think he's going to show up to go for the win. But let's see how this one is going to work out. We do see the most used decks on both these players. We have Hades from the side of Jin and Loki from the side of Cassian.
That is true. But you know what, guys? We're having the decks in front of us as well. We've also got the player names in front of us. We know how the players look like. We know what the expressions are on their faces. Now it's time for predictions. Once again, which player do you think so is going to be taking this first game home?
Well, let's see how this is going to go out and how this match is going to turn out. But for this game specifically, I mean...
Why is it a tough choice for you? I thought it would have been an easy choice.
I want to root for him, but again, I don't know what he's done in the last few days.
That is true. You know what? You always want to go with like the undergod story, right?
Yeah,
something that excites all of us.
Especially you know people, you also know that they like to have fun sometimes.
So you think so Jin Kazama might not take things serious compared to Cassian, considering Cassian's going to be a little bit more serious compared to Jin Kazama. But for now, the game's already started in front of us, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it certainly has started, and it started with a lot of vigor, to be honest. On the left-hand side, so much attacks being pulled out, completely being neutralized by the Dragon itself. But now look at this. Finally managed to chip in and jab in on that left-hand tower. Red team has to be very wary because this... sort of gonna change the entire game.
Yeah, this can change the game. And this is why I was saying I'm going to be a little bit skeptical about Jin. Has taken a massive damage on that left tower. And Cassian, he has the opportunity. The arrows are going to be there to destroy the archers completely. Berserkers running towards the left, while the Valhalla warriors are going to be summoned towards the left. Right-hand side priority for Cassian is switching things up, which can be detrimental to the endgame result. Jin, all he has to do is protect the left and attack from the left. Counter pressure is going to be name of the game.
That is true. Already there's been a big punch in the gut for Jin Kazama. He needs to recover from that and is trying his best to get his troops all the way towards the opponent's tower. But Cassian Lee is doing a fantastic job in playing that defense, at least for now. And this is where Jin Kazama's attacks are failing out.
Ooh. Opportunity is still going to be there, though. He's managed to hold on for a long time. His defense still looks pretty solid. Look at that, after being caught off guard in the first few stages of the game, he's managed to resist any more damage towards that left-hand side. And as soon as it is up, memory regeneration, Twin Giants deal with the counter pressure. But Cassian, he has his own plans underway.
That is true. The big boys now, they hit the floor. And this is where the counter strategy is going to be desperately needed, because we know one thing is for sure, Jin Kazama is going to be so desperate to find a little bit more damage onto the opponent's tower, because he's already given away so much advantage to Tide's Cassian.
Look at that giant.
I mean, the Stone Giant has been called upon as well to try and take control up against Twin Giants. And this is going to completely overturn the situation. But out of nowhere, it seems like the red team has sort of strengthened the left inside, and now they're pushing forward. The blue team has been left completely open, and the right tower is being chipped up. But the tower defenses, it's still working fine. The Dragon being utilized as the last form of defense. It seems like it has done the job. Bought him an extra 2 minutes to actually overturn the deficit. Once again, one tower needs to be destroyed, and it seems like the left-hand flank from the red team is the closest to being that one.
Yeah, it can be, but let's see how things are going to work out, because Jin now putting up a lot of pressure on the base of Cassian. But before he can do anything, just the Dragon reaching its target. In the end, Cassian walking away the win on the opening match. Although you do have to say that mid-game the mid-game trade between both these lads was quite amazing, especially that one move from Jin with the Twin Giants and the imitation coming in on that Guardian. Loki just making sure instead of 2 there were going to be 2 giants just towards the left and just 1 towards the right. What are you laughing?
That is true. No, I mean, I was just looking at you and smiling because Jin Kazama pretty much knew he messed up as soon as the game started, right? The amount of damage that was being dished out on his tower, at this point in time, he knew all the opponent's going to be doing is play defensive, and that's what he did as well, because the opponent knew, Cassian knew, all he needs to do is just let one troop at least try and close on up, and that troop will seal the deal, and that's what happened.
I mean, after a certain point, even if that fails, all you had to do just was hold on for dear life. Just run out the clock.
And the early dragon utilization from Titans as well, that kind of completely brute force his way from the left-hand flank, got the left-hand tower. That chip damage was never recovered. I mean, of course, Jin Kazama did manage to counteract a little bit, strike back a little bit, bring it back even Stevens. But we saw the HP on the left-hand tower. It was low throughout. It was barely like surviving by a sliver of HP. So that is the early utilization from Titan, which sort of gave him the advantage. But now that Jin Kazama knows that Titans might be a player who does not like to hold back his card, just goes in for the key move right from the get-go itself. Will he be able to counter that? That is a question, of course.
I mean, there's a lot of questions that are being erupted in my mind right now, Salty, and one of those questions is, what are the future decks going to be looking like? Are we going to see any type of switch-ups? Or is the same thing going to be played once again?
I think we are. I think Jin is going to opt for a Guardian change, if I'm not wrong. I think Gira is going to be brought on into the game. But for the side of Cassian, it's just still going to be Beowulf that he's going to go with. And it's going to be quite an interesting matchup to see now how this change-up will change Jin's performance.
That is true. Jin especially needed to bring in that change because he knows the initial deck that he used, now the opponent pretty much is familiar with that. He knows how to counter it. So Jin Kazama knew that something new needs to be brought on the board, and that's what he's done.
I think, to be honest, Jin Kazama should actually play according to his strengths. Now, we just witnessed his most used card in his Hades, right? I kind of don't really tend to understand why is he not going with his most familiar move, maybe trying to pull off something out of the box. Because Jin Kazama is, along with being a very good player, of course, in the competitive scene, he's also a pretty good content creator as well. So majority of his moves are out there on the internet.
Here's the thing, climbing the ladder is very different from competing on the stage. And I think that is one thing. I mean, majority of the decks that you use on ladder won't really work out on a stage like this against players of this caliber, where everything that you throw is going to be countered very specifically. The timings of the troop deployments are going to be perfect. Every move is very calculated. And talking about calculated moves, let's see. Again, Cassian trying to split the attack on both the sides.
I mean, speak of the new game too, guys. I want to know you guys' prediction once again. It's game 2 of this third BO3 series.
Now I'm going to be Jin.
I think Titans is going to pull off a 2-0.
Wow, you think so?
Yeah, because he already has a little bit of a lead, a little bit of an advantage to actually work with. And now
Varuna
he's actually brought
is up
upon the
again.
Stone Giant as well. Wait, I don't understand this, because a Stone Giant being deployed in the early stage to try and block off this attack when even the epic cards from the other side hasn't really been
the tower's taking damage! This is not too good. Cassian Lee has lost out on that advantage. And once again, now Cassian Lee on that HP deficit. This is where things will be toughened up even more. And Jin Kazama might just find the advantage that he was looking for. And Cassian Lee will be the one to be desperately looking for that damage onto the towers.
Cassian is looking to see, and well, is hoping he can convert a lot of value from the Stone Giant. It has tanked so much damage. It's taken down the tower, taken down Varuna, and Cassian desperately is looking for the damage trade as well. Will it come right now? I don't think so, because the Stone Giant is going to fall along with it. The Archers right behind, the Elephant still on the board for Jin. And this actually looks like it's going to be a troublesome situation for Cassian to be in. Absolutely not a single dink on either one of Jin's towers. Sacred Flames being brought on the board, and with 45 seconds to go, Cassian is still looking for an answer.
That is true, but already the damage is being done. Cassian Lee, he's lost out on so much HP. Jin Kazama is looking much more in the comfort zone and is also going to be having that sigh of relief that was desperately needed. But look at on the right side, things are getting a little bit too dicey, and once again the damage is going to be dished out on that tower.
Yeah, the Stone Giant is doing so much work to protect that left-hand flank because he needs to hold on for 17 more seconds. The Mammoth has been deployed as well, but who's going to win this battle? There's a little bit of a support coming in as well, but the Stone Giant taking in so much damage. Stones being pelted, and both of them are going to fall 263 HP on this. And now there's the Dragon to try and protect it. Barely surviving on a sliver of HP, but on the right side, look at this 25 HP on this one.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. I mean, 25 HP, that is negligible. Ginger is gonna end things before Cassian can even think of a counter in this matchup. And now we are in an even-Steven situation. It's 1-1 all over again. Salty, how do you feel about that?
Not really good, to be honest, because my prediction came wrong. This never really happens, guys. This was...
What?
Really? I did not see this coming, but, well, at least we get to see another BO3 go to its finale. I mean, who doesn't like a 1-1 turn into a 2-1?
I mean, look, the meta so far inside RTV has been comebacks, right?
Yeah.
The first game that we saw was a comeback. The second game that we saw was a surprise as well. And now even the third game, it seems like it's going to be looking like a surprise. But one thing is for sure, we're having a heck of an entertainment.
Yeah, true. I mean, it is an exciting turn of events with how these matches are going, and definitely the back and forth that's been happening throughout the day in RTV has been quite interesting to see. Now I wonder how are the semi-finals going to fare up, because usually with games like this, strategy games, you will not use your best strategies unless you're in the finals, or it is going to be a desperate moment. You're about to lose a series and you need that comeback win. That is when you put all your cards on the board, on the table, and try and see if we can salvage at least something. But in the quarterfinals, especially for players like this, players like Jin, players like Caroline, who are hailed as some of the best in the country, they know what they need to hold back, specific cards or specific Guardian setups that they want to hold back that are going to be very important for the finals. And right now, I mean, that is why we see them drop that first series, drop the first set. It is just a testing move, but no more tests can be run. Agira against, Agira for Jin in this matchup against Beowulf from the side of Cassian Lee.
This is going to be an interesting one, ladies and gentlemen, because so far, both of these guys have been searching for that early connection, and already it's being found with the Lightning.
A barrage of arrows right from the get-go itself to try and take early control on that advanced position of that left-hand flank. It seems like the red team, Jin Kazama, has done a pretty good job in holding them back. Now, horses are going to be deployed as well in order to try and stop them dead on their tracks, do a little bit of a damage, but it seems like troops have been deployed in perfection, in tandem. There will be resistance from the sides of Titan as well, and it seems like the resistance has worked.
Yeah, the resistance has worked, but Cassian has Maya available, the Twin Giants on the board. Good option for him to work with as well. This is going to be the Elephant charging to protect the towers, distracts the Berserkers on the left-hand side. Quite an easy takedown for Jin Kazama. A decent amount of damage on the left tower as well, but it's going to be the Twin Giants coming in from Cassian, and the Faro now on the board for Jin. Hero Saga utilized. Beowulf can definitely help out quite a lot. And Cassian, what is he going to do? Defensive stance.
Oh. And this is where the damage is being dished out on both the side now, Johnny.
Yeah.
Even the Mammoth falls down. The connection, though, that was desperately needed has already been found. Cassian Lee in a big disadvantage. Jin Kazama looking forward to turn the tables, but still, even the tower on the right side is being chipped away a little bit more, but still, the advantage is in the hands of Jin Kazama.
Oh, this is quite interesting. And this is going to be extremely intense. The Frost Giants, they come back, and specifically the one towards the right has done so much work. That tower is
gone! 45 is what? What? Cassian Lee, he takes it home at the last moment. When you expected the least, that's when Cassian Lee strikes down. Still, it's just that one medal being taken away. Jin Kazama still has a fighting chance.
There's 30 seconds on the board, and the left tower of Cassian is down to 616 HP. With an Elephant on the board, Jin, he only has one option to throw everything and the kitchen sink on that left-hand tower. The others are going to be there, and there's the trade. A closer game than any of us could have expected.
But now look at this. the Mammoth is targeting the central compound, the central tower.
Oh, no.
And the HP advantage is almost being
Jin
nullified.
Kazama.
2 seconds on the clock. 700, 400. It's another victory for Jin Kazama in the ending stages. We did buy ourselves a little bit of a time.
Yeah.
The timer was pushed for 2 minutes, but in the dying moments, the Mammoth and the Tusks, of course, will manage to destroy all the towers. That was brilliant. What a comeback from Jin
Hey,
Kazama.
also the first 3-medal victory, I believe, of our Road to Valor Empires Invitational on land. This is the first on-land victory for this invitational tournament that we just witnessed coming in from Jin Kazama, and it was quite incredible. But I have to say, I love the fact that towards the end, as soon as those single towers were traded out from both these individuals, they were like, all right, here's the book for defense. We're going to throw this out the window, and it's going to be all-out attack on the base itself.
On the main tower itself. And this is where things just got really crazy. And I think so we speculated things a little bit too early just behalf of that first game. And this is why, Salty, I never like to judge things just off of that first game. I like to take my time, man. And I think so you should try to implement the same thing as well.
The man's lying.
All right, Negro. I'll follow your strategy, hopefully. I mean, I don't really need to do that because my predictions have always been right. I've more or less been correct every single time. It's these boys.
I mean, he himself just mentioned I've more or less been correct. So, yes, you're right. You have less correct. That is true.
Necro, as days keep progressing by, Necro keeps getting more stupid day by day. Do you feel the same thing?
I mean, half the time I don't understand what the both of you are talking about, but that's a different story, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a look at, the next matchup.
Exactly. I mean, as we do have the highlights of the entire day in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking about the highlights, of course, the day kicked off in quite an interesting fashion where we saw Caroline being the one to make that comeback. Then later on, Jin Kazama came on towards the stage. He was looking pretty hyped up as well. Jin Kazama at the start, we thought he does not stand a chance against Cassian. But then later on, Jin Kazama just picked up that pace.
Absolutely. I mean, Jin Kazama knew right from the get-go, and look at that. That was the victory.
Man, chilling over there.
Man just bolstered his headphone. He's like, all right, guys, I'm done. This is my time right now.
But
this is my stage.
I think Cassian also realized very quickly that it was done, because as soon as he realized, all right, my troops are down, I can't really trade the damage out fast enough. We saw him get up from his chair, and even before the game was done. So it was turns out it was a well thought out strategy from the side of Jin that relied on him being extremely patient. And at this point, I think we just have to see what is his matchup going to look like for tomorrow. Because at this point, I mean, quarterfinals are done. The man's going to be focused on the semis happening tomorrow, and he's going to watch the next game as closely as possible to try and understand what possible options his opposition is going to bring on the board.
Having said that, I think 3 of our semi-finalists are already here. We're just left with one more best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, from Road to Valor's Empire. I mean, I'm still waiting to find out what that last matchup is going to look like. So far, we're yet to have a clean victory. So far, we're yet to have a 2-0 victory with utter domination. Do you think the last game might actually provide us a little bit of that?
I don't think so. I think so the last game's going to be even more intense. I think so once again we might just see that comeback story come in, that astonishing moment. Day one is all about astonishes. Day one is all about surprises. And so far we're just unpacking the boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, you know what, Johnny? I just got a little bit of a cue in my ear. Somebody just whispered that somebody has appeared on the arena. Of course.
Is it the same somebody that sent you the message? Is it the same somebody that's going to be there?
Yeah, no. It wasn't the same somebody. It was a pigeon.
Yeah, you're very confusing, Salty. Let's just find out what's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. For that, we're going to go to the stage with Rohit.
Thank you so much, casters. And देखिए यहाँ पर excitement की level अलग level पर जा रही है. And यहाँ पर बहुत लोग थे जिनको एक छोटा सा ब्रेक चाहिए था, लंच वंच करके आ चुके हैं, लेकिन अभी माहौल को यहाँ पर गरम करेंगे. एंड अब मेरे साथ इसी मंच पर एक बहुत ही कमाल के इंसान जुड़ने वाले हैं. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the goalkeeper of the Indian national football team. Ladies and gentlemen, Gurpreet Singh Sandhu, please come up on stage. Our special guest for today, the day one of the India-Korea Invitational. Hello Gurpreet, how are you? Gurpreet, अभी of course सुबह से हमारे बहुत प्यार करने वाले यहाँ पर जुड़े हैं, थोड़ा लंच वंच करके थोड़ा सा भी रिलैक्स मोड में है, लेकिन मैं आपसे पहले ये जानना चाहता हूँ 7 साल पहले आप जहाँ कहीं भी थे, ऑफ कोर्स यू आर डूइंग अमेजिंग फॉर योरसेल्फ। सोचा था कि एक गेम जो मोबाइल पर खेला जाता है, एक गेम जो लोग लेजर के लिए खेलते हैं, आज के टाइम में फैन फॉलोइंग होती है, आज के टाइम में एक लेजिट स्पोर्ट बन चुका है, आज के टाइम में इतना प्यार मिलता है, क्या आपने कभी सोचा था?
मैंने कभी नहीं सोचा था। यहाँ पे आके सेटअप देख के लग नहीं रहा कि आप एक ई स्पोर्ट्स इवेंट पे हैं, एंड ये एक टेस्टमेंट है हाउ फार वी हैव कम एज अ नेशन इन नॉट ओनली फिजिकल गेम, फिजिकल स्पोर्ट्स, बट ऑल्सो ई स्पोर्ट्स। तो बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है। आई एम वेरी वेरी थैंकफुल दैट आई गॉट द अपॉर्चुनिटी यहाँ पे आके ये एक्सपीरियंस करना, लोगों को देखना गेम खेलते हुए विद द सेम पैशन दैट I do on the pitch, watch them play on mobile, on their telephones, and very, very surprised and very excited.
अब ये तो सिर्फ डे वन है, एंड ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव सीन कि किस तरह से ई स्पोर्ट्स को प्यार मिला है हमारे देश में, लेकिन आपसे अगर पूछूं, आप वैसे कहीं किसी तरह ई स्पोर्ट्स में या किसी तरह मोबाइल गेम्स में इंटरेस्ट दिखाते हैं?
I love gaming, and not only esports on PlayStations and Xboxes, but also BGMI when it first came, and I still have it in my phone. I still play it with my teammates when we are returning from training, going to the team hotel. We compete against each other, and it is a good, fun way of passing the time, and we love the game a lot.
And since we are talking about esports becoming a legit career now for a lot of people now, so मैं आपसे पर्सनली सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो एक तरह से करियर बनाना चाहते हैं स्पोर्ट्स में, एक तरह से अपने हीरोज को देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर परफॉर्म करते हुए। आपने कहीं बचपन में ये फेस किया था जहाँ पर आपके घर वाले कह रहे हैं यार पढ़ाई पे ध्यान दो, ये क्या आप पूरे दिन खेलते रहते हो? आपने जब फेस किया था, और वाज योर फैमिली वेरी सपोर्टिव? हाउ डिड यू टैकल दैट?
Thankfully I had parents who let me be, और उन्होंने बोला कि अगर तू enjoy कर रहा तो कर, पर if the boys are enjoying, the players are enjoying themselves, and their parents think that कि नहीं यार तुम पढ़ाई करो, तो उनको थोड़ा बता दो प्रोफेशनलिज्म कितना आ गया ई स्पोर्ट्स में। मैं बैठा था और मुझे बता रहे थे कि हाउ everyone has plans and diets and schedules which are there for them. It's incredible because obviously हम देखते हैं ई स्पोर्ट्स को और लगता है भी हाँ यार बहुत ईजी है, but it's not. I'm sure that बहुत ज़्यादा brain activity, vision activity is there, and you have to take care of yourselves. And this is a professional realm now, so it's definitely going a notch higher. And I'm very excited and very very surprised to see how high level it has become.
इनफैक्ट आपने यहाँ पर बताया कि मेंटल गेम है, लेकिन हैंड आई कोऑर्डिनेशन जो चाहिए ई स्पोर्ट्स में इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट है जितने और भी बहुत सारे स्पोर्ट्स में है। तो अगर एनी मैसेज टू अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हु वांट टू परस्यू स्पोर्ट्स एज अ करियर, तो क्या कहना चाहते हैं? क्या क्या चीज़ों पे फोकस करना चाहिए, क्या क्या चीज़ों पे नहीं फोकस करना चाहिए?
I think now looking at this, बोल सकते हैं भी there is no limit to sports, be it on physical activity. It has turned into something which you can play on your mobile also, and chase after your dreams. If you love playing games, be it on a phone or a tablet or whatever, you should do it, and do it in a healthy manner where आप अपनी बॉडी का भी ख्याल रख रहे हैं, एक तरीके से आप अपने आप को इतना ज़्यादा पुश नहीं कर रहे कि आपकी फिजिकल और मेंटल कैपेबिलिटी हैम्पर हो। सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट यू आर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ योर सेल्फ। एंड जैसे मैं बोल रहा था कि पहले मुझे बताया कि शेड्यूल इज़ देयर, यू नीड टू प्ले दिस मच, यू नीड टू रेस्ट दिस मच, यू हैव टारगेट्स टू अचीव। तो ये सब होने से एक स्ट्रक्चर बनता है और उसको फॉलो करें इफ़ यू वांट टू गो टू द नेक्स्ट लेवल, बी इट इन ई स्पोर्ट्स।
एंड जब हम लोग अपने हीरोज़ को देखते हैं परफॉर्म करते हुए, आपने भी आई एम श्योर जब आप छोटे थे तो आपने अपने फुटबॉल हीरोज़ को देखा होगा परफॉर्म करते हुए, तो हम लोग एक बहुत ही अच्छा पॉजिटिव साइड देखते हैं। लेकिन जब आप प्रोफेशनली उसको परस्यू करने लगे तो वो दूसरा साइड क्या था, जो चैलेंजेस थे, जो सैक्रिफाइसेस थे, उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए, क्योंकि ई स्पोर्ट्स में भी जैसा कि आपने बोला कि कोचेस होते हैं, प्रॉपर एनालिसिस होती है, आपको डेटा के साथ बताया जाता है कि यहाँ पर आपको इम्प्रूव करना है, यहाँ पर आपको और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी है। तो जब आपको वो वाला साइड पता चला तो आपको थोड़ा सा अजीब सा लगा, यार ये तो मेरे हीरोज भी करते होंगे या नहीं करते होंगे। व्हाट वाज योर रिएक्शन देन?
नहीं, शुरू में तो धक्का लगता है कि यार हमें टारगेट्स भी अचीव करने हैं, पर धीरे धीरे ये रियलाइज़ किया कि कंसिस्टेंसी इज़ की। अगर आप अपना तरीका एक ढूंढ लें जिसमें आप कंसिस्टेंट रह सकते हैं, जो टारगेट्स आपको दे रहे हैं वो आप अचीव कर सकते हैं थ्रू कंसिस्टेंसी, आई एम श्योर देयर इज़ नो लिमिट टू इट। यू कैन play year on year after and excel as far as you can go. So consistency is the key. Even in bad moments, you get up and you do your stuff. Even in good moments, you get up and you do your stuff. That is what is important.
And before I let you go back to your seat and enjoy some gaming, but मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये वाला जो ना बहुत सारे लोग उसका क्लिप निकालें और अपने पेरेंट्स को फॉरवर्ड करें अपने फैमिली व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में। अगर ना भी हो तो अपने पेरेंट्स के नंबर पर फॉरवर्ड कर देना। तो एक पर्टिकुलर मैसेज जो आप पेरेंट्स को देना चाहते हैं फॉर पीपल हु वांट टू परस्यू स्पोर्ट्स एज अ करियर, व्हाट डू यू वांट टू टेल देम, जो कभी कभार उतने सपोर्टिव नहीं होते, इफ यू वांट टू से समथिंग?
I think if your kids are enjoying themselves और एक हेल्दी तरीके में वो अपने आप को मेंटेन रख रहे हैं, अपने आप को enjoy कर रहे हैं, कि वो कुछ ख़राब नहीं कर रहे अपनी डे टू डे लाइफ में, तो let them be. As a parent, you try to push them, but also let them be if they are doing well, and that's what it is. Good parenting is to make sure that you're making your kids do the right thing in the right way and with respect. That's it.
All right. So some amazing words from our Indian national football team's goalkeeper, Gurpreet Singh Sandhu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Gurpreet Singh Sandhu. Go feel the vibe because this is something epic happening here. So thank you so much, Gurpreet. Thank you. And इस समय देखिए बहुत सारी चीजें lined up तो हैं, लेकिन we have to get the action back. आपकी एनर्जी को देखकर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि BGMI को शुरू कर दें वापस, हैं? करते हैं, लेकिन कुछ गेम्स अभी बचती हैं ऑफ द रोड टू वैलोर एम्पायर्स इन्विटेशनल गेम्स, एंड वी हैव ऑलरेडी सीन 3 गेम्स, एंड काफ़ी एक बहुत ही बढ़िया चीज़ देखने को मिली जहाँ पर हमें ये पता चल गया कि कोई भी कभी भी कम बैक कर सकता है इस गेम में, एंड इसीलिए लेट्स वेलकम आवर नेक्स्ट players for the next game, ladies and gentlemen. So with a huge round of applause, if I may, call upon Ferocity, who is our player 1 for the next game of Road to Valor Empire's Invitational Games. Okay, and Ferocity के ferocious moves का सामना करेंगे our next player, which is also the last game of the quarterfinals for today. So this is the second player for quarterfinals number 4, Dinkar. All right, so our players are ready, and this is quarterfinals number 4. So over to our amazing casters to start this match. Back to you guys.
Final BO3 is on the way as well. And also a while ago, we saw some choice words being said by a handsome gentleman that was there on the stage. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a big fan of the Indian football team, and when a personality like Sandhu actually walks up on the stage, gives his advice to millions of budding gamers, it kind of throws light on how esports professionals and esports aspirants can also learn from sports personalities who have actually made it at the big stage. I think this is such a valuable insight which we got to see from him.
Exactly, because you will face similar challenges in both the journeys. I mean, it is about the determination and how your willingness to just stay on that path, stay dedicated to your dreams and to making sure that you are one of the best amongst the best in order to compete at that level. I mean, you go through those difficulties in sports, you go through it in esports as well. And for ages, I mean, we've been trying to draw parallels between sports and esports. And what better way than a sports personality sharing their experience with something that the players in esports can relate to? And of course, learn quite a lot from.
Exactly. You always love to hear those choice words from the celebrities themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the upcoming game is going to be the final BO3 of this quarterfinals. Still, Dinker is live. Is a man we have seen in the past as well compete over and over again inside our TV. And I'm going to be asking for your predictions inside this upcoming game as well. Which one do you think is going to be taking the first game?
I think Dinker is actually going to walk away with
I
the
mean,
win.
to be honest, it's, in my opinion, I think it's going to be a little tough, especially with Titan Ferocity. We've seen a lot of these, these players come out of nowhere, right? Dinker's life is obviously a very well-known player. He kind of belongs to the same tier as Jin Kazama, I might assume, but Titan's Ferocity might just have a similar impact, might just actually come back from the dead, get the game away from him.
Exactly. As I mentioned, day one is supposed to be the day of surprises, and so far it has been astonishing us. So you never know. Maybe Dinker's life can be defeated for the first time over here inside the quarterfinals. And just to let you guys know, whichever player loses over here, he goes back home. He does not stand a chance once again to make a comeback inside the semifinals. So you need to put everything on the line. We've already seen a couple of players being eliminated, and some players have already set their foot on the semifinal stage. And this last BO3 is going to be the dictator of who we're going to see tomorrow duke it out on the stage.
Exactly. The last finalist, the last semi-finalist we're going to have in the next few moments, Ferocity and Dinker going up against each other. And well, in terms of the guardians of their choice, I mean, it is going to be Akira coming in again from the side of Ferocity. And for Dinker, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, he plans to play this one out, because this man has variety. That is
To be honest, we saw his gameplay last night. We were actually studying about it as well, and it seems like he's really good in finding like key spots on the field and actually find openings which is not even there. Like, he will be able to bait you out in a position where an entire flank is completely open. So I'm excited to actually find out how Dinker's life will transition that and actually get himself a lot of victories in this one. But let's just find out if that is going to be the case. Negro, what do you think? You haven't really given your prediction. I want to ask you.
I mean, look, speak of Dinker's live right now. The game's live over here, Salty, and I'm super excited. You asked me for my prediction. I'm going to go with Ferocity. I just like to play against the odds.
I like to play against the odds as well, but it seems like right from the get-go, Dinker is live. Good start from them, good utilization of the archers and the shieldsmen to take down that little bit of a pinch that came in from Titan's Ferocity. I can't really understand what the move is. Titan's Ferocity is holding back, not really deploying a lot, just enough to deny information, to deny any sort of real estate on the map itself.
I mean, nothing can be said just yet, right? Still, it's just the start of the game. No one's got any type of advantage. Both of these guys are utilizing their troops, their buildings in a really good fashion. Both of them, they seem like they want to play defensive, but as we speak about that connection, one single sword swing was there. But is that really going to be enough to put yourself in the advantage? I would say no.
Not really, right? I mean, we did get to see the little bit of a Valkyrie usage as well, and now the Samurai is just doing so much work. The swordsmen are not going to be enough, and of course, once they are being dealt with, I think the entirety of the towers will be open. That strong forward dash is very, very useful in trying to leapfrog multiple troops as well. But Titan's Ferocity is still holding back. I think something is wrong. I think he's just saving his utility. He already has CP of 4, and I think he's prepared for that final strike.
That is true. Speak of the final strike, at least for now, though, things have been taken in quite a calm and composed way from both the sides, considering they do not really have a lot of stuff to deploy, at least for now. They're wasting a lot of time, but one thing is for sure, look at that one archer being locked on from Ferocity. He's chipping out a lot of damage, and this is where Ferocity gets the damage advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, the arrows, of course, from the archers, it wouldn't really do a lot of damage. Like, the airstrike is going to be fun, but I think it's just a bait in order for Dinker to kind of overuse and overutilize his resources. No damage onto the towers from Titan's Ferocity. And now look at this. The chariot also comes through, and the tower, the left-hand tower for Dinker's life, is continuously taking damage, and the War Mammoth has been released as well.
Yeah, the Mammoth's been released, and it's got a clear pathway towards the tower. Can be such a big of a problematic situation. But as I say that, the Mammoth's doing a fantastic job in clearing the pathway for the troops in the back. A really good spell to pull those troops back, but is that really going to be enough to save the tower? Ferocity has already got such a big advantage inside this entire fight. And you mentioned this, the last game, there's a chance we might just see a 2-0 victory. There's a chance Ferocity might just pull it off.
Exactly, I mean, his towers have been left untouched. Dinker haven't really managed to get on the other side of this playing field, and it's been completely one-sided domination. Once again, the Tusk just coming through, and he's just doing so much heavy lifting. Now all he needs is that one big entry point towards the left-hand tower. One shot and it'll be down dead.
And this is going to be it. I mean, the Mammoth managing to reach the tower, 323, and there it goes! The one medal victory for Ferocity, showing us exactly how ferocious he can be. And quite an impressive win, but this is going to be enough.
Your prediction was Dinker's live, even his prediction was Dinker's live, and then I went with Ferocity, and I think so Ferocity is really over here to prove me right. And I genuinely think so Ferocity might just be able to get this 2-0.
Yeah, exactly right. Speaking of a 2-0, right, this was one of the first games, Johnny, which we witnessed a one-sided domination. Dinker's life could not cross onto the other side.
Not really, I would say, because the opening series between Carol and Godfather started in a similar way, and it was a reverse sweep. So can't take anything away from either one of these two lads. Let's see what Dinker has under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he has something under his belt. But again, the use of the War Mammoth in this one was so brilliant. And something which kind of stands out for Ferocity is that he does not really spam his troops everywhere, unlike Dinker's life, isn't it?
That is true. I mean, Dinker was just spamming so many troops, and then that Mammoth came into play, and then Mammoth just within one swing, it just wiped out a big chunk of players, a big chunk of troops, and that's where Dinker just got screwed up massively, because the Mammoth created a pathway for the troops in the back to straight up close on in towards that tower, and that's how pretty much Ferocity was the one to get the advantage.
Exactly, and in certain moments, right, it's good utilization of resources. Why do I say that? We saw the usage of the Valkyrie to counteract the Shieldsmen, right? And Valkyrie doesn't really cost you much in terms of utilization of your resources, but still manages to take out majority of the troops, majority of the Shieldsmen. And that is how Ferocity actually managed to find himself so much resources to use in the final end of the entire thing.
Yeah, but Valkyries, you have to be extremely careful. Oh, this is going to be fun. And especially Necro, you're going to enjoy this one.
Yeah, I will. I will definitely enjoy this one quite a lot, considering Amira is now going to be into play. And this is where I will also get to learn a couple of new tactics.
And Salty gets to enjoy this the most because it's just Indian faction against Indian faction in terms of Guardians.
I mean, this is a little bit tough one for me, though, considering I went with Ferocity. My prediction was Ferocity, and Ferocity is not the one to use Amira. And now that my Guardian's being played over there, I really want to move ahead and favor Dinker's life, but you know what? I'm going to stick with Ferocity.
Yeah. You're not allowed to change Necro.
Yeah, you're not allowed to change Necro. You have to stick with Ferocity. And to be honest, you should actually do so, considering there is a considerable difference in performance. But we'll find that out as we jump into game, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the second match of this best-of-3 series. Johnny, because once again, asking your prediction, who do you think is it going to be?
I think I'm going to stick with Dinker's life, and I'm going to go with a 2-0.
All right.
Because I do expect this, not a 2-0, sorry. Dinker's life for a 2-1. Because Ferocity, I mean, that initial game was quite solid, but that is the thing. I mean, Dinker might just have something in the back to bring it back, but again, the Mammoths.
Wow. This is interesting. Right from the get-go.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you're going to go either all in or try and play defensive. Varuna is going to be there, pushing the Mammoth back. And once this defensive Mammoth is gone, I believe Dinker is just hoping for enough sustain to reach the tower. That is going to be the best case scenario for him. Oh, no.
Wow. Lovely
mammoth.
counter.
Yeah.
Early investment sort of been successful, at least for Dinker's life, and now he will sort of tank a little bit of damage, but I think he'll still survive to chip in a little bit. But this is where I think reutilization of resources comes into play. No, wait, actually, Titan's Ferocity managed to survive that little bit of a competition, and now finally the archers will take them down.
Yeah, Ferocity now has to wait. He needs to wait for that watchtower towards the right-hand side to go down. The good thing is, it is too much towards the right, so troops pushing in from the left are still going to reach that left tower, and that is the play Ferocity thought he was going to go for, but does get baited a little bit, I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's zero value from that attack, but maybe it was just to force Dinker to make a move.
Ferocity could have gotten that advantage once again because the troops moved in so deep.
Yeah.
But luckily enough for Dinker, he was able to counter that perfectly. But still, Ferocity, he's got the equal chance to win this entire thing. Troops now marching on forward. Dinker needs to play this one defensively and nicely. He needs to be a little bit quick. The archer's going to lock in. This is going to give him the advantage that is desperately needed. Any type of advantage will be counted.
Yeah, definitely any type of advantage will be counted. But now look at this. It's once again a mammoth face-off, and the Sun Chariot has been called upon as well. It's going to do so much damage on that left-hand tower. Once again, a similar tactic being utilized by Titan Ferocity, and this might just be able to win them the game as well. And now, of course, you've got the Samurai, you've got the Tusk, all of them just coming in together. 1,592 points of HP, which still remains. But so far, seems like there has been a spell which has been utilized.
Yeah, and it just forces that mammoth to turn around, start attacking its own troop. With barely a sliver of HP left, it's going to be Dinkar who takes his mammoth out. Ferocity has a reroll for that mammoth. That watchtower is definitely going to be proving a little bit of a help, a distraction that was desperately needed by Ferocity. He has the damage advantage. Time is going to run out. We're going to go into extra time after this.
This is going to be an interesting one, Mammoth versus Mammoth, but eventually Dinker's Mammoth's going to be the one to stand tall.
Oh no, look at the right tower.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the troops on the right tower. This is going to give him a bit of an advantage, but still it doesn't matter. Ferocity's the one in the advantage. Look at the bottom left tower. Ferocity, he's got the advantage. Dinker is going to be the one to be desperate to find any type of damage.
Yeah, he will be, but look at this. Once again, another mammoth has been called, and the infantry will be destroyed. A Sun Chariot, it should be enough. It is costing so much HP on Dinker's life. 217, 120, 80, 37.
That's it. It's done.
Final Titan Ferocity with the first 2-0.
The Sun Chariot did so much, brought it down to 37 HP, and then it was just that one shot from the archers to destroys that tower towards the left. Quite an interesting win for Ferocity and a quick 2-0.
Exactly.
I mean, would you like to praise me for my prediction, considering I said it's going to be a 2-0, Ferocity 2. Everyone was going with Dinker,
would you like to praise our
to play with odds.
To be honest, this is what happens when you actually find a prediction right after a very long time. This is what you experience, a sense of euphoria. But I'm pretty sure, speaking of sense of euphoria, Ferocity is feeling that same sense of euphoria as well. Because speaking about his gameplay, right, his mammoth was basically a defensive mechanism.
Yeah.
Majority of the players, in fact, we saw they use their mammoth in order to damage the opposition. But his mammoth was mostly to stop enemy attacks, and then majority of the damage was done by the Sun Chariot.
It can either be a distraction or it can be the build-up that you need to sort of just tank and kite the damage from the defensive troops for your other units. And Dinkar, as you mentioned, was trying to build up that attack with the mammoth, but then Ferocity, kudos to him. I mean, he's like, alright, you have more troops coming, I'll just drop a mammoth, it's going to tank for a bit. While this mammoth tanks, I'm going to have more MP sort of build up to bring in more troops. And I mean, I think another key attack or a spell that was utilized was that Sun Chariot.
I mean, once again, this is going to be such a big shocker for the fans, right? Dinker being taken out from the quarterfinals itself, and as I mentioned a while ago too, you're not going to have any type of fighting chance. Once again, you will need to be really quick to try and make those decisions.
Yeah, but we're going to do something very quick, and we're going to head to the host, to the stage with Rohit to see what's going to happen next.
कास्टर्स एंड देखिए इस समय एक्साइटमेंट को और एक लेवल ऊपर ले जाते हैं. अब यहाँ पर देखिए इंडिया कोरिया इनविटेशनल है BGMI का, बहुत सारे गेम्स खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पर. ऑफ कोर्स रोड टू वैलोर हो चुका है, लेकिन अब गली क्रिकेट हो या बुक क्रिकेट, क्रिकेट एक तरह से दिल में एक अपना एक 2 बेडरूम हॉल किचन बना चुका है. एंड इसीलिए अब हमारे कुछ प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर आजमाएंगे रियल क्रिकेट का मजा. And easily, I would like to call upon our first player, Anurag Prabhakar, who's gonna play real cricket. एक तरफ है अनुराग, दूसरी तरफ है देवेंद्र, एंड इसीलिए ये मैच खेलने के लिए सामने जब तक देवेंद्र नहीं आएंगे तो मजा नहीं आएगा, इसलिए लेट्स कॉल अपॉन आवर सेकंड प्लेयर देवेंद्र सिंह, हु इज गोना चैलेंज अनुराग इन रियल क्रिकेट. The players, are you ready? All right, they are ready, so are you. So over to our lovely casters to take away real cricket.
I mean, we were just speaking about new set of players. We definitely do have that, but now we have also got a breath of fresh air. It's going to be real cricket, ladies and gentlemen, and cricket is going to be the one to kick things off, at least for this segment. We know cricket is sort of like the heart of India, and now we're finally going to get a chance to witness these two legendary players duke it out on the field.
Yeah, Devendra Singh and Anurag on the stage, already all set to face up against each other. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what they've prepared, because, I mean, it is real cricket after all. I mean, we've all played this game for a long time. It's quite fun.
It certainly is quite fun. And to be honest, especially when there are like 10 over games, you know, there was a very popular format, T10. You expect a target being set. Like, there's always an advantage for teams batting first. And I think setting a target, especially in a land environment like this, will definitely help them. Of course, we're going to decide that with the toss itself, but so far we'll just hold back.
Hey, but you know what? First off, we need to touch up on the prize pool as well. 10 lakh rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen, from which the champion team will be getting 5 lakhs all to themselves, the second spot getting 3 lakhs, third one getting 1 lakh, and then the fourth place also getting 1 lakh to themselves. That's a lot of money on the line for Real Cricket 22.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is cricket after all, so you play big, you win big. And again, as we mentioned, 10 lakh rupees in prize pool. So much pressure on these individuals to perform, because you win, you walk away with 5 lakhs in the bank. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the brackets in front of us right now, and it's going to be quite interesting to see. As you mentioned, I mean, real cricket, it's going to be a shorter journey for us. We're going to have the semi-finals and the finals happening in front of us. One semi-final happening today, another one tomorrow, and of course, the finals will happen the day after tomorrow.
On the day 3, and then we'll be able to see our winner of this entire Real Cricket 22. I'm just really excited for these players, considering there's so much money on the line. This is definitely something that these guys can look forward to. For some people, this can be a life-changing amount of money, and I'm just so excited for these players to see over there on the stage. Salty, when you saw the players, you had a lot of words to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they look very experienced, of course, right? And cricket is a game where you need to use your head, right? For majority of it, especially not cricket, like real cricket is where you need a lot of experience. Because cricket, you need flamboyance. But with real cricket, you have to be very wise when to use which one, especially when you're bowling, right? When you're batting, you just have to time the ball to perfection. When you're bowling, you have to choose your cards perfectly, because in this particular game, it's very easy for batters to sort of hit a 6. But if they manage to actually get themselves a dot ball or two in the early stage of the match, I think you can mess with the mentality of the other player who is playing against you.
Exactly. I mean, those dot balls become very important, as you mentioned. With real cricket, I mean, getting that timing right on the batting side is not that difficult. I mean, if you get used to it enough, within a day, I think you can have it down. But bowling is something that is definitely going to be quite important, as you mentioned. But considering, I mean, it is going to be just 10 overs. What are you expecting, Salty?
Let's say for a team batting first, right? I'm assuming it's going to be Australia versus Australia all the way, because Australia is like the strongest team inside of the game. Inside a 10 over game, maybe a target of somewhere about 200 is it's very high considering cricket standards, but when you actually look at real cricket and how easy it is to bat, you might just be looking at somewhere about 200 is still a very high guess. Maybe somewhere about 150, 160 is a good
I mean, you
number.
mentioned this as well, right? Whichever player is going to be opening things up with the batting side, he will, of course, have the advantage, considering he's going to be the one to set the benchmarks. And then the man who's going to be chasing the target, it will always have that pressure. Because technically, if you think about it, if you have a target of 200, you're just limiting your mentality just to 200. But when you are going to be the one to create that benchmark, you can have endless amount of possibilities going through your head. And that's the benchmark that's not being set, especially when you're the one setting the overall target.
Exactly. I mean, see, look at this, right? From a cricket mindset, it always depends on the team, which team is playing. For example, if you actually talk about our Indian cricket team, right? They always love chasing because they've got players like Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, of course, who are chase masters. But in certain situations, especially in tournaments like these, where it's a land tournament, especially for these players as well, it's going to be a high pressure situation. And in high pressure situations, you'd never really want to chase because every single dot ball is going to cost you your life. It's going to add so much pressure on your shoulders. You don't really want to do that.
You want to be in a comfortable position. You want to be the one setting that high target and putting that pressure on the opposition as early as possible. And I think that will be the goal for all of our athletes that are going to be playing this game over the next 3 days as well. But again, I think with this first game that is just about to happen, we will also get an idea of what these players are thinking and how they think the competition is going to fare up. Just waiting for the match to begin. But for this one, Necro, what will be your prediction?
This is a really tough one to say, man. I mean, I do not even know who should I favor at this point in time. But you know what? Whichever player is going to be the one to kick things off with batting side, that's going to be my prediction. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game's live. And this is where even the semifinals are live. And already he's managed to kick things off on a great note. This could have been a good shot, but unfortunately the timing just wasn't right.
Very interesting shot in that first ball itself. 2 runs which has been sneaked in. That was sort of very exciting, to be honest, because that never really looked like a double. Shot towards fine leg.
Wow,
Is going to find the boundary as well.
Yeah.
4 runs.
Beautiful way to start off, right? Second delivery. Finds that boundary as well. But now let's see what Gaikwad's got underneath his sleeves, considering the third delivery is going to be on the board.
Oh, he's switching sides. Now, the change in angle might just be able to create a difference. The leg spin, the carom ball comes into play, but a good shot, good timing on that one as the ball rolls over the boundary once again. Just like I said, right, hitting boundaries in this game shouldn't really be that difficult. We've got 10 runs from 3 balls already, Necro.
That is true, towards the offside. Just played that beautifully. Once again, considering it is a spinner, you cannot really afford to take a lot of risks, but this man is not stopping. Back to back, big shots being played. Perfectly done. Another 6 on the board.
Rama needs to find his groove once again, constantly switching sides. But I love what Gaikwad is doing as well, right? Constantly just changing his position. This time it's a fling, but it's an out. Again, should not really drag that ball from the outside the off stump towards the leg side. You do not do that. And because of it, Smith will be able to grab that ball quite easily. An easy wicket.
But still, overall a very nice over. I mean, you have just... if you are on the batting side, that's the first wicket. 16 runs scored. And the last ball of the over. And it's going to go off the boundary. Oh, no. The sound.
Gets caught.
The sound off the bat. Wasn't that great?
This is tough.
The edge, of course. I kind of felt like the timing was perfect, but the distance was massive.
I would say the shot selection right there was a little bit a janky one, but it's complete fine though.
Yeah.
Still got a couple of more chances to go. It's only 2 wickets that hits the board so far.
I mean, it's the first 2 wickets, and your best batsmen are going to be the first 4 or 5, depending on what's all you've come up with, and that's going to be the hat trick. Nice.
Wow, back-to-back 3 wickets being taken. Beautiful stuff from the bowler.
A hat trick. This is amazing, to be honest. Right now, the batting team they are in shambles because the shot selection, just like you mentioned, Necro, it's not going according to the plan. They're not playing with the line, with the ball as well, just trying to drag it on towards the left-hand side. And this, once again, is a good shot. Might just give them a good boundary as well.
Yeah.
Will help recover a little bit of the pressure.
But also, Salty, I don't think that 200 is going to happen. I think it's going to be like around 70 or 80 runs on the board, maybe. Best case scenario, 100. Yeah.
It'll be indeed a tough one to pull off. Once again, a pull shot. Not really the exact shot selection you should have done on that top of a ball, but still, at least he got two.
Yeah, I mean, stealing these doubles is going to be quintessential because every single run counts in a 5-over match. Look at this once again. Takes a run up, a ball towards on the offside. But a good cover drive, a beautiful cover drive, and the ball just steams over the boundary once again for a beautiful 4.
Even the umpire looks quite excited.
27 for 3. Last 2 balls left.
And these 2 balls are going to be so important. Wow. Another one comes in. Beautifully timed that was towards the offside. And another 4.
I love the fact that the batsman understands the field placement. Look at it, right? There is nobody at point. They have somebody in a wide third man position, and now he finally changes the field. Adds a deep point and a third man in position and comes in with the angle, the left arm spin. And this time he tries to go in for the leg side shot, but it's not going to happen.
These spinners are definitely causing a lot of trouble right now for these batsmen. We haven't really seen any type of a fastballer just yet.
Yeah.
But as soon as I say that, here we go. A fastballer now is going to be the one to take things in his own hands. It's going to be Wokes. Let's see what Wokes has got. If he's able to find that wicket off the bat, this can definitely be a really good start to the over. But now instead, it's just going to be giving away a double.
Chris Wokes walking in, charging in, needs to find the right line. Right on top of the off stump, that is where he should go in order to prevent giving any batsman any room. And now, of course, power play restrictions has been released. You've got 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. 1 at deep cover, 1 at third man, fine leg. You've got square leg as well, and then at deep mid-wicket. It's going to be fun. He's still changing fields. He's still trying to find out the right combination. But it seems like the right line and length, the Necro, is going to be quintessential.
Speak about the line and length. Even the pace on the balls might just matter quite a lot.
Yeah.
You need to keep on varying between the paces as well. For now, speaking about the line and length, a really good curveball that was, but still only going to be able to find a double. That's it.
The only problem was trying the outswing on the leg stump. I like the idea where he's forcing the batsman to play for singles, but had he placed that ball a little bit towards the offside, maybe something could have happened. Exactly.
He's setting it up.
Yeah, this is such a nice delivery, right? A Yorker, an outswinging Yorker, forcing the batsman to go defensive.
Yeah, this is just a setup at this point. I think just mind games being played with the batter, forcing him into awkward positions. I mean, you can give away a few runs, but if you get a wicket right now, you just break the flow completely. It's 35 for 3 with the 4th wicket down. I mean, it's definitely going to be some pressure on the batting side. Looks good for a 4. And a brilliant shot coming in.
Yeah, great placement. Just takes away the front foot out of the way and just slaps the ball back towards that point.
Beautiful stuff. And considering Vokes, he's been able to ball pretty nicely so far. But another one's going to be all the way. A beautiful shot towards the back. And it's straight up going to cross the boundary as well. High up in the sky. Gets 6 run for that.
That is
nice scoop, yeah.
Exactly right. That was the brilliance of the batsman. The ball was pretty far. It was a proper Yorker, but still, Steve Smith finds that good 6. And now a lot of that pressure is going to be released. What a delivery.
Well, at least the over is over, and this was not something you would want. The economy of the over not really looking too good, but we have Shamsi coming in on the bowling side. First over of the game from this man.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You've got a current run rate of 15, right, which does equate to about 75 runs from the 5 overs that we're supposed to play. Shamsi still finding the right angle to go in. Seems like he's a right arm medium bowler.
Yeah.
And oh, wait, he's not a right arm medium bowler. He's a left arm spinner. But the good flick coming in from Rizwan will find a double, and that's brilliant. The spin on the ball was brilliant. It seems like this pitch is more suited for spin deliveries.
Yeah, indeed it was. But considering he's now over here once again, a really good spin ball that was. Just going to flick it on the right side towards the leg side, but yeah, nothing much can be found from that. Just 2 runs, need to be satisfied with that.
Yeah, this is just brutal, man. And in a position like this, I mean, this is what you would do. You would either ball a completely short length or just fully Yorkers right on the feet. And that also you're going to play extremely off the line, just forcing the batter to try and take singles or doubles. Best case scenario, keep the economy as down as possible. But let's see. This one's going to play out already 51 for 3. What a good scoreline, I mean.
A good scoreline maybe for the bowling team, to be honest, because they're going to be extremely happy.
Nice.
Look at this. Right, just because of Shamsi and his pure brilliance, it's extremely difficult to time the ball and figure out the right length. Look at this. All the balls outside the off stump have been dragged on towards the leg side, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to find yourself momentum to hit a big 6.
Well, let's see. Wait,
Misjudged the line once again. Almost an opportunity for a cotton ball, but this is the final delivery of the 4th over. What a great over it's been. Just 8 runs off the bat of it.
That is true.
Last ball. Let's see what's going to happen. Is this going to be a wicket? Or are we going to witness a 6?
A big question. And you can clearly see as well the current run rate that's going through. 13.83. Not looking too good. Plays it towards the offside, but the fielder's ready. And he's only going to be satisfied with that single run.
Yeah, but still a pretty good over at least. I mean, you have, I believe, 9 runs for no wickets dropped.
Yeah.
And heading into this last over, he still has quite a lot to work with. So there will be an opportunity for Rizwan and Smith to push the tally close to 70 or 80 runs.
But this is Trent Bolt, to be honest. Left arm quick bowler. And of course, like we discussed, the line has to be on that off stump. And that is exactly what he does. A beautiful shot on top of mid-off. And it seems like that was a 6.
Lifted that with full power. And also a no ball. Oh, that's going to be free delivery in the future as well. This is going to be a nice one. A no ball follows up.
It was a 6 of the first delivery, Necro.
Wow.
And now Trent Bolt will have to change his line and length. It seems like Johnny was right. The target might just be somewhere about 70 or 80. But Bolt will walk in, run in for that another delivery. And look at this. The timing of the shot was brilliant. Another 6 to actually make things easier for the side of Team KS.
Well. I think the target might change. It might just be a little bit more higher than what we expected. Let's see though. 12 runs off of the last 2 balls. Oh, and this one's going to be a nice dot ball and quite fast one as well. 147 kilometers per hour. 3 balls, meaning last 3 balls of this inning.
Yeah. Another delivery is on the way. It's going to be delivered quite nicely. Plays it towards the offside, but the fielder's ready. Running towards the ball, and yeah, we'll need to be satisfied with just that 2-piece that he got.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really Trent Bolt's fault, really. The batsman is constantly trying to move about the crease, trying to create that room so that he can hit his shots perfectly. Once again, on the off stump and on the up. It's going to be a 2. It's going to be a double. And they have been constantly stealing these doubles right from underneath the fielders' noses. That has kept the scoreboard ticking 70 for 3, and the last ball still remains, ladies and gentlemen. Rizwan on strike. He's on 33 off of just 14 deliveries, and ball comes in. A reverse sweep!
Wow.
And that is such a beautiful shot. It's a 4 and it's 74. A target of 75 has been set, Necro, for the other team.
Played that beautifully. Not a lot of runs on the board, but it all is going to come down to this bowling. The second innings of the entire stuff is going to be deciding who will be the winner. 74 runs being made from that player. That means...
You've got to give credits to Rizwan, right? 37 not out of just 15 deliveries, especially in a condition where his team was down bad, right? His team was losing wickets constantly, and now we have it once again.
Oh yeah, by the way, both of them have saved teams.
Yeah.
It's going to be the exact same lineup.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the bowlers are going to be the same as well. It's going to be Rahman just walking in with his spin deliveries, and you've got Quinton de Kock opening the innings.
Yeah.
How well is he going to open things up? That's going to be a question. 75 runs are required on the board. You have 5 overs to make it happen.
I'm waiting for the first
30
delivery.
deliveries for 75 runs. Salty, can you chase that target in real life?
In real life, never really, to be honest. But in the game, maybe, yes.
I can. In gully cricket.
Hits
not
the
in
edge
an
of the
actual
bat, though,
pitch.
guys. Went towards the offside, but nothing much found. We'll just need to be satisfied with that single run
they
that
found
he got.
two.
And yeah, de Kock, not really off to a good start, but
Yeah, the leading edge on the ball was just because of poor timing, but this time, once again, Rahman will be looking at the line and length, and de Kock just slams that on towards the offside. The third man is already present. Another 2 runs, which will be stolen.
Well, double after double. There ain't no trouble for...
But they need the big hits, Johnny. Otherwise, there will be trouble.
they need to scribble.
Egregious pretense third.
Oh, a really good boundary, though. Beautifully played that towards the leg side.
Yeah.
4 runs on the board for Quinton de Kock.
Nice use of the wrists over there to try and flick it on towards fine leg, but this time, once again, it's a half volley, and this time he slams it. The fielder is in position, but it's going to be a single. Oh, no, wait, it's actually going to be a double.
Not even a single wicket being dropped just yet.
Yeah.
This man is holding on pretty nicely. He's got a good defensive gameplay.
The problem is going to be that run rate. I mean, the required run rate is, well, still quite far away of what is actually happening, and that's got to hurt.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of felt that it's going to hit the leg stump, but no, wait. Then I later on realized that it's pitching outside of leg stump. So I'm basically doing the job for third umpire right now.
Oh, nicely played. A magnificent shot towards the audience on the offside. 6 runs been accumulated with that one single magnificent shot.
Yeah.
So now that brings the total for the first over to 16 runs. The required run rate was, I believe,
15.
14 or 15?
Yeah, 5 over 75. So it was 15. And apparently, they managed to actually get 16 runs off the bat of it. Now, this is why I always keep on mentioning, right? Rotating the strike is so important.
Yeah.
Finding those doubles is so important. You're going to hit these big shots sometime or the other. And it seems like finally, this player, Steve Smith, has got the timing right. That was a good flick.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you on one thing. Every single ball, every single delivery that you face, you need to make sure that at least 2 runs are on the board.
Yeah.
Especially in a format this cutthroat. But let's see. Big boundaries are always welcome, but this one is definitely a big one. 6 runs on the board. Second delivery of this over.
Just using the pace of the ball, flicking it right behind. None of these players are actually hitting it straight off the bat. They're trying to use the pace of the ball and just glide it along its way. Beautiful stuff. Good technique.
Yeah, good technique. Good timing as well with that.
Yeah.
Oh, this time the ball's going to be high up in the sky. Maybe.
Delicate.
Could have been a little bit bad. But luckily enough for him, the timing on the connection with the bat was perfect.
Yeah.
And that's why straight up the ball just sailed outside of the boundary for 6 runs.
And now they've got 34-0. Seems like it's going to be a one-sided affair. If not, Akshay Patel finds himself a wicket for his team. Another flick, but this time it's just going to be a double. This team, they certainly are roaring towards victory. And of course, the opening partnership. 32-0 of 10 deliveries.
Well, let's see. 12.9 the required run rate, and this shot actually looks pretty good. Another boundary. 4 runs on the board, and this was, I believe, the last delivery of this over as well. They're just thrashing the run rate at this point. All right, this is going to be the last delivery. You've had 2 sixes, a 4, 2 doubles, and on the last delivery, if he hits a boundary, then this is going to be an basically the match secured from here on out, and well, it is going to be a double on the board. A single at the worst. Will he make it? Oh, he makes it.
Best part is he hasn't even dropped a single wicket yet.
Yes, that is the best part.
He's able to. He knows when to go for those aggressive shots. He knows when to play for those defensive shots, and he's really having a good shot selection. That's what really matters.
This is the partnership we all hope for when we watch cricket IRL.
Yeah,
true.
I mean, not the players, but the scoreline that you have seen right now.
But, well, we once again have a familiar face. We have Chris Wokes, who is about to take his run-up. And this is interesting because Chris Wokes is the wicket-taking guy. He needs to find a breakthrough, maybe 2 or 3 wickets from this over. Slower delivery, but has been flicked onto the onside. Lovely shot in the making and a double, which has been stolen once again. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
It's elegant batting, Negro.
Indeed. 40 runs in total being created, 75 to go. Not a lot of runs left anymore. And this is where the bowling side now needs to be a little bit more cautious. He cannot afford to give a lot more runs anymore. And as I mentioned, knowing when to go for those defensive shots, knowing when to go for those aggressive big hits can actually create a lot of difference. And this is something that's been helping him.
And it's going to keep on helping them as they move forward with this match. Still 42-0. Both these individuals, a good partnership right off the bat. Well, third delivery of this over. It seemed like it's going to go for a 4, but no, just another double.
And I like the fact that they're not really rushing it out. They don't really want to finish the game real quick because they're respecting the bowler. Chris Wokes is an amazing fast bowler, to be honest. And if you try and hit him for a 6 every single ball, you might miss a couple. And losing wickets in a situation like this is only detrimental to your success. So they're paying respect, which is something which I love. Just playing in for the singles and the doubles, rotating the strike, annoying the bowler as much as possible.
Yeah, that is super fun, in fact. But let's see how this game is going to turn out from here on. Last 2 deliveries of the third over remaining. And the score right now is 46 for no wickets. Ridden Boiler definitely making sure that the opposition is boiling. Oh!
Could have been a close one if the ball would have hit the edge of the bat. This could have been a bad one, but considering it is a bouncer, the umpire's giving it to him. Another delivery is going to be on the way soon enough. This will be the last ball for Wokes' over. He hasn't given a single big shot yet in this entire over just yet.
Yeah.
Maybe this last delivery can be the one that the batsman's looking to find.
Wow.
No, instead, a really good change in the pace is something that's going to catch the batsman off guard.
That's my strat, I mean. You just bowl it so it looks like a wide, just barely on the line. Make the batsman miss and also make them mad.
Yeah. And I think the good thing about Chris Wokes was that he constantly kept on changing his pace, constantly kept on changing his line. It just makes it really hard for the batsman to predict where is he going to bowl that delivery. Once again, Steve Smith on strike. 22 runs of 6 deliveries in the last over that he faced, and now he has the opportunity, because if he does something similar, they're gonna go so much closer to achieving the target. It's a wide delivery. I don't think it's going to be given a wide. No, it will be given a wide.
It will be given a wide.
You were right the first time.
It's way too wide apart.
So basically, if the batsman moves away from his crease, like if he moves from the leg stump to the off stump, balls on the right hand side outside the leg is not considered wide in many situations, but makes sense. Oh!
That wicketkeeper is good.
Yeah.
Could be in a close one, but still, the man hasn't dropped a single wicket yet, guys.
We were
And I'm
talking about
pretty
the
sure
keeper.
But
Bolt
guys,
is waiting for that single wicket to happen. And as soon as that happens, there's a chance it can probably be like a domino effect. But speaking about the domino effect, a beautiful catch by the fielder in the outskirts. Does a fantastic job in getting that initial wicket that was needed. And this is the exact stuff that I was speaking about.
yeah, exactly right. And now, definitely there's going to be a lot of pressure, because they need about 28 runs from just 10 deliveries. Babar Azam is on strike, and of course off strike, and Quinton de Kock. He did manage to cross over. Another good shot, but will it find the fielder once again? Oh my goodness, Trent Bolt has completely switched up the game. That is a signal for a bouncer, but I believe it's going to be an out. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
A second bouncer, of course, will not be allowed, but this delivery, Trent Bolt is on a hat-trick, Johnny.
And now this game is in a very weird position, because it's 3.3 overs done. You're sitting at 47 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, and the partnership that you were relying upon so heavily to bring that win to you, to bring that W and put it on the board, has now just gone.
Azam's on the field, on the crease. Nice shot, try to pull something off his hook, but...
Oh, at least hat-trick's gone now.
Yeah, at least the hat-trick's gone. But
hoping for a
already,
hat-trick.
you were speaking about the players being set up on the field. Now they're being taken away. And as I mentioned too a while ago, it's going to be a domino effect. As soon as that first wicket hits the board, a lot of the wickets will start falling up instantly. And that's what it seems like has been the case so far.
So, I think for the batting side, majority of the runs that they scored came in the power play when the field restrictions were in place. 2 fielders outside the circle, they were hitting everything off the outside 30-yard circle. But this time around, they aren't showing slow. But this time, the timing is perfect. And this cover drive is going to find them 4 runs once again.
53 for 2. Last delivery of this 4th over. It's definitely going to be a challenge to secure the win for Ridden Boiler, but let's see. If he gets
another wicket, Johnny.
No, I was hoping for a boundary, actually.
I mean, if there's a wicket coming in from Bolt, I think this will be the greatest over that we'll witness in this game. This is game-changing. Trent Bolt, 3 wickets in 1 over, and now we don't know who's going to win.
Speak of the table turner, and Bolt is the one who's been proven out to be that. Managing to get 3 wickets in that single over. This man has definitely made a massive record so far. But one thing can be said easily, and that is, this man is quite close to victory.
Yeah.
22 runs of just 6 deliveries is what is needed. And it's Shamsi, the left arm spinner. There is no pace on the ball. It's going to be so hard to hit those big sixes. They get a double, and that means, Johnny, they need 20 of just 5 deliveries.
I mean, sounds easy on paper.
No.
4 per ball. Every single ball you hit a 4.
Yeah.
See, man, again, I used to play gully cricket. That is all my cricket experience. And it is very easy to score 4s and 6s in gully cricket. But this one, it was a difficult one. He still managed to make it salty. 14 required from 4 balls.
Yes, now it all of a sudden seems doable. This 6 just completely changed things up. Shamsi will be under pressure. Needs to find the right length and the right line. Something outside leg which spins back in. Let the player play it on the leg side, because you've got 3 fielders.
Oh, beautifully done. The spinner's out. And once again, he
no.
plays it towards the offside. Another sixer. Straight up sails away outside of the boundary, but actually it's not a 6. Instead, 4 runs been accumulated, but still, from the previous 2 deliveries, he's managed to get 10 runs in total.
Now he needs 10 more in the next 3 deliveries. If he manages to get that, it's going to be good in the hood. Otherwise, there's going to be trouble.
Boys and girls, this is intense. Just like you mentioned, 10 runs required of last 3 deliveries, and Shamsi takes his run up, another cover drive, and of course, great fielding. Wow, just saved 2 runs for his team. Of course, a double will be found, but
this one's going to be down to the wire, this match.
Oh, yes.
67 for 3. Last 2 deliveries remaining. 8 runs required in 2 deliveries. It's Gaikwad again on strike. And one thing I've noticed is all these batsmen, they have their stats maxed out.
Yeah.
That is true.
They need to find a boundary in this one.
Oh!
No way!
Ouch! Tough luck on that one. One more ball to go. At this point in time, it just seems
done.
next
It's
impossible.
over.
Yeah.
You need 8 in the last delivery. Unless this one's a wide, this game is done. And it is going to be a wicket in the last delivery. The game's done. And we have a Gregors 3-30 win.
I did not expect this. I did not expect this coming, Necro, to be honest, because when we witnessed the chasing team piling up about 40 runs from just the first 2 overs, I thought this game was done and dusted.
Yeah,
but that 1 over from Trent Bolt just completely changes things up.
Exactly. As we mentioned about the table turner, and this man came in and flipped the odds on his favor. Definitely a really good way to start off your RC22 career. And I would say, considering it's just the first game of the semifinals, still tomorrow, you've got one more game of the semifinals left over, ladies and gentlemen.
Well. I mean, this was just semifinals 1, as you mentioned, Necro. We still have semifinal 2. And of course, we're waiting to see who makes it all the way towards that grand finals. But that was an intense game. I mean,
yeah, it sure was.
It's difficult to find matches of real cricket that are this close. Because normally what is going to happen when you're playing yourself is you will get dominated by the other guy online.
That is
or at
true.
least that is what happens to us. We can't really figure out our lineups, right?
I mean, that game just kept us on the edge of our seats. We never know who's going to be the winner. But then this is where one thing that I said actually did happen. As I mentioned, all it's going to take is one single wicket, and then it's going to be a domino effect. And that's what happened. As soon as the first man fell off, instantly the second wicket as well hit the board. After a couple of more deliveries, the third wicket as well hit the board. And that's where the deliveries started going dot.
All of it in the third over itself.
Yeah.
That is where it all came to an end. I mean, and as you mentioned, I mean, those 3 wickets in a row, I think just confused the chasing party a little too much. They were a little bit undecisive beyond that. As long as that opening partnership was going on, it was all nice and dandy. But as soon as those 2 batsmen fell, I think there was no plan to recover inside this match.
I think it was all about breaking that opening partnership and the way they dealt with Trent Bolt. I am not kind of convinced, because every single time, if you look at the way the players got out, right, all the deliveries on the off stump were tried to be flicked on towards the leg side, right, and that just resulted in continuous catches.
Exactly. But we have highlights coming up, ladies and gentlemen. A recap of Real Cricket 2022 played by these real, athletes in front of us, and definitely in terms of the mind games they played with each other, it got very intense. Look at that. That has to be that hat trick that was given over there. And it is definitely going to be tough when you lose just because of 8 runs.
Winning feels even better.
A ball to your ribs.
Winning feels even better when especially the opponent's able to taste the victory, but then in the end you just snatch it away. And you can see the disappointment
You
on
don't
the opponent's
snatch it
face.
away. You literally toss a ball in their ribs. They can't eat anything and they can't taste the victory.
You know, speaking of victory, right, and
because the
tossing
ribs
balls to the ribs, exactly, that last over, you've got to talk about it,
the
right?
second last delivery of the game.
If I remember exactly, they needed somewhere about 22 runs from that last over itself.
Yeah.
And those 2 sixes, it kind of made it very plausible. I kind of felt like that job was half done. 8 runs off 2 deliveries. You needed a boundary. And
the bouncer comes in.
The bouncer comes in, and this is something which I've been talking about for quite a while, right? Especially in real cricket, balls which are coming at your body, they're very hard to hit.
Yeah.
And that line was perfect. The batsman did not know what to do.
I mean, this is why Yorker balls are like one of the most preferred balls out there, right?
Yeah.
Straight up on your feet. It's really tough to play those because if you do want to convert those into some good boundaries, you will need to have a really good timing as well.
See, now this is where we can draw the line between an actual game of cricket and real cricket, the game itself. Because, I mean, you can't really do this on the pitch. The umpire is going to come and have a chat with you if you keep tossing bounces at your opponent.
That is true, but you know what, guys? I've also heard that soon enough, the game of BGMI as well will be beginning in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Now, speaking about the overall standings so far, we know the Korean teams, they have got the chicken dinners in their hand. Indian teams are still searching for that chicken dinner, but it doesn't really matter when you're still top in the charts.
True, it doesn't really matter, but... I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
A win's a win. We discussed this in the morning, Salty. If you win by an inch or a mile, it's still the same. You won.
I mean,
right?
for sure
Think
it
about
does.
it. Think, Salty, think.
I'm not really convinced, to be honest. I want my Indian teams to actually get a couple of chicken dinners. Not really seeing the Korean teams. They actually deserve
what are you
so
saying?
much.
That Gladiator Esports did not deserve BGI's championship just because they did not even get a single
what are you
chicken
saying,
dinner?
Salty?
Is that what you're trying to say, Salty?
But we're going to bring this conversation back in a few short moments. A little bit of a highlight for our viewers from what happened a little bit earlier on in the day. The players taking the stage for their games of BGMI. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 matches were played. A game of Erangel and a game of Miramar, after which we saw God's Reign take the first position in the overall leaderboard with no chicken dinners to their name. And here they are, the players completely focused. Right behind them on the overall leaderboard, as we were discussing, was the squad of Big Brothers.
Exactly.
And then there were the 2 teams following them up, the 2 Korean teams, in fact, who were able to secure the wins in game number 1 and in game number 2, Eagle Owls being one of them.
That is true. Big Brother Esports, Eagle Owls as well. These are supposed to be like the underdog teams inside the competition, and they've been performing phenomenally well.
Yeah.
Eagle Owl as well, they have made a statement in that previous Miramar game that we witnessed. Big Brother Esports, consistent finish inside the top 5 all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the teams whom we sort of expected to play really well, God's Reign, has sort of displayed a similar performance, especially when it comes to the aggressive front, because Ninja Jot is firing on all cylinders. Their formation as a team has been really good, especially the way Robin has been guiding the team through multiple rotations, right, guarding the back lines. Nobody has been able to breach past God's Reign and their defenses so far. But do you think God's Reign has been tested enough in the 2 games that they have played so far?
I don't think so. I would actually disagree. I mean, the first game itself was off to a great start. I mean, I do understand there was a drop clash in Yasnaya, but God's Reign is used to Yasnaya drop clashes. They expect this literally in 80% of the matches that they play. They know for a fact that someone's going to drop in Yasnaya. If someone doesn't, if they are the only ones in the city, they celebrate before the game is even over. So that is how rigorous of an environment the city of Yasnaya, positions like Georgopol military base, that is how rigorous the fight is for the control of these spots. In God's Reign, they're used to this, they won that fight, but now they have to consistently win that collision in order for them to actually feel comfortable on that map of Erangel. Apart from that, I think one thing that is working out quite nicely for them is just the fact that the balance between the aggression and the placement points have been kept in check.
Yeah.
But we can't really be sure how many of them came from which match, because we just saw the overall rankings after game 2. I mean, we're going to have to manually go back and look at this rankings of this, the 2 games. But for now, Big Brothers is a team to focus on. Because the Big Brothers that we remember from BGIs just 2 weeks back was a completely different team. We saw the team take an aggressive run throughout the league stages. In the finals is when they decided to go for that placement-oriented playstyle. And it seems like coming into this BGMI India Korea Invitational, they have decided to stick with that placement-oriented playstyle.
I think so. That should be the way to go. A certain amount of play style is working out pretty much fine for you. This team did quite decent in the grand finals as well. Yeah, it's understandable on the last day these guys choked, but for the first 2 days, the play style worked out quite nice. Now, this is where Big Brother Esports can also learn from their past. First 2 days, use the same play style. On day 3, try to switch things up, because there's going to be a lot of these teams that will try to take you down, considering if you do stand a chance to win this entire tournament, there will be some of these teams that will sit in the back, try to play that spoiler, and Big Brother Esports need to be packed up and ready. And the best part about this entire tournament is that you're not going to have those weaklings that were there in BGS itself. Every single team packs a massive punch. And if you try to take a 4-on-4 fight against them, there's a chance you might just be eliminated off the roots.
Oh, it's going to be tough.
You know, speaking of rivalries, right, I think we have a little bit of a build-up happening here as well, right? You did mention there are teams who are constantly taking fight against Big Brother Esports, and there has been one of the teams, right, not from India, but from Korea, who has been constantly challenging Big Brother and their position inside the final circle. I'm talking about NSA Red Force. Now, one of the strongest contenders from the Korean lineup. What are your thoughts about this team and their performance so far?
I think that was just bad luck. I mean, NSR versus Big Brothers, that's what I'm talking about. I think that was just bad luck for Big Brothers getting caught off guard by NSR. But apart from that, I think NSR, from what we have heard and from what we have seen from this team in the past, you have to be extremely careful when they are on the move. Because they are very good at those mid-rotation fights, and that is what they hope to find every single time. They hope to find teams sort of stuck in an awkward position, already busy fighting another team. They're going to show up, wipe out both of them at the same time, and then move on finding the other target. So that is what this team does. They rack up those elimination points during the mid stage of the game, not really caring too much about the placement points. Unless they manage to protect their numbers for the late stages, that is when it becomes a priority. But in this situation, I mean, just 2 games done. NSR, they weren't doing that great themselves. So I think
that is true.
Even for them, it is going to be important to bounce back. And the only way you do that is if you play slow in the next 3 matches.
All of that is fine. Then you take a look at the latter half of the board and you find Gladiator Esports over there, Blind Esports over there, even Team X-Spark on the latter half of the board. And this is definitely a massive stinger for all the Indian fans, right? Gladiator Esports, if you speak about the grand finals, I think so in BGS they had the similar type of start. On day 1, they were not really doing too good, but on day 2 is where they start picking up the pace, because as I mentioned, on day 1 it's going to be filled up with a lot of astonishing moments. It's going to be filled up with a lot of surprises, and I think so Gladiator Esports, they definitely do struggle when it comes to dealing with the surprises. But on day 2 they go back home, they research much more better, they know how to tactically rotate out of a situation, they know how to make those rotations better for themselves.
I think in especially the game of Miramar, right, the circles were very not really according to what Gladiators would like, because considering how the other teams positioned themselves inside the circle, Gladiators always found themselves in a cluster of at least 3 or 4 teams in order to find that entry point.
Yeah.
It's a little unfortunate, but Gladiators, they've taken the pill as well, and they know, as a matter of fact, that they will have to go through longer rotations and will have to breach through multiple teams to enter the circle itself in the late stage.
That is true. And speaking about the entire pregame segment that we had with you and IC, right, you were so prominent, you were so sticking with the players of Blind Esports, especially as Power's recent addition. You were looking really confident in the entirety of Blind Esports, but so far Blind Esports have been struggling. And if you remember, Blind Esports is one of those teams that likes to start things off on an aggressive note.
But it seems like we are about to head into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, the map of Sanok, will be on our screens in a few short moments. And of course, I mean, it will be quite interesting to see what discussion the teams have had within themselves in order for this switch up to happen, and how things are going to change in this 3rd match of the day. And of course, as we talk about things changing, ladies and gentlemen, which is inevitable in life, I mean, it's unavoidable, we're going to have a change on our panel as well. And well, talking about change, I think you all might have guessed, as we begin the map of Sanok, ladies and gentlemen, we, and by we I mean me, myself and Necro, are going to be joined by none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Icy Baby, who's back. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling good, not gonna lie. It has been a very, very long day.
Did you
and
enjoy
guess
the break?
what? Sorry, what?
Did you enjoy the break?
Oh, definitely. And most importantly, I hope you guys are back as well, because we finally got to see BGMI, baby. And of course, now, for the first time on day number 1, we do see Sandhawk coming in here for the BGMI India Career Invitationals. And right on the screen here, I do see a little bit of a very interesting drops here, because it is pretty spread out. And so far, most importantly, let's talk about the players' mentality, right? Because the start of the day, you know, there was a little bit of remakes here and there. Some of the teams behind the scenes as well, especially for Indian teams, were a little bit disappointed. But now, considering this long break here, I feel like they are going to be very, very refreshed coming into this game.
This is what I wanted to talk to you about with my friend. Because I know while you were away, you would have gone ahead and talked to a few players, tried to find out what they were up to, what they were thinking in the next 3 matches. So did you get some info first? Did the mission, was it successful?
Well, speaking of intermissions here, right now up on screen, we do see a little bit of skirmish between TWM Gaming as well as EDS. We talk about potential drop clashes right from the get-go. And Lobster getting picked off, his head torn apart. And now Eagle Owls going to be going for a little bit of a finish here, and that's going to be first blood from the side of EMT Clutch, though.
Wow, nice way to start things off from Eagle Owls. Nova being knocked out, almost on the verge of getting finished as well. Eagle Owls, it is one of those teams that we know has a lot of firepower packed up as well. Eagle Owls, so far, they have been unleashing that on the lobby, especially after that Miramar game. It does seem like Eagle Owls, they have been able to activate themselves in much more of a better fashion.
Yep, speaking of fashion here, it seems like Eagle Owls, they are going to try and spread out around Kampong, but at the same time, they're not letting TWM off the hook. And based on what I'm seeing here, we're talking about a lot of potential drop clashes. And on the finish feed as well, there is a lot of engagement between Blind as well.
Blind
and that is a priority fight happening on Camp Alpha Island right now. Blind against the players of EM Tech Storm X. It is going to be a big one, but Blind, the thing is, they know how to dominate this Camp Alpha situation. And look at this, 3 players from the side of EM Tech down.
Down to just a one-man army. Clutch is left to clutch it out against S-Power from the side of Blind Esports. S-Power's going for that resurrection. DBS in the hands of Clutch, and Clutch is still looking for to find that opening. Considering S-Power's actually going for that resurrection as well. Eventually S-Power is going to be looking for to make that push happen. DBS is definitely a weapon to be feared, but it's not going to matter. S-Power gets slapped down to the ground. One more to go. Clutch is barely alive with a sliver of HP, but the third party hits in, and Clutch is not going to be able to survive for any longer. Clutch gets eliminated from the game.
Beautiful stuff coming in from them as well, and God's Rain was able to reap all the rewards. And guess what? 3 teams dropped towards Alpha Island in particular, and God's Rain reaped the entire rewards right from the get-go. A lot of finish points here, and Ninja Jod, the fan favorite as well, he is going to be very, very happy as well. He's looking to be the MVP for day 1.
Yeah, and this was an interesting and a very unexpected push. God's Rain usually dropped towards the Hatin position closer to the bridge. I think they heard all the commotion, and of course, they saw the parachutes of both the teams as well, decided that it was going to be a good idea to go for an early third party, and it was an impressive move coming in from these players of God's Rain, but how far will they be able to take this? I think that is going to be an important question, but let's see.
Oh, I do see a lot of grenades coming in here. Seems like
we're going to
have a remake. So, okay, fortunately for them, they do have a little bit of a second chance once again. On this case, another word for it would be second win.
Yeah, pretty much connection issues, I guess. Some issues going on, some technical stuff. We don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes. But, yeah, teams are definitely struggling with that connection. So there's going to be a rehost on the map of Sanok. But as you mentioned, a second lifeline be given away. But this also reveals a lot of the things. Now, we know where the drop collisions are going to be happening. Even the players know where the drop collisions are going to be happening.
No, you have to correct that. We knew where the drop collisions happened.
Yeah.
Because now that's going to change.
Speaking of drop collisions here, you know, this was a similar situation from Miramar in particular.
Yeah.
Mellow Esports had a little bit of a upset going in as well. I think during the break as well, behind the scenes, I did manage to actually catch members coming from Mellow Esports. Even though there was 2 hours break here, they were, quote-unquote, mauling about it. But at the same time, you know, because of the break, they were able to kind of like, you know, it's okay, you know, sometimes
reset,
such is life, you know. Life doesn't go the way that you want it to be here. Sometimes you got to just push through and power through. In this case, they look pretty okay for now. We haven't seen, you know, too much tilt coming from Elder Esports, which is a good sign for them.
Right now, which teams are we expecting to tilt on day 1?
To be honest, I don't think there's going to be any team that's
Yeah,
going to right
me
now.
too.
Because as of now, in terms of momentum stopping, God's Rain's momentum is skyrocketing here.
That is true.
Here, with this remake coming in here, it might set them back a little bit but compared to what Meadow Esports kind of felt here, all good. All good.
I think if a team with a chicken dinner by the end of the day is still not on the first position, they are going to be the ones who are going to get tilted.
You know, interesting enough, I actually saw members coming from EM Tech outside backstage as well, he was a little bit concerned. Oh, what's our score? And then finally, when the scoreboard popped up on the screen here, oh, you're third place. Pretty good. They're very satisfied with it because during the quote-unquote unofficial match or Miramar, they were a little bit disappointed and worried that it would have affected their overall performance. And guess what? They bounced back. They was like, okay, thank God, I'm still alive. And this is something that I think we kind of discussed as well because MTech, they were considered the dark horses by the Korean talents. And because of this, now I feel like MTech is in a situation where they are banging on the fact that they do pretty well on day number 1, and hopefully they can kind of ride on this momentum into day 2 and day 3 to kind of secure a very, very good position.
True, and I think that build-up of momentum is going to be required, and you're going to have to start it right off this game number 3, because if you reach that game 5, which is going to be again a repeat of a wrangle, by then the strategies are already in formation. You have not a complete game plan, but a general idea of what you need to do to beat out the rest of the competition. And tomorrow, when all of these teams show up, that is when those game plans are going to be completed and put into action. So these matches, these next 2 matches, Sanhok and Vikendi, are all you have to bring yourself back into a fight for the top spot. But so far, I think it is going to be about the top 8. I mean, the difference in points is not that much, to be honest.
Now, I was having this conversation with Salty as well, right?
Okay.
Of how confident he was looking with the new Blind Esports roster. And genuinely speaking, I did not expect this type of performance. Blind Esports is one of those teams that likes to have an early lead in the overall standings. So far, 2 games have been passed by. Blind Esports still on the latter half of the board. This new change that is being brought inside the roster, it's really affecting them, I think so.
You know, that's the thing, right? You know, when it comes to just because of the fact, especially for Indian teams' perspective, right? You know, their most recent tournament here was BGIS. Obviously, they have some sort of mentality kind of drilled into this as well. So coming into this, it feels like they are trained in a way where sometimes being consistent is way much more important rather than trying to be as flashy as possible. And in this case, I feel like Gladiator Esports was very heavily targeted in the first 2 games because of the fact they were the champions. And what I mean by champions is the fact that they were the champions without a chicken. So that was something that not many teams has ever done in the history of BGIS. In this case, quote-unquote, 2-time winner. Obviously, nobody else has done it before.
Yes.
I mean, once again, it does seem like, though, the history is going to be repeating itself because Gladiator Esports on day 1, even inside the grand finals of BGS, they did not really have a good start. But then on day 2 and day 3 is where they started picking up the pace. And the main reason behind all of this is because they use the day 1 as sort of like to get the lay of the land, know exactly how things are going to be looking like on the map, know exactly how the rushes are going to be, feel the tempo of the game. And then on day 2, it's time to implement and adapt.
I feel like based on this scenario here, especially how the Koreans has been very, very afraid of how Indian teams has been playing in terms of early aggression here, head-to-head fights, close quarter combats all the way through, right? They have this mentality that they don't really like to fight. And just based on 2 games in particular as well, you can see a lot of integration where teams, I think in particular was Eagle Owls as well as EM-Tech Stormax, they do kind of cause a little bit of havoc here. They start a fire or something like that and hope that, it catches on fire on the firewoods and the forest, and then it just spreads, and then it just, you know what, I'm just going to back away to another side of the woods. And that's exactly what they've been doing in game 1 and game 2. And it's extremely annoying, but when it comes to maps like Sanhok and Vikendi, unfortunately say, that's not going to happen, okay? Sanhok, if you don't have center circle or you don't have proper positioning or any information on who is around you, you're pretty much going to get completely shut down.
We saw what you are saying live in action in the first few moments of that Sanhok that started, because Blind Esports, they knew that there was one team right up against them. It was a 4v4, but they did not anticipate that, all right. And they know for a fact that God's Rain drops towards Hearten. They know that because they've been playing against them, with them for a long time, and they know this team is going to be right behind us. What they did not expect is God's Rain just using the fact that they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. They have a safety cushion to work with as an opportunity to go for an aggressive fight in the first few minutes of the game, and it just worked out quite nicely. Unfortunately for God's Rain, the game is going to be a redo.
You know, that's the thing about God's Rain, right? You know, I got to... yes, another invite. I'm sorry, guys.
See,
you know,
this is what I was saying. Like,
so I'm going to smirk on you guys because I had a fantastic time here during my break here at the venue itself. You know, I managed to sneak all the way to back here. They gave like this Korean ice cream. I have no idea what it was.
Wow.
Oh.
I tried it. It was so good. And I was just walking here. I was smirking in the Hindi cast and smirking at you guys. I'm like, oh my goodness, this ice cream is so good. And the best part about it is that God's Rain was so chill. at this back line in the toilet as well. He was like, oh, you know what? How are you feeling? It's all good. And then it's like 3 more games. Okay, consistency is going to be key because as of now, they are #1 in the overall standings. In case you guys at home have kind of forgotten the journeys of all these players in the BGMI for the BGMI India Korea Invitational.
That is true, but one thing we need to point out over here is that the undergods have been dominating so far. Big Brother Esports, Eagle Owls, TWM Gaming, all of these guys are supposed to be the undergods, and still they're there in the top 5 in the overall standings, I think, so this should speak big volumes about how things have been looking like so far, at least on the day one. One thing is for sure, these teams have been quite quick to adapt on the fly.
But I have to say I'm loving what Revenant Esports is doing. 14 finish points in 2 games, just 2 position points, a grand total of 16, but it still gets them just 12 points shy of that first position. Let's see how far are they going to go with this level of
Do
progression.
you remember the old Revenant Esports? They were the
it would be
complete
the opposite.
of that. They must have had 14 placement point and only 2 elimination points to back it up.
And of course, the second half here, we do have Blind Esports, 2Zek Esports, Rox Esports, Meadow Esports, Team Export, Gladiator Esports, Duksan Esports, and Maru Gaming all the way in the bottom. And what really surprised me is that I'm surprised Rox Esports is in the 11th place, considering the fact that, you know, Rox Esports, they were the ones that completely dumpstered NSR. And, you know, I'm sorry to say, Caster's Curse wise, so far, whatever team that I predicted has been very
shaky.
Not shaky, more like unlucky, because in this case, so far, my Caster's Curse has been very, very spot on. And considering the fact that now we've got a little remake here, I am going to choose 2 teams right now. 1 from India, 1 from Korea.
Okay, so 2 teams are going to get cursed.
From India, I am going to choose, let's see, I am going to choose, let me think. I am going to choose Revenant Esports.
Okay.
To take the chicken dinner. I believe in Revenant Esports. And in Korea, I'm going to predict 2Zek.
2Z and Revenant
to get a chicken dinner. I believe in them.
So I do believe, along with you, like I'm also rooting for Revenant Esports in this matchup because I mean the level of aggression they've brought in can actually be beneficial in the next map. 2Z I'm a little bit concerned about. I'll be honest, I see.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with Blind Esports. Now, ask me why.
Why?
So, Blind Esports is one of those teams that likes to assert dominance.
Okay.
And I believe on the map of Sanhok, you need to be assertive.
Asserting dominance from the second half.
Yeah,
okay,
top from the second half.
Sanhok is a map that will help you a lot if you know how to assert the dominance. And I hope Blind Esports might just be able to sort of adapt things on the fly. Now, considering they've already tasted that medicine of that defeat on the map of Sanhok, because they got wiped out in the previous fight that you saw. So now Blind Esports should be much more prepared.
I mean, Blind Esports, I mean, they can be prepared, but there are 2 more teams that we need to talk about who have, well, I would say quite a lot of aggression under their belt, and they can bring it on board in the next 2 games, specifically because they desperately needed Duksan and Gladiators. 2 teams, when we started talking about teams and we were getting information, both these teams were hailed as the best from their region. Gladiators, the back-to-back victory that has been there for them. Duksan as well, coming in as the table toppers from their region's Pro Series. And over here, it seems like the magic is just not working out.
To be honest, when we come into a tale of titans, right, it's going to be a clash of the titans. Sometimes the titans might be clashing against each other. Sometimes it might be, well, the mortals that takes down the titans. In this case, it feels like a mortal day. In this case, the undergods are, you know, trying to step up and be gods themselves.
That is how the history of the Titans went down.
Which Titan? Which Titan?
Kronos, along with all his Titan army, was overthrown by Zeus. And Poseidon and Hades.
Wrong mythology, but all right. I like the reference. That's a pretty good one.
What do you mean? I mean, it's Titans.
The only
India.
The only
we did not
thing
have
I know about
Titans
is Attack on Titans, man. That's all I know.
That's a pretty
all
good
I know. So, if you want to give any type of reference, give it from that anime.
Yeah, I've never watched that anime. I've not seen a single episode.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. No,
What?
He's weird.
Yeah.
How can you not watch Attack on Titans, bro?
No.
Why?
How can you not watch anime?
No, I watch anime. I just did not watch Attack on Titans. Because I started to watch, it was a little bit too slow.
Boo Johnny right now. Boo. Just boo him right now. How can you not watch Attack of Titans, man?
Exactly.
Just by not watching it.
Well, I guess that's one answer that we can be looking forward to. But ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game of Sanhok is being locked in and loaded on our screens now. You guys have given your final predictions. I went with Blind Esports as well. Johnny, which team did you pick?
I mean, it's always going to be Gladiators for me.
I thought you went for Revenant.
I went for Revenant. Yeah, I'm going to stick to Revenant, I guess.
Okay.
I thought I was going to go with Gladiators all 15 games, but now, yeah. Revenant.
I really have a big question over here. What do you guys think about D plus Key on this map?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure because D plus K is one of the teams here that has one of the strongest micro firepower. Heck, CQC, they're very, very strong. But in terms of macro-wise, I feel like this would give them that slight edge over the rest, especially from the Korean teams here. So I feel like this is going to be the best time to prove their worth to farm finish points as much as possible because I spoke to Godtrade as well as Revenant. They said that this is going to be a finish strategy coming in.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be on the way as the plank's going to be hitting the skies once again. The third game is rolling up.
Game number 3 on the board, and it's going to be a flight path starting from the southwestern side of the map, heading towards the Paradise Resort, just a little bit north of Mong Nai. But considering it's Sanhok, you're free to drop wherever you please, especially on a diagonal flight path. Even the northwest and the southeastern corners are going to be available.
To be honest, I'm more curious on how Kampong is going to be looking like, as well as Hatin, as well as Cam Alpha, because
it's
as of now,
happening
we
again.
do see 3 teams also heading towards Alpha Island once again. It seems like it might be the repeat in history. Godtrain heading towards Hatin.
It's 4 teams dropping on Cam Alpha now. Huh? The X-Park has joined them, and X-Park is going for a 3-1 split. Oh, they've gone for a 2-2 split. Wow.
Okay, that's a little bit of an interesting approach coming from X-Park. Gladiator going to be heading towards the southeast corner, but the circle is going to be favoring on towards the northeast side here. So that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to as well. But gunshots has been made as well, and that's going to be Blind once again, getting a first knock in. And they do get a couple trades in as well.
It does seem like Blind Esports was much more packed up and ready this time, and EMT on the verge of getting eliminated. But Yon is trying his best to hold things off on the bay over here for themselves. MTech, Yon does not really have a lot of HP, and that's why he wants to go for that resurrection. Blind Esports, the same thing can be said for them as well. But considering Blind Esports, they've got 2 players up and alive. Blind Esports, they have a clear man advantage. Looking forward to toss that nade. S Power is going to be looking forward to stop this entire assault against EMT. The nade's going to be crawled up quite close, finds Yon, and Blind Esports, they wipe out the entirety of EMT.
It's done. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. In this case, they have not learned their lessons, and Blind Esports just completely shut them down. And while this is happening, Godstrain was too late to interject this here. So that means Blind Esports gets the second life. And in this case, Necro, you got your second win.
I told you guys, man, Blind Esports is going to be much more ready. They know how to assert the dominance. They just got caught off guard instantly on the first ever engagement that happened in the previous game, which was rehosted before now TWM Gaming in front of us.
Yeah, and they were definitely in a much tougher position in the previous game. This time around, looking for a reset against Eagle Owls. And this should be an easy one. Lobster, the first man from the side of TWM who went down.
Well, in this case, when it comes to a little bit of trades coming in, especially from Eagle Esports as well as TWM, it feels like there is so much they actually need to worry about when it comes to their drop collision. I'm really surprised they haven't exactly settled their score. So it feels like, based on what I'm seeing here, it feels like Eagle Esports, they had the upper hand in the previous unofficial match, right? TWM, they're not too happy about this, but at the same time, because of this drop collision coming in, they are going to be deprived in resources. And I feel like right now, they need to wrap this up as quickly as they can and then potentially head up north to try and secure some resources, maybe from Lakabi or Docks in particular.
Lobster is looking for information, has the 6X already equipped on that M4, and with Seiwu on the flank, it seems like they are aware of his position as well. Because we saw one of the players from the side of TWM, it was Ninja, who loved the ability behind that container. Shots fired from the AKM as well, but Seiwu, he was just trying to get some information about these individuals from the side of TWM.
Well, seeing how this is happening as well, He does have one nades coming in. He's going to be lobbing over. Doesn't seem to connect. It's a little bit short here. As Sai Wu going to be playing around the trucks here. TWM, they still have a lot of control in terms of vantage points and angles to work with into the buildings. But the problem is, Junior going for a big flank. That's going to be the first knock coming in. Lobster goes down. And the rest of TWM are panicking and wondering where is the rest of the members of Eagle Owls as of yet.
It's the same man again from the side of TWM who went down, just like in the previous match.
Oh no, this is not looking too good. Lobster out of the game, and that is also supposed to be the star player. But on the elimination feed, you also see the players of Metal Esports getting picked off.
Oh no.
This is not looking too good.
Oh no.
Indian teams now really struggling inside the lobby. TWM with just down to a 3-man squad. Eagle Owls having the man advantage in this vicinity.
Oh boy, Metal Esports having a little bit of a trouble here. Hopefully it doesn't set them back too much here. But on screen right now, we do see Eagle Owls, Nova, sneaking in from the north. He has been trying to cut off entry point, exit strategies from TWM, but hopefully they don't scout him out because Nova barely creeping by towards the broken wall, and Ninzi does not have the vision on him as well. So this is huge for Eagle Owls. But no,
Steps out in the open.
Sams!
Sams finds that knockout. An instant confirmation follows up. Nicely done. Sam's been able to get that elimination point now. At least things are back on the equal ground. A 3v3 scenario in that vicinity.
Let me tell you what I heard from the Korean casters here. They were extremely sad and disappointed. You can probably hear profanities in Korean coming from that side with that play here because that was a big win for DWM.
Yeah.
Wow. TWM Gaming.
The reason for profanities are going to be the whiff from the side of Eagle Owls. I mean, that...
Not true, by the way. You know, I'm just speculating. I don't understand Korean.
Yeah,
I assume it's profanities.
None of us do, actually. I mean, it won't necessarily be profanities, but
안녕하세요.
Yeah.
Disappointment.
love
That's
you.
all we know.
Yeah.
No, that's
No,
hello.
that's hello. I think so.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's
Saranghae is I love you.
Okay. I learn something new every day.
But you
Thank
know
you
what?
very much.
TWM and Eagle Owls, both these teams now being set on a little bit of a back foot because they know both of them have lost out on the man number. They cannot afford to keep on going on the same pathway anymore because if that happens, the damage will be dealt equally.
Yep, in this case, Eagle Owls, they have to be very content with what they have right now here. Level 3 helmet here, a couple of DBS as well as 6X here. Might as well just, salvage your losses here. This fight has taken a little bit too long, and they need to figure out what they need to do. Do they regroup for vehicles or not? Because as of yet, right now, on the screen here, this is a little bit of instant replay on how EMT went against Blind Esports. A beautiful nade coming from Blind just completely destroyed them.
And that was a 2v4 in a nutshell coming in from the side of Blind, because the two people that engaged the entirety of EM Tech were S-Power and Manya. And they just, both of them together, were able to bring their team in an advantageous position. It was a 1v3 for the last individual from the side of EMT to work with. Kind of an impossible scenario to win, but talk about impossible situations. Metal Esports, we talked about them finding themselves in extremely close proximity to the players of Big Brothers, and Big Brothers isn't the only team around them. There's NSR not too far away. And of course, we see the sign for Paradise Resort, and we know the team that's going to come out of that Paradise Resort. It is going to be Gladiators.
I really like what Big Brothers and Metal Esports is doing right now here. Because they're in the center circle, they are actually taking advantage positions to actually get information. And guess what? What is this shot?
Oh my God!
Challenging the long-range guard coming from an NSR. And that's actually hurting XYZY a lot. Unfortunately for him, he has a very, very tiny nook and cranny to go in for a reset here. Final first aids, but at the same time, who would have thought he would be spotted here rather early into the game?
I'll tell you what's going to happen now. He's going to relay that information to one more of his teammates, and then two individuals are just going to spam shots on this cliff. The moment XGY goes anywhere close to that cliff and they see a hit marker for shots connecting on his body, they're going to end him.
Hey, you know what XZY has got to do? He's got the plant costume. I'm one with nature, and he's going to try and camouflage with the ground as much as possible. But as of now, he has no clue where he was shot from, and I feel bad for XZY.
He used to have a meme. What do I care? I'm just a tree.
Well, in this case, he looks like a corn.
Yeah, that's what I was about to mention as well. Looks like a corn. Man should be in cornfields, but for now, we've got Double Z in front of us, a team that you went with. Let's see how things are going to be panning out for them, considering Double Z, they have been struggling throughout the day. They're also on the latter half of the board, and this is one of those teams that we had so many big expectations from.
Yep, in this case too, Zach, they do have vehicles in this vicinity, so they're pretty much announcing to everyone where they are. But the problem is they're trying to secure the vehicles in their vicinity, and this compound here, it may be okay from one angle, but it is exposed from multiple angles here. And the moment those tires pop off, that's pretty much a lot of time wasted from the side of 2Zach, and they will lose out a lot of mobility because of it. But of course, it all comes down towards the first circle first. The next circle.
Seemed like almost able to spot the opposition, but wasn't the case. Just timing not really working out for them, but working in the favor of the opponents. X-Park on our screens now. What do you guys think? What are the chances of X-Park making it to the top 3 of this match?
I genuinely think so. X-Park is just overthinking a lot of these scenarios. They should not be overthinking.
No, to be honest, I think I like X-Park's rotation right now compared to how Game 1 and Game 2 went, right? Like Game 1, Game 2, they played edge circle, and they also went for long rotations. This time they prioritized early rotations, and then they kind of capitalized on this wall. To be honest, they are in the almost towards the center quarter circle part of the circle, and this is going to give them a lot of room to work with compared to tanking from the zone and then coming in because of the fact that you don't have a lot of information. But speaking of which, here, a lot of gunshots has been made. They have a rough mental idea on where there is going to be people. In this case, Paradise, Gladiator for sure. But now, circle shifting a little bit more towards the east side as well. This is going to be a little bit awkward because NSR, Metal, Gladiator, they have one of the best positions in this position to actually punish rotations.
And while all of this is happening, it is quite surprising to see Eagle Owls and Duxon actually stay out inside of the blue. I understand it's the early stage of the game. They are going to look to tank some damage, but it is Sanhok. It is so easy to gatekeep teams in this match, in this map, I'm sorry, because you see they're moving in towards the circle, and that's the only time players are going to be visible, when they're up and running.
Maybe we're going to see that 71st hit strategy hit up once again.
Hey, maybe. It could actually happen here. But at the same time, speaking of a 71st aid strategy, right, I feel like Doksan is in a situation where we kind of predicted, right? They do tentatively tank first 2, maybe even 3 circles to a certain degree before actually rotating in, hoping that their competition takes out each other, creating some space or room for them to kind of sneak themselves in. And that's something that they tentatively like to do. But in this case, Eagle Owls is also something that I'm very surprised. They're going to be tanking a circle, but considering the stakes they had and the situation they were put in against TWM, I guess they're just going to try and hope that that's going to be exactly what's going to happen to them as well.
Well, D plus Kia, not really the exact team you would be looking for to assert that dominance. So one thing is for sure, they will try to play on the outskirts and on the edges. Let's see how D plus Kia is going to try to maneuver around. Let's see how they will be paving the pathway towards the centric spot, because we know in the map of Sanhok, if a good spot is taken away, it will be tough to take it away from the opponents.
Well, we have South Korea's silver medalist on screen. Oh, Fabian just now, but at the same time, he is going to be taking charge on how they're going to be rotating here. So fortunately for them, they are going to play the edge short lines of bootcamp. They are still outside of zone, but if they continue this pathway, they might run into his X-Park or maybe even Blind as well, who's also actually rotating from the northern section of the bridge as well. So there is a high tendency they are going to be clashing against each other.
I think there is a possibility, but Blind usually has the tendency of just sticking to that northern side, northern edge of circle like this. So they might clash against Gladiators or God's Reign, but we're going to have to see where Blind Esports actually go, because every single game you're going to think to do different things, because the zone is different, teams you're playing up against are going to be different. Although I have to talk, I would like to hear one thing from you. I mean, we were talking about D plus Kia so much. I mean, we were talking about the experience Fabian has, and of course, Nolbu. That was the name that kept coming up as one of the best assaulters Korea has to offer. We haven't really seen him in action yet.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You know, it feels like he's a little bit lackluster in this kind of game. Maybe adapting here, but okay, we have D plus here getting picked off as well. So that's not going to be a good sign. But considering that he most likely actually died towards the zone, so I guess that's going to be something that may have happened as well. We do see Junie also taking a very, very long rotation outside the zone. So this is going to be Nobu and Fabian all by themselves, I guess. Oh, sorry, that's the Duxon, sorry.
Yeah, D plus Kia is struggling to make decisions as a team. And because of that, one man was being left out in the open, on the back, on the bridge. And speaking about being able to struggle with the decisions, also a couple of shots were taken against him. No blue. Oh, it's going to be knocked out at this point in time. Blind Esports is going to be the one to unleash the magazines, unload the magazines in the front lines. Did manage to soften the player up, but not being able to find that sweet taste of knockout.
Right on that western edge of the circle. Blind Esports, the one thing they have going for them is the climb moving forward. It's going to be a downhill slope they're going to have to run from. And that is going to be quite easy for them to pull it off. Plus, they will have these small little shacks to work with. They won't really be in trouble up until 100 meters, because beyond 100 meters is where Gladiators is waiting for them. And from here on out, fights are going to be completely unavoidable. Look at the cluster inside that circle. You have Gladiators, Big Brothers, Metal Esports, Maru, D Plus, Kia, X-Park, 2Z, every single team holding that center. Even the next shift is not going to cause a lot of trouble for these teams close to the center. TWM have the opportunity of rotating wide from the eastern side of Camp Bravo. Revenant, they're right on that edge. But Juni from Duxon in Tambang, what is going on over there?
Well, it seems like he's going to bang on the fact here to get some placement points because of the fact that this circle is where things are going to get extremely spicy. In this case, we do see Maru as well as NSR going to be going head-to-head as of yet.
This is not looking too good, and the opening's being found. Sporta, of course, the man to kick things off on a fantastic note. Maru Esports, they've lost out of one more to go. Another nade tossed in the front. Sporta's able to find the second one as well, but even Red Force, they're hitting the deck. This is not looking too good. Things happening back and forth, and eventually it's going to be Sporta to put that nail in the coffin. Of course, the one-man army strikes once again.
Sporta, the man, the myth, the legend. He is an absolute god here as he's just completely destroying everyone. But at the same time, he almost actually got picked off from afar from Revenant Esports. So fortunately for him, he is going to reposition here to try and force another fight. But as of now, we do see they are scrambling to try and figure out what is going to be the next best plan. And in this case, Sporta somehow finds a very nice shack to actually provide a little bit of cover for their vehicles to try and think what is going to be the next plan right now.
But winning this game is definitely going to be a challenge for NSR. 2 players lost, 2 still remaining. Sporta and TZ sticking together close to the center of the circle, as close as they can be without getting into some trouble. But talk about trouble, and we'll make it double, because it is going to be D plus Kia against the players of Gladiators. And D plus Kia are in a sandwich position, by the way. They have a Team X-Park. As you can see them on the radar moving in from the southern side. And of course, Gladiators blocking the north. Just this open factory to work with, this warehouse in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them, considering the fact that, you know, they don't really know what's happening here. Gladiators here pretty much showed their hands a little bit here. They got a couple trades in, but besides that, I feel like having 14 teams in this circle still makes it very difficult to make any kind of aggressive moves. And that's the reason why teams like Duxon decided to have Juni play the late game here, trying to loot up even more resources to actually regroup with his team. In this case, Juni on the minimap is going to be able to do that. But now on the replay as well, this is going to be a very nice clutch coming from Sporta though.
Yeah, I mean, NSR, I have to say props to the entire team. They had a pretty interesting approach to the fight. But now the question is, what were the opponents looking towards? All of them were focused in a different direction towards the rocks, and Sporta just showing up out of nowhere from that shack, turning everything around. But we have CJ on our screens, keeping an eye on the players of Metal Esports, I believe, while he sees NSR. Well, he just saw them closing in from the rear.
CJ from Double Z on top of the players of Metal Esports. He's got the high ground to play with. For Metal Esports, considering they do have the solid cover, they do not really need to worry about a lot just yet. But for Double Z, they've got a nice 2-2 split.
The problem with 2Z's strategy right now is that they know for a fact that there is Metal Esports in the shack as well as Big Brothers, right? That those two is in a position where they are going to have a lot of control and cover. And because of this, 2Z, they are having times against it because they have technically a very good strategic position, but because they are out in open means that they will be losing a lot of resources. And with this circle closing in, it doesn't help them at all because they need to find a proper cover to actually form a defensive formation to try to hold off every single assault. In this case, the entire lobby going to be collapsing on them. And this is going to be a very difficult position to do right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to hold on indeed, considering it's a big splash of colors inside the circle. And also a couple of more teams are now going to try to close on up towards that safe zone. Metal Esports with the high ground, or with the solid cover to play with, they've got nothing to worry about. But now I just want to see how Blind Esports will make their entry inside the circle, considering the breaching point has to start from God's Ring.
Well, let's see the threat quite close to them. Nade was being cooked. I believe the vehicle sounds from the players of Revenant were heard, but it was a different distraction. NSR against Revenant right now. The damage is being traded out. Fierce, his position has been compromised, but Sporta does not have an angle available to take him down. also has to be extremely careful with how he uses his utility, because only one nade and one Molotov remaining on Sporta.
Yeah, I like how Sporta is just intentionally showing force right now for the fact that they know they have a two-man team right now, but they have to show as if it was a 4-man, which forces Revenant to kind of hesitate to push them. And this actually helps them, because if they rotate away from them, that means that is threat pushed away and giving them a little bit more space to kind of survive into the next phase. And that's exactly what they're doing here. And because of this, Revenant, they are in a situation where do they commit or not? In this case, Sensei doesn't have a clear shot on them, and looks like they will actually rotate away. So that's going to be temporary survivability from the side of NSR.
As you mentioned, I mean, the key word over there, it's going to be temporary, but for how long will it last? That is going to be a question the players of NSR are going to be asking themselves. Revenant Esports on the move now, though. And it seems like they're going to be caught off guard by the players of Rocks. They have just plummeted themselves into a trap with 2Z on one side, Rocks in the back, Apollo and Sensei going for a slam, and this is going to be brutal.
They ram their vehicle out in the open, nowhere to go. Revenant Esports in a big blunder. K was able to find those 2 knockouts. Apollo too from the outskirt. He's trying his best to fight back, and that big pump with the DDS finds the knockout. One more to go on the front lines. Apollo finds the second man as well. Double Z making the biggest mistakes of their career. This 2-2 split works out pretty bad for them.
Apollo, what a pixel god. With only a pixel of a cover, he abused it to the back and actually got himself 2 beautiful finishes, and now he's actually gotten the safety. He takes control of the building himself, and now 2Z on the other hand is going to be the ones to take a lot of heat right now.
We'll talk about heat, and it seems like Big Brothers are going to feel the heat in another part of the map. Revenant Esports, though, the flank from NSR actually resulting in Revenant losing another player, dropping another body for no reason at all. And now even 2Z, they know they've been spotted out, scouted out by the players of Metal. Shots were fired from CZ, but Kyoya just keeping himself in cover, pinned down in a corner, managed to protect himself and his team in the process.
Tough luck for them. And considering Double Z, they've got 2 players still up and alive. This is going to be a tough one to adjust from, because the circle's moved away from them and they need to make it inside the circle. Right now, the players that are in the dominating spot are of D+ Kia, God's Reign, even Gladiator Esports.
Well, in this case, Gladiator needs that comeback here. The BGIS champions now in a position favoring conquering the northwest corner. They've got so much cover on the outskirts of Paradise, but at the same time, the rest of the teams here, they are dodging Metal Esports' compound. In this case, Revenant now, Polo is the clutch Meister, but he's burning and he will eventually get knocked, and that's going to be Auto that will be completing the finish here. Meanwhile, Pumba Rocks looking third party onto 2Z to force their way in. The southeast is going to be a complete black buff right now.
CZ still just prone down. He's a little bit visible. That pixel angle is there. Pumba wants to find the connection. He knows one single bullet being found. That might just be the knockout that he's looking for. CZ still being prone out in the open. Pumba closing in slowly and steadily. CZ spots out another rotation. Beautiful spray being taken. NSR being picked up by the players of Metal Esports. NSR eliminated from the game. From Double Z, they're pretty much done as well. Pumba gets caught. Another man from Rocks gets caught out in the open. Double Z for them. It's a feast being served on a silver platter, and they're just here to enjoy the munchies.
Well, 2Z looking for the heal off as well. He's got 3 first aid kits. He's still outside the zone, sneaking down towards the outside as well. But looks like he's going to try to play the heal battle for him here as he rushes towards the corpse of the other players. Meanwhile, inside the circle, Metal Esports still looking to try and finish off all the stragglers and rats outside the woods. In this case, Eagle Owls is going to be stuck on the south side, so they don't really have a lot of cover to work with. Aquanax, however, also going to be playing the healing game in the north side in case Ninja Jot doesn't find a secure position to work with.
Duxon on the top, and X-Spark getting pounced on. Now Duxon, they've got the advantage clearly inside the fight. Saran goes down, he hits the deck. Bukar from the top is not able to find the connection. A lot of whips being done. Bukar gets dealt with. Team X-Spark, they will definitely need to pay the price for that. Such a silly mistake. Bukar eliminated from the game completely, and with that X-Spark, the journey might just come to an end.
Have to face another fight without an opportunity for reset. We have Gladiators closing in from the rear, and of course God's Reign as well waiting in the distance. Well, it's just one player from the side of God's Reign, but Duxon, as they go for a push, are going to be spotted by Eagle Owls in the distance, and of course Noblu from the side of D+ Kia along with his teammates. They've been waiting in this factory for so long. Oh my god, this was a trap.
Circle Gods favoring them for sure, and this time they are going to try and clear them out. D plus Kia now going to be smoking up as well. Zipian forced to go for a little bit of heals as well. QX going to be going for a little bit of a suppress with the nades here to try and mask his footstep, but the heals comes in. QX looking for another one. Nobu doesn't seem to find them as well, but he is going to try and lob them over and going for the force. But the smokes just completely covered them as well. He's blind as well, but QX, they get third party. That's going to be Gladiator that actually gets a couple knocks in.
What a beautiful flash that was. Duxon now they're down 2-man. And this is where Nobu is actually shining through like a bright diamond. D plus Kia. Nobu himself has managed to find 2 elimination points against the opponents. Duxon almost being shut down single-handedly by this guy. But eventually D plus Kia, even there on the verge of getting eliminated, as Binny's able to find that first one. You try to go for the second, but the bounce back's not going to be there.
2v2. In this case, what I mean by 2v2 is that 2 from India, 2 from Korea. We have Gladiator Esports as well as God's Reign from India, and now D plus Kia and Eagle Owls. Again, Eagle Owls being one of the consistent teams thus far, fighting for the top spot. And now they are going to be the conquerors of the South here. Whereas Gladiators Esports, we have Destro looking to try and go for a shot here. Ninja John might be a little bit of trouble. Does it connect though? But seems like it is going to be smokes here to try and mask his way in. But he does have this very, very enticing level 3 bag. It's pretty much sticking out at a sword top here.
God's Reign, they've got the storm approaching them. The Gladiators are here to claim their arena as Justin falls down, but Equinox is going to be the trade in return. Even D plus Kia trying their best to fight back against their Korean comrades. But over here as God's Reign, Ninja Jot's going to be the last man up and alive. The MVP so far off the tournament. Ninja Jot strikes one down. Delta goes down, but from the back, it's going to be Nobu from D plus Kia who hits the bodies to the floor. God's Reign eliminated from the game. Now it's down to D plus Kia versus the players of Gladiator Esports, where Gladiators, they've got a clear man advantage. Nobu being the last man, the final glimmer of hope alive for D plus Kia. This might just be it. A 1v3 scenario, it sounds next to impossible to pull off, especially against Gladiator Esports.
Well, it's now or never for Nobu. Can he make it work? Because Gladiator Esports does have the numbers advantage. And no, what?
Still going on.
Okay. Still going on, Just playing a little bit stalemate here. Nobu is going to be smoking up a little bit more to try and stall Gladiator Esports from pushing.
The damage rate is good, but Nobu now with a sliver of HP. 1v2. This is not looking good. Gladiators walking good. Can walk away with an easy win, but the DBS. Wow!
DBS strikes down Destro. The second man goes down as well. Nobu is on the verge of clutching it out. A 1v3 on the way, ladies and gentlemen. D plus Kia Nobu looking forward to making history inside this game of Sanhok. It's all down to Shogun. A 1v1 Gladiator Esports. They have messed this chance up of getting this chicken dinner. Can Nobu clutch it out for his team? D plus Kia, the lifeline depends on this one. But Nobu, he turns around and slaps the last guy of Gladiator Esports down. What a beautiful clutch that was. 1v3 being executed by that Korean guy right there.
Yeah, I see. I think we got to go and apologize to him right now. We were talking about how we have not seen this man in action, and he delivers in the very next game. And what a brilliant man. And look at the Gladiators. They don't know what hit them now.
Oh boy, they are completely baffled. They should not have lost that, but Nobu pulled a big W with the DBS. 1 pump, 1 down. 2 pumps, 2 down. Now 1v1. Oh my goodness. 1 HP. Oh, you hate to see moments like this. But Gladiator, they almost had that small victory to taste the chicken, to try and scale back into the first half of the page.
I had pretty much called it when it was a 1v3. I was like, all right, this is going to be an easy win. You have one guy pinned behind the rock, 2 players pushing from one side, and 1 man is holding the flank. Pretty standard execution for a 1v3 finish, right? But this man, Nobu, had different plans.
Overconfidence, all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Gladiator Esports, they knew they have the man advantage. The last guy's pinned down. Those 2 players got really confident. They approached for that fight. And well, Nobu, that's the exact opening that he needed. He was able to isolate that duel perfectly. And considering it's the shotgun meta, we know what DBS is capable of.
Yeah. Well, it's just so crazy considering the fact that he was able to isolate that fight for so long. He's providing a lot of cover fire here as well, and Gladiator Esports gave them the 1v1s that he needs. And technically, there was a double pick pushing him his way through, and I think Gladiator Esports, they left 1 guy behind, the fact that he was hoping that in case Nobu decides to pick a little bit outside on the other side here, he is going to be sprayed down. So that scenario, somehow didn't work in Gladiators Esports' favor.
And of course, let's not forget, even for D Plus here, this wasn't an easy game. We saw that rotation coming in from the southwestern side of the map towards the Paradise Resort, in which they lost one of their players to Team X Park in the city of Painan while crossing the bridge. And from there was only one move. Make it, so one way or the other, make it to the factory position just south of Paradise Resort and just hold for your dear life.
And once again, I want to bring this point up right now as we do have the highlights in front of us. Of course, this is how the action really kicked off. Clan Esports getting that revenge against the foes. But I really want to speak about X Park over here for a moment because I genuinely think so. They're really overthinking a lot of the scenarios for no reason.
Well, it might be that case here, but in this case, what I do know about the highlights here is that there has been a lot of integrations on whether or not can they make it into the next phase zone, right? We do see a lot of choke spots being a priority in terms of heavy gunfire, and because of that, while they're actually gatekeeping teams, they are getting stalked from people from afar. In this case, NSR, they did the best from the east side of the map, but what was very surprising was that the circles really favored D Plus Cat in this scenario, and because of the fact that in that warehouse, they were able to just wait it out and everybody was just taking each other out.
Yeah, the only team who should have actually capitalized from the zone but weren't really able to was this Big Brothers, because Big Brothers also do like to drop quite close to Paradise Resort. In fact, there's a history between them and Gladiators clashing and fighting out for that same position, but in this game, Big Brothers, they weren't allowed the opportunity to have fun in a zone that actually favored them.
That is true. I mean, Paradise Resort has always been sort of like that controversial spot in BGMI, right?
Yeah.
Because if you do manage to take over that control, there's a chance if the circle's forming right next to it, you can't dominate things. And that's why Gladiator Esports was able to dominate too. Yeah, it's a whole other story that they slipped out in the final few moments. But this is the exact situation that I'm speaking about. Pucar had so many chances to take the man down who was right underneath them, but he whiffed all the shots.
Yeah, it was a very difficult situation, right? Considering the fact that because they were a man's down because of that, and you know, D Plus Kia was able to actually kind of just roll this. Sorry, Doksan Esports was able to just kind of wrap around from top and bottom to actually flank him off. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them. But D Plus Kia, they held on that warehouse really well, and because of the fact that even though technically they should not have won, this engagement between Gladiator, Eagle Owls, as well as God's Rain was the perfect opportunity for them to kind of sneak up with them and kind of punish and beat them down when they're weak here. And because of the fact that actually happened, it created an opportunity for Nobu to clutch that 1v3.
Yeah.
Just an impressive performance in this game. I mean, that's all I can say about this, man, because again, I mean, this is what we wanted to witness, what the caliber, and as if a player in this high intense situation can pull off a 1v3 like this, where every single move you could clearly see how calm and collected, how calculated that move was just impressive. Just realizing, all right, I have one man who's on the right hand side behind the tree. I've dished out enough damage that he's going to take like the next 4 seconds to put on that first hit before he takes a fight, means I can at least try and go for this 2v1. If I fail, I fail. If I win, I mean, it's down to a 1v1 that I think Nolbu was pretty confident about. But still, I think, was it enough to put him at the top of the board in this game?
Hey, well, I mean, we'll be able to find that out right now. The MVP of that previous game is once again in front of us, and it's Ninja Jot from God's Rain. This man just never lets that spot go, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Ninja Jot is the reason why Gladiator couldn't close out the game, if you think about it here. Because technically Gladiator, they had the numbers advantage. If they shut down Ninja Jot, technically it would have been a 4v1. But of course, what if, could if, should if is over. Now this is gonna be your top 5 leaders in that match with the highest amount of finishes. Of course, we have Ninja Jot and we have, well, the rest, who's completely just no.
Yeah, it was a fun game. I mean, especially seeing Gladiators and God's Rain, both of the teams pop off. Blind Esports, though, Necro, your prediction for this game.
Yeah,
what
man.
happened, man? The first fight was good. After that, they just vanished.
I guess rotating all the way from the northern side wasn't really the way to go, man. Considering you've got teams like Gladiator Esports, Big Brother Esports trying to hold you off at bay, and then later on even Metal Esports joined in alongside.
Yeah.
So breaching in from the northern part was definitely not the way to go. And I think so that's where Blind Esports got caught.
You know what? You know what the teams should do right now? The teams should make a pack and make us a little bit happy that we don't predict them, because so far all our predictions has completely messed them up. I'm sorry to say, Revenant fans, sorry, but you know, sometimes things happen.
Wait, which team did you pick in the previous game? 2Z, right?
2Z and Revenant.
Oh,
both teams got kind of messed up a little bit here. I'm sorry to say, but maybe sometimes, you know, you got to treat us a little bit nicer.
2Z was still okay. Revenant was the team that made massive blunders in that game, just ran into a trap. So no positional awareness.
Yeah.
I mean, can't really blame them. The teams that were holding those positions in the form of Rox and 2Z, in fact, were just hiding in corners. They were hiding and protecting themselves because they were inside the circle. But Revenant, they should have scouted at least a little bit to try and get a safer option.
I disagree. I don't think it's not because they're scouted. They actually scouted. But because of how NSR played it, in particular Sporta, it made them make a very, very rash decision to just concede their plays and rather than just push forward. Because they felt and thought that NSR was a 4-man team rather than just 2-man team, considering how Sporta was showing so much strength against Revenant Esports. So I felt like they were just completely bullied out from the mental aspect of the game.
I still feel, I mean, NSR, that could have gone a different way. Again, I think Revenant, the confidence that we witnessed from this team, it seems like it's slowly and steadily fading away, and they're going back to their old ways where they're going to try and protect themselves, try and see if they can get some placement points. But those times did not really work out for Revenant back in the days.
You never know. Maybe you're playing against teams that likes to play passive, and maybe even you implementing that passive play style can actually work out. You never know. Sometimes you got to adjust according to the surroundings, and maybe that's what Revenant Esports is trying to pull things off. I'm a believer if the first primary strategy isn't working out, it's time to switch up on the secondary. If the secondary isn't working out, just keep on trying to bring it up new stuff, because you cannot keep on repeating the same thing anyways because it's not working.
Hey, it's just day one jitters, man. Anything can happen. It's all about who is able to adapt first. In this case, now what I do know is that this next upcoming map here is going to give the home ground buff advantage. Almost every single Indian team has played this map multiple times here. They have a lot of experience. So this is something that can be a very, very good morale booster.
It's a BGMI exclusive. Let's just put it that way. It is a BGMI exclusive.
And not just that, you can also say it's an X-Spark exclusive.
Oh yeah.
X-Spark has been dominating on the map of Vikendi, and right now X-Spark are sort of like down in the grave. They really need to rise up from the ashes.
I mean, the possibility of that is actually going to be there for X-Spark, because, I mean, we've known these players, and particularly in the case of X-Spark, whenever they are down in the dirt, whenever they're pushed in a corner, is when they sort of let loose and just go all in. And Vikendi is a map where they have done that in the past as well, just turn things around. And if they can actually manage to do that in the next map itself, then going into the Erangel, I think there will be a possibility for X-Spark to break into the top 8.
Here's a little bit more stats for you guys as well here. During their journey in BGIS for Vikendi in particular, another team that really stood out, it was TWM, because they were the only team that consistently plays about top 3 in all 3 of the matches for Vikendi. So that's something that I feel like TWM would have a very, very strong chance to actually bounce back from this map.
And one more thing about TWM, all the other teams in the map of Vikendi, they like to play from the centric spot, but TWM, they like to play from the outskirts and the edges. But as we do have the point standings in front of us, so the previous game, ladies and gentlemen, D plus Kia was the one to take the chicken dinner home. Now one thing we can safely say is that the Korean teams are here to win, because so far they've got all the chicken dinners.
Well, they have been getting the chicken dinners, but God's Reign is still going to be a number 1 on the overall leaderboard. They got 17 points from this game. And this is where things get interesting, because again, we see the big names that are on the second page in the overall rankings, also on the second page of this game's ranking as well. Rox, Blind, X-Spark, Maru is going to be their big brothers. I think there's going to be a drop for them in the overall rankings, though.
Yeah, this is their first big hit thus far, considering that they have been very, very consistent, right? The top 2 teams here was pretty much in the overall standings here was God's Reign as well as Big Brothers. But now, let's take the score right now. God's Reign still number 1 with 45 points, but not far behind here. It's going to be D plus Kia with that stellar performance here in map number 3. And Gladiator Esports somehow also makes it towards that 4th position.
The boys have brought themselves back in just one game. They were down in the bottom 3 and now in the top 4. 28 points for the Gladiators. First position of God's Reign, 45 points. Not a lot of difference to cover up. 1 chicken and a win, and you're going to be on the first.
Exactly. You guys are mentioning Revenant Esports struggling. All they need is one solid game once again to sort of propel themselves back inside that top 5. Same thing can be said for Blind Esports as well. Metal Esports, Team X-Spark, a little bit on the downside over there on 15th spot. Maru Gaming, what do you guys thoughts on this team? They have been completely absent.
You know, I don't think they're completely absent. It's more like Maru Gaming, especially in Map Soundhawk as well. I was actually able to catch a glimpse onto the mini-map, right? What Maru Gaming was that they were looking for very, very early aggressive fights intentionally, but unfortunately, every single time they tried to pick a fight, they always get third party. And if you think about it here, the way they died in Maru Gaming was the fact that because they picked the fight, they were hunting on towards NSR, even though it was technically, quote-unquote, a very, very nice choke point. But because of a clutch coming from Sporta and also suppressive fires coming from Revenant, they just got completely destroyed.
But then once again, you can really doubt their presence of mind in that fight, right? Sporta, he tossed in that nade, initial knockout found, it's understandable. But they should be knowing that, okay, Sporta is on that angle.
I'm going to correct you right there. If that fight wasn't Sporta, they would have won it. You think about this, right? This is them challenging against Korean's #1 player.
Yeah.
You're at the bottom right now. I'm sorry. Scores, facts, don't lie. You are at the bottom, and you fight against the #1 player from Korea.
I mean, see,
dude, there is going to be a huge gap. I'm sorry to say.
I understand where you're coming from, but we have to give props to his other teammates as well. Because, I mean, in that fight, we saw people jumping from rooftops and taking down the players of Maru like they were like just looking in a completely different direction. Sporta just showed up for a cleanup, and like when his team needed backup, they were like, "Oh, you guys can't finish it off. I am right here, boys. Don't worry." That is when Sporta showed up.
That's a really good term that you brought up, right? If you can't finish it off, because you saw Maru Gaming was softened up. All the players were really low on HP. All Sporta needed to do was catch a little bit of glimmers with those utilities, and that's what he did.
The best moment in that entire fight was Saw, man. He's looking at a buggy, and all of a sudden, two players from the side of NSR just jump from the roof of the shacks, and they just completely annihilate the players of Maru Gaming. Don't know what was happening, don't know what was so distracting that you don't even notice a 4-man squad pushing towards you like that.
You know, sometimes, you know, you get distracted by nature. In this case, the corn was one of the biggest distractions in this case. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. You know, XZY was one of the most biggest highlight for me in that game because so early in the game, so high in the mountain, great positioning, great for scouting information, but get spotted out of nowhere. How?
Now you can successfully say that was a corny position.
Yeah.
I mean, the man was getting peppered down by the entirety of God's Ring, and he was still just sitting over there right next to his buggy because he had so much faith in that one single buggy that was right next to him.
And then turns
one
out
first aid kit.
one first aid kit.
But technically he had two, but because of that he used one, so it's one down with one.
You need next level confidence like that to peak an entire team from a ridge, get shot at, and then do it again for the second time in a row.
I see what you did there. Confidence.
Yeah, well, I guess we're just making a lot of corn jokes at this point in time.
You know
Maybe
what's
need some
confirm happening? The match is going to be confirmed happening later.
Okay.
And that's going to be Big Candy. I'm sorry, I tried, man.
Frozen corn, baby.
We can go cry in a corner now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right, guys. But
I think we should, though.
Well, it's going to be frozen corns all over the place.
And he's not getting it.
He doesn't get it.
I get it. Corner. I get it, you know. But you know what? Considering my brain is more kind of like the Gen Z joke type of thing, so I don't really catch you guys' stuff right now.
You know what starts with V?
Vikendi!
Yeah, exactly. We're about to start the game right now. Gen Z.
All right, well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game of Vikendi is going to be in front of us. That means we might be able to see that frozen corn once again in front of us. Now, soon enough, Vikendi will be starting. I want to know you guys' prediction, considering it's much more of a slower map compared to all the other ones. The circle shift's going to be slower. Which team do you guys think will be taking this game?
I think TWM is going to take this game.
Interesting.
You know, considering the fact that TWM is one of the most consistent in Vikendi here, it is something that he's very, very comfortable at. I want to see TWM actually make it into this game. But without further ado, the match is going to begin. This is going to be match 4 of the BGMI India Korea Invitationals, and we are heading right into the game.
Exactly. Vikendi's on the way, ladies and gentlemen. As the planned flat path's going to be starting all the way from Kantra towards Port. Now, this planned flat path is quite nice. It's going to be favoring all part of the map. No issues whatsoever. I really want to see how a couple of these teams will make that bounce back.
Hey, you know what's really, really nice? Getting another Gen Z on the table. And that's going to be Salty, going to be joining us here for this cast. How are you feeling so far?
I mean,
Gen Z.
to be honest, I did not expect that to be honest. I kind of felt like you would actually get annoyed with another Gen Z being back at the desk, but thank you for that warm welcome. Let's actually talk about the map in itself, which is very cool, which is snow covered, ladies and gentlemen. Every single team just taking their drop location, as Necro wonderfully described. The flight path is pretty even.
Salty, listen, he's been spending more time with us. So right now, we're sort of converting him into a Gen Z.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, he actually is 50% there.
Okay.
50%, I think he's sort of like 60% up there.
Yeah, let's not talk about percentage, because right now on screen we do have X-Park going up against Eagle Owls as of yet, and Eagle Owls seems to be a big menace thus far in day number 1 in every single team. X-Park, obviously, they have very, very good performance in Vikendi thus far from BGIS performance, and you predicted that X-Park might take this win, and hopefully they are going to come on top right now.
Oh, Nova is a little bit too low. He caught a little bit of whiz off that bullet. The bullet's going to find him. That was definitely not a stray one. Nova now being pushed a little bit more on the passive end of things. And Eagle Owls, they're going to be looking forward to invade the territory. This is the first time we're seeing a Korean team being so aggressive against an Indian one. And this is where Cebu 2 has managed to find the opening as well. Eagle Owls, great way to kick things off against X-Park. And X-Park, this is definitely not the start they wanted to have.
It certainly did not, but Sarang is also joining the troops in order to strengthen their line of defense as well. Eagle Owl just holding on to that first floor of the compound. It seems like Team X-Park, for them, the choices are going to be limited to utilize the utility and the nades itself to create that opening. Junior was almost about to find the pick, but that's not going to happen.
Dude, he's not going to find the pick here. He actually got prone blocked by the stair handles in the vicinity. I was very surprised X-Park did not punish that. So now they're going to be running out open as well. Sarang going to be shooting from the sides there to hope to get a couple of knocks in, but at the same time they don't have a lot of utilities and long range to work with, so it's going to be up to Sarang with this AK to open things up. Aditya getting the full finish onto his junior. That's got a good opening for X-Park for now.
X-Park's trapped in the basement, and while the opponents on top, they've got the advantage. X-Park, they might just suffocate to their own death, and Nova now, he pulls out the DBS. He tries to close on up against Sarang. Two of the best assaulters for both these teams. Let's see who's going to be the one to seal the deal and come out on top. Instead, it's Noah who finds that beautiful connection, point-blank shot, and he shuts down the opponent.
Eagle Owl just finally showing what they're capable of, but Seawood is still holding on to his position. Just like you said, Team X-Park, they completely caught in that basement area and they have nowhere to move, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It seems like Aditya will need to find an opening, but look at this. Danzy does not really have a lot of bullets on the DBS. 13 pumps is still enough. It seems like not being able to reload, it's going to haunt him for quite a while.
Yep, and as of now, this is going to be a little bit of an awkward position here for Eagle Owls as well, because do they want to push down forward? Because like it or not, they will have a disadvantage considering the fact that the lakes will be showing first, and X-Park, they do have the ammunition, they have the DBS to pump their way through. All they got to do is just wait it out. But in this case, Eagle Owls, we do have Noah. Going to be healing outside as well. He will get the full heal in. But Pucar, still with the DBS, still hesitating on what he needs to do because of the fact that he doesn't have an help.
He did spot Saivu, as a matter of fact. He does have the nade, but I like this strategy coming in from Team Eagle Owls, right? No breathing space that has been given. Instantly, as soon as Pucar was spotted in that location, the staircase was completely turned into a lava floor over there. The Molotov was brilliant, and Eagle Owls still holding on to it. It seems like they've completely cornered Team X-Park into one single spot, and now they're slowly exterminating them.
I just want to clear one thing. I did not mean to cast a curse them. All right, you guys asked me for the prediction. I went with X-Park. They were supposed to be one of the most strongest teams inside the lobby, and then now they're just getting picked off instantly. I feel a little bit bad.
It's fair, Necro. How does it feel to be IC for one game?
Wow. Wow. Okay, jabs being thrown over here, and even inside the game is Team X-Park looking forward to bounce back inside the fight. They've managed to find the opening against the players of Eagle Owls, and Pucar is going to be tossing on that utility to get the confirmation rolling up. Eagle Owls, though, they're doing a fantastic job in repositioning themselves, and Pucar still looking forward to get that second knockout rolling in.
Oh, this is smart coming from Pucar. He's going to try to use the Molotov here to try and zone out control, and because of this, it does give him a little bit of opening here. Now he's going to get that gun, and Pucar has the opening, and that's exactly what Pucar needs to push out, and he's going to get a little bit more space to work with, but as of now, he is going to be in a little bit awkward position. He gets the finish point, but Nova as well, he's going to try and train him up. Nades comes in, he does connect, and that's going to be him taking a karma for himself, and Aditya a little bit late to regroup with his team. So this is going to be a 1v2 situation for him.
1v2 scenario. Tommy gun in the hands of Aditya. Spots out a little glimmer, but still not able to find that sweet knockout. DBS in the hands of the opponents. Aditya knows at this point in time, if he tries to be desperate, if he tries to take any type of desperate measures, he can be knocked out and dusted from the game.
But this is time for desperate measures. 36 bullets on that Tommy gun, and apart from it, his secondary weapon is going to be a Scorpion, which is not really that deadly. He has to be extremely precise, needs to isolate the fight, and needs to be very efficient with whatever resources he has. Because look at this, no utility to flush out Eagle Owls, no nades, no smokes as well. He has to take it out just with the mechanical brilliance, and I think it's not really going to be possible.
Oh, TWM, a pick that you went for. Now my pick's already destroyed. It's time for your pick to get destroyed as well. TWM, one of the men's being knocked out. EMT is the one to kick things off on a great note against him. Ninze is supposed to be the star player for this team. Let's see what Ninze can try to do to keep things together.
I don't know, man. It seems like they're just rushing the fights right now because of the fact that, hold that thought for now, because TWM, Ninze taking a lot of damage here with the DBS, but at the same time, he's still wondering what he should be doing here. But now opening comes in, Destiny gets knocked as well, and here comes the collapse coming from EMTech Stormax, and they just completely shut them down. And now TWM just is running for their lives here as they get slowly picked apart, as EMTech going to be flushing away the final member of TWM.
MTech Stormax now slowly and steadily digging the graves of the opponents. One more man to go, and they're looking for to get him 6 feet under. MTech Stormax Yawn was the one who was looking for to push up close and personal. It's all down to Lobster now, and Lobster is a little bit too far away. MTech, they've got the man advantage. All they need to do is claim these elimination points.
Lobster does not have a helmet. This is very, very concerning of him. And it looks like he's going to try and lay it low for now because EMTech has completely wiped the floor with TWM. It seems like the caster's curse on the English broadcast seems to be very, very strong. And this is going to be a very, very big problem for them.
It's not entirely clean as much as EMTech would have actually wanted it. They've lost clutch, and now they are a three-man team. Of course, they will get a lot of real estate on the northern part of the circle. Speaking of which, the circle is absurd. It reminds me of all the circles that we used to witness in the 2021-2022 season.
I don't think we saw the circle on the screen yet, so I want to see how the circle kind of looks like on the screen, because I have a map feed for you here beside me, and I kind of wait to tell you how messed up this circle is for these guys watching at home, because there's just so much collision, on this case drop clash right now, because in this case TWM, I'm sorry man, he might go down because Lobster, he is found out, and now EMTech is going to be looking for a hunt here, and I'm pretty sure the Korean casters is going to be screaming out nice very, very soon.
I mean, look, speak of messed up positions, and right now Lobster is definitely in one of those. And he knows the push is going to be happening soon enough. He misses that shot, and Lobster gets wrapped up in a roll.
You know what's that called? A Ferrari pick. But at the same time, speaking of a pick here, now we do see Rocks going head-to-head against Revenant Esports, and they just get completely destroyed by Rocks.
This is payback.
Pumba! Again! It's him! He's done it again!
Rocks. What a squad wipe that was. Revenant Esports, a big team in the Indian region, just gets wiped out within a flash, not even breaking a sweat over their Rocks.
Look at the status bar. It seems like this is payback from the map of Erangel, the first Erangel that we witnessed. Every single Indian team going up against these Korean lads, they are being beaten down, they are being battered into a pulp. EMTech, Stormex, Eagle Owls, and now Rocks. In a matter of a flash, they just completely wipe out these teams of Vikendi. Now, we were trying to speculate Vikendi will be an advantageous map for the Indian teams, right? But speaking of advantage, all of that actually goes out the window, being thrown out the window, because this circle, look at this monstrosity, 50% of which is on the water, 50% of which is on the land. The player density is going to be so super high, Necro.
I love it, man. I love it. These type of circles really do make these teams want to adapt on the fly.
You know, let's talk a little bit more on how the two big fights actually happened, right? Eagle Owls, they were coming from Vinery. They were trying to rush that fight as quickly as they can, because that is the furthest away from this first quote-unquote zone, which is pretty much in Dobro Mesto. And likewise can be said for TWM as well. And because of this, this is actually going to affect their overall rotation. So Eagle Owls, they somehow managed to sneak from the south side of Vihar, but majority of teams are already center in this circle. In this case, Doksan is going to be playing the east side, east center of the next phase of the zone. But they are going to try and force a couple of fights later on. But of course, when it comes to the recaps, right? This is what happened for Xbox and Eagles. This is why they were so desperate to wrap up this fight, because of the fact they need those resources and they need to rotate out to safety.
Team Xbox were never really prepared for this fight. Like, in terms of resources, in terms of utility as well, they did have that little bit of an advantage. You saw that reflection.
That was a curve.
Yeah, that was proper geometry. That was not a curve. Like, it reflected back from the wall.
It bounced back off the wall.
Yeah,
that was a very nice angle. That was very difficult.
The concept is similar, Necro. You can't troll me on my verbatim.
You know, I don't know. Like, for me, reflect is like a reflection of the mirror.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's like I go it back to yourself. So
all right.
Exactly.
It's your time to shine, guys.
Watch Pokemon, man. Oh wait, you don't play Pokemon. I'm sorry.
But you know what? We've got Duxton Esports on our screens. Now, a lot of these teams have been struggling throughout the entire map of Vikendi. But then you take a look at a couple of these teams that are just sitting back, laid back, and they're letting the game take its pace.
Well, speaking of taking pace right now, because I feel like Doksan Esports, they've been a little bit laid low here, but who could blame them considering how much action we had in the early game? Now, I want to talk about Circle here. 4 seconds, where does it shift? Because considering that it is the second circle, I don't think it's going to be a major shift, but it is going to be pointing towards the northern section of Dobro Meso. So we might see an urban warfare or maybe even a Goroka fight, but I highly doubt it's going to be Goroka, right?
Yeah, no.
Nah, it's not going to be Goroka, to be honest. For the circle to come back so much more, I don't really think that's possible. Especially if you look at the statistics from the past, like these circles generally tend to stick towards the shorelines up until like the 4th and the 5th edition, and then later on they might shift towards the landmass, which is like a 80% probability. In very rare cases, we actually get to witness a water circle. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have a cluster that we were talking about, multiple teams in the similar spot.
Well, speaking of similar spots here, Maru Gaming looking to try and oppress people as of yet, but now, let's talk about our caster's curse once again. I'm sorry here, guys. Let's talk about our English caster's curse.
Yeah.
Wow. Mine's out. Necro's out. What's yours? Salty?
I did not get to predict.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Salty. Now's the time, Salty.
I think it's going to be Gladiators.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Salty,
okay.
They're already having a tough time, right? They're already in the top 5 now, and they need that momentum, and you're going to steal it away like that?
Necro?
No, he's believing. He's a believer.
I'm a believer.
That's what we do all the time, bro, but it just never works out.
Well, we don't believe enough. We don't pray enough. Anyways, jokes aside, now let's talk a little bit more on God's Reign here. They are the #1, I would say, the leader right now. Raid of the pack, the leader of the entire tournament for now. They are in a position where Robin is going to be scouting out a lot of information. They are smack middle of the zone, but it feels like they haven't been having a lot of huge contention here, considering the fact that God's Reign has been the bullies of this entire day.
And that is because of the fact that Ninja is in top form. Every single time this man is bringing his team out of the clutches of death from the depths of hell. But another team we have to talk about is going to be Blind Esports, right? Blind Esports way outside, taking damage from the blue zone. Now, you've got to understand the approach, right? They dropped in on the right-hand side. They know, as a matter of fact, that there's not a lot of real estate inside of the circle itself because of the presence of water. It's better, it's more suitable for them to actually be the late movers inside the circle to avoid all the early collision. And it seems like they've done a pretty good job. They're still tanking the blue zone damage. But one thing which I'm really afraid of is the fact that God's Reign, as well as pardon me for that, Gladiators as well as Blind Esports, they're rotating pretty close by, and there might just be a mid-rotation clash at some point onwards in the future.
That is true. I mean, one thing they know for sure is that the circle's not going to be taking any type of drastic shifts, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be in a hard shift, so you can't take your time in rotating inside the circle, considering it's still the early stage of the game. Till stage 3, the circle's not going to do any weird stuff. It's not going to try to pull off any type of shenanigans, unless the stage 3 circle as well shifts pretty close to that water lines.
Now, Gladiator, considering that they are on the move right now, they're syncing up with the final closings of this next phase zone, which is about 20 seconds here. They will be immediately rushing for the next best spot. And this is something that every team kind of prioritizes. After the third circle, they have to find the most strategic positions to start setting up tempos. In this case, the butterfly effect, or in this case, the domino effect, they will ripple across all the other teams, in this case, collapsing against each other. But the circle, ooh, seems like we are going to be on creatures here. In this case, when it comes to creatures, Urban Warfare, Metal Esports, smack in the middle. The question here is, will they be able to hold on? Because we've seen every single game so far, Metal and Big Brothers has pretty much lost all their center control every single time they try to go on defense.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the presence of MTech Stormax right in the northern part of Trishas, I think there is a possibility they might get taken out, especially if those northern compounds of Trishas actually get taken down. But we did get to see a weird collision with the vehicle. It seems like the Korean teams is sort of struggling when it actually comes to driving, isn't it, Necro?
They are indeed. Before now, we've got the players of Rocks making quite a desperate rotation inside the zone. They need to. At this point in time, it's like a big splash of colors inside the circle. No matter where you step your foot, it's not going to be safe at all. Every single team at this point in time in this circle, they have laid their eyes on every single spot. So Rocks, they're making quite a deadly rotation, and this is where they also start to hit the deck as well. As I mentioned, this is a deadly rotation. It might not work out for them, but Pumbaa, the man who's leading the pack once again, getting shot at in the pack. Metal Esports, they've got a big storm brewing up, approaching the Paradox. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Metal Esports, they're trying their best to hold things off. Paradox going for the patch up. Pumbaa softened up once again. Top Dog, he finds the opening, but then even Metal Esports, they find that return knockout onto themselves.
Well, Pumbaa is going to be the playmaker for the team. Meanwhile, Top Dog is also the playmaker, stepping out from the side of Metal Esports here. He's cooking for a nade as well. He's trying to check the second floor. It seems like they are not there because Pumbaa is looking for the heal battle as well. Top Dog going to be setting up a couple of tempos here. Big Brother is here to play spoilers for now. Gets a couple chip in, but Top Dog is going to go for the finish with the DBS. It's going to be 1v1. Pumbaa versus Top Dog. Who's going to come up top? Pumbaa walks right past him. Goes for the jump shot. It doesn't connect, and Top Dog is just baiting his way through. 3 more bullets there from the side of Pumbaa. Does he connect? No, he does not. It seems like he's going to try reload mid-animation, and this is going to allow the rest of the teammates coming from Metal Esports to push up forward. And as you can see, the nades will slow them down, and Metal will just wait this out. So this is going to give Pumbaa a little bit of room to work with. But no, what? He pushed the Molotov, and he gets the knock and kill ya. He's going to get the finish as well. Pumbaa, he does it again. He's going to go all the way. And with 4 more bullets there, he gets another one. Pumbaa, the 1v3 maniac. Can he get the third one?
That's the question to be answered by Pumbaa himself. This man is on a tear. Looking for
he's going for it. He's going
just like that. The hands are busy. DBS once again blows it personal. And he accidentally blows himself up. Metal Esports, what a big blunder that was. But Pumbaa, the man, the myth, the legend, he pulls off an insane clutch to keep his team alive in this game of Vikendi.
The Terminator, Pumbaa, the 1v3 clutch god. Undeniable clutch god. When the team needs him the most, he will pull some amazing, amazing plays. And Pumbaa, somebody's gotta stop this guy, because we've got a serial killer in the game, man. I don't know, man. This is crazy.
This man,
he's sort of like benching the entire weight of his squad on his shoulders right now. This man is carrying his team at this point. How beautifully he isolated those fights. The first point was the use of the Molotov and the nade at the staircase to stop the aggression, right? Once he does that, he finds the first knock, creates a space for himself, jumps down. It's so much micro movement, micromanagement all across, and this is what you witness. This is what you expect from a top tier player, and it seems like Metal Esports, once again, that central hole just never really worked out for them.
Being able to think so freely in a clutch situation like that, not every single player can do. Pumbaa knew exactly when to approach, when to toss the nade, what to do in that situation. Every single movement that he pulled off in that moment was just perfect. And in the end, Encore, as I mentioned, not every single player can think that well. And Encore actually ended up blowing himself up because he panicked.
Yep, in this case, he is a maestro, just dancing to the tunes of his enemies. In this case, now, we do see a little bit of skirmish here. Seems like we do see NSR catching a couple of stragglers in, but this is something that I think NSR has been playing throughout the entire day, right? They have been rotating into a position where they will gather information, but they will wait it out. But of course, here is going to be the highlights on how Pumbaa does it.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the highlights, Top Dog was the one to kick things off on a really good note for Metal Esports, but then he just wasn't ready for Pumbaa. This is how the entire onslaught started. This man was on an absolute spree kill, being found initially, then Pumbaa moving out in the outskirts, isolates that duel as well against Top Dog, gets the confirmation, roll it up, and in the end, Encore just panicked and cracked under that pressure. But for now, we've got the players of Red Force, XYZ. That was a really nice spray, huh?
Yep, XYZ, known to be the long-range sniper from the side of NS. XZY, not XYZ, XZY coming from NSR. And feels like NSR has been playing a very, very patient game thus far, right? They only choose fights that is beneficial for them. And, I talked about this alongside with Eco Owls. They are the team where they will start something. They will start a force fire. They will start anything, and if it goes really, really big, I expect to head out.
Oh no, he actually ejected out of a moving vehicle. So he got knocked out. Wings, a big blunder from the side of NSR. Will this work out for them in their favor, or will this work in the favor of Gladiator Esports? Right now, Gladiator Esports is the one. They're being breached. Their privacy is being invaded by the players of NSR. The man in the clothes wasn't spotted. Sporta goes down as well. Gladiator Esports trying their best to fight back in this entire scenario, but then it's just too many bullets to dodge. A lot of these stray bullets are catching the players of Gladiator Esports off guard. Delta goes down as well. It's all down to Justin. Gladiator Esports on the verge of getting eliminated. Can Justin pull things back in their court? Can Justin be the savior of Gladiator Esports?
Oh boy, this is going to be tough because, you know, technically Delta should have made the play, but as of now, Justin is making the plays here. He gets the finish, and that's going to be NSR that gets completely destroyed. But at the same time, Duxan, they are going to try and collide on this. They were stalking this. They were the ones that actually stopped Delta, and because of this, it's going to be a little bit of trouble. The nade comes in, Duxan. They steal the finish point. And Justin, what can he do?
He almost saw his death approaching him through that window, and he moved away, stepped away in the nick of time. Nicely done. But now from the back is another third party approaching them. Blind Esports. They're like the Grim Reapers inside the lobby, knocking on the doors.
There are so many teams in this vicinity, Necro. It's Blind Esports, Gladiators, Duxan. You've got Big Brothers in the vicinity as well. The exit strategies for every single team is almost blocked, but Blind Esports, they realize that there is too much tension going on in the air in this situation. It's better if they take the exit, and that is exactly what they do. Take a longer rotation, take a longer route, and try and preserve the manpower which they have. And apparently, I think this is a wise decision.
Well, in this case, speaking of decisions here, Duxan Esports has been prioritizing on red dots over those 3x scopes or long-range scopes because of the fact that in terms of their field of vision, those red dots gives you a little bit more vision rather than being tunneled here. But hold that thought for now. The Shack of Death is going to be coming in. Blind Esports, they're going in, and Big Brothers, they flushed them all out. They went in blind, and they got completely pumped out with those EBS, and Uzumaki survives with 1 HP.
Oh no, it was actually Pumbaa who played the spoiler from the outskirts. Rocks, once again. What's going on? This man, Pumbaa, is unstoppable at this point in time. Big Brother Esports getting pushed on as well. That 2-2 split that was there, it's really not working out for them. Duxan's going to be the one to push up against them. Safe gets knocked out. Big Brother Esports on the verge of being eliminated. And yes, this is what happens. Duxan, they're the one to find the advantage in the fight. And this is where Duxan might also just wipe out the entirety of Big Brothers.
The 2-2 split kind of was a very dicey move from this team, right? On the other side, especially up against Blind, it kind of worked out, especially with two players being inside the shack with their DBS. They created the choke angle, but here, Duxan had the space to actually move about, and that resulted in half of Team Big Brothers being completely exterminated. Savit still has sort of the edge of the circle, but it's God's reign in and out of the circle itself. They're the ones who are leading the charge, apparently, the favorites to win this particular game.
Well, speaking of favorites right now, Gothrain right in the middle of the circle, 2Zek. However, the team that I'm sorry I cursed in the previous game, this time they are having a stellar performance from the south side. But that's the thing, right? We still have 10 teams in this very, very small circle, and 2Zek does have the numbers advantage of the south, so they are going to be the ones that actually anchor down bottom, and they do have the utilities to work with, but in terms of ammunition, it seems very, very lacking here, and that's going to be a big problem. But Amaru, they're going to crash on those big brothers now.
Oh, that's not looking too good. Maru Gaming, they desperately need to win this fight. Big Brother Esports, within a flash, they get devoured in this fight. Uzumaki was the one to hit the deck initially, and now Maru Gaming, at least they get their hands on this hard cover that was there, barely on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, but God's Reign from the distance, it's Blaze actually who is leading the charge in terms of spotting this team and once again pinning them down. Their mobility has been stopped. If they actually take the vehicles out of commission, I'm pretty sure Maru Gaming will eventually choke to their own death. But God's Reign, at this point, this is when they start becoming the dictator of the final circle. This is when they start controlling the rotation of other teams, and the main objective will be to farm those finish points and retain that lead at the very top of the overall standings.
Well, a good defense is a good offense. In this case, it has been working out from the side of God's Reign. Same can be said for all the Korean teams, right? Every single team that has played defense has been very, very strong. But now, let's talk a little bit more of the individual rats who's still lurking around the circle here. We do see Zipian having 16 first aid kits. That means healing game coming from him. Likewise can be said for Justin from the side of Gladiator as well.
Zipian's got, as you mentioned, 15 first hits, but my eyes are locked on Pumbaa because this man has been the star player inside the entire game of Vikendi. He's been pulling off some nice shenanigans.
He certainly has been, right? I mean, Pumbaa, as a matter of fact, as a single player, has definitely outshined the competition, but Rox Esports, as an entire unit, I want to see more from this particular team, especially in a game like this. A chicken dinner is definitely off the cards because of the numbers disadvantage that they have to face, but certainly in the other games, Rox Esports and their central approach has sort of given them that position. And now look at this, Justin out in the open. Wait, he has no information that Zippin can actually see him.
He saw him! He's got 12 first aid kits. Does he risk it for the biscuit? Zipian, does he want to give away position? Because as of now, all he got to do is just trail behind Justin, play the healing game, and he will get a free finish and potentially a free lurk into his next phase of zone. But at the same time, there's still 8 teams left alive.
Oh my
He's
god.
slowly crouching his way through. Pixel perfect. I don't think Justin sees this. I don't think they know.
Justin's got no clue for Zipian. This is going to be like a big gamble. If Zipian decides to strike down Justin, there's a chance he might be eliminated by the blue zone. Justin back, turn against the wall. Zipian has a striking advantage, but still Zipian is wanting to step his foot inside the circle, slowly and steadily inching in towards that safe zone. But somewhere else on the map, we've got the players of D plus Kia.
Oh no. Major fights coming in as well. We are looking at the top leaderboards of team here. We have D plus here in 4th place, looking to try and solidify the spot by the end of today. They are going to be going head to head as well, taking a lot of shots fires coming from EMT, but Gladiator Esports is dead.
Yeah.
He's dead. He actually got picked off by Zipian.
Oh, tough luck from that man, Justin. He knows that a big dagger just came in from the back and stabbed him right there. But now D plus Kia, considering this team has got a decent position to play with, Nolbu gets knocked out. D plus Kia down 2 men.
God's Reign from the distance, Aquinox actually finds it, knock onto CJ, and as a matter of fact, I think 2Z, for them that approach against D plus Kia has sort of been halted for a while. They can't really take this up for granted, especially with one of their players being knocked down. But look at this, this was one of the moments where Zipian finally was like, alright fine, enough trigger discipline right now, let me just go in for the finish.
Well, speaking of which here, we do see DK is going to be having a little bit of trouble as well. They got an opening nade on towards the 2-sec for now, and in towards the smoke as well. Favens is going to go for the push as well. Seems like Yenmon trying to smoke up a little bit of an exit strategy, but he doesn't know that the rest of DK is going to be coming in. Drops out. Looking for the push here. Yenmon doesn't see them in the smoke, and he gets Nobu, and that's the opening he needs. But at the same time, he's going to look for more as well. D plus K in a little bit of trouble. He gets another finish point for the team.
Oh, what?
But that's going to be a wipe here. He's going to be wiped out. And they're gone because Maru saved the day.
2Z, they wipe out the players off D plus Kia. But then even from the back lines, there was another team that was sort of punishing them over and over again. This is a late game scenario, and if a fight gets elongated for too long, the third party will hit the deck, and that's what has happened. Maru Gaming, they're here to claim all the elimination points because they know right now they're on the silver platter, and they should take all the advantage of that. What a beautiful opening that was. Cine goes down. Now one more man in the front lines, the Shy. Another nade tossed in. Sign, he's got to be back up on his feet soon enough, but how can Maru execute that?
No, at the same time, they have to wrap this up as well because while this is happening,
Oh my God,
they need to go for reset. Yanmon! Again, another finish point from the side of Tuesday. But with all this noise coming in, Godstraight is slowly creeping in. Pay attention to the top right of the minimap as well. Godstraight is slowly making the next phase of the zone. And this is the perfect opportunity. They've got the numbers advantage. Aquanox finding Eon as well. That's going to be EMT losing another member. Actually, they lose the placement. And that might be it. It's a final 3 teams in this final zone.
Godstraight in this managed to spread themselves out. They've also got the most amount of land control at this point in time. Hopefully they're not going to be overconfident, just like how Gladiator Esports was on the previous game of Sanhok. And Godstraight, they need to take it inch by inch, slowly and steadily. Amain's going to be the man behind the rock, but he gets dealt with. That's the first chicken dinner Indian team has got on day 1. Beautifully done. Godstraight, this team was searching for that dinner, but they finally laid their hands upon that.
This was always coming, isn't it? I mean, God's Reign, as a matter of fact, their performance has been scintillating, their aggression has been spot on, and it seems like all of it actually came into culmination in this map of Vikendi, where their placement and their aggression was pristine. How beautifully they avoided the collision inside the final circles, but when it actually mattered, they had the 4 players up and alive.
Feel the wrath of the gods. They descend upon the mortal realm as they completely trample against all the mortals here. Finally, the top #1 team on the overall stats so far finally gets a chicken. And on top of it all, first chicken dinner for India.
That is true. This is what I was exactly excited about. This is the chicken dinner that's going to motivate even the other teams on the overall standings that, yes, we can try and fight back today itself because we know one more game is still left.
Agreed, one more game it is. And guess what? God's Reign seems to be repeating a little bit of a history here coming from BGIS because BGIS, God's Reign, had one of the best performances during day #1.
Yes.
But of course, is it going to be a repeat for day 2, day 3? That's going to be a completely different story. But for now, in case you missed out in action here, these are the moments on every single reaction of every single team who's played this game. And you can see the celebrations coming from Rocks. Pumbaa! You know, Pumbaa has been getting so many finish points. I wouldn't be surprised that Pumbaa is going to be the MVP by the end of this map.
To be honest, Metal Esports will be kicking themselves because for sure it was individual brilliance from the side of Pumbaa, but then Metal Esports as well, like making so many mistakes, giving 1v1s, isolated 1v1s against Pumbaa, against a player who is so individually skilled. That is a crime when you actually commit that in a squad fight.
I wouldn't even say Metal Esports was the one giving those isolated 1v1s. It was just Pumbaa being able to isolate those duels phenomenally. And then you mentioned someone will be kicking himself. It's going to be Encore from Metal Esports because he just blew himself up with that nade.
Well, I'm not going to lie, Metal Esports seems to be on a downhill trend since game #2. But at the same time, Pumbaa, there's another name for you. You are an absolute psychopath. I don't know. Why are we not in sync? Like, it's P, Pumbaa, and then another P would be psychopath. Even though it doesn't rhyme, but it's P and P, man. PP, big PP energy.
In Psychopath, P is silent, so maybe in Pumbaa, P is silent as well.
Umba.
Well, what to stand for you then? But you know what? a lot of weird shenanigans even being pulled from our side on the English desk. But you know what? Pumbaa definitely deserve all the praises. But we need to speak about God's Reign and that consistent run, right? Now, before they were focusing a lot on the elimination points, but after this game, they might just get the momentum even inside the placement points.
You know, before this day actually happened, day 0, they talked about the formats and the playstyles. They were the one that actually gave me the information saying that, hey, finish playstyle is going to be the way to go to score points compared to placements. And they have executed every single game, being one of the highest finishers in every single match and being very consistent as well. And this is something that D+ Kia is also known for. However, for today, I'm very surprised it took D+ Kia this long to kind of pull themselves up. And likewise can be said for Duxon as well.
That is true. I mean, speaking about D plus Kia, right? Now, that's a really good conversation that you brought up. We know D plus Kia is supposed to be like a team that's laid back, take things a little bit slow and passive. That's what they're trying to do as well. But you can clearly notice this. They're slowly and steadily trying to inch up towards that aggression, and I'm loving it.
Dude, there's so much aggression that's happening here. In this case, I think one of the biggest aggressors here that kind of caught me off guard was that Maru has been trying this aggression for every single time, and now they're top 4. I'm sorry, man. You know, everyone is learning from each other's playstyles, and I want to see a little bit more. But of course, in case you miss out in the action here are the highlights to kind of summarize how Vikendi kind of happened here for day number 1.
It's not basically summarize, it's basically like an injection for the fans of the Indian teams out there, because in the early stages it was basically the Korean team just singing the songs of death. Initially it started off with Eagle Owls versus Team X Park, right? Completely pincered down in one corner, and you saw right for Aditya how that actually took turns. But this was another fight. TWM could not stand a chance against EM Tech Stormex. This was sort of expected considering the way how aggressive EM Tech pushed up to their compound. Lobster was the only one surviving, but he even could do much.
Yep, at the same time, make sure to make the English casters not so stressed. You know, if they predict you, I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know.
We were forced to do it. I'm sorry.
At this point in time, I just feel like someone has done some black magic on top of us.
Hey, we don't talk about those things here. But of course, when it comes to plays, individual plays as well, Gladiator Esports surprised enough as well. They were able to pull some very, very interesting strategy here. Justin was able to come out with all this onslaught.
Yeah.
But what he did not expect was that there was another rat outside the zone who's trailing behind him. And guess what? He did not expect him to be out-trailed in a certain extent. And this is something that I don't think people kind of expect, considering he's pretty much tanked 2 waves of circle before making it to the next phase.
And exactly, he was the last one standing, expecting another lone survivor in that situation again.
Who would have expected that,
Exactly, right? Nobody would have expected. And in situations like these as well, like 2Z, 4mon, in this situation, this smoke cloud just disguising the presence of every single player, and he switches onto the FPP mode to try and take those close range combats, which just actually worked out perfectly, right?
This nade just crawling right next to him in the final few moments. Even we thought that Double Z could actually stand a chance, but then Godsreen, them being able to take the advantage of all the fights that were happening around them. They took the advantage. They knew it's our time to take the land control. That's what they did. They spread themselves out beautifully, and then they started moving in together.
Well, sometimes teamwork makes the dream work, and in this case, it is true from every single player here, and almost every single player that I kind of met as well, they say like, oh my goodness, Scout is a star player, Pukard is a star player, or Destro is a star player. They always give the same remarks, and that is going to be teamwork makes the dream work. In this case, of course, it's got to be him.
No surprises.
It is got to be him. The star player of match number 4 is got to be Pumba, 630 damage. 4 finishes all by himself.
I mean,
what's more to say?
I mean, nothing else, right? And it's not just 4 finishes, it's impact finishes as well, completely taking down Metal Esports all by himself. But as we proceed further, right, you get to see Nova from Eagle Owls as well, 3 finishes. Eagle Owls slowly has been inching closer to the top of the overall leaderboard. Nobody expected this team. The Dark Horses really making their name present.
And I want to mention one more thing. Eagle Owls has had all the drop collisions so far on all the maps, and they're actually not even shying away from those. They are going for the drop collisions, and there's also a chance they're coming out and topping a lot of those. But one thing is for sure, Eagle Owl, they're having that aggressive mentality. We had a big talk as well about this team. We mentioned this, how this team is supposed to be like the undergods, but still them not fearing anyone. It's a good attitude to have.
Agreed, but now let's talk about the point standings here for match number 4. God's Reign getting the chicken dinner, as well as 6 finishes means that they will total up to 21 points. EM Tech is going to be having second place here with 17 points here. 2Zek 15 points, Maru 13 points, DKE 11 points, Rocks 9 points, DK 5 points, and also Eagle Owls 5 points.
I mean, to be honest, this is sort of very evenly spread out. When you actually transition onto the overall standings, you will witness that not a lot of trouble to the scorers as well. But on the second page, once again, disappointment is evident, Necro. You've got Blind, you've got X-Park, Medley Esports, of course, we talked about them. You've got Gladiators as well. NSR is going to be one of the teams that I personally was actually looking forward to a lot, but they haven't really stepped up.
There's only one Korean team on the latter half of the board in the point structure right now, the previous game of Vikendi. That means Vikendi's sort of like a game that maybe Korean teams are much more comfortable on, because we mentioned this. The circle moves up a little bit slower, but we've got the overall point standings, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, when it comes to the overall standings here, God's Reign still reigning supreme here as the Gods, this overwatching everyone with 66 points here, and that's approximately 20 points lead ahead of D plus Kia on second place, MTech Stormax on third place here with 43 points, Eagle Owls also on fourth place here with 39, Big Brother Esports falling down towards the fifth position here with 32, tying it with Gladiator Esports and Tuzak Esports on 7 and 8. We have Duksan Esports. It seems like there's only 3 Indian teams in the top half.
It certainly is only 3 Indian teams, but the only team I think who is safe inside this entire vicinity is sort of going to be God's Reign, because they've got that buffer to actually work with. As we transition onto the second page, here comes majority of the big names, Necro.
I'm really scared for Team X-Park.
Yeah.
Now, Scout coming into play, Scout coming into picture. Team X-Park is definitely struggling. Maybe they need to go back to the roots once again, bring dreams back, see how things are feeling like inside the lobby on day 2. But Blind Esports on the 15th spot as well. The recent roster change. All the teams that have went through that roster change, they're struggling.
Yeah, it feels very, very unfortunate here. Seems like this is going to be a very, very big morale hit right now, especially we this late into its day number 1, considering that we had a very, very long day thus far. Now, going to the final game here, it's all about hanging on.
Yeah.
And when it comes to hanging on, you got to believe. And it's different from compared to BGIS, because instead of playing 6 maps, right, we're playing 5 maps.
Yeah.
And that means windows of opportunities are getting smaller and smaller by match.
That is true.
And for them to actually bounce back, they need to have a full reset. And we talk about halfway marks, right? Day 2 is going to be halfway mark, but in this case, they cannot pull too far back away from the point leaders.
Exactly. I mean, if you talk specifically about X-Park at 15 points, if I'm not mistaken, and then you've got God's Reign at 66 points, the difference is massive. Now, you're talking about a whole reset. For sure, they need a whole reset coming into day 2. But to transition towards day 2, they need a good performance. Because if they go on to day 2 with like a 40-50 point buffer, then I'm pretty sure the matter is lost. It is done and dusted. And they need a majestic performance on day 2 and day 3 to mount a comeback. And I'm not really sure having that much pressure in the fag end of the tournament is really worth it.
In general, just having any type of pressure in the final few moments is just not worth it. No matter if you are currently not doing too good in the overall standings, no matter if you need a chicken dinner to sort of get yourself on the first spot in the overall standings, just having that pressure on back of your head is not going to be the way to go. So day 2 usually is considered to be the day of comebacks, and majority of the Indian teams are actually on the latter half of the board, but we know what caliber they have. I think so. Day 2 is definitely going to be a day that's going to astonish us even more.
Hey, to be honest here, speaking of chicken dinners, whoever has gotten the chicken dinner and a decent amount of finishes gets about approximately 20-ish points. Okay, lowest we put it 20 points, right?
20 points, yeah.
2 chicken dinners pretty much gives you 40 points. You are back into the top half. We saw how Gladiators Esports kind of bounced back in top 4 with the third map. I believe it was third map in particular. So I feel like X-Park still has a very, very decent chance. And knowing X-Park, let's base it off history, especially for BGIS. They tentatively win the first game of every single day. Didn't happen for today, but if that happens again, it means that they still have a shot to crawl their way to the top 5, because they finished 3rd place for BGIS. So it's still not over yet for X-Park fans. It's still not over yet.
I mean, there's still a decent amount of chances. 11 games more to go. Even X-Park has a chance. But you also need to understand, even teams like Blind Esports, they're desperately searching for these opportunities. Metal Esports as well. As I mentioned, the heavy hitters are still sleeping. The Giants are still sleeping. And X-Park, them being able to find themselves amongst the teams that are currently down in the dirt, it should not be the way to go. Day 2 is definitely going to be filled up with a lot of pressure. As I mentioned, whichever team that has went for the roster shuffle, they're struggling. Blind Esports on 15th, X-Park on 16th. I think so maybe it's time to go back to the roots, man.
Yeah, in this case, the roots is going to be Aaron Gill. El Clasico. This is where we had one of the biggest, weirdest opening thus far. A lot of drop collisions, a lot of mishaps happening here, especially coming from the top teams in quote-unquote. Gladiator Esports was one of the teams that actually got collided. X-Park as well forced to switch their usual drop spots, and this is going to affect them very, very badly here. But I hope they found the fix here because they need all the luck in their favor for this upcoming match.
To be honest, I think Erangel, when you consider for X-Park specifically, they love this particular map. Even you were talking about the BGS Grand Finals. X-Park always used to dominate on the map of Erangel itself, and I think considering now that we are going to be playing a map of Erangel is going to be their last opportunity for redemption. Just like Necro said, right? If today in the last game they did not really show signs of life, I think it's going to be extremely tough. Talking about Blind Esports as well, you guys were talking about S-Power's edition.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion, I feel like Blind Esports, their firepower is exactly where it's supposed to be. But the rotational problems which they used to have from the times of the BGIs, it seems like it's still carrying forward because they have no clue, no information of where the teams are positioned. They just try to make an entry, and all of a sudden they will try and push up into a shack, get eliminated in a flash.
Once again, firepower is going to be there for all the teams, man. All the players in general inside the competition, they're on the same mechanical skill level. It's all about gelling in well as a team. And I think so that roster shuffle that came in at the last moment is really affecting that team play. You mentioned this beautifully as well. It's about the rotations.
Agreed. Speaking of rotations here, Korean teams has been very, very strong here in day number 1 for the BGIS India Korea Invitational. And guess what? Seems like in this final map here, we haven't talked too much about the Korean teams. The Korean teams are going to be looking to try and finish as strong as possible.
Yes.
In this case, having the most amount of Korean teams in the first half is going to be the objectives for game number 1. We saw this cultural exchange in the start of the game. We saw this exchange of information between the casters, English, Hindi, as well as Korean casters. And now we do see the players exchanging their vows. Well, not necessarily in the marriage sense, but at the same time, they have exchanged their strategies. And we have seen a lot of adaptations. And this is what makes Battlegrounds a beautiful game, right?
Exactly, and you spoke about Korean teams as well. Now we need to bring up NSR. This is another sleeping giants from Korea, and we know they're going to wake up as the time passes by. And we're also seeing that slow and steady improvement, and that's the problem with Indian teams. We're not seeing that improvement from them on the latter half of the board.
Now, without further ado, towards the final map. The match is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching Battlegrounds Mobile India. This is the India-Korea Invitationals final map for day number 1. We are heading back to El Clasico.
All of a sudden, and the flight path is a very vertical flight path. I say this is very, very interesting. Starts all the way from shooting range, goes towards ferry pair, and of course you've got majority of the teams will be alienated from the eastern part of the map itself. But speaking of being alienated, it seems like Necro has been alienated from the desk, and we have a new addition. Not a new addition, a pretty old one. Super Johnny, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I had a nice little break on the map of Weekendy, and considering it was Weekendy, the break wasn't a little one, it was a long extended one. But I got to enjoy the action, especially the win of God's Reign with the fans out in the stands. It was exciting, but now heading off to the last game, I just felt I had to drag Necro out of his chair. He's been sitting here for a long time.
Yep, I agree. And now, speaking of a long time here, this is going to be a very, very awkward position here because I feel like X-Park, they might consider just dropping back down to his home ferry pier. In this case, they seem to be completely ignoring it, and they are just going to control and secure themselves in North George instead.
Yeah, just by the way, I mean, we all know the history that Maisie has with his predictions, right?
Oh, okay. What happened?
He predicted X-Park for this game.
Ooh,
oh my God.
Okay, let's talk about our predictions. To be honest, all our predictions on the English broadcast has been just 15, 16 too soon all the way through.
Wait.
But what?
Wait a second. What is this collision happening? Blind Esports and DK, all of them dropping in the same space. They will try and fight with whatever they have in S-Power. He already has the MP to actually make it work. And Blind Esports, are they prepared for this collision? Once again, it's action replay for the map of Erangel.
Ding, ding, ding. Round 3 between Blind Esports as well as DK. And this has happened between the practice match. This has happened game 1. Now it's happening in game number 5. And Blind Esports, they were the victors multiple times. And it seems like DK, they're not too happy about this. They won the revenge. And can they get it? Because as of now, they have the numbers advantage. And we can literally hear them screaming beside us. But while this is actually happening as well, on the kill feed, we do see Big Brothers catching a couple kills, a couple of finishes on the finish feed as well.
So I see you have your way of getting information from the players. I have mine, and my information from the secret sources is that after that game number 1, Blind Esports were pissed. They want to take these fights aggressively. If anyone's going to drop to their drop towards their drop location, and of course their focus is on D plus Kia, just because they are considered one of the best teams in terms of firepower from Korea. They want to prove that they can take on this team in particular, but situations never or usually don't turn out the way you think they would.
I don't know about your source or whatever secret sauce here. I'm pretty sure that's Blind Esports telling you how they're feeling. But at the same time, D plus Kia, Noble doesn't have the DPS. He does have the usual bolt action shotgun here. So that is going to be something that he is going to get the one pump. But the problem right now is that Blind Esports, they were the ones playing defense previously. This time, it's going to be D plus Kia that plays defense. And it's going to be difficult, considering that if they overextend, that's going to be one pump by every single one from inside D plus Kia.
I like the respect which is coming in from Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, right? They've lost a man early on, and it seems like they're just holding on. They do not really want to engage against DK in this situation. They're the ones who want DK to commit a sin, commit a crime in this situation, find that knock, and then try and aggress, which is a good approach in my opinion. But it seems like this quietness has sort of stirred DK in a position where they're the ones who want to take this fight aggressively. Mind you, none of these teams have resources, none of these teams have advanced weaponry. They just have to fight it out with whatever they've got, and the more the time they waste, it seems like their rotations and their loot will be delayed even further.
Yeah, plus for 8 players to actually loot inside school apartments does become extremely tricky, especially when both the teams are just focused on fighting each other out. Although I have to say, from that setup, the crossfire from Blind Esports on that ground floor looked pretty solid. But we'll talk about that fight once we witness the teams on our screens again. For now, let's shift focus to this team that has made an incredible climb on the overall rankings, MTech StormX.
Hey, when it comes to MTech StormX, they started really strong in the first few games here. And after the long break, it seems like they kind of lost that momentum here. It might be fatigue, it might be the other teams kind of stepping up as well. But of course, MTech, they're still trying to hang on in terms of points, right? I talked about this as well. Dark Horses, or especially day number 1, is the best time to try and capitalize a little bit more. But now, the fight down towards apartments, it is going to be D plus Kia that comes out, wipes the floor with Blind Esports, and this time they will be the victors from round number 3, and they finally triumph over Blind Esports.
This is a prize fight that's going to happen every single time, and Wrangle roams around, and now Blind Esports down to the last player. Extremely difficult for Manya to make it out of this position alive in one piece. And D plus Kia, I think the objective is simple. Locate this last individual, finish him off, and make sure that you have complete control of school and the apartments.
I'm not really sure how did that happen, but Nobu has 3 finishes on him, and just like IC mentioned, he only had that single pump shotgun to actually work with, and the secondary weapon was a pistol. I do not understand how that happens, but speaking of understanding, it seems like NSR also want to pull off a move which is a little difficult to understand from the sides of TWM, because nades and smokes have been lobbed in against them. It seems like the choke points were set up, but NSR just wants to get out of this situation, but Destiny is hot on their chase.
This is smart. This is smart. This is what NSR does every single time, right? Like, they get information, and if they think that it's a fight they don't really want to fight, they will back out. They were setting up a couple smokes here to disengage, and fortunately for them, they were able to get out. But little did they know, trailing behind them was also Eagle Owls, and that's something that they don't really want to commit here. But it seems like NS Red Force, they really want to force a fight, because guess what? Here comes the third party comes in. Eagle Owls, X-Nova, gonna get a couple of sprays down, and that's gonna be one knock onto his wings. And NS Red Force, they have bitten a little bit too much that they can chew on, but they did not expect this as well. But now look at this, he is going to carry wings, put him in the car, and he's going to try and go in for the rescue mission, and DZ makes a run for it now.
It's quite a brilliant move from NSR as well, but props to Nova. He was isolated from his team, but still is able to at least dish out some pressure on the players of NSR, but he needs to be careful. There's the players of TWM in the distance on the flank. In fact, Nova can be in a world of trouble if he does not get to safety, join his teammates in the backline soon. On the other side, though, it seems like the last individual from the side of Blind Esports has been found out by D plus Kia. They wiped the entire squad, and it's going to be Blind Esports, the first team to be eliminated from this match.
Not expected. Absolutely not expected. One of the teams whom we were expecting to actually perform, especially when you see how the first Erangel went by, right? D plus Kia, they were absolutely wiped off the map of Erangel by Team Blind. I kind of expected similar stuff, but Nobu, of course, the man, the myth, the legend with the shotgun, just completely changing things up. I wish an instant replay can pop up to see how this man with a shotgun cleared multiple angles, because as far as I still remember, Blind Esports were not giving any space or any room.
True. Well, speaking of room here, before we get production to actually work on that, let's talk about NSR, because they managed to get the reset here, and now they are going to be rotating from the west side. It seems like, do they want to cross Georgia Port north side, or do they want to hang around the outskirts here? Because this might seem to be a mountain terrain fight here, and this is going to be, I would say, a very, very interesting one, because Everest is going to be in a position where TWM loves to prioritize a little bit more, but as of now, they're a little bit late, and hopefully TWM is going to be able to make their way up to the top.
Extremely late, in fact, and it is right now, I think, just one individual from the side of Rocks who has managed to take control of Everest. The other players are moving in. X-Park is on that northern slope, while TWM, as you mentioned, are still struggling in the fields of Gatka. One team I would like to look how they're going to move up north. It's going to be Gladiators, because there is the squad of Duxon waiting for them on that military bridge. Plus, they are always used to Revenant blocking that Nova Repnoi bridge for them, but they don't know what EM Tech is going to be up to. Who, by the way, are playing extremely slow themselves. They're still in Nova Repnoi.
Well, speaking of that place here, based on a little bit of side reporting for you guys, is that Gladiators might have a little bit of collision with M-Tech down bottom, but now on screen here, we do see Rocks versus X-Park right now. And Timon.
What? What is Team Rocks doing? Timon just finds 3 players of Team X-Park, and now it's just Pokar who's still standing, but the only option that he has is to drive away from the situation, because Mr. Timon just turned Super Saiyan in this fight of the Everest, and now he's gonna feast on the hard work that he has actually done in the initial moments of this fight.
Hey, partners in crime, friends for life, Pumbaa, Timon and Pumbaa from back in the days.
Yeah.
Finally, we see
Hakuna
a little bit of
Matata.
a life coming from Timon, and of course, Hakuna Patata.
Not a single worry for this team.
Gen Z doesn't know.
Yeah.
Gen Z
Wait,
is just
really?
clueless right now. You don't know Hakuna Patata?
I'm actually disappointed now.
I'm
sorry.
disappointed,
Yeah.
man.
Guys, don't do this with me. I was not born in your era.
True, but
I was born 2 generations after you guys came on Earth.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa, we're not that old. Whoa.
You are. No,
Whoa,
John.
whoa, whoa, sit down, boy. Sit down, boy.
Yeah, I think IC is going to have a chat with you afterwards.
Oh, no.
Salty is going to be on a run.
Anyways, back towards the game here. Gladiator, they had a little bit small run in with M-Tech on the sides as well. And fortunately for them, they will be resetting for now. And meanwhile, this is actually happening as well on the northern side here in the map as well. Revenant Esports are also thinking about setting up a gatekeep. But considering the circle is shifting to the website, they are a little bit hesitant here, considering they have been waiting around a little bit more. M-Tech now taking a slow approach, considering that they've lost 1 member. But do they want to continue the journey? Because they've made a little bit of sounds here, and Revenant is still deciding whether or not do they pursue this or do they rush for the next phase of zone.
It seems like Revenant Esports sort of have ignored M-Tech Stormx's presence, but the more M-Tech actually wait in this location, the more they are going to be in troubles with GDR's presence. But once again, just witnessing this extravagant performance from Timon, switches onto his weapon. He is as lethal with the M4 as he is with the DBS. Is there any technicalities or mechanical skills in these Korean players which they lack? It seems like they're just all-rounders in every single facet of the game.
Yeah, the mechanical aspects seem so clean. The mastery of the controls themselves is just on a whole another level. But the macro of the game is as important as the micro. That is the thing.
Agreed. And now, speaking of which here, the zone is about to close in. And M-Tech is still a little bit far off here. Fortunately for the Gladiators, taking a little bit of a slow approach. And this is something that Gladiator has been consistently doing so far. But it seems like based on this circle, I'm not liking what I see right now. It feels kind of familiar if you think about it. Because this feels like a ruins thing again.
Yeah.
And guess what? if it is going to be a Ruins once again, Big Brothers is going to be a little bit late to that vicinity because we do see Rocks as well as Tuzak in that position. Metal Esports as well looking to try and conquer the top of that mountain. In this case, Metal is going to be on the north side. God's Reign going to be on the northeast corner, pretty much north of Rozak. I do see Tuzak on the south side as well. I do see Maru also kind of in the vicinity.
Big Brothers is also there, but they are
so small.
right next to 2Z and Maru. And based on how these markers are, I believe Maru is actually going to cause a lot of trouble for Big Brothers. But let's see 2Z. They're looking to move up Everest. They know for a fact there's one team already holding the summit of this massive mountain in the form of Rocks. But is 2Z prepared for this fight?
Well, I don't know because as of now, there's not a lot of information for this zone, right? Every single team has been in a position here where they want to rotate in. And in this case, a majority of them was on this. I would say, I think a good 3 to 4 teams wasn't on the northern section of the map, right? God's Reign was one of those teams, X-Park as well. And ever since the zone kind of shifted down towards the Ruins vicinity, they had to cross the rivers, they had to cross those intersections, which are known to be choke spots for vehicles, right? They're pretty much limited into a couple of rotations, and because of that, a lot of teams was able to capitalize on ambushes and also punishing all those rotations. So right now, if the circle does not punish them, God's Reign is going to be in a prime position because of that position they are in right now.
I think they will have to figure out a plan to actually come down south because majority of that Rozok area will be occupied. You will have multiple teams, not just in Rozok but also in Water City, and every single entry point, just like you mentioned, will be turned into a choke point. So rotation is going to be tough. Maybe an early rotation from outside the circle or outside, avoiding all the collision from Rozok is still possible, but it's almost certain, if not for a hard shift, the circle will eventually come down south on the mainland. But Deep Kia holding another choke point of the same vicinity that we were talking about might be a potential target for God's Reign.
Yeah, agreed. And then right now, Metal Esports having one of the safest, I would say, pit stops of a compound to actually hold, especially in the northern section as well, because this pretty much secures anyone rotating from Rozok, anyone rotating from North Shore, or maybe even from shooting range as well. So anyone who decides to swing out north is going to go through Metal Esports. This is going to be a lot of freebies in as well. And look at this, Top Dog's got 402. 556. That means they are going to unleash hell on whoever comes by. So that's a good plus sign for Metal Esports for now. But of course, that is if and only if the circle shifts up north.
Did you see how many nades he has? Not much, but he doesn't need really much because the last game he just naded himself out too.
Wow. Phobia? Phobia much?
So yeah, I think one of the reasons why he is not really carrying a lot of nades might just be working against him as much as he does for him.
Yeah, but let's look at God's Reign now on our screens. All 4 players still intact, still playing from the northern part of the map. And it seems like the slow approach has worked out quite nicely for this team in the past, but this time it's going to be a different story. Although talking about stories, now this is going to be a story we can talk about for a while. Gladiators, stage 2 closing in, and they're still in the blue. Even if they cross into the safe zone, it's going to be a troublesome position because they're going to be the last team entering the circle.
Well, all hope it comes down to whether or not the circle shifts down south for Gladiators. But meanwhile, everyone is praying that this is going to be a Ruin circle. And in this case, you can see every single team. I don't know about you guys on the screen here. You guys are watching Gladiators, but in front of my screen is a mini-map that's just so colorful right in the middle saying that this is Ruins, this is Ruins, and this is Ruins. And of course, we will find out the answer in about 1 more minute. But of course, let's talk a little bit more on what Gladiator Esports' contingency plan right now. Because they have been tanking for so long. They are lacking a lot into the first aids. But fortunately for them, they are going to be stocking up in the vending machine.
So this is a playstyle that they are used to just because of how much pressure they face on the Nova Repnoy and the military bridge, and usually on a wrangle, crossing those bridges becomes a massive challenge for this team. And even in this one, I think they were prepared for it. They just did not expect to get blocked. Even on the Nova Repnoy bridge on the late rotation, they expected MTech StormX to actually rotate out early, but that did not happen, and that has already forced Gladiators to their contingency plan. The problem is, as you mentioned, right now everyone's hoping for a Ruin zone. In a Ruin circle, the only way Gladiators have an advantage if is if they wait on the edge of stage 3 for as long as possible, and then when the blue zone moves towards stage 4 is when they figure out from where they will have an opening for a wide rotation, either from the east or the western edge. But
yep, at the same time here, XCY, he is trying to actually apply a lot of pressure up towards the north side, on the Everest as well. But seeing how the circle is going to shift here, is this going to be a Ruins one? But no! No, not happening. It is going to shift down towards the south of Everest. That means we are not going to see the potential nooks and crannies, because this is going to be a high ground between Mount Everest as well as the guys down bottom and potentially even the outskirts of Gatka.
Yeah, and it works out quite brilliantly for the lads of Gladiators and TWM, because TWM was also quite late to the party, but now they will have an easy entry inside the circle. The problem is if NSR moves down south, then they can cause a lot of trouble for TWM, especially Sams, who has extended quite a little bit too much on the northern side. But Gladiators, we were talking about them for so long, look at them. They have just reached the southern edge of this circle and are going to find themselves a little bit of a safer position in towards the Gatka fields. But God's reign, it seems like aggression is beginning, and they can commence things by taking on the players of Metal Esports.
They actually have started the fight. One of the players were knocked down. Would love to witness this fight happen in front of us once again, but so far from the map feed that we just saw, Gladiators trying to find out the opening inside on the southern part of the circle itself. It seems like there are going to be a couple of problems. Revenant Esports also taking that longer rotation outside the circle, making their presence felt, might be one of their potential targets. But look at this, Ninja Jod having spotted a couple of players, Top Dog specifically from the likes of Metal Esports. It seems like shots have been landed, but this is not a good place for God's Reign to actually sit back and fight. Either get a couple of finishes, either go in for the ambush because they already have the cushion on the overall standings, or try and prioritize positioning.
See, God's Reign as well as Meta Esports has one of the strongest positions in that spot if the circle shifts up north, right? But because of this, they are in a position where they need to hold down as many people as possible before they make their way into the next entry point, because this next entry point is their what provides them cover. It is going to be nooks and crannies of the Mount Everest as well. But the problem is that after that, how can you rotate safely into the next phase after that, which is either through the top of the mountain or through the sides, and that's going to be a big problem for them, because through the sides we have 2Zac already right in the middle, we have Eagle Owls already right in the middle, who's pretty much taken out, occupied all the strong compounds, which sets up very, very good defense points. And this is something that we like to talk about, which is a good defense is a good offense, just for today in particular. And so far, it has been working out for all the Korean teams.
And look at the circle. I mean, as you were mentioning, I see the compounds under control of Eagle Owls, 2Z, even Maru, the spread towards that eastern side looks pretty good. Duxon on that southern Gatka farms, they have a lot of control for themselves, and I believe they're going to have those trenches to work with. And for the teams entering the circle late, I can't even imagine where they're going to hold. They will have to hold out in the open for a long.
Avoid all of that collision. Make an entry point in the fag end. Avoid all of that collision. Make an entry point in the fag end when there's like about 6 or 7 teams involved in the lobby. Try and clear out space for yourself and then proceed forward. And that is one of the reasons why I think they have split their forces. But talking about splitting your forces, even Team NS Red Force initially had split their forces, but now they're regrouping once again.
Well, in this case, they are going to be playing for the southwest corner. TZ is going to be the one trying to find a very, very nice spot for themselves, because as of yet, they haven't exactly found a very, very nice compound, considering the fact that the circle pretty much closed their way through and is going to be playing around the Everest here. In this case, Eagle Owls, 2Zac having one of the best positions possible, and the rest might be playing on the open fields down south, and we are going to see a lot of stakes in the playing field. And as you can see, this is going to be a very, very difficult spot, especially for Doksan as well as Gladiators.
But you know what? I think Team Rock's actually prepared for this, for a southern rotation, for a central rotation. Look at the 2-2 split, right? 2 players on top of the mountain giving the information from that vantage point, while 2 players securing that position on the southern end of the mountain. But talking about this particular fight, which is in front of us, Metal Esports, you've got Kyoya and Top Dog up close and personal. 2Z, they are striking first.
Well, compound to compound, they are going to go for this collision. They have to hold down the fort. In this this case, a good defense is good offense. In this case, they have the two strongest one. Because right now, if they don't wrap this up, we are going to be expecting a lot of teams trying to collide on them. And this is where things can get a little bit messy. Because if they do not finish this up, that means Melo Esports will give so much space for every other team outside to sneak past them and then collide on them later on. So in this case, Melo Esports, they are going to try and regroup a little bit more, but they're just so afraid. They're just so afraid to commit to this fight.
And in a situation like this, it's better to be afraid for a team like Metal. They saw those vehicles going uphill. They know for a fact there's a team that has taken control of Everest just now. They might not be aware of Rox's position, but at least they're aware of God's reign. Right? And that is what is stopping them from pushing further against the players of 2Z. But talk about pushing Gladiators. They've been pushing for the circle, for the zones all this time. And still they find themselves approximately 90 meters away from the zone. But the problem is, their flanks, as soon as they get out of these trenches, it's completely open, and plus you have Duxon right next to them.
I like what Gladiator is doing right now here. Pay attention, they've got two buggies, and if they set up towards the snake push down bottom as well, they can hide those buggies in those bushes and smokes, and this is actually going to give them so much cover as well as potential mobility if they need to get out of sticky situation, and this has happened before in BGIS.
Yeah, but the problem is in the heat of the moment, can they come up with this plan?
Oof, that's going to be a very, very tough one here. But for now, let's talk about how the mountains are going to be fighting here. God's Reign finally climbing out the mountain here, trying to drag rocks down. And this time, they are on the better side of the zone. So this time, we are going to be expecting a lot of forces as well. But up on screen, you can see NS are also sneaking by. And Wings, he won't lose his fight against Timon. And again, Timon looking to try to finish him off as well. TZ cooking up the nade as well. He's going for the push. And now TZ gets the first knock in. And that's going to be Timon down. Needs to go for the hill. It's coming in as the zone is slowly creeping by, edging a bit by bit. And Rox, they're getting panic here because God's Reign might be applying a little bit too much pressure in this vicinity. But little did they know, from behind we have X-Park as well. But Puma, he says, I'm running the heck out of there. And as soon as that's happened, he is going to be running into TWM. And that's going to be TWM that finishes them off as TWM were the original kings of this mountain, and they finally come back and reclaim what's rightfully theirs.
But you know what I see? Why be a king when you can actually be a god? God's Reign, they have the best control of the Everest right now. TWM might be actually trying to make things happen, but it seems like if gods do decide to engage upon it, they can wipe the floor with them. Gladiators, on the other hand, have been caught off guard, completely out in the open. Smokes aren't really going to deter the bullets coming in. It's all swinging their favor, and TWM Gaming, they're racking up finishes. They need to find that exit point. It seems like Destro and Delta, they completely just caught off guard.
Yeah, and TWM might have started things off, but it's actually God's Reign from the top of the hill that is putting the final aids in the coffin for Gladiators and Sams.
Wait, what? Sams, he actually went for the push as well, but he lost his fight! No, Shogun is going to be able to shut him down, but while this is happening as well, Lobster is going to be able to trade him from afar. TWM with the desperation, hoping to clean this out, to find an exit strategy. Seems to be punishing them a little bit too much right now. Gladiator, they get completely wiped off. Lobster with the nade takes out the Gladiators, and that is it for the Gladiators. And Sam's also getting finished off from Ninzi. Oh, wait, did he just nade his own teammate, Ninzi?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he did. But I think at this point for TWM, it's worth it. They have 7 points now on the board. And from here on out, even if they break into the top 6 of the match, that is going to be a decent tally in terms of the overall points that they have. But that is still the story for another part of this match, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this zone, and Revenant Esports smack in the center of this. They've set themselves up for a successful matchup in this game of Erangel. But they convert the chicken dinner? That is going to be the question. In the meanwhile, though, we have D plus Kia, Nolbu knocked out, Osul trying to take the fight against the players of Duxon, who still have the numbers advantage. What was that, Forrest? That's a risky move.
Well, he's baiting so much reactions here. At the same time, he needs to go for a reset as well. But with this play coming in, Duxon is going to be struggling a little bit more. But that's going to be the full finish coming from Eagle Owls, as Eagle Owls will try and farm up a little bit more of a finish point because they are playing from the southwest corner. Duxon getting pinsed from afar here. And we've talked about how open the south side is going to be being as well. And now with the circle collapsing in, this is the 5th circle. You can see D plus here, they're panicking as well. Forrest going to be trying opening up them as well with the buggy to try and draw attention to make space for his team here. Nobu sneaks into the zone, but at the same time, he's going to get shot from afar. Then that's going to be Beanie that finishes him off, and that's going to be D plus here going head to head here. The nades collides, and Zipyan now going to be the last man standing from the side of Duxan. And he is going to try and lob a big nade. D plus here going for the reset as well. Zipyan pushing up forward. Now forward. He's all by himself. But Forrest, he has a rough idea where he is. He's giving a little bit of information. He finds him. And that's it for Duxan, as D plus here will somehow survive with Forrest. But can they get the reset? Meanwhile, inside the circle to carve out Meadow and Tuzak will finally commit to this fight.
Finally, Metal looking to wrap things up, running into the basement. Top Dog is looking for the last player from the side of 2Z. And seems like they have found him as well. Metal Esports, 3 finishes on the board. And this timing for this fight was actually perfect, because a few moments ago we did discuss the threat that was there on Metal from the top of Everest. But with God's Reign distracted by Gladiators, Metal was allowed the opportunity, the breathing space to reset and figure out how they want to take the fight against 2Z. But that brings us to the top 6 teams of this game.
Well, Meadow Esports finally finding the room after 5 games. On the 5th game now, they are in top 6. However, Circle is going to force them in towards the next phase here, out in the open in 10 seconds. And you can see Eagle Hours having perfect angles here. They split out 4 forces as well. They've pretty much conquered everything from the west side, but they're still unsure on how the south looks, because look at this ridge. It is high grounds on towards the northern section, whereas the south side is complete low grounds. Revenant still sneaking throughout the smokes here, but let's see how this goes as well. Big Brothers also could be looking from the sides as well. They might look to actually pincer members coming from Metal Esports as well as the south side, but now shots fired coming from Metal Esports. Down to Rizanov, slowly inching by inch as well. Gasray trying to make a run for it with the trail of smokes leaving behind as they make into the next phase. Metal also rushing to push forward, but look at this. Not a lot of cover to work with. Furia going for the spray pushes, but no, he gets scouted out by Revenant as Fierce will finish him off. Top 3, final 3, and Revenant is finally hanging on for their dear lives.
Revenant is finally in the podium for this game, but they have tough competition in the form of God's Reign, who are just erased by the players of Eagle Owls. Now there are 2 teams, a 2v3 situation. Revenant Esports down a player, Sensei going for a revive on Fierce.
No way, India versus Korea. Eagle Owls comes in, but an 8 comes in. Sensei is down, and Eagle Owls looking to secure their chicken dinner. Apollo is going to be the one standing as well. Sensei giving the information about Apollo. He hasn't shown his marks as well. He sees Dancy's hit, but Dancy, he sees him as well. He gets a couple tags in. Now he goes for the spray, and Apollo, he clutches it. He's going to go for the finish. He's going to try and get a finish points for himself, but no, he gets pushed, and it's over. Eagle Owls takes the final chicken dinner for day 1 of the BGMI India Career Invitationals.
Yeah, and also their second win, I believe, of the day itself. I mean, an incredible run from this team, but now the question is, you know what the question is? Is this enough to bring them on the podium? On the first position, sorry. They were already on the podium. On the first position, the overall ranking.
I think it is, Johnny. I'm not really sure, but it seems like God's Reign also had a decent performance, right? And that is still going to keep that buffer. But once that difference has actually been neutralized, I think Eagle Owls, a good performance tomorrow, will be able to propel themselves. Because 2 chicken dinners is not a joke, especially in a LAN tournament on the first day itself.
It is going to be very, very close. But before we wait for the announcement here, props to every single team for today. It has been a spectacular day 1 here for the India Korea Invitationals, because this is something that we did not expect to see. But not gonna lie, I really enjoyed how the Koreans has been bringing a new life to BGMI.
And especially in this last game, I mean, as you mentioned, it happens in competitive circuits. When you play against players with different play styles, you get used to it, you adapt, you improve. Both these sides, both the teams from the side of India and Korea have just adapted to each other, and they've gotten comfortable. I think that was what was visible in this last wrangle. But we do have the moments on the stage that were happening during the game itself, and of course the final win of Eagle Owls. I've noticed this one thing amongst the Korean teams especially. I mean, doesn't matter who wins, everyone's happy, they're cheering for each other.
Of course, you know, considering how close we are to the Korean talents, and they are very excited to see how well Korea started things off in day number 1 here in New Delhi. But of course, now, I know this is going to be a very worrisome moment for all of us
Yeah.
here,
Yes.
you guys watching at home as well. Is God's Reign still number one?
I mean, there was a 22-point difference.
All right,
for
if you
this
ask
match.
me, I think they still are number one
Okay,
because of
okay.
their good performance in this one. The 22-point difference will increase, and I'm pretty sure Eagle Owls will have got up much about it, but not exactly topple them from the number one.
I think God's Reign is going to still number one.
Yeah.
Okay,
They were in the
okay.
top 3, and I believe they have a lot of finishes. We're going to look back in this game and figure out.
Now, speaking of the highlights here, in case you guys are wondering as well, we do see a little bit of skirmish down towards the Everest vicinity, right? Rox was able to pull some very, very big clutches. In particular, is going to be Timoon. We saw a lot of action coming from Pumba, but Timoon really, really stepped up coming from Rox as well. And we do see a lot of, I think during the IRL highlights as well, you know, you can see a lot of heavy discussion coming from Rox, hoping that, hey, they need to win. We're making a lot of individual plays, a lot of micro clutches, but they're not getting enough points to pull themselves into the top 8.
We saw this team, the way they entered the stage. I love the energy that they have. And considering this game, they've figured things out, how to turn things around. I mean, tomorrow, it's going to be quite hopeful for the side of Rox.
Yeah, in this case, hopefully that is going to be the case for them, because today is pretty much over as well. But in this highlight in particular, you know, Doksan Esports, they really managed to step out as well. However, I talked about how this open field is going to be very difficult, right? Because of this decline of slope here, Revenue Esports was able to set up a very, very nice approach. But, of course, it is also a setup for nades that is easily be lobbed over to get a couple of freebies. And that was something that completely destroyed them.
I think even for God's Reign, as a matter of fact, right, the fact that they had to come down Everest, completely open terrain as well, they did so with the help of a scout. Blaze were the first one to enter the circle. The rest of the cavalry also followed up later on. But that did not really succeed much, because like you described the terrain, right, it was a little bit of a curve, the natural cover which Eagle Owls as well as Revenant utilized to majorly wipe out the rest of the squads in that situation as well. And again, the utilization of nades in that vicinity. Revenants could only find a couple of finishes once the position was unlocked and everybody had seen them up front, in front of them. I think they were like easy pickings for the rest of the squads.
Agreed. Now, let's find out who the MVP is. It is going to be Lobster from the side of TWM Gaming with 4 finishes, 614 damage, and 1 headshot thus far. Well, Lobster, to be honest, TWM was able to reclaim Mount Everest for themselves, and they were able to shut down Rox and get a couple big wins for the team. And because of this, he is the MVP for the match. But I want to see the rest of the top 5 right now.
Well, let's have a look. I mean, it's going to be on our screens in a few short seconds, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how, or in fact, how many finishes these players have gotten for their teams. We have Junior from the side of Eagle Owls, 3 eliminations, but 800 damage dished out. Nolbu, 3 eliminations on him as well, but 719 damage dished out. Quite a brilliant opportunities created for his teammates. Then we have Timon, of course, the man with the swag over there. 3 finishes, 598 damage from Roxy Esports. The exit in the game was a little bit earlier than we expected, but still, as far as individual performances goes, it was a nice game for him.
Agreed. And of course, you know, his barrel roll definitely, you know, paid off in this final round, because he was popping off real big here. But of course, now, this is going to be the point standings for match number 5. Eagle Owls in the number 1 spot with 24 points, followed by Revenant on 2nd place here with 17 points. God's Reign 3rd place with 15 points. Big Brothers on 4th place here with 14 points. DK, D plus Kia on 5th place with 11 points. Metal Esports finally finding their footing in the top half with 6th place and 10 points. TWM 7th place with 8 points, and NSR on 8th place with 4 points.
Still, that big performance from NSR is still yet to come, Johnny. I mean, expecting this team to actually go really heavy, considering majority of the Korean players from the South Asian games were from NSR.
Exactly, and again, I mean, with a team like NSR, the playstyle that we have observed from them, you need information of how teams like to play if you want to cut off their rotation. NSR today, the day was about observing and damage control in priority, like not to... they can't basically fall back too far away from the competition, not far enough that the climb back up is going to be impossible or questionable. Today was all about managing points, and I think they have done enough to keep themselves in a safer spot. But talk about being safe, Gladiators, they bounced back nicely after that game of Sanok, but now I think they're going to be back in trouble.
Yeah, I agree. And even Vikendi as well, they did pretty okay. But did they stop the bleeding? Because Game 1, Game 2 was a complete disaster for Gladiator Esports, considering they were the champions coming in towards, and of course the favorites as well coming into the invitationals. And in this case, I feel like this is going to put a lot of pressure towards them. But let's take a look at something that really stands out right now. That's going to be Duksan Esports. 10,000 damage in this game. What?
1,000 damage, but only 2 finishes for 1,000 damage. The conversion wasn't really there, but we have the overall rankings, and it seems like God's Reign converting that one chicken and the top 3 finish in this last game of Erangel have not just managed to hold on to their first position, but they've kept a nice little safety cushion to work with for tomorrow.
Not just a nice little safety cushion, they have a very big safety cushion to actually work with. Five matches played at 81 points is a lot of points which they acquired, and if you actually divide the finish points and position points as well, that's a very good average per game.
Yeah.
Dude, that is a 20-point lead, and almost more than half of everyone on the second half here. And of course, second page here, we have TWM Gaming on 9th place with 31, Duksan on 10th place with 30 points, NS Red Force 11th place with 30 points, Metal Esports on 12th place with 28 points, Roxy Esports on 13th place with 26 points, Maru Gaming on 14th place with 20 points, and Blind as well as Xbox going to be the bottom 2 with 16 and 14.
I look at this bottom 8 and I can't figure out which team I would say.
Well, it's Macy's fault. We blame the Unicaster. It's Macy's fault. He predicted the export all the way through.
Did you guys witness one thing though? But Roxy Sports 20 finish points, but only 6
I was just gonna say that. I mean,
points, right?
It seems like they're out for blood. Their objectives are different. It's not about winning the game. It's about asserting dominance.
They certainly have done that, but it's a players that they have lost in those collisions, and it's the number of men that they have lost in those warfares, which kind of prevents them from actually making a mark inside the final circle. If they do have their 4 players up and alive, they might be able to dominate, but then apart from that, when their main players like Timon and others, they're down and out, it's barely done, lights out.
And all things considered here, this is pretty much a little bit of highlights here in case you miss out throughout the entire event that has happened here today in day number 1, where 2 nations, 1 passion. We started things off with our VIPs giving some very, very important appearance and speeches to motivate the younger generations here. And of course, the coalition between both India and Korea, and unity to kind of mix between the cultures to showcase you what esports is about here in BGMI.
My favorite moment, I mean, there are going to be quite a lot of them. Of course, Timon, his entry with a barrel roll, Scout, the love that was showed to Expa, Gladiators, and of course, the moment of the national anthems for both the countries at the start of the day. It has been an exciting day, man. I mean, there was so much love in the air. Of course, the competition was stiff, but there's respect from both sides of the arena.
And of course, everything for that glory, everything for that beautiful trophy that we just witnessed. Of course, the crowd was electrifying throughout the day, but it was the players who kind of showed their true potential, not just from one particular section, not just from one side, be it Korea or India. Both these sides just came together, showed what they've got, not just in terms of BGMI, but also in terms of culture, in terms of different professions as well. And that is the beauty of the game itself.
Korea's finest and India's best collide here in the grandest of stage, and they have showcased you one of the best matches here on BGMI thus far. I would say this is the first international coming from BGMI coming in, and we've seen a lot of flavorful plays coming from every single one of them. And of course, we do see the ups and downs of every single team, but we do appreciate the journey and the learning process of every single one, because they have been adapting. And what's really interesting as well, we had a little bit of an interesting segment for you guys. And of course, when we talk about interesting segment, Carolyn is going to be the star of the show.
Carolyn and Jin Kazama, actually, both of them just dominating their matches.
It's the talk of the town. You know, everybody's talking about Carolyn, man. If you don't know, you don't know. If you know, you guys are true supporters of the stream, man.
If you're like me, who've been following the scene for a while, you know why I'm talking about.
Yeah, right. I mean, to be honest, for sure,
Hey, she's a beauty.
Jin Kazama will have his share, but I'm pretty sure, just like ICB mentioned, it's going to be Carolyn, the talk of the town. But of course, moving forward, we also had a couple of games of cricket. Not a couple of games. That was my favorite. We had one game of cricket, and that was my favorite moment, to be honest. Intense last over, Johnny.
I had a moment to catch up with all of these Road to Valor players when I was on my break, and it was can't tell you how happy they are, the opportunity that has been given to them by Crofton for this tournament as well. They were so happy, stoked to be here. And then, of course, the goalkeeper for the Indian football team graced us with his presence as well in the middle of the day. We had a lot of big guests, a lot of big names show up.
Yeah, very important moment here for two nations.
Yeah.
And of course, two nations, one passion is going to be the way to go. And that's going to be the chicken dinner for all the teams. And of course, Salty, your favorite moment, real cricket
Hey,
up
man.
on stage.
We're in India, there needs to be cricket.
Obviously.
Yeah. It's not just my favorite moment. I'm pretty sure it's the audience favorite moment as well, because this was exactly the kind of cricket display everybody wanted to witness, right? One-sided domination could have been cool, but a
Yeah.
last over finish where the second last ball decides the fate of the game, that is intense. That was as intense as the games of BGMI that we witnessed today.
Yeah, exactly. And that is the kind of finishes you want in cricket and in BGMI as well. Close competition. We've been witnessing that throughout the day. And it is going to be exciting to see what, in fact, are going to be the changes that these players bring tomorrow.
You know, it has been a long day for all the teams here, but of course, you know, we do see a lot of interesting plays, and of course, rocks in this game. I remember in Vikendi as well, Pumba was just popping off non-stop over and over again, even though he's got like 1v4s multiple times to clutch it out for the team, which kind of set up the entire team for themselves. And of course, now coming towards the final games here, you know, I hope you guys were enjoying the show thus far, because I certainly have, because there were so much activities here in the venue. And guess what? It's not just whatever you've seen on screen. Backstages as well. There are so many booths for you guys who are interested to come down to the venue itself.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure, like, if they do decide, if you are in New Delhi, of course, just do make sure that you actually come down to Pragati Maidan, hall number 14, because, like I said at the start of the broadcast as well, it's not just another LAN, it's an experience center. You come here, you experience esports, you get to play, you get to compete, there's goodies as well. Heck, you want to play cricket? There's actually a turf, there's a pitch out there.
Yeah, there's a pitch out there. There's a practice nets for cricket if you guys want to practice your batting skills or if you want to bowl against your friends. But ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a different schedule tomorrow. We will start our day from 1 p.m. The broadcast is going to go live, so make sure you mark that time, set alarms on your devices, and are ready for the show. We're going to call it a night for today, but as I mentioned, we'll be back again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby and Salty. Ladies and gentlemen, see you guys tomorrow. It was a pleasure, an exciting day filled with a lot of action, filled with a lot of love, but we'll be back again for more tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night.